The first thing my ex-girlfriend did when she returned to the country was to tie me to her bed and beat me up. This was all because 3 years ago, her father approached me, saying that I, coming from a rural background, was not worthy of his daughter, and later he schemed to slander me for cheating. Heartbroken, she chose to go abroad. 3 years later, I was already married, but unexpectedly, my wife's first love suddenly appeared, and without saying a word, she chose to divorce me. While I was drowning my sorrows, I accidentally touched my ex-girlfriend's phone. The next morning, I woke up to find myself completely tied up with hemp ropes. At that moment, the door opened, and Soo Kairu, who had just taken a shower and was wearing a white nightgown, walked in barefoot. Seeing her, I was instantly stunned, as if my brain had stopped functioning. "You, what are you doing here?" Soo Kairu, standing by the bed, sneered. "This is my home. Why do you think I would be here? It's been a long time, my scoundrel ex-boyfriend." Her eyes revealed a cold killing intent, making me swallow hard, coupled with the chains binding me. I said tremblingly, "We just broke up. We are not mortal enemies. You need to calm down. It's not too late to turn back now." Soo Kairu casually picked up the feather duster next to her and struck it hard against my leg. With a cold tone, she said, "Now, I ask, you answer. If you dare to lie to me, I will throw you into the sea to feed the fish, and then publish everything in your phone's browser online." What a vicious woman. Seeing that I was silent, Soo Kairu continued, "The first question, why did you break up with me back then?" Hearing this question, I fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up and smiled. What else could it be? Of course, it's because I didn't like you anymore. I was tired of being with you every day. As these words fell, the temperature in the bedroom dropped sharply. Another sharp sound of wind echoed, and the feather duster fell heavily on me. "You're lying." Soo Kairu stared at me with icy eyes, then took out an old photo. "If you didn't like me, then why do you still keep my photo? You actually went through my suitcase." I, tied to the bed, widened my eyes and struggled violently. "That's my stuff. Give it back to me." Soo Kairu took out another photo and threw it at me. "The second question. Explain this photo to me. While you were with me, you actually colluded with other girls and never let me find out." This is a photo of two people together, a man and a woman holding hands walking on the beach. Their actions very intimate, and the male lead is me. This photo was given to her by Soo Kairu's father, and it was after seeing this photo that she chose to go abroad for development. I stared at the photo, my eyes widening even more. "Hey, Soo, if I fall into your hands, it's my bad luck. You can kill or torture me as you please, but don't think you can slander me. I, Lu Chun, may be poor, but I have principles. I can't do something as despicable as playing both sides." The outcome was clear. There were only two possibilities: either I was lying, or there was something wrong with this photo. Watching me curse non-stop, Soo Kairu silently put away the photo. She already had a rough guess about the whole situation, but it still needed some verification. Soo Kairu walked straight out of the bedroom to the downstairs, handing one of the photos to the bodyguard waiting at the door. "Go find someone to check the authenticity of this photo and see if it's some kind of technical composite." Immediately after, Soo Kairu instructed the kitchen to bring me the porridge that was ready. However, soon the chef came down again with the porridge, helplessly saying, Mr. Wang refuses to eat no matter what." And he also said. Soo Kairu's brows furrowed slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, the chef truthfully said, "He also said that if you don't let him go soon, you'd better not walk alone at night in the future, or if he catches you, you'll be in for it." After hearing this, Soo Kairu's previously calmed emotions surged again, and she angrily took the porridge and personally walked towards the second floor. This man really needs to be dealt with. Meanwhile, in another villa area, the ex-wife Xia Sifei had just walked out of the room and saw Soo Jun, her white moonlight, busy in the kitchen. She couldn't help but smile, feeling enveloped by a strong sense of happiness. There was a reason why Soo Jun could be her white moonlight. He was tall and thin, with a standard figure and well-defined features. Although he wasn't as handsome as me, he exuded gentleness in every way. Soo Jun just came out of the kitchen holding a plate of braised pork, smiling at her and saying, "Sifei, you're awake, just in time to try the dishes I made, all of which you used to like." After sitting down, Xia Sifei eagerly picked up her chopsticks to take a bite. However, when she tasted the flavor of the meat, her expectations instantly fell flat, but she still forced herself to swallow. Over the past 3 years, her palate had become quite discerning, and ordinary dishes could no longer satisfy her. While eating, the two began to talk about the past. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Soo Jun quietly took her small hand. Xia Sifei instinctively wanted to resist but held back. He softly said, "Sifei, I came back to the country just for you. On the way here, I already thought about it. I plan to find a time this week to meet with uncle and aunt to discuss our future. I might need you then." Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Sifei's phone rang at that moment. It was her mother calling. You go ahead and eat. I'll take this call. After walking to the kitchen, Xia Sifei finally answered the phone. And her mother's reproachful voice came through immediately. Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Xia Sifei replied awkwardly. Mom, what's wrong? It's nothing much. Just thinking that you and Xiaoyu haven't come back for a while. Next week, your grandfather is coming over. And you should come home for a reunion dinner together. Okay, I understand. Hearing this, Xia Sifei instinctively agreed. She still hasn't figured out how to explain her divorce to her family. If she tells them the truth, they definitely won't agree. By then, I can only see if I can find a way to continue acting. And if I can drag it out for a while, I will. Little did I know. All these words fell into Su Jun's ears, and especially when he heard my name, his expression suddenly turned gloomy. The reason he returned to the country was for the Xia family's fortune. His family had just moved abroad and went bankrupt, even accumulating a huge debt. With no other options, he finally thought of Xia Sifei. As long as he could obtain the Xia family's wealth, he could not only pay off his family's debts but also have enough money to live comfortably for the rest of his life. As for me, just a poor kid from the countryside, I dared to compete with him for a woman. Lying in bed unable to move, I looked at Su Kairu who was stepping on me, swallowed hard, and weakly asked, what do you want to do? I tell you, even if you get my body, you won't get my soul. Su Kairu firmly stepped on my chest, holding a bowl of hot porridge, and coldly snorted, didn't you say it feels good to have me? I'm right here. Come at me if you can. I was joking. Humph, it better be that way. Su Kairu was too lazy to say any more unnecessary words, so she simply sat down beside me and brought a spoonful of porridge to my mouth. If you don't drink, I won't be polite. Unable to resist, I endured the humiliation and drank this food offered to the hungry. Damn woman, just wait for me. Once I get out of this predicament, you'll see. Although I thought this way, the fragrance emanating from the person beside me made me feel an unprecedented sense of peace. But this was ultimately a delusion. Su Kairu and I were destined to never be together, as the gap in our identities was simply too great. Su Kairu got off me and casually summoned the bodyguard waiting at the door. The bodyguard took out a pair of scissors, cut the hemp rope binding me, and also unlocked the chains. Su Kairu stood by with her arms crossed and said lightly, now you are free. While I'm in a good mood, you better leave quickly, otherwise, if I regret it later, it won't be good. Hearing this, I dared not stay any longer and hurriedly crawled off the bed, rushing out of the room. When I came out of the villa, the driver was already waiting downstairs. On the second-floor balcony, Su Kairu stood with her arms crossed, watching the car leave, lost in thought. The bodyguard standing beside her calmly reported, Miss, we found out that the photo was artificially manipulated. It was created by overlaying multiple photos, making it difficult for an average person to distinguish between the real and the fake. Whoever circulated this photo is the one who secretly sabotaged you and Lu Chen back then. Su Kairu gazed into the distance. A glistening tear slid down from the corner of her eye. Lu Chen, this time I won't let anyone separate us again. Anyone who obstructs us from being together is my enemy. The driver dropped me off in the city and then left. I glanced at the time. It was almost 10 in the morning, so I ordered a Didi on my phone. I work at a bathhouse, with working hours from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. As one of the few long-established bathhouses, even in the morning, there are still quite a few regular customers coming in for a bath. A girl about 20 years old was wearing an apron and cleaning up fallen leaves. At that moment, a car drove up from a distance and stopped at the entrance of the bathhouse. Seeing the person getting off the car, Zhang Xiaoye's face lit up with joy. Brother Lu Chen. Good morning. Lu Chen smiled and responded. Well, good morning. A short chubby guy who was 1 meter 6 tall came out of nowhere, shook his dashing hair, and squeezed his eyebrows. Little you, your brother Lei is here too. Don't you want to say hello to me? Seeing him, Zhang Xiaoye immediately changed her face and said with an expressionless face and emotionless voice, fat, disgusting, can you please leave me alone? Tubby sadly covered his chest. Your attitude is also too double standard. Why is it that you are just smiling to this Lucian guy, but so cold and heartless to me? Seeing the two who were bickering, Lucian's melancholic mood immediately improved, and the smile on his face became even more gentle. Zhang Xiaoye is the daughter of a bathhouse owner who dropped out of school early to help run her family's bathhouse because she wasn't interested in studying. And this chubby guy is called Su Lei, which is considered to be one of Lucian's few friends after graduation. This guy is a bona fide bonehead geek. The death of his parents left him a large inheritance, enough for him to live out his life in style as long as he didn't squander it. As for the personality, well, the person is still pretty nice. He just commits a middle child every now and then. Su Lei is following Lucian to work in the bathhouse, with the beautiful name of experiencing life. The three of them headed towards the interior of the bathhouse. Zhang Xiaoye looked at the bathhouse that revealed vitality everywhere inside as she walked. Who would have thought that our bathhouse almost closed down 2 years ago, but now it's developing so well. All thanks to brother Lu Shun. If you hadn't made that medicinal bath recipe, I might have had to go begging on the streets with Dad. The fundamental reason why the moon bath had become a famous bath in Zhengcheng in 2 years' time was the medicinal bath that Lu Shun had researched. The herbal ingredients in the bath are highly beneficial, especially for the elderly. The recipe is certainly not something that can be researched by the average person. Zhang Xiaoye thus didn't ask Lu Shun about his origins, but he just smiled every time and said, "I'm not as mysterious as you think, just plain lucky." Soon the three were busy in the bath, each doing their own thing. Zhang Xiaoye was in charge of cleaning the public baths and single suites, while Su Lei was in charge of counting the accounts, as well as the various logistics of the baths. After all, every otaku is a real computer genius. Lu Shun, on the other hand, prepared the medicinal herbs. The amount of medicinal herbs needed for a public bath is not small. There are hundreds of types alone, and there cannot be the slightest error in the portion. So people without deep knowledge of pharmacology can't control it at all. So this matter can only come to him personally. At the counter of the bathhouse, the owner Jiang Dahai sighed as he looked at Lu Shun, who was busy in the room not far away. Really owe this kid more and more. He mentioned to Lu Shun more than once to increase his salary, but it was politely refused by him. He just wanted to return this favor, but there was no opportunity. At that moment two figures walked in at the entrance of the bathhouse. Jiang Dahai immediately greeted him at the sight and laughed. "Welcome to the moon baths. I see that both of you are new faces, should be both first time here. We have public baths and single baths here." He was interrupted before he could finish. Xia Hanxue glanced at the surroundings. There was some hidden dislike under her eyes, which she didn't show, and faintly asked, "I heard Lu Shun works here. Is he in? Just tell him I have something for him." Upon hearing that he was looking for Lu Shun, the boss froze, but still turned his head and shouted inside, "Lu Shun, someone is looking for you." Lu Shun, who was busy in the pharmacy, heard the words and twisted his head in confusion, and after realizing that it was actually Xia Hanxue, his brows furrowed. "What's this woman doing at the door?" I don't know if it was deliberate or not, but Su Ziqian, who was standing beside Xia Hanxue, reached out in disgust and fanned himself between his noses, as if he smelled something strange. "Hanxue, let's hurry up and leave when we're done. There are definitely a lot of germs in this place, we can't stay for long." A bunch of people crammed into a hall without clothes to take a bath, like pigs in a pen. I don't know how there are still places like bathhouses. At these words, the atmosphere around them suddenly changed. Whether it was the people passing by or the employees in the bathhouse, they all stared at Su Ziqian with unkind gazes. If eyes could kill, this guy would have died 10,000 times already. Xia Hanxue frowned even more, somewhat worried about the intelligence of her white moonlight. She had something to discuss with Lu Shun this time. "Now that you've offended everyone in the room with one sentence, how am I supposed to talk on?" And the provocation was too low. At that moment another voice faintly sounded. "I'm not sure if it's dirty in here, but someone's mouth stinks. It smells like and pollutes the air." Su Lei cooperated by covering his nose and making a dry heaving motion. "Vomit," I said. "Where did the smell come from?" "So it's someone's mouth that stinks." "Hey, that's a big breakfast you got there. Damn fatso. What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Ziqian blared angrily. He was just about to have a seizure when Xia Hanxue, who couldn't stand to watch, reached out to stop him, and she looked straight at Lu Shun with a haughty stance. "Find a place to talk." At those words, Lu Shun picked up a nearby wet towel and wiped his hands, turning toward the nearby restroom. Seeing this, Xia Hanxue and Su Ziqian took a step to follow. The door to the lounge had just closed, and Xia Hanxue simply stated her intentions without the slightest procrastination. "My grandfather is coming over next week, and I need you to stay with me to continue acting, just like before. As payment, I can stop pursuing the photo matter, and the 2 million is still yours. Plus I can give you a stable job. At least it's better than serving someone else here." "How?" Chapter 6 Harky Sink. "You guy." Xia Hanxue tilted her head confidently. She didn't think Lu Shun would reject this win-win offer. For someone from a rural background, $2 million and a stable job equals the best among his peers, especially since Lu Shun has been used to living a good life for the past 3 years. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it can be difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. "I refuse. Count on your knowledge. Don't worry as long as you." Halfway through her words, Xia Hanxue reacted, staring at Lu Shun with disbelief. "You, what did you just say?" Lu Shun bristled. "I said I refuse. Now hear me clearly. I made it clear the day before yesterday. From now on we have nothing to do with each other. If you want to cope with your family, that's your business. It's got nothing to do with me. Do you think I'm short of your $2 million? Don't you lack?" Xia Hanxue asked back in surprise. "That's $2 million. The day before yesterday, when he refused the $2 million, It might be because Lucian had pride and felt that accepting the money was degrading to his dignity, but this time it was a win-win cooperation. He shouldn't have any reason to say no, should he? Xia Hanxue looked squarely at Lucian for the first time, and she realized that she didn't seem to really know this man that she had been living with for 3 years very well. In the face of her incredulity, Lucian did not say a word, but only reached out and pointed to the door of the lounge, the meaning of which was self-evident. This is meant to be an eviction. Xia Hanxue's pride did not allow her to bow down. Having no choice but to stand up, but still somewhat reluctantly, she said, "Feel free to contact me when you've thought about it. You have a week to think about it." With that, she turned and pushed the door away. Su Ziqian didn't leave right after him, but instead looked towards Lucian, a cold smile spreading across his face. "Lucian, speaking of which, I have to thank you for guarding Han Shui for me for 3 years, but I hope you'll be a little self-aware and stay away from Han Shui for me in the future. A defeated dog should be defeated. The countryside is where people like you were meant to be, and it's best to go back where you came from." After a warning, he then straightened his lapel and quickened his pace to leave the moon baths. After he left, Lucian silently pulled out his cell phone. Tapping on his ex-mother-in-law's green bubble, he edited a long message, then hit send, and finally deleted his friends and blacked out his contacts. The whole thing running smoothly. If I don't teach you guys a lesson, do you really think that Brother Shin is made of clay? With that character of Xia Hanxue's mother, it was probably enough for these two to drink a pot. Lucian was muttering when a call came in. Note, Su Didi. Well, the note is obvious at first glance. It must have been that stinking who took the opportunity to add the phone in last night while he was sleeping, and even the notes were exactly the same as they were 3 years ago. When it was answered, her cool and distinctive voice came from the other end. "I'll be waiting for you at the Rocky Creek Hotel tonight at 8 p.m. No tardiness. No go. Is my brother someone you can date whenever you want? Don't call me for anything important. We've broken up and I'm a married man now, so please keep your distance from me." After saying that, Lucian hung up the phone decisively and sharply, humming softly as he went out to continue to be busy. IGG explosion. Being a hero in a fairy tale. And at this point on the other side, downtown Jiangcheng, inside one of the commercial buildings, layout neat and luxurious office, Su Wanqing looked down at the hung-up phone, hand gripped the phone hard, pretty cheeks at this time some unsightly. She had already planned to talk to this guy properly, but now, it seems that her Shin is a bit less well-behaved. Since he's not well-behaved, he needs to be educated properly before he can do so. The boundless night silently enveloped the entire city. As the setting sun hides in the distant mountains, a sly full moon quietly reveals itself, surrounded by glittering light. Lu Xin and Su Lei, who finished dinner, left the bathhouse on the same small electric donkey. It's long past closing time though, but Lu Xin sought idle. Simply play in the bath until now. Just want to eat what to drink. From the counter just take. Since he hadn't found an apartment yet, he would have to live with Fatty in the meantime, and he had plenty of empty rooms in his big luxurious flat anyway. On the silent and empty road, the small electric donkey drove forward slowly. Sitting in the back, Lucian found a topic and chatted casually. "I say Fatty, you'll be 3 in 2 years. Haven't you thought about finding a girlfriend to pass on the family name to your old Su family? Immersing yourself in the world of fantasy is wonderful but ultimately false. It is in reality that you can find true feelings and you can realize what true happiness means." Upon hearing this, Su Lei, who was riding his bike, asked suspiciously, "So you've been married for 3 years, are you happy? That pretty girl who came today seems to be your wife. She seems to be very close to that man who eats eh." In 2 sentences, he managed to dry silence Lucian. "You're a chatty kid. You hit the nail on the head with everything you say. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend." That's when a cluster of blinding headlights shot over the 2 men. Not far behind came a familiar Rolls-Royce, approaching the little pink donkey at a speed visible to the naked eye, and without the slightest intention of braking. Lucian immediately remembered what happened during the day. His face changed dramatically, and he couldn't explain in time to rush towards Su Lei in front. Fatty, speed up. Although he didn't understand, but seeing this look on the good elder's face, Su Lei decisively drove the speed to the fastest. This little electric donkey he had someone modify, fitted with a 4-kilowatt motor and the best parts available. It can reach speeds of up to 100 yards per hour. The little electric donkey with the cute loli printed on it all of a sudden, as if it was infused with a flood of power, instantly rushed out. Yet even then, the Rolls-Royce remained close behind, and every now and then, they provoked the 2 with their high beams, as if to say, "Run faster if you can. I'll just watch you play." A small donkey is just a small donkey after all, and 100 yards is already its limit. But for cars, 100 yards is just the beginning, a warm-up at best. There was no way out. Su Lei could only turn the car around and rush into the side alley. Although the speed of the car dropped, The car could not get in at all due to the confines of the alley, and it was considered a temporary getaway. Su Lei then said worriedly, "Brother Shen, you're not messing with someone, are you? That car is enough to buy my life. We can't afford to mess with it. What can we do now? I can't die. If I die, who will take care of my house full of wives?" Seeing this, Lu Shen comforted him. "Don't worry, it's not what you think. It's just that the person in that car probably wants to smack me right now. That's why we have to run. I'm telling you, the woman sitting in that car is the devil. She's in a bad mood right now. She'll definitely smack you too." Hearing this, Su Lei silently increased his speed. The little donkey quickly dashed out of the narrow alley. Yet before the two could catch their breath, blinding headlights shot up from both sides of the road almost simultaneously. Two black BMWs blocked the exit and entrance to the road. This road is a one-way street, a car across the middle of the road, although there is still a small gap. But once the small electric donkey rushes over, the car only need to step on the gas lightly, can block the gap. The worst that can happen is a two-car collision. As for the people in the car, they're on their own. Now Lu Shen and Su Lei are like turtles in a jar. There is no way to retreat. Su Lei, "Brother Shen, what now?" Thinking of the helplessness he felt yesterday when he was chained up, Lu Shen's heart was hardened at that moment and he gritted his teeth. Straight through. Big deal is lying in the hospital for half a month. Son. Su Lei pinched the brakes while starting to continuously increase the power. The body of the car shook slightly as a result, and the next second, as the brake was released, the little donkey sprinted toward the intersection on the right as if it were an arrow off the string. This side happens to be guarded by Big Black and Two Black. Looking at the small electric donkey that rushed in rapidly, the two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. "What should we do? Miss said we can't hurt Mr. Lu or our wages will be docked. What else can I do? Release them. Failure to arrest someone is at most a reprimand, but if they accidentally hurt Lu Shen, then I'm afraid that the two of them wouldn't end up in a good place." The pink electric donkey had already rushed closer as he spoke. Seeing that the two in the car did not react, Su Lei, who was sitting in the front, breathed a sigh of relief, and when his afterglow caught a glimpse of something, his eyes snapped wide open and he hurriedly opened his mouth. "Not good, Brother Shen. Hold on tight." "What?" Without waiting for Lu Shen to react, the body shook violently, and the entire small electric donkey flew directly off the ground. Turns out the BMW was behind a speed bump, but it was hard to spot because of the darkness. Rushing over a speed bump at nearly 90 yards, even a car would shake twice, let alone a tiny electric donkey. Luckily, Su Lei relied on his size advantage to keep the body, but Lu Shen, who was sitting in the back unsuspecting, was not so lucky. His entire body was directly sent flying upside down, his body tilted back and his mouth hanging open. Next to him, Da Hei was a little regretful when he suddenly heard something moving, followed by shadows enveloping him. He looked up and subconsciously opened his arms. Lu Shen fell steadily into his arms, with four eyes facing each other. The atmosphere around them was incredibly awkward. Lu Shen greeted resentfully, "Hi, good evening." The next second, the rag was shoved into his mouth and the whole man was immediately subdued. Resisting in vain, Lu Shen hurriedly threw a look of help towards his good brother. Su Lei, who had already stabilized the car, saw this scene, but he was touched. "Even if it means sacrificing yourself to let me escape from my misery, Hockey Sink, you are worthy of being my best and closest friend." With that, he firmly turned around and fled the scene at full speed on his little electric donkey, moving with such fluidity. Lu Shen could only watch him leave, his eyes desperate and somewhat wanting to curse. "Asshole, you come back here." Chapter 7, Xia Hanxue's mother comes to the door. Night, Rocky Creek Hotel. In one of the VIP rooms, the table was already filled with delicious meals, and Su Wancheng, dressed in professional attire, waited quietly. Soon, with a footstep, the door to the private room opened. Rubbing his ass, Lu Shen reluctantly walked in. "Hey, are you sick with something serious? I told you I didn't want to come, and you sent so many people to bring me here. Do you have any idea how much my ass is hurting over this?" Upon hearing this, Su Wancheng then looked up and glanced at him. She trailed off. "Now that you know it hurts, you better behave next time." Immediately after, Su Wancheng told all the things she had investigated in the past 2 days, as well as what she had encountered 3 years ago. "The photos are fake. The other guy is fake. It's all a setup. It's being set up." Su Wancheng looked up at him. "I told you why you were acting weird during that time. I think my dad said something to you in private without me knowing, right?" Lu Shen didn't say anything, but he didn't deny it either. It was true what happened, and even lying about it wouldn't help. With the woman's mind, few things could be hidden from her if she wanted to find out. Su Wancheng's father, who had approached him 3 years ago, had struck him to the core, especially after knowing Su Wancheng's true identity. That inferiority complex had reached its peak. The daughter of the richest man in Zhengcheng, skilled in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, enrolled in Jiangcheng University as a provincial top student, is destined to become the top of the country's handful of people in the future. And him? Born in the countryside, her academic performance is barely in the top 10 in the city, and the only thing she is good at is knowing a little bit of the family's medical skills. Facing Xia Hanshue's stream, he was still able to maintain his confidence, but in front of a famous family like the Su family, everything about him seemed so pale and powerless, whether it was his past, present, or future. Su Wanqing read his thoughts at a glance and waved at him. Shen, come here for a moment. What the hell? Lucian walked over suspiciously. In the next second, Su Wanqing landed a hard slap on his head. The sound was crisp and accompanied by a miserable scream. Lucian hurriedly pulled away, covered his swollen head, and glared at him. What are you hitting me for? Su Wanqing glared back with an even fiercer look. Beat you because you're stupid. Why didn't you discuss this with me in the first place? But if you had called me even one time, I wouldn't have gotten so angry that I left the country. Let things become like this now. Spare her, who had always been calm. She was also infuriated at the moment. After 2 years of education, her boyfriend was about to get food, but her own father was able to stir things up and delayed her for 3 years. If not for that, I'm afraid that she would have long been married to Lucian by now, and even have a child. The more she thought about it, the angrier Su Wanqing decided to turn her anger into appetite. She glared at Lucian. What are you looking at? Come and eat. Lucian now dare not dip her mold. Would like to sit across the round table, but a murderous gaze came. He had to honestly sit down beside Su Wanqing. He used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of beef that had been stir-fried, and just as he was about to put it into his mouth, he saw the ghostly gaze of the person beside him. What for? Su Wanqing said expressionlessly. In the past, when you ate, you always fed me a bite first. Lucian, who heard this, had some toothache, so he had to bring the meat to her mouth. And only then did Su Wanqing satisfy herself by taking small bites. I'll have that pancetta, and that marinated chicken thigh. Eating so much meat, aren't you afraid of turning into a fat girl? It's up to you. If you dare to call me fat again, beware, I'll have Big Black and Two Black hang you up and beat you. Nice guy. That took a trip out of the country and turned straight into a violent maniac. In a trance, Lucian felt as if he and Su Wanqing had changed back to the way they were before. Time passed slowly, and the night outside the window grew deeper and deeper. It wasn't until the meal was over that Su Wanqing was willing to let Lucian go and let the driver send him away. She stood on the curb and watched the car in the distance, the corners of her lips curving up in a subtle curve. Ah Shen, let you be free and happy for a while first. When I take care of things at home, you'll never want to leave me again. Big Black, who was standing beside him, remembered something and said silently, by the way, miss, there's something I forgot to tell you. Mister. Lu said on the phone this afternoon that he's a married man, which is true. He's been married once in the past 3 years, and just divorced 2 days ago. The original somewhat ambiguous atmosphere instantly froze. The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees because of these words, making people feel a chill down their backs. The smile on Su Wanqing's face had disappeared as she coldly said, Big Black, now, get me that dog, man. Early the next morning, inside Xia Hanshue's private villa, in order to celebrate Su Ziqian's return to China, Xia Hanshue and he didn't even go home last night, but instead played with Su Ziqian's group of friends at the bar all night until dawn. Xia Hanshue, whose head was a bit dazed, pushed open the door of her home, because it hadn't been cleaned up in the past 2 days. The living room was a bit cluttered, shoes were casually thrown in the doorway, and an unspeakable stench was faintly emanating from the kitchen. It's a sour odor that only comes from a clogged drain. The couch sat an exquisitely dressed noblewoman, and Xia Hanshue, who had just entered the house. After seeing the person sitting on the sofa, her head cleared up in shock and she stood frozen in the doorway. Han Yuki, what's wrong with you? Su Ziqian was wondering why she was standing still, and following his gaze, he similarly made no move. Xia Hanshue squeezed out a smile on her face and spoke with difficulty. Mom, what are you doing here? And you didn't tell me in advance. I didn't prepare anything. Xia Hanshue's mother, Zhang Hongxia, snorted coldly, threw the searched divorce certificate on the coffee table, and got up in an angry rage. Still, how did I get here? If I don't come, how long are you going to keep this from me? Who gave you permission to divorce Shun? And a fake marriage, just for this two-timer? Xia Hanshue, you've really come out on top. Both of them did not expect that Zhang mother would suddenly kill the door, and were completely unprepared. Auntie, Su Ziqian stepped forward. You shut up. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by Zhang Hongxia, who continued to look at her daughter, especially when she smelled the two of them, and reprimanded even more angrily. Take a good look at your virtue now. Smells like cigarettes and alcohol. You stay out with this kid at night as soon as he comes back to the country. And this messy house. How can it even look like a home? Are you trying to piss me off before you're satisfied? I'm warning you, Xia Hanxue, separate from this brat right now. If you guys have to be together, in the future you won't be able to use half a dime of your family's money. Chapter 8 Su Wanqing's Extra Reward. Zhang Hongxia's attitude was very resolute. At first she didn't believe it when she received the news from Lu Shen. After all, in the eyes of the people around her, Lu Shen and Xia Hanxue were always in love. Simply a golden child. And you're telling me they were married under false pretenses? So she came to find out for herself, and ended up waiting all night for the two to return until dawn. The anger that had been accumulating overnight finally exploded completely at this moment. Who wouldn't be angry that her son-in-law, whom she had found with great difficulty, had just disappeared like that? Perhaps it was because her sweetheart was right next to her. Xia Hanxue rarely topped off her mouth and said in a disgruntled manner, "Mom, who I'm with is my business. Can you just stay out of it? What's so good about Lu Shen? At most, he can cook a little and knows a little about nursing. What else does he have? Ziqian is from a top university. He's a few steps ahead of Lu Shen." Zhang Hongxia was exasperated and laughed, pointing her finger at Su Ziqian who was hiding behind her daughter. "Is that how he lied to you? Do you know that this kid's family went bankrupt in the first year he went abroad? And he hangs out in bars and clubs every day doing odd jobs, and finally got expelled from school for hooking up with multiple female classmates at the same time. Wake up, he's running after our Xia family fortune." As soon as these words came out, Su Ziqian's face changed, not realizing that Mother Zhang actually knew even this. And Xia Hanxue, who saw this reaction of his, how could she still not be clear about the truthfulness of these words? And her face turned white as she couldn't say anything. But think about it, to be able to mix in society for so many years, who was not a little cute? Not to mention that it was the Xia family who had killed their way out from nothing in the first place. This bit of Su Ziqian's tactics could at most fool the simple Xia Hanxue. In front of the experienced Zhang Hongxia, it is simply not enough to look at. As long as a little use of connections, you can find out these things. After waiting all night she was also tired. Before leaving, Zhang Hongxia did not forget to warn, "Your father and I are not going to accept this boy. If you separate from him, you will still be my good daughter. As for Sink's side, I'll do my best to redeem myself. But if you still persist, be prepared to be kicked out of your house." After saying that, Zhang Hongxia gave a cold snort before getting up and leaving the villa. After she had gone, an eerie silence fell over the living room for a moment, and the atmosphere was unmistakably subtle. "Hanxue, let me explain." Su Ziqian tried to pull Xia Hanxue's hand, but was silently dodged by the latter, clearly a little angry. Anyone who is cheated will be angry. At least, Lu Shen has never deceived her in these 3 years, except for that photo thing. Su Ziqian knew that if he didn't do something, he would really have no chance at all. His eyes rolled and he came up with a plan in a hurry. In the next second, he showed a look of self-condemnation. "I'm sorry, Hanxue, I really didn't mean to lie to you. I really don't want you to know about my embarrassing past. I'm afraid you'll dislike me if you know. Every day I've lived since leaving the country has been incredibly torturous. In addition to my demanding classes during the day, I had to work odd jobs at bar clubs every night to pay my tuition, and sometimes I had to get up early to help out at the breakfast place, and I slept less than 6 hours. I'm doing all this for you. My aunts and uncles didn't support me in the first place, and now that my family has no money, they look down on me even more, and the only way to get them to look up to me is if I graduate from school." Hearing this, the originally angry Xia Hanxue had been vaguely moved, and she opened her mouth with difficulty. "What about hooking up with a girl from school?" Seeing that there was a show, Su Ziqian inwardly rejoiced and hurriedly lied without blushing. "It's all about tuition. You also know that I look okay, so there are girls who want me to pretend to be their boyfriends. But don't worry, I've always been loyal to you. Just pretending. The rest of the things that cross the line have never been done. So it is." Xia Hanxue was relieved in her heart, already believing his words. She had too much of a favorable impression of Su Ziqian in her heart, and coupled with her mother's harsh tone just now, it caused her to develop a rebellious mentality, and this was just the right reason to make her heart accept it. "Well, I'll trust you for now. Don't you ever go back to those things again? If you're short of money just tell me, and as for my parents, I'll think of something else." "Well, Han Yuki, thank you." "Fool, do we need to be thanked for our relationship? As long as you don't betray me, I will always stand by your side." "Woohoo! Sister, what I just said is all true. That's Xia Hanxue and I really are just fake married. If I tell half a lie, I will not be allowed to die. You know the character of my Lu person. It's not much to call it good, but it's a flower to see." Seeing that he was going to say more, Su Wanqing breathlessly reached out to stop him. She couldn't figure out how she had fallen for such a living treasure in the first place. He's obviously handsome when he's serious, but he likes to be. After learning that Lu Shen had actually been married to another woman, Su Wanqing had someone arrest him that morning. Lucian also gave a very honest account of what happened. Definitely not because there were two burly men behind them, much less because they had shovels and ropes in their hands. This is going to be a luxury to not be honest. I'm afraid to even lie down on a board. Alright, I knew all this last night. Su Wanqing rubbed her eyebrows. At those words, Lucian froze for 2 seconds, then stood up angrily. Q. Why are you asking me when you know? And bring me here early in the morning. Are you human? Do you realize that not getting enough sleep is very bad for one's body? Knowing that he wouldn't be buried in the dirt, Lucian naturally hardened up. In response, Su Wanqing only laughed coldly. If I hadn't vaguely guessed, you would have been buried last night and would still be seeing the sun today? She got up from the couch and stretched, her tone lazy. Well, that's about it for early morning entertainment. Don't you know how to make some kind of medicinal bath? Go upstairs and put the soaking water on for me and get my breakfast ready. Then you can go. This dog man actually worked as a full-time cook for another woman for 3 years, which was a benefit that only she could enjoy, and now she has to enjoy it back. Who am I to listen to you? Lucian glared in dissatisfaction. I won't let you work for nothing. I'll tell you what. I'll count you $2,000 for half an hour. 2,000 for half an hour. Wouldn't that be 4,000 for an hour? Lucian's eyes lit up. It was emotionally good to have money to earn. He makes his money by skill, which is not shabby. And anyway, the woman has plenty of money. So who would be idle with money? Okay, boss, wait a moment. I'll go now. Wait. Su Wanqing suddenly called out to Lucian, who was going upstairs. What's wrong? Lucian had just turned around when he felt a fragrant breeze coming over him. His lips felt like they were covered by soft strawberry-flavored jelly, and when he saw Su Wanqing in front of him, his eyes instantly widened. Her two ferocious globes were squeezed tightly. Lucian only felt a softness in front of his chest, and the whole person seemed to be in heaven. Big Black and Second Black had the sense to take their tools and leave the villa. For a long time, the lips parted. At this time, Su Wanqing hooked her hands around Lucian's neck, looking down at the deep career line that appeared and disappeared, and her delicate and flawless cheeks quietly climbed up a touch of scarlet. Her eyes were mesmerizing and her accent was soft as she blew a fragrant breeze in his ear. It's an added bonus that I'm giving you privately, as long as you behave yourself from now on. She didn't say the latter explicitly, but it was no different than saying it. A moment later, Lucian walked up the stairs with a red face. Footsteps have never been lighter. Chapter 9, Mom calls to confront her. As a top 3 villa area in Zhangcheng, there are only 30 villas in the water capital mansion, all decorated in different styles, but they are not for sale, but for gift. The owners of each set of villas had extremely extraordinary backgrounds. Almost all of them are leaders in their respective industries, and Su Wanqing's set is in typical Chinese style. In front of the yard is a courtyard paved with marble, which contains ponds and gardens, while the roofs of the houses are made of tile paving, resembling ancient architecture and grandeur. The bathroom was already stocked with the necessary ingredients for the medicinal bath. First, he unscrewed the faucet to release hot water. Then Lucian put the herbs into the hot water one by one according to the proportion of each herb, and finally added some milk. It was different from the medicinal bath at the bathhouse because the quality of the herbs provided by Su Wanqing was significantly better, and the effect was naturally better. Soon the water gradually whitened, emitting a faint fragrance, which was mixed with a little bitterness. After doing this, Lucian breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to go downstairs to get breakfast ready when the cell phone in his pocket rang with incoming calls. Remarks, Mom. It's going to be over. Needless to say, it must be Mom who got some news and called to make a complaint. As expected, Lucian just picked up the phone. The familiar roar of Hito came from the other end of the line. Lucian, you little brat are trying to turn the tables. My mother is not easy for you to find such a beautiful wife. People Hanchue people gentle character is also good. You even left with others. You in the end want to do. What? Even if it wasn't on speakerphone. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to reach the entire villa. Because of the acting, in the second old man's impression, Xia Hanchue was the kind of lady of the house, a proper superior daughter-in-law. How can you not be angry when you are now suddenly divorced? When the other end finished yelling, Lucian then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Mom, it's not like I'm to blame for this. MS. Lee on the other end grunted coldly. You'd better explain yourself to me, or I'll call a car right now and have to go over there and beat your ass. Lucian had to tell the truth about the fake marriage he had agreed to with Xia Hanchue back then. Finally, he sighed. Mom, you take someone as your daughter-in-law, but she may not really take you as her mother in her heart. Xia Hanchue has always had a favorite. Now she waited. Why do we have to go up to join in the fun? Our old Lu family is not so lowly, right? There was silence on the other end. Far away in a small mountain village on the outskirts of Zhangcheng, with a beautiful setting, surrounded by mountains and only half an hour from the city, it can be a perfect place to retire. Among a group of short houses, a small, exquisitely decorated two-story building stood out. On the second-floor balcony, Li Huihui listened to what her son said on the other end and was shocked for a long time. Zhang Hongxia only told her that it was a conflict between the young couple, and she thought that her son had made a mistake. So she made this phone call to ask for trouble, but she didn't expect it to be like this. Hoping that her baby boy has been a backup for someone for the past 3 years? People come back and run off with other people, but when they don't come back, they stay with her son all the time. What do you take her son for? Li Huihui burst into a rage and cursed with her cell phone. I can't see that Xia family girl is actually such a person. At first this marriage or his old Xia family begged to book it, so it is a set in the face and a set in the back. This is the old mother as a monkey? Also wasted 3 years of my son's time. No, I have to find them. She was already an acute person, and at this moment, when she learned that she had been tricked, she immediately had to carry her weapon and go to the door. Fortunately, Lu Jianming, who had been listening in, stopped her and persuaded her kindly. Take it easy, what's the point of you going now? And I understand the character of that old Xia guy. Maybe it's someone else's girl who took it upon herself. To put it bluntly, if you hadn't forced your son to get married quickly in the first place, you wouldn't have caused this mess. Words. Li Huihui glared at her husband in dissatisfaction. I didn't do it for my son's sake. Who knew that girl was this kind of person? Lu Xin on the other end of the phone also persuaded. Yeah mom, just don't go getting uncomfortable. Let bygones be bygones. With your son's condition in mind, do I still worry about finding a wife? It's only a few years too late. Lu nodded approvingly. That's right, you shouldn't worry about it from now on. Hearing the father and son say this, Li Huihui sighed, which made her sit down again without speaking again. She was also thinking of using her experience to make her son happy, but now it seems that past experiences, after all, are past and not always right, and the children have to make their own way. Thinking that way relieved some of her hard feelings. At this time, a lazy female voice came from the other end of the phone. Shin, did you put my bath water on? Aha! Hearing the voice that came out of nowhere, the couple looked at each other in disbelief, and it was clear that it was not a hallucination. Lu Xin's voice on the other end was a bit flustered. You, how did you get in here? Mom and Dad, enough about that, I have things to do here, so I'll hang up now. With that, the phone hung up immediately. The atmosphere in the balcony was somewhat subtle. It was only after half a minute that Motherly offered. Why don't we wait for a couple of days and we'll go to our son's place? Lu Jianming, who had always disliked going out, nodded his head in rare agreement. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. Such a hot day is undoubtedly a good day to take a bath. Not even 2 o'clock. The moon bath business has been full. Only a few luxury single room is still empty. When Lu Xin walked into the interior of the bathhouse, Su Lei, who was at the counter touching the fish and playing the game, said with a surprised face, "Huh, old Lu, you're not dead?" Lu Xin, who was still in a good mood, immediately had his face blackened. I do want to rip your sexy little mouth off. Do you want me dead so badly? I'm still not done with you from yesterday when you ran off without me. Hey, you're fine. The baths have an automatic temperature adjustment system, and you only need to clean the baths and prepare the medicinal bath materials before you go to work every day, so you don't need to use many people. Take your time, give me the keys and I'll go upstairs and catch up on my sleep. Here, getting the key, Lu Xin yawned tiredly and headed upstairs. Yesterday was that crazy woman grabbed to eat, would have slept late, today was also pulled up early in the morning, and is to get a bubble bath water and is to do breakfast. Can be tired him enough? The first floor of the bathhouse is mainly for soaking, while the second floor has been built as a hotel, specializing in serving those who soak too late and don't want to go home, or those who have traveled a long way to get here. The price is also quite affordable. For example, a single room is usually only $50 one night, while on holidays, it is going up to $150 one night, much more conscientious than some scenic spots. Only 3 times, the second floor corridor was incredibly quiet. There would be no one there at all. Lu Xin just walked up to the second floor, fixed his eyes and found Jiang Dahai lying on the floor not far away, his face pale and weak, and the quilt was scattered and fell beside him. His pupils suddenly shrunk and he cried out in shock. Uncle Jiang. Chapter 10 Asian. You also don't want Uncle Jiang because, hot afternoon, outside a certain ward of the First People's Hospital in Zhangcheng, the doctor just came out of the ward. Lu Xin was about to go up and inquire about the situation when the doctor mistook him for the patient's son and immediately spoke out in reproach. What is the matter with you as children? The patient has an advanced brain tumor, and he was told to come to the hospital for treatment a long time ago, and it's amazing that he put it off until now, and now the situation is very unpromising. The doctor went on and on about the situation. It was only then that Lu Xin realized that Uncle Jiang had actually found out that he had a brain tumor half a year ago, only that the situation was not as serious as it is now. The condition might have gotten better if it had been treated aggressively at the time. Anyway, prepare your families, I've already said what needs to be said. The doctor finished with a sighing shake of his head and turned away. After he left, Lucian pushed the door and walked into the hospital room. The comatose Jiang Dahai has woken up. Now lying on the hospital bed, his face is also a bit rosy. He saw Lucian came in and asked the first words, "Does Luna know about me?" Lucian shook his head. At that time, the situation was so urgent that there was no time to inform Jiang Xiaoye. Learning that his daughter did not know, Jiang Dahai was relieved. Hanging heart fell. Immediately afterward, he sighed. Originally did not want to let you know. Did not expect. Alas, people are old, ultimately not useful. Lucian opened his mouth unwillingly. Uncle Jiang, it's not yet time to despair. Now actively accept the hospital's treatment. May still be able to. Without waiting to finish, Jiang Dahai shook his head. I know my own body. The people at the hospital did tell me before to stay in time to receive treatment. But as you know, with a brain problem, the odds of a successful operation are pitifully small. In that case, it would be better to keep this money for Xiaoyu so that she can live a better life in the future. Speaking here, Jiang Dahai looked at Lucian, his gaze carrying a prayer. Sink, can uncle ask you something? At those words, Lucian knew what he wanted to say and nodded with difficulty. I won't tell Xiaoyu about this. Don't worry, but you have to promise me one thing too. You have to try the surgery. In case it works, the doctor has just made it very clear. With Uncle Zhong's current physical condition, he can live for another 3 months at most, and the probability of the surgery being successful is less than 10%. Damn, it's off to the side of malignant tumors. Okay, I promise. After cleaning up a bit, looking for the doctor to get some medicine to suppress the headache, as well as making an appointment for the surgery, Lucian then assisted Uncle Jiang to leave the hospital. Uncle Jiang had treated him well over the past 2 years and had even enlightened him in the beginning, so he would leave no stone unturned where he could help. It's night. Su Wanqing, who had finished her day's work, tiredly took the car back to Water Capital Mansion. She headed for the house, thinking to herself, if only Shin was there, a snort or a hug would certainly lift his spirits. I'll have to get him to move in as soon as I can once I'm done with the house, so I can see him every day. Su Wanqing thought so and pushed open the door of the villa. The table in the living room was filled with delicious meals. Unlike the usual luxurious cuisine, they were all very plain and home-cooked, but they looked very appetizing. A figure in an apron walked out of the kitchen. Lucian set the last bowl of soup on the table, looked at the 10 specialty dishes on the table, and nodded with satisfaction. Happening to look up and see Su Wanqing standing in the doorway, he laughed. You're back. Hurry over for dinner. Su Wanqing cautiously glanced at the door number. Well, it's not wrong, it's her house. Her footsteps were immediately much lighter, and she walked to the dining table ignoring Lucian's reaction, and went forward to hug him tightly, sucking hard on his neck. Immediately, most of the energy was restored, and even the fatigue from work was swept away. Sink's body smells so good. Lucian had gotten a little used to her sudden intimate gestures. After all, she used to be much bolder and had to be kissed every day. Soon, Su Wanqing sat down at the dining table, and she gave Lucian a look. Lucian blankly eyed her, picked up the bowls and chopsticks and began to feed little Su. Su Wanqing ate a mouthful of meat beautifully, chewing as she did so. Say, what is it? With Lucian's character suddenly coming to the door and preparing such a large table of dishes, it was obvious that he had encountered some kind of trouble, otherwise he could not have behaved so well. Lucian described Uncle John's matter briefly. You have a wide network of connections. I want you to help find a more powerful doctor for Uncle Jiang so that the success rate can be a lot higher. Well, what about the reward? Hearing that Su Wanqing actually asked for a reward, Lucian froze, not knowing what to say. No, you're asking me for a reward for something that you can give a single word? The point is, you can't look at the 2 subs in my pocket. The corner of Su Wanqing's mouth curled up slightly as she reached out and cupped Lucian's chin, looking closer towards him and said with a smile in his ear, equivalent exchange is the unchanging law of this world. You're not my man now, so why should I help you for free? Or do you think I'm one of those stupid white sweeties who has to go out of my way to help you because I like you? Lucian, then what do you want? You can't see what I have. Seeing this guy playing dumb and not going up, Su Wanqing blew a mouthful of aroma in his ear. Stay here tonight. The bed in my room is pretty big, and it gets a little lonely for one person. For 2, it's just right. Shin, you don't want Uncle Jiang to be unable to find a good doctor and then leave his newly adult daughter behind and scatter, do you? Threats. Naked threats. Brother is talking to you about a serious matter, and you are actually coveting brother's body. I didn't realize you were such a woman. Lucian looks like the kind of rich and noble I will be lustful, poor and lowly I will be moved, mighty I will be bent, colorful and seductive I will be subordinate, give money and I will be sold, and if I don't fight, I will beckon. The people? Lucian got up in exasperation. Behind him, Su Wanqing was curious. Where are you going? He didn't have the heart to turn around and rage back. Where else? Upstairs for a shower. Su Wanqing covered her mouth and laughed out softly, her smile bright and moving as she secretly said. It seemed that Shin still didn't know about his family's past, or else he wouldn't have come to her over a trivial matter of this magnitude, and was really looking forward to his face when he realized the truth. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but speed up her meal. After all, tonight she'd finally get to enjoy herself. Chapter 11, A Disturbance at the Bathhouse. Early the next morning, a blinding ray of sunlight hit the bed. Lucian opened his eyes in a daze. His eyes were a snowy white color, and his eyes widened at once, only to see that he was currently being wrapped around Su Wanqing like a hugging pillow. She was wearing her pajamas and the snowy whites of her breasts were greatly on display. Lucian's face was almost pressed against her breasts. Last night the two of them didn't do anything. The reason? Naturally because by the time Su Wanqing went upstairs, Lucian was already lying asleep under the covers, so she had to settle for second best. The whole night was spent sleeping with Lucian in his arms. Lucian secretly set a sin in his heart. What man can resist this temptation in the early morning, especially those snowy legs wrapped around the waist? He did not dare to look more. Endured the feeling of blood spurting gently climbed up from the bed. The whole time did not dare to make any noise, for fear of waking up Su Wanqing and then let him make up. After picking up the clothes that fell on the floor and putting them on, Lucian quietly left the room. After he left, Su Wanqing, who was originally sleeping on the bed, opened her eyes. She had woken up when Lucian got up, just to see how the guy would react. She couldn't help but sigh. What a deadbeat man. I wouldn't blame you even if you did something secretly while I was sleeping. As soon as Lucian, who accompanied her to bed, left, Su Wanqing also lost her mind to sleep and got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom with her bare feet. As she walked, she undid the suspenders of her nightgown. As the halter straps unraveled on both sides, the nightgown slipped silky smooth down her delicate body and fell to the floor. The sound of clattering water soon came from the bathroom. It was a full half hour before the bathroom door opened again. Su Wanqing wrapped her bath towel and walked to the closet, taking out a black half-sleeved long dress from it and changing into it before she went downstairs. Wearing this dress added some nobility to her cool demeanor. A porridge and breakfast covered the dining room table in the downstairs living room. Seeing her descend the stairs, the old butler lifted the lid and smiled. Miss, this is the medicinal meal that Mr. Lu specially cooked for you before he left, saying that eating it would be good for your skin. It's still hot. Su Wanqing sat down in front of the dining table with more smiles on her face. The regret of not getting to eat last night has calmed down a lot. Count on this guy having some sincerity. Auntie Lai, get ready. I'm going back to the old mansion today. Right. And find me a sharper kitchen knife. After leaving Su Wanqing's villa, Lucian took an early car ride to the moon bath. Before he could go in, he heard a fierce argument coming from inside, as well as the movement of smashing things. At the counter of the bathhouse, regular customers who had come early to take a dip stood by and were pointing at a scene not far away. At the door of the changing room, 3 topless Hans were arguing. They all had all kinds of tattoos on their bodies, looking very oozy, and they looked like they were mixed up in the society. Zhang Dahai went to the hospital early in the morning to receive a preoperative examination and was not in the store. The two people, Zhang Xiaoye and Su Lei, anxiously explained, but they simply couldn't compete with each other. Someone who had just arrived wondered, what's everyone doing around here without a bath? An older man had been there since the beginning and immediately explained at the sound of his voice. I do not know where the 3 social gangsters, Soak out of the bath said to where the gold necklace lost. Nan said it was Xiao Yu and the store people stole. Just want them to pay for it. Yes, and he's asking for $2 million. Or not to say uneducated really terrible it. $2 million of gold to wear on the neck. He does not mind strangling the neck. It is obvious that he wants to take advantage of the opportunity to extort. Isn't there surveillance in the men's changing room? Where's the surveillance? It seems to be broken. The leader of the gangsters with a green dragon tattooed on his bladder coldly grunted. Little girl, if your bathhouse doesn't pay up today, don't blame me for calling someone to smash your bathhouse. It's not like we stole your gold chain. You guys are obviously blackmailing on purpose. Zhang Xiaoye was not convinced. Su Lei could not even pull her. Not that he was afraid. Rather, the other side of the crowd, once really started, rely on him as simply cannot top. These old customers see the situation is not good, but also will only do birds and beasts scattered, will not care. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoye was actually so stubborn, the strong man in the lead was ready to make a move. When Lucian walked out from the crowd with a smile to round off the scene. Wait, big brother, a few of you don't get angry first. The little girl doesn't know what's going on. I'm the person in charge of the store. What's going on? You guys talk to me. The head gangster glanced at Lucian. Are you the steward here? Just in time. I lost my gold chain in your bathhouse. Pay for it. Jiang Xiaoye seemed to have found her backbone and complained in a dissatisfied manner. Sink, they're lying. The surveillance in our changing room has always been in good order. It's serviced every week, and it just broke down when they arrived and lost the gold chain. What in the world could be so coincidental? The crowd of onlookers nodded approvingly. It was indeed a bit too coincidental that these two things happened at the same time. Not to mention the reputation of the moon baths. We all know it in our hearts, and we simply can't do such a thing. Hey you damned girl, I think you owe me a beating. Big brothers. There is something to discuss. Lucian hurriedly stopped him with a smile. After giving Fatty a wink, he suddenly made his move. With all his strength, he kicked out and kicked the head gangster in the crotch. The tattooed man's eyes widened, his mouth opened into an O shape, and he fell to his knees in pain, losing his ability to resist. Miserable howls instantly spread throughout the bathhouse. The crowd of onlookers, most of whom were men, saw the kick and, with immense sympathy, sucked in a breath of cold air and silently clenched their legs. Who says men can't empathize? This feels like it hurts just to look at it. After Lucian made his move, Su Lei saw the opportunity for the two remaining people to freeze and directly aimed at one of them, charging at full speed and unleashing his ultimate move. Tai, look at my Tarzan's peak. The fat body slammed towards the thinner of the group. The latter froze and subconsciously sidestepped to avoid it. This is not hide, okay? A hide cannot control the direction of the Su Lei can be miserable. A head hit the wall. Before he fell unconscious, he stared at the man dead in the face and gasped. How can you dodge? He said he closed his eyes and knocked himself out alive. The man looked innocent. You all saw it. It's his own fault for crashing into it, and it's none of my business if he dies. Even Lucian was speechless. You damn well are really good at dropping the ball at critical times. What could have been a 2-4-1 scene has hardened into a 1-4-2. The two punks weren't stupid, and when they saw Lucian make such a decisive move, they immediately took up a stance and rushed over. Brother Shin, be careful. Jiang Xiaoye, who was on the side, exclaimed. Facing the two men rushing at him, Lucian didn't go hard, but cautiously took 2 steps back, casually took a broomstick and poked it at the crotch of one of the men. However, the punk who had been prepared for this was quick-witted enough to grab the broom with both hands and sneer. Oh, don't think you can pull off the same trick twice. He was answered by a flying kick from Lucian. Ata! The kick hit him precisely in the face and sent the man flying straight out. The companion beside him took the opportunity to stretch out his hands towards Lucian's neck and grabbed it, which unexpectedly he suddenly squatted down. Immediately after, the mixer felt a sharp pain coming from his lower body. His body weakly fell to the ground, wanting to cry. Ai chow. You kid, shame on you. This is a move that specializes in attacking people's underhandedness, and it's so devious that it has no bounds. Humph, what's a face? Can you eat it? Successful sneak attack. Lucian was about to touch his nose in triumph, remembered that this hand had just stolen a peach, and put it down resentfully. At that moment, a startled cry came from Jiang Xiaoye from the side. Brother Shen, watch your back. Lucian turned around in confusion, and a brick quickly zoomed in front of his eyes, not giving him a chance to react at all. The head of the gangster who had fallen in the beginning sneered. Kid, go to hell. Boo! The brick hit Lucian's head solidly and shattered in half. He only felt the sky spinning in front of him. A drop of scarlet blood dripped down his forehead onto the floor. The onlookers finally couldn't sit still this time, although they didn't want to get into trouble. But now it wasn't a matter of wanting to or not wanting to. This is a real fight. If we keep fighting, we're going to kill people. Hurry up and call the police. If this kid dies, where can I take a bath from now on? Reported already. Don't rush. Chapter 12, Su Family Meeting. Su Wanqing carries a knife to the door. Jiangcheng, as a developed city at the level of the top 20 in the country, has many excellent enterprises, and at the same time, the whole city is also divided into new and old urban areas. Although the new towns are more accessible and have more buildings, the top local businesses are still mainly concentrated in the old towns. The advantage of the old town is reflected in the better environment, which is favored by many bosses, and it was nearing 10 a.m. In the old city center of Jiangcheng, inside a detached duplex villa built on the edge of a lake, Su Wanqing's mother, Qin Xiusheng, got up early to clean the house. As she mopped the floor, she didn't forget to admonish the babysitter. Aunt Su, don't get busy first. Hurry up and go buy some good dishes and come back. Wanqing has only been home for 3 years. I'll personally cook some hometown dishes for her today. Understood, ma'am. Immediately afterward, she twisted her head to look at her husband, who was sitting on the couch reading the newspaper, and cursed without a good reason. All you know how to do all day is read your crappy newspaper. Make a quick call to ask your daughter when she's arriving and if she's left yet. Su Donglin did not dare to touch its mold, and honestly took out his phone to send a message to Go, because he sent his daughter abroad for development. She did not return home one time in 3 years, and each time she used the excuse of being busy at work. Because of this, his wife didn't bother him much. he was not in a position to take advantage of the situation. After all, he was the one who arranged for the person to be sent out. But before he could send the message, the doorbell rang outside, and the nanny who was close by rushed to open the door. Her surprised voice came, "Miss Wanqing, you're back." Immediately afterward, she was heard to say in a puzzled tone again, "Hey, what are you doing with a kitchen knife? There are kitchen knives in the house." Hearing these words, Su Donglin, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately felt bad and hurriedly looked towards the door. Fruity, Su Wanqing, who entered the door, walked towards him at the first opportunity. The father and daughter who have not seen each other for 3 years. The atmosphere at this time is actually somewhat cozy, provided that they do not look at the chopper that Su Wanqing is carrying in her hand. "What are you? You rebellious girl, what are you doing?" Su Donglin was so scared that he hurriedly dropped the newspaper and hid behind the sofa. Su Wanqing, who was walking, sneered coldly, "You know in your own heart what you did before. What do you think I'm going to do now?" At those words, Su Donglin was furious. "How dare you? For the sake of a man, you're actually going to bring a sword to cut your father. You are the one who is wanton." Su Wanqing scolded back unwillingly, her might increasing even more. "Who let you meddle in my affairs? Do you know what kind of life I've lived these past 3 years? Dad is not doing this for your own good. That brat doesn't deserve you. I choose my husband, not you. What has it got to do with you if you're worthy or not? And you're doing it for my own good? Old Su, come over here. Anyway, it will definitely be difficult for someone as lackadaisical as you to end up in a good way in the future. So why don't I just help you out now?" Seeing the chaotic scene, the nanny stepped aside warily and worriedly. "Ma'am, this isn't something you have to manage." Shin Shoshan but calmly sipped his tea. "What's there to care? He did his own sins. When he didn't even discuss with me under the discussion, it's deserved to be chopped." When Su Donglin, who was being chased, heard this, his heart was furious. Su Wanqing was carrying a kitchen knife, which still had the nobility and elegance of the past, living like a crazy woman who only knew how to chop and slash. It was good that Su Donglin usually had insisted on exercising, and his speed was not slow. Father and daughter just stood there in the living room, the atmosphere getting heavier and heavier. Seeing that half an hour had passed, Shin mother, who had finished a cup of tea, said slowly, "Come on you two, almost there. Wanqing, you also don't scare your father. He is timid but can't withstand you to scare him so much. Later the soul will be scared out of my mother still have to be widowed." Only then did Su Wanqing, who was somewhat out of breath, stop and said indignantly, "Humph, I didn't scare him. Who let him go AWOL and even lie to me with fake photos?" Su's father didn't dare to talk back, fearing that if he said one more word, he would be chased and cut again. Shin Xiaoshan clapped her hands and rounded up for them. "Well, today Wanqing came is definitely to solve the problem. Don't make a fuss here. Sit down together and slowly discuss, and then chase down Nan to demolish my house." As you can see here, the power of speech in the family is still in the hands of Qin's mother. After 3 years, the family sat around a table again. Just after sitting down, Su Wanqing held her hands and coldly grunted, "Just one request. I want to marry Shin. If you guys don't agree, big deal. I'll elope with him." "No." Su Donglin once again stiffened. Snap dash. The chopper was placed on the table by Su Wanqing. Su's father's temper suddenly dropped a lot, and he persuaded him kindly. "Actually, it's not that Dad won't let you guys be together. It's mainly because Lu Shin, this kid, still needs a bit more refining. At least for now you can't be together. The difference in class between the two is too great. The distance is not mere money, but the eyes and the 3 views and the character that are nurtured from an early age. It may be nothing to Su Wanqing, but for Lu Shin, if he does not self-improvement is just, but he is so strong a person. A short period of time may be nothing, but once a long time in this kind of fall, without perseverance and enough courage, it will destroy him sooner or later. This was tested by Su Donglin 3 years ago, and the results are obvious. Lu Shin, who learned of Su Wanqing's true identity, chose to hide that year under tremendous pressure and low self-esteem. There was no excuse for this choice, after all. He hadn't graduated from college back then and hadn't experienced society. Hearing this, Su Wanqing said with dissatisfaction, "What more refinement is needed? These 3 years of refinement have been enough for a long time." Seeing this, Su Donglin smiled. "Then do you dare to make a bet with Dad? Let's do this. If you win I will agree to you two being together and will no longer stand in the way. If you lose, I think by then your impression of Lu Shin as a person will also be changed. Just bet." Su Wanqing agreed with alacrity. No matter when, placed in what danger, she would always trust that her Shin would stand by her side. Snap. Mother Qin smiled and clapped her hands. "Well, things have been talked about, and that's the end of what happened before. Wanqing, you haven't been home for so long. What do you want to eat for lunch? Mom personally cooks for you," which expected Su Wanqing, who had finished her business, to stand up and leave. with no intention of staying for dinner. Mom, your cooking is not good. I won't eat lunch. Shen will prepare lunch for me. The scene instantly fell into silence, and Su Donglin helplessly held his forehead. This is Ed. Unsurprisingly, the reactive Qin Xushang slapped heavily on the table, her anger flaring. Who did this damned girl just say was cooking badly? What kind of goods is that Lu Shen? A brat whose hair hasn't even grown can cook as good as what my mom cooks. A wife, you calm down. How can your cooking not be good? The nanny couldn't help but let out a sigh. You mother and daughter are really the same. Chapter 13, Crying Su Wancheng. After leaving the house, Su Wanqing ordered the driver without a moment to spare and drove to the place where Lucien worked. She had put off the company yesterday because she was going home today, and she hadn't expected things to go super well. Just the right amount of time left over for a good rest and relaxation. The moon baths are not far from the old town, only a 10-minute drive away. Around 10:30 a.m., a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the moon baths. Su Wanqing had just gotten out of the car when she saw two police cars on the opposite side of the street coming with their sirens blaring. Just as she was puzzled, three bare-chested, incomparably wretched figures ran out of the door of the bathhouse, scrambling toward the police car as if the devil was chasing behind them. When the three punks saw the police car, their expressions became visibly agitated, and they even cried and waved up their hands. Uncle Cop, we're here, come help. Oh, that guy is just crazy. I should have known better than to take this order. The money earned this time is probably not enough for the medical bills. The three were full of misery. At least 10 or so wounds on their bodies were bleeding, looking very oozing. All of them had panda eyes, as if they had suffered some kind of torture. At this moment, another figure chased out. The appearance was even more oozing than those three, with a trail of blood marks on his face, his forehead still bubbling with blood, and his eyes red. He was still flinging the iron rod in his hand as he chased after them. Asterisk 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 dish. If you guys have the ability, stop right there. If I don't get you guys killed today, I won't be called Lu. Stop right there. This person was naturally Lu Shun. After being opened with a brick by the head of the gangsters, he did not pass out, but instead, his adrenaline spiked, and the more he fought, the more energized he became. And after getting up from the ground, he even began to chase three people by himself and beat them up. His hands are even more uncontrolled, specializing in the brain and body to greet. Jiang Xiaoye and the others were unable to stop them, and it was a rush. Su Wanqing, who was standing beside the car, looked at the person who ran past her quickly in surprise, and she twisted her head to look at the two bodyguards behind her. Is that Shin? I should have seen it wrong. Big Black returned with a muffled voice. Miss, you're not wrong. That was Mr. Lu just now. At those words, Su Wanqing, who had reacted, glared angrily. Then what are you guys still standing around for? Why don't you hurry up and go get the man back? Yes, with the speed of Big Black and Second Black, they caught up with Lucien almost in the twinkling of an eye, and firmly grabbed him with a familiar maneuver. Then he sent him to Su Wanqing. Lucien still struggled a lot, but his little strength was obviously not enough in front of the two professional bodyguards. You guys get off me. He was struggling when a cold voice came to his ears. Little Shun Shun. This address was like reminding Lucien of a certain bad memory, and his body subconsciously shivered, which calmed him down. Into the eyes was Su Wanqing's gloomy face. He said in puzzlement, "What brings you here?" But before Su Wanqing had a chance to answer, Lucien fainted with both eyes rolled back. Ariai explained thoughtfully, "It should have been the combination of too much force plus a head injury that caused his body to pass out from weakness. Then hurry up and get a doctor." When Lucien opened his eyes again, he was already in Su Wanqing's bedroom. He looked at the familiar ceiling, and just as he was about to get up, his head swelled with pain and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Humph. Better stay put if you don't want to die of pain. Lucien realized that he was actually lying on Su Wanqing's lap. The wound on his forehead had also been properly bandaged, and his body had regained some strength. He was a little afraid to look directly into Su Wanqing's grudging eyes, but soon he realized something was wrong as a tear dripped onto his face and the wetness spread across his face. Looking at the red-eyed Su Wanqing, Lucien instantly panicked. "No, it's me who's hurting. What are you crying for? Don't you cry. It's not because of you." Su Wanqing punched him in the chest, but it was soft and didn't have much strength. She reddened her eyes and her voice choked. "Do you realize you almost scared me to death just now? Who told you to do something so dangerous? What would you have me do if anything happened to you?" Lucien was able to maintain his hardness in the face of the cold and domineering Su Wanqing, but in front of Su Wanqing, who was crying like this, he appeared to be at a loss for words. He hurriedly whispered and admitted his mistake. "I was wrong, okay? Don't you cry. What happened today was an accident, and if I ever get involved in anything this dangerous again, I'm a puppy. You were originally a dog man." Su Wanqing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and corrected herself with a cry. "Lucien, then if I do anything dangerous again, I'm a pig." is that alright? You would have been dumb as a pig. Hiss. Lucian didn't know for a moment if he should be angry or not. There was no way out of it. He remembered something, and against the pain he leaned his body up and pressed his lips to her soft red lips. Su Wanqing's eyes widened, not expecting this guy to take advantage of the situation. Before it was all her initiative, but this time it was Lucian who took the initiative, and this kiss was something else. Lucian used the same old method. In the past, when he was still in college, as long as Su Wanqing made a little fuss, he would give kisses. After kissing, naturally, you'll stop. The results of that time were remarkable. Of course, it still works well now. It was only for a while that Su Wanqing stopped shedding tears, and only when Lucian couldn't maintain the position and lay back down did she contentedly stick out her tongue and lick the corners of her mouth. Even so, she warned, "Stinky Shun, if you get yourself into this mess next time, you'll never leave my sight again." Yes, Lucian replied breathlessly. He had just wanted a simple kiss on the line. Who knew that this actually took the opportunity to stick out her tongue and pry open his teeth, or in that strenuous position, almost didn't give him a tired death. With such a cold and pampered girlfriend, he was afraid that he would have a hard time in the future. Within a few moments of resting, Ari knocked on the door and came in to report things. He had already learned through the police department that those three gangsters were repeat offenders who often did some blackmailing, and he was just about to do some torture interrogation when all of them confessed. Apparently he had been psychologically beaten by Lucian. The end result, it was Su Ziqian who paid for them to go to the moon baths to cause trouble, and said that it would be best to take the opportunity to beat up Lucian. The most you'll get afterward is a few days in jail. Unfortunately, they encountered the extreme husband protector Su Didi this time. Malicious extortion plus intentional assault. Don't want to get out without spending 5+ years in there. After sending a safe text message to Jiang Xiaoye and the others, Lucian then laid down on the bed to continue resting. Injured like this, I'm sure I'll have to stay here tonight. And that surname Su even paid for someone to beat him up. When he got well he had to play this kid to death. Let him know what it means. Social Lucian brother. People are ruthless. It's night. Lucian, who had finished eating, was lying on the big Simmons bed. He looked at the ceiling, only to feel a pair of feet wrapped around his waist. Su Wanqing, who had changed into her pajamas, lay beside her, her hand supporting her chin as she looked at him, smilingly. Shen, if I remember correctly, I don't think you gave me a good morning kiss this morning. Did you? Didn't we just kiss when we woke up? That one doesn't count. Lucian had a bitter look on his face. Big sister, I'm exhausted today. Just let me rest for a while, okay? A pair of hands immediately pinched his neck. Su Wanqing's face went cold. Her voice could not hear the slightest emotion. Shen, I see you've been misbehaving again. I'll give you two choices, either make up for my good morning kiss or I'll do you now. Take your pick. Eventually, Lucian closed his eyes in pain. Excuse me, what should I do if my girlfriend is too possessive? Chapter 14, Revenge. After the incident of Lucian, his fame is completely resounding around the streets and lanes. Things are more and more rumors are more and more outrageous. What did you say? 3 punks made a mess and got one-handed by that Lucian. He also intentionally took 2 bricks, and ended up chasing after those 3 punks like they were nothing. There are various versions of it, and it's become a hot topic in the bathhouse. Business has not only not been affected, but more customers have come than usual. It's kind of making a name for itself. Early morning, 9 a.m. Moon baths. A black BMW stopped, and Lucian, who was full of blood and resurrection, stepped out of the car, breathed in the air, and only felt refreshed all over. This is freedom. With that he casually wiped the strawberry mark on his neck and walked graciously into the bath, not caring about the finger pointing of the people around him. At this point Su Lei is organizing his books and calculating the bathhouse's profit for the month. His fingers flew over the keyboard so fast that all the onlookers could see were stumps. Lucian shouted at him as he approached. Fatty, don't be busy. Grab the dinner stuff and come out with me. Ha, brother Shen, you're alive again? Su Lei was a bit surprised. After all, Lucian looked seriously injured that day, and it was only 2 days ago that he was actually alive and kicking. Cut the crap and hurry up and pack. As the saying goes, it's not polite to come and go. Everyone else had given him such a big gift, how could he not return it? Su Lei took out a long sealed urea bag from under the counter, shook his head like a rattle drum and handed it over. I'm not going. I'm the one who gets beat up every time. If you want to go you can go yourself. I'm a wounded man now and the doctor won't let me do strenuous exercise. He didn't forget to point to his bandaged forehead. If he remembered correctly, the last time he used this urea bag was 1 year ago, when a drunken man caused trouble at the bathhouse and slapped Xiaoyu, and that night Lucian dragged him to the door to seek revenge. The drunk ended up in the hospital for half a month. Once the story got out, no one dared to cause trouble in the bathhouse. Even the thieves didn't dare to come. Ha! Lucian squinted at him. What if I said I was behind those 3 punks? Nanny, Su Lei was as if he was stimulated by something. His hand slapped heavily on the table, as if there were two flames burning in his eyes. He crouched down again like he was rummaging for something. By the time I got up again, I had more plastic buckets in my hand. Brother Shen, don't worry, let me go to the public restroom to borrow some piss and, oh, I thought you weren't happy to go? Did I say that? Who in the whole Jiangqing doesn't know that I, Su Lei, am as cynical as an enemy? I mussed him up. Not that I blame him for being so angry. The fight 2 days ago spread out. Su Lei is a big name. After all, the fight to knock himself out, there is no one else. Especially since someone also posted the video online and it was cut into a funny segment. Now Su Lei can be considered infamous. How does that not make him angry? With that, the two men hooked up and headed out the door. Just as Jiang Xiaoye came back from outside to buy food, she saw the two going out and was puzzled. Sink, fat ass, where are you going? Little you ah. It's fine for you to call me fatty, but can you not add the word death in front of it? How can I say that I'm also your senior? Got it, fatty. Lucian waved his hand. Xiao Yu, I'll go out with fatty to do some errands, so I'll trouble you to keep an eye on the store, and call us if anything happens. Oh okay. The two men carried their tools and rode on a small burro. Su Lei put on his helmet and said with indignation and dissatisfaction, this treatment gap is too big. Is it that hard to call me a fat brother? Ha, who let you sneak people's snacks all the time? What do you mean steal? I just can't bear to see her not eating at her young age. What nutrition can a snack have? This sinful thing, of course, has to be taken care of by me, the senior, to get rid of it. In the afternoon, in a clubhouse in Jiangcheng, Su Ziqian was singing with his former foxy friends, sitting on the sofa left and right, venting his displeasure. As for Xia Hanxue, she went to work. She was at least the head of a branch. It was always impossible for her to accompany him every day. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Someone asked with a laugh, Brother Ken, you don't look like you're in a good mood today, do you? Bothered. Go cool off to the side. Su Ziqian cursed. He had originally paid those 3 punks to teach Lucian a lesson. As a result, the lesson wasn't taught, and the 3 punks were jailed, and it cost him a ton of money to keep those guys from giving him up. The man cheerfully said, in a bad mood? Then ask your sister-in-law to come over and keep you company. It was fine if he didn't mention it, but mentioning this made Su Ziqian even more depressed. Now the Xia family, that old woman, regarded him as a thorn in his side. He would have wanted to cook rice with Xia Hanxue yesterday, so that her family and then opposed cannot say anything. The result was that Xia Hanxue rejected him. Now it's even more of a no-holds-barred situation. If this keeps up. With that thought he had no desire to play any longer, and with annoyance he got up and headed out of the bar. I'll leave you guys to yourselves. Just outside the front door of the bar, he felt a rush of urine and walked into the side alley. He had just unzipped his pants and was ready to open the floodgates when a shadow enveloped him. All he could feel was darkness falling in front of him and the strong smell of urea irritating his nostrils. What a guy! Just as he opened his mouth, a foot kicked him in the root of his life, so powerful that his body went limp with pain, and he couldn't even let out a scream. In the alley, Lu Xin and Su Lei, who had gotten their hands on him, were greeting each other vigorously. Su Lei, in particular, has a small leather whip in each of his left and right hands, swinging it with a tiger's grip, mercilessly beating on the urea bags. Phew, phew, let your ass look for trouble. See if I don't whip you so hard that your mom won't even recognize you. Also don't inquire about who your fat brother is, causing me to make such a big appearance. I want to be able to make you feel better. I don't have the surname Su. Ah, help, help, murder. Unfortunately, no one was destined to hear his pleas for help. 10 minutes passed quickly and the urea bag faded to nothing. Seeing that the fight was almost over, Lucian stopped Su Lei, who hadn't smoked enough. Come on fatty, if we keep fighting it's time for someone to die. Get your secret weapon over here and retreat after screwing up. Oh, alright, it's cheap for the kid. Su Lei put away his whip and turned around to walk out of the alley, confirming that no one was around to see him before running out. When he came back again, he had a small, heavy plastic bucket in his hand. An unspeakable stench was emanating from within it. Fortunately, Lucian was prepared and took out a mask to put on, then unlocked the mouth of the urea bag, revealing Su Ziqian, whose face was covered in red marks and had fainted. Inside, Su Lei dunked the contents of the bucket little by little while laughing. Hey, this kid is in for a treat. 10 pounds of plus 10 boxes of salted fish and a secret fertilizer from the granny's house next door would probably give him a straight-up pickle into flavor. After this was done, the two men rebundled the urea bags solidly. After mopping up the battlefield, this was quietly withdrawn. And that's just a little bit of interest that Lucian collected. The heavy lifting is yet to come. Chapter 15, Xia Hanxue's questioning at the door. That afternoon, after receiving a phone call, Xia Hanxue, who was originally working at the company, left in a hurry and drove to the hospital as fast as she could. When she arrived, Su Ziqian's foxy friends were all standing in the hallway with odd expressions. Xia Hanxue hurriedly inquired in a stern voice, "What's going on? How did Ziqian suddenly get beaten up and hospitalized?" One of them said resentfully, "Sister-in-law, we don't know what's going on. Just came out of the bar, and brother Qian is already like this. Why don't you go in and ask yourself?" Xia Hanxue angrily went forward and pushed open the door of the ward. Before even stepping in, a stench that made people want to vomit came out. The smell was like a salted fish that had been put away for decades unveiling its lid, making people's stomachs turn over. She subconsciously wanted to close the door behind her, but finally gritted her teeth and walked in. Lying on the hospital bed was bandaged into a big dumpling. Su Ziqian saw Xia Hanxue came in, immediately tearful and excited. "Hanxue, you have to do something for me." Not caring about the pain coming from his body, he said with red eyes, "It's Lucian he must have been jealous of you being with me, so he secretly asked someone to bag me while you were away and beat me up like this." These days, Xia Hanxue was already angry because her family didn't allow her to be with Su Ziqian. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Compared to Su Ziqian and Lucian, it was obvious that the former was better, so why was everyone so against it? At this moment, hearing the cries of her favorite person again, her full of anger finally exploded. Lands sinking again, she glared angrily and furiously at the few people in the hallway. "Get your asses over here and help me, and come with me to get a statement." A few people looked at each other, but still obediently walked over, opened the lock of the bed pulley, pushing the bed together toward the outside of the ward. 4 p.m. Moon baths. This is the time of the day when the baths are quiet, and the guests are generally just leaving from their baths, and will not continue to be served until at least 7 p.m. With nothing better to do, the trio of land sinkers gathered behind the counter and hacked away. Lucian played the fielding position where he excelled, and the hero was Aku, while Su Lei and Zhang Xiaoye are Piggy and Diqiao respectively. The game was already at the 30-minute white-hot stage, and if it dragged on any longer, the minions were probably going to roll over. "Fatty, hurry up and come over to open the dragon and prepare for a wave." "Xiao Yu, you go to the opponent's red zone and keep an eye on the field of vision. If the opposite side's Ghost Valley Z brings someone to grab the dragon, you directly open the dragon pit to control them." "No problem, brother Lucian. Don't worry and leave it to me." Not to Lucian's surprise, they had just beaten the big dragon down to only a third of its blood when a shot from Lupin's cannon hit, exposing their vision. Knowing that the dragon has been bloodied, Ghost Valley, who has been in ambush for a long time, directly opened the big rushed over, not knowing that it just hit Lucian's trap. Before Ghost Valley could bring his men close, Big Joe's move appeared at their feet. All 5 were briefly contained. Seeing this, Lucian's dry General Moxie on his side did not hesitate to throw light skills, directly taking away the opponent's Angela and Luban, and the remaining 3 were also beaten into the blood of the disabled. In just a few moments of work, Lucian maneuvered Ake and Su Lei to work together to harvest them one by one and take 3 kills. And taking advantage of this gap, his side shooter and mage managed to collect the big dragon. After 2 minutes, the red crystal explodes. As the victory picture appeared, Zhang Xiaoye jumped up from the bench in excitement. "Oh yeah, we're finally on silver." Su Lei scratched his head. "Seems like it's nothing to be happy about, even though we played more than 20 hands to get up there." Just as Zhang Xiaoye was staring at him with eyes full of grudges, a sharp sound of brakes came from outside the door. As Lucian twisted his head in confusion, a familiar and angry voice came in through the door. "Land, sink!" Xia Hanxue burst in angrily. Her red eyes swept over Su Lei and Zhang Xiaoye before finally settling on Lucian. She didn't say anything nonsense and stepped forward quickly, raising her hand at the same time. The harsh slap was mixed with the sound of wind, and he saw that he was about to hit Lucian's face, but he was firmly grabbed by a hand on his wrist. Lucian easily grabbed her hand and scratched her ear, then slapped it back without hesitation. "I didn't use my full strength, but I used half of my strength." Snap dash. The sound of a crisp slap echoed in the lobby, and Zhang Xiaoye's mouth opened wide in surprise. As for the right side of Xia Hanxue's face, a bright red 5-fingered mountain appeared more than visible to the naked eye, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Ever since she was a little girl, no one dared to hit her, and Lucian dared to hit her with his hands? Noticing the way she was staring at her like an evil spirit, Lucian bristled. "What are you looking at? You started it. I call it self-defense." Su Lei, who was at the side, sniffed and came over to quietly remind him. "Brother Shen, self-defense is called self-defense when you are in the condition of being wrongfully assaulted and you step in to stop it. They haven't even touched you here. Technically you don't call this self-defense." Hearing this, Lucian rubbed his head in embarrassment. Is that so? Well, what could he do? Couldn't just watch the slap land on his face. At this time, Xia Hanxue hadn't recovered from that slap, and a line of people followed in, pushing Su Ziqian, who was lying on the hospital bed. The latter's face was filled with a hideous expression after seeing Lu Xun. On the way here he had already thought of the lines to say, striving to maximize the benefits of this time, and also taking this opportunity to establish his image in Xia Hanshue's heart. The lying Su Ziqian said angrily, Lu Xun, I know you hate me a lot. Han Shui is so pretty it's justifiable for you to like her, and I know it's hard for you to know that she likes me, but as a man, I despise you. If you're capable, fight me one-on-one in a dignified manner. What's a sneak attack behind my back? I didn't expect you to be such a shameless villain. Lu Xun said he was confused. The last one he grudgingly admitted. After all, he never felt like he was any good or kind person. So what if it's shameless? It's all about being comfortable and having a good time. But what the hell is in front of it? Does he like Xia Hanshue? When was it? Why didn't he know? Xia Hanshue seemed to wake up a bit at this time because of these words. She looked up again with a pained look on her face, tears glistening in her eyes. Lu Xun, you disappoint me too much. I know you like me a lot, but you could have competed in a legitimate way. But Ziqian is innocent, so why do you need to embarrass him? I'll admit I had a certain moment where I was attracted to you, but now you disappoint me too much. Su Lei seemed to be moved by these words and frantically brainstormed a great deal of drama. He pulled Lu Xun's arm and whispered, Brother, I didn't expect you to be such an innocent man. I was wrong about you in the past. If you really like this woman so much, you can tell me. Although I don't have a girlfriend or experience in relationships, I can give you advice. And why should you hate out of love? I should have known I should have gone lighter when I did it. Or maybe things could have been salvaged. Chapter 16, Su Ziqian's scandal exposed. When Su Lei finished saying this, Lu Xun's face darkened. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Fatty, you turn your body around. Get what? Su Lei did not understand, but still obediently turned around and sighed. Hey, with our relationship there is something we can't see. If you want to beg for mercy, hurry up and ask for it. Brother, I won't laugh at you. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone kicked him hard in the ass. With a ouch. Su Lei fell to the ground and rolled on the ground, covering his buttocks. Lu Xun said with a dark face, Meow. I was so focused on smacking that guy today, I forgot to smack you. Xiao Yu, drag this dead fatty down. I'll handle it here. Aha! If he lets this fat bastard stay any longer, his reputation will be ruined. Soon, Zhang Xiaoye grabbed Su Lei's ear and went up to the second floor. They had just gone upstairs when there was another rush of brakes outside the baths. Immediately afterward, Zhang Hongxia, who hadn't seen her for a long time, walked in. Xia Hanshue, who had half of her face reddened, was a bit surprised. Mom, why are you here? Which expected Zhang Hongxia, without saying anything, raised her hand and slapped her on the left side of her face. Xia Hanshue covered her face and took 2 steps back, nearly falling to the ground. She looked up in her cloak of hair and opened her mouth in disbelief. Mom, you actually hit me? Determining that nothing had happened to Lu Xun, Zhang Hongxia then looked at her daughter with a cold face, gritting her teeth and snorting coldly. Beat you because you did something stupid. Your father and I have been spoiling you too much since you were young, and that's what caused your personality to even become so twisted. If we don't clean you up, you'll have to turn over a new leaf. Although Lu Xun was not sure why Zhang Hongxia had appeared so promptly, he still shouted respectfully, Auntie Zhang, long time no see. He has now divorced Xia Hanshue, and that voice of mom, naturally, can no longer be called. Staying in the Xia family for these 3 years, although Xia Hanshue always thought of her white moonlight, but her parents from the beginning to the end took him as their own son, treating him not thin. So this Auntie Zhang still has to be called. Zhang Hongxia nodded her head in a twisted manner, and her anger increased in her heart. The good son-in-law who has been chosen by thousands of people, but the result is so spoiled by her own daughter, thanks to her usual focus on cultivating her body and mind, or else she will have to be angry to death. Seeing her mother treating an outsider better than herself, Xia Hanshue's heart felt another pang of discomfort. She was both aggravated and angry, and next to him, Su Ziqian inwardly snickered. Make a scene, make a scene, make a scene, the bigger the better, so that he can maximize his benefits. Xia Hanshue held back her tears and reached out to point at Lu Xun, looking angrily at her mother. Mom, can't you see by now that this guy is a villain? It's this time of the year, and you're actually still favoring him. Zhang Hongxia was so angry in her heart, only to hear Xia Hanshue continue. Lu Xun isn't even as good as you think he is. He was jealous that I liked Ziqian and even asked someone to beat him up like this. That's your idea of a good son-in-law. Words. Lu Xun knew it was time for him to make an appearance. Since he dared to make a move against Su Ziqian, he had naturally figured out how to deal with Xia Hanshue. He reached for the stack of photos in his pants pocket, but see Zhang Hongxia from the bag carried out a bunch of photos, about 20 threw to the daughter. She said angrily, take a good look for yourself. This is the man you have been liking for 3 years. These 3 years, you have been thinking about people, but in private what has he done behind your back? One photo hit Xia Hanshua's face as if it were a heavenly maiden, fluttering in midair and eventually slowly falling onto the cold floor. That one photo is pretty much the same. They were all images of Su Ziqian going in and out of hotels with other women, holding hands and behaving intimately. The difference is that each photo has a different heroine, or a hot dancer in a bar, or a third-tier starlet, or a mature aunt. These photos left Xia Hanshua stunned in place, her eyes staring straight at the single photo on the ground. With Su Ziqian's financial strength, it was of course impossible for him to go in and out of hotels every day, but as it happened, she happened to give him a payment 2 days ago. It's the $2 million originally given to Lucian for the divorce. Looking at the date labeled on this photo, the one at the very beginning happened to be the day she gave Su Ziqian the money. She just gave him money in the morning and he went out whoring that afternoon? As for Su Ziqian, who was lying on the hospital bed, when he saw these photos, his face suddenly turned pale, and he secretly said in his heart, "Impossible. How does this woman know all this?" Doing all these things he carries on with great secrecy, except for these friends. At that thought, he glared angrily at his best buddies who were pushing the hospital bed behind him. The good brothers were averting their eyes. The truth of the matter was already crying out, and it was no wonder that Zhang Hongxia was able to arrive so promptly. It turned out that all the people around him had turned into traitors when he didn't know it, and I'm afraid that his every move these days was in the grasp of Xia Hanshua's mother. Mother Zhang happened to look over and saw this expression on his face and sneered. "Do you really think that my Xia family are all brainless fools? To be able to be played by you, a down-and-out rich kid, the real power-controlling person who holds hundreds of millions of dollars of enterprises, being easily played by a down-and-out rich second generation. Such a thing would only appear in novels or brain-dead TV dramas. If Su Ziqian was really that capable, his family wouldn't have gone bankrupt. Just this bit of his ability and tactics. In Zhang Hongxia's opinion, it is no different from a child playing house. Only her love-brain daughter could be fooled." Lu Xun, who stood behind Zhang mother, stared wide-eyed and silently withdrew his hand from his pocket, cursing in his heart. Lu saw just, this is not the same as what he expected to develop. One by one, how they don't follow the routine. Now making him look like a little yakuza who plays a little tantrum and still needs the shelter of his ex-mother-in-law. Luckily, though, thanks to his prudent double-take. Otherwise, I'm really going to have to be a yakuza today. The betrayal of the white moonlight made Xia Hanshua feel incomparably tormented. Was her vision really that bad? That's when she thought of something and looked up again. Then how are you going to explain about secretly hiding my pictures? Lu Xun. She smiled inwardly, feeling like she'd finally gotten one back. Those eyes are just like her. It must be Lu Xun's fear that she would find out and secretly pee the photo. The large city of Jiangcheng has a population of nearly 5 million. There are certainly a lot of beautiful women among them, but I'm afraid that if they are not wearing makeup, only 1% of them, or even less, and of this small group of people who could still have the same eyes as her and be more beautiful than her. How in the world could there be such a coincidence? If there really is such a person, I am afraid that he or she would have become famous long ago. Instead of being silent and unknown, Lucian was just about to open his mouth to explain. Just then, the familiar sound of brakes came from outside the door again and again and again. Again and again and again a familiar shout came in. "Shen, are you done with work?" Chapter 17. The truth comes out. Xia Hanshue collapses. With a lazy and flirtatious voice, a tall figure came from the door, covered with a charming fragrance, stepping on black leather heels, with a devilish face, breathtakingly beautiful. It was none other than Su Wanqing, who had rushed here at the news. Ever since Lucian was injured in the bathhouse last time, she had specifically asked people to keep an eye on this side, and report to her at the first opportunity once there was a situation. Xia Hanshua, who hadn't finished her sentence, stopped talking down, because the face on the photo was almost 90% similar to Su Wanqing. The photo still shows her with a childish and youthful look, and she already has a hidden tendency to become a national beauty, and now she is even more mature and beautiful than in the photos, exuding a sensible temperament all around, giving an impression of dignity and elegance. Even Xia Hanshua, who was also a woman, looked at it and vaguely felt envy in her heart. But more than that, there is despair and deep shame. The truth has come out. The woman in the photo isn't her at all. It's Su Wanqing herself and hasn't been P. Lucian never liked her at all. She was the one who had been making a fool of herself since the beginning. Thinking of what she had said to Lucian earlier, Xia Hanshue was so ashamed at the moment that she could not wait to find a hole in the ground to drill into. Looking at Su Wanqing who walked in, Lucian was surprised. "Why are you here?" I don't know whether it was intentional or not. Su Wanqing threw a wink at Lucian and laughed in a flirtatious manner. What else could it be about? Missing you, of course. What? Don't you want me? Without waiting for Lucian to speak, Su Wanqing, who had approached, reached out and hooked her hand around his neck, taking the initiative to send a fragrant kiss and stamped on his lips. Surprise surfaced in the eyes of Zhang Hongxia, who was standing next to her. She was often active in the business community of Zhangchang, and she recognized Su Wanqing almost as soon as she appeared. After all, this one had been in the limelight recently. I just didn't realize that she actually still had such a relationship with Sink. It seems that she is completely hopeless as a son-in-law. After swearing the oath of sovereignty, Su Wanqing made the same general action as Zhang Hongxia just now, took out a bunch of photos from her bag and threw them at Su Ziqian, who was lying on the hospital bed. Just about everyone is here. I picked this up on the way here, so it's free for you to observe. The photo floated to the ground like a celestial maiden's emanation. This familiar scene couldn't help but cause a bad feeling to arise within Su Ziqian. Sure enough, this time the man of the photo is still him. The female lead is likewise different in each one, and this time the photos are even more powerful, mostly featuring Su Ziqian in various perverted outfits, being stepped on by exotic women. Su Wanqing gently held Lu Shen's arm, her gaze shifted to Xia Hanxue, and she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. I heard it was a picture of your boyfriend taken while he was at school. How generous of you to share your man so unstintingly. Unlike this guy, who can only be exclusive to me. Looking at the photos on the ground, Zhang Hongxia was so angry that her face turned blue. If it was her own daughter's blindness before, now it was like smearing the face of the entire Xia family. How should she go out and see people? Does it mean that her daughter, whom she raised with great care, let go of a caring husband and ended up liking a lousy bus? It's a disgrace to go abroad. Zhang mother didn't want to stay for a moment longer, glaring fiercely at her indisputable daughter, stepping forward and pulling her hand towards the outside. Come home with me. I can't control you. Let's see what your father does to you when he comes back from his business trip. Xia Hanxue was as if she had lost her soul and was left with only a physical body, letting her mother pull her away, constantly laughing at herself in her heart. Turns out, she was a joke from the beginning. One can imagine how much of a blow this incident will cause her, and in severe cases, it may even become a lifelong psychological shadow. Seeing that their own bosses had left, these punks didn't stay much longer and followed without stopping. Only Su Ziqian was left alone, still lying there pitifully. He was just about to open his mouth to say something when a cold and piercing gaze fell on him, frightening his words to an abrupt end. Black, two burly figures waiting at the door walked in with expressionless faces. With Su Wanqing's vindictive personality, how could she possibly tolerate someone hurting her a shun and still getting away with it? At this moment the whole thing draws to a close and the damn thing is finally able to be dealt with. Her words were cold and commanding. Take him out and treat him well. I don't want to see him in the country for the rest of my life. After the reception, send him where he belongs. Oh. Su Ziqian struggled and tried to beg for mercy. Letting him go back to that kind of place was better than letting him die. But his mouth was gagged with a rag by Dahe. Can only watch in despair as they are pushed to hell. After solving the annoying guy, Su Wanqing's mood was much more relaxed. She turned her head but realized that Lu Shen's expression was a bit odd. What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? No, nothing. It's just a little sad to think that I'm going to be a little yakuza from today on. Lu Shen withdrew his hand from his pocket with tears of desire. If anyone possessed perspective they could have noticed that he had a bunch of pictures in each of his left and right pockets, identical to the ones spilled on the floor. He just doesn't get it. Why do these 1 and 2 like to grab numbers? According to the normal plot and formula, shouldn't he be the one who, under constant questioning and wrongdoing, pulls out the prepared photos and finally manages to turn the tables? He, Lu Shen, is also very capable? Okay, nay, all of them were like human beings, not giving him a chance to play. He sighed. What did you come to see me for? It can't be a special trip to sprinkle photos. Su Wanqing pointed to the clock on the wall next to her and said with a serious face, it's time for dinner. When you're done eating, stop by my house and sleep there. I have a big bed and it's comfortable to sleep in. Lu Shen couldn't refuse. He knew that even if he refused, what he would get in return would definitely be the binding of the 2 strong black-clad men, and the even more intensified clinginess. The 2 of them crossed the threshold towards the outside of the baths without a fuss. Lu Shen, say, where did you get this picture? Of course I found out. I had someone look into the background of the guy's identity, and when I looked into his school, I found out that these pictures were all over the students' private forums. Lu Shen's face darkened. North. I'm sure you'll find it if you look around. The fat actually said he found it by hacking into someone else's account so hard that he paid for it by washing his socks for him for 1 month. Guess we'll have to give this guy a taste of the urea bag sometime. Chapter 18. Lee's father and daughter come to the door. Since that day, a week has passed one after another. The summer solstice has slipped by and June has come to an end, and the only thing that remains the same is the scorching temperatures that still bake the earth. Within this week, Su Wanqing seems to be very busy, no longer pestering Lu Shen during the day, but focusing on being busy with her work. to which Lucian naturally expressed incomparable nice. It's not true that he likes this woman, but he's an adult, and a love affair is just the beginning of a relationship. The bigger hurdles are still ahead, so he's a little scared. The more you invest now, the more painful it will be when you lose it. He's already experienced this feeling once and never wants to repeat it. It was early Friday morning, because Uncle Zheng's health was getting worse by the day. In order to avoid being seen by Xiao Yu, Lucian now came very early almost every day and took the initiative to take on some of the work. At this time of year he's still scrubbing the public baths. The entire bath is divided into 2 sections and can accommodate a total of 60 people. It was naturally incredibly laborious to brush such a large bath, but fortunately it was swept on time every day, and the dirt on it wasn't difficult to remove. It just took some time. Just as Lucian was sweating profusely and busying himself, the radio rang with the sound of a slight electric current, followed by Fatty's voice. Ahem. Hey, can you hear me? Brother Shen, there are people outside looking for you, saying that they were recommended to come specifically to find you, and are now waiting in the lounge. P.S. There are beautiful young ladies. Oh, recommended? And came to him specifically? Lucian wiped his sweat with a puzzled face. Who has nothing better to do than recommend him? Could it be that the world's most handsome contest was going to be held and the organizers had come to invite him to participate? When Lucian came to the lounge after packing up, he realized that it was obviously not so. A middle-aged, country-faced man in a suit sat across the table. Behind him stood a girl of about 23 or so, with a white shirt on top and jeans underneath emphasizing her excellent figure. Definitely sun material. After just a curious sweep, Lucian averted his gaze. After all, there was a goblin in the house, causing him to be a little less interested in beautiful women. There were several gifts on the coffee table. There was tea and a variety of pastries, and judging by the elaborate packaging, you could tell that these things were expensive. The middle-aged man got up and extended his hand towards Lucian, smiling. You're Sink, aren't you? I haven't seen you for so many years. I didn't expect you to grow up so big. This handsome and your father when he was young is comparable. Jade Tree Wind. Ah, and you are? Lucian was a bit puzzled to shake hands with, his mind not having any impression of the person in front of him, but the latter obviously knew something about him and his family. Li Hongyuan said smilingly, it's normal that you don't remember me. The last time I saw you, you were still lying in a baby chair. I'm sort of an acquaintance of your parents, so you can call me Uncle Li. This is my daughter, Ji Xiaoli, 2 years younger than you. Ji Xiaoli, standing behind her father, bowed slightly. Hello brother Lucian. Hello. Greetings were exchanged and both parties sat down. Lucian then asked in disbelief, that Uncle Li, you said you were recommended to come to me, specifically? At those words, Li Hongyuan nodded, his face a little more serious. Here's the thing. Li Hongyuan recounted the causes and consequences of the incident, and Lucian then came to a realization. It turns out that the Li family all had a very serious case of dampness, which can be passed on to the children, and which may not be noticeable when they are young, but once they reach middle age, the symptoms of the disease will become obvious. This kind of dampness disease will lead to all kinds of hidden problems in the body, and the dampness is extremely difficult to force out. With the current medical treatment cannot be eradicated, but only to use a variety of methods to alleviate. This has led to the fact that there is currently no one in the Li family who has managed to live past the age of 60. It wasn't until a few decades ago that Li Hongyuan found Lucian's parents seeking medical attention. While it still can't be eradicated, it is possible to use acupuncture to greatly relieve dampness. And you need acupuncture to remove dampness every 2 years for 30 years to be worry-free. And this method of removing dampness by acupuncture is the unique secret method of the Lu family. So, every 2 years, Lucian's parents will go to the door to remove the dampness for Li Hongyuan as well as Li Jixia. And already more than 20 years old Li Jixia, the body is not only not weak, and even better than the same age. It can be seen that acupuncture dehumidification is very effective. After hearing this, Lucian rubbed his chin and muttered, I can't see it. I didn't realize mom and dad were so capable. I thought they were just going to heave. Lucian does not know much about his family, but he knows that his parents used to be doctors at a very famous hospital, and then they quit because of something. Li Hongyuan didn't interrupt his thinking, but waited quietly. Li Jixia, on the other hand, was simply curious. This guy looks stupid and dumb. Is he really as good as Uncle Lu and Auntie Li said? It was only after half a minute that Lucian looked up and asked suspiciously, That's not right. Then you should go to my parents for healing? What's the point of looking for me? I'm not very good at medicine. I can only do medicinal baths to take care of my body. I've never learned this acupuncture to get rid of dampness. Upon hearing this, Li Hongyuan obviously froze, obviously not expecting Lucian to say this. It doesn't look like he's lying. Had he been tricked? It shouldn't be. Why don't you call and ask your parents? It's also possible. Lucian took out his cell phone and sharply dialed his mom's number. Mother Li, who was tanning herbs at that end, was informed of the cause and effect and replied impatiently. When my mother says you can, you can. You've long since learned what your father and I can do. What's so hard about getting rid of a wet one? Remember that time you stole your dad's personal money that he'd been saving for 10 years during your junior high winter break? Lucian returned without thinking. I remember. It almost didn't freeze to death for me at that time. As painful as that memory is. But the private money incense is also really incense. Lucian directly with this money to the king of the number charged to V8. The rest of the money is still dashing and happy for the majority of the year. Comrade Lao Lu, on the other hand, is happy to sleep on the floor for 2 months, and can only eat at the same table as Wang Kai. Wang Kai is the dog Lucian keeps at home. Li's mother on the other end continued down the line. At that time, I gave you how acupuncture, how you zapped your uncle Li and sister, zapping and then soaking in that aphrodisiac bath you researched on your own. It's a done deal. Aphrodisiac bath. A medicinal bath researched by Lucian according to his family's prescription. This medicinal bath is specially provided for guests with cold body. The price is as high as 388 yuan/bucket. Generally only in the winter time people order. Summer basically cannot be used. Without waiting for Lucian to inquire further, the other end hurriedly hung up the phone. Looking at the hung up phone, Lucian sighed. I can only try. I don't know if it works or not. Although he had been exposed to a lot of knowledge related to Chinese medicine since he was a child, and had even been forced by his parents to read medical books in college, he had seldom applied it practically. Simply put, even he doesn't know what level he's at right now. Sitting across the table, Li Hongyuan's face then revealed a smile. Then I'll trouble you. Chapter 19, Lu family past, Lucian sells his body? Lucian took the silver needles he usually practiced with and concentrated on inserting a silver needle into Li Hongyuan's back. Silver needles cannot be the first time to go to pull out after all the piercing, but should be left to stand for half an hour. The whole time Lucian was trembling with fear of making any mistakes. He hadn't practiced with stakes and village sows in the past, but that wasn't human after all. Luckily, after the initial nervousness, his mood quickly stabilized and he was able to place the needle more steadily. 1 hour later, after soaking in the aphrodisiac bath, Li Hongyuan was the first to come out of the single bathroom, wiping the water droplets on his hair with a cloth, letting out a long breath and blushing. It's been a long time since I've had such a nice soak. Uncle Li, how are you feeling physically? Well, it's nice, more comfortable than I've ever felt after a needle. Li Jixia, who had gotten dressed, also came out of the opposite bathroom right afterward, her cheeks slightly flushed, but the corners of her mouth were covered with a smile, obviously with good results. Lucian then breathed a sigh of relief. It should be considered a success. After resting for a few moments, Li Hongyuan's father and daughter were not prepared to stay much longer. After all, Lucian had to be busy with his work, so it was not good for them to nag too much. Before leaving, Li Hongyuan took out a long-prepared bank card, as well as a business card. Sink, here's the medical bill, still at the price your parents set back then. As for this business card, Uncle, I have some connections in Zhangcheng, so if you encounter any difficulties, you can call me. There's also medical expenses. Lucian took the card and business card in a rare manner and casually asked, how much money is in here? Not much, only 200,000. Lucian's eyes widened in disbelief. His voice was a couple of times louder. Did you say seize the lesser? $200,000. Why? Li Hongyuan was puzzled by Lucian's reaction. The 200,000 was really nothing to him, at most a few meals, but it was so different for Lucian. Acupuncture 1 time in 2 years, $200,000 per medicine. A rough estimate, at least has been up to nearly 30 years. Does not it mean that just from Uncle Li alone, the family has earned nearly $3 million? For that matter, not counting currency devaluation, $200,000 20 years ago is not the same level of spending as $200,000 today. Thinking back to his childhood, he was taught that his family was poor, and when he was hungry, he could only go to other people's fields to dig up sweet potatoes and bake them for food. And when he was thirsty, he could only go to steal pears and watermelons from his aunt's house next door. It was only after finishing college that such days came to an end. And now you're telling me that my family is actually ing rich? Ashy bar, those two old things are hiding really deep. Lucian could imagine his mom and dad serving roast chicken and abalone seafood from the kitchen after he finished dinner. A few moments later, it was only then that Li Hongyuan left the moon baths with his daughter and got into the black Bentley parked at the entrance. Inside the car, he scanned the plaque of the moon baths and smiled faintly. Ji Xia, in the future, if nothing else, you can more and Lucian this kid more to come and go. Male and female friends you can't take a turn and can't rob, but it's also good to be a friend. Li Jixia was well aware of his father's character, which had always been unprofitable. She cocked her head, a little puzzled. Dad, you think highly of him? Why do I think he's average? Average? Li Hongyuan smiled helplessly. He had investigated Lucian thoroughly before he came. Can the average person improve a formula to create a multi-million-dollar bathhouse in Zhongcheng? A normal person can be taken in by the Su family's daughter, who is not close to men, if it is not out of the year that incident, making Lucian parents retired. Now Lu family, at least not worse than the Jiangcheng prestigious Su family. As for Lucian, the newborn, well, all you need to know is that he's a little cutie who's hugging a golden mountain without realizing it. Just know that his future accomplishments will be no less than yours. Shay, I don't believe it. Ji Xiaoli bristled. She wasn't exactly a natural, but at least she had a multi-million-dollar-a-year sports equipment company. It's probably a little rude to say that, but Lucian was now a bathhouse worker, and the gap with her was like the white moon and the glowing fire. Not comparable at all. Inside the villa area where the Xia family is located. Now do you know why I tried so hard to set you and Shin up in the first place? Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Hongxia looked at her daughter with a face that hated her for revealing the truth of the matter. The Lu family was kind to her Xia family, and it was with great difficulty that she was able to set up this marriage, but she didn't expect it to go down the drain. It's true that I don't have a rich life, and I'm not destined to receive this heavenly fortune. Xia Hanxua, whose face was haggard, stood in a daze, smiling to herself, and her last dignity was completely shattered. So it wasn't Lucian who climbed up to her at all, but she climbed up to Lucian? Why didn't you tell me about these things in the first place? Mother Zhang snorted coldly. How proud you are in your heart. Don't you know yourself? If I told you all this, would you and Sink still have these 3 years of peace and quiet? Xia Hanxua lost her mind and headed upstairs. It was too much of a shock for her to get over it without some time. Zhang Hongxia sighed as she looked at her back. It's not necessarily a bad thing to take such a blow. It's just that I hope this incident will make her mature. She also had to do her best to ease her relationship with the Lu family. Jiangcheng, the top floor of Qingduan Clothing Company. As a recent emergence of clothing brands, with its unique style, the headquarters is set up in the country of rice. Enough hundreds of stores, and this is Su Wenqing's efforts around the clock for 3 years of results. Although it is impossible to leave the family's help, but the company has such a large scale, and her ability is also closely related. The secretary, who had followed him back from overseas, was at the moment staring at the scene in front of him with a wide-eyed expression. She even wondered if there was something wrong with her eyes. Just behind the desk, Su Wenqing stared and grabbed Lucian's face, pointed to the bank card on the table and gritted her teeth. Come on, where did the 200,000 come from? If you want money I can give it to you, but Shen, why do you need to go out and sell your body? Lucian was so angry in his heart that he opened her clutches and blared. I've said this is something I earned by my own ability. It's by my medical skills. Besides, $200,000 for one whore. Why didn't I know I was so valuable? Even if I go out and sell, is there really a cutie? Buy it. Which expected the next second. One bank card was slapped on the table by Su Wenqing, who calmly cocked her long black silk legs and faintly said, there's $2 million in here, and it buys you 10 nights up front. Lucian, seeing this depressed expression on his face, Su Wenqing snorted without holding back her laughter and patted Lucian's shoulder to comfort him. Okay, I'm just kidding you. I knew my Shin was the best. The best? What's $200,000 to make? There's more to come. You sound like you're coaxing a child. Lucian said breathlessly. Forget it, take your time to busy yourself. I'm going to buy a cup of milk tea downstairs. With that he turned and walked out of the office. After he left, the atmosphere in the office suddenly changed. Su Wenqing looked at the secretary coldly. Continue to report the progress of the current project. Ah, yes. The fuming secretary then came back to her senses and rushed into work. She was a little envious of Lucian in her heart for a moment. If Mr. Su had treated her with the same attitude as he did just now, how would she still need to be on edge every day, fearing that she would be fired if she made a mistake? If only Mr. Su liked women, then she might have a chance. Chapter 20, The Courage to Charge for Love. Sending away the last customer, Jiang Xiaoye behind the counter then stretched tiredly and sighed in a very old-fashioned manner. Hey, it's the same life every day. When will such days end? It's simply boring, not exciting at all. Bathhouses are ultimately a service industry, and the more holidays there are, the more people there are, especially the predominantly working people, who work during the week but have far fewer vacations. Except, of course, for this Lucian guy. He said he was a part-time worker, but he had to work when he wanted to, and he had to follow his hours. Who called him the centerpiece of the entire bathhouse? Su Lei, who was sitting next to him and focusing on chasing the fans, heard this and took the time to speak back. You can be so busy you just steal the joy. Every day there is so much money into the account. Other people want to think of such a day has not had the opportunity. Humph. What do you know about fat otaku who only know about the second dimension? What's wrong with fat geeks? I'm a fat geek and I'm proud of it. Ah, so disgusting. Super disgusting. How can anyone be so thick-skinned? It's causing goosebumps all over my body. Just as the two men were bickering, Jang Dahai walked in from outside the door, still carrying two bag pockets in his hand, his tired forehead already slightly oozing sweat. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoye hurriedly walked out of the counter to help carry the stuff. She looked at the beef and various seafood in the bag and inquired suspiciously, "Dad, you seem to be going out a lot lately, and every time you come back you buy so many good food, and our family hasn't had any happy events lately? You don't have a woman outside, do you?" Jiang Xiaoye said the last sentence especially loudly, her eyes glittering with excitement. When she remembers, her mom and dad had divorced, and it was said that her mom disliked her dad's poverty and ran off with someone else. So before brother Lucian and brother Sule came, it was always her dad who was left alone to run the bathhouse. Every day, I had to work until late to go to bed, and then the next day, I had to get up very early to prepare her breakfast and take her to school. Jiang Xiaoye, who saw all this in her eyes, was naturally heartbroken, and reminded her father more than once that he might be able to remarry, so that there would be someone to love him as well. Jiang Dahai gasped slightly, gently landing a slap on her small head, saying without a good mood, "A day's worth of net nonsense. You're just growing up. Of course you need to eat something good to replenish your body. Look at how skinny you are, like a monkey. They call it slim." Jiang Xiaoye crossed her arms in dissatisfaction and looked at her father in defiance. The helpless Jiang Dahai didn't bother to talk to her any further, and re-accepted the dishes and walked towards the kitchen. But just as he reached the door, he felt a feeling of drowsiness coming from his brain, causing his body to shake. Fortunately, he bit the tip of his tongue in time, and the pain cleared his mind a little, straining to carry the dishes into the kitchen, and neither Sule nor Jiang Xiaoye noticed his abnormality. Dusk falls. A golden haze fills the corners of the dark sky. After handling the last document, Su Wanqing then comfortably stretched her waist. Her delicate figure was on display and eye-catching. Although she comes from a wealthy family, she is not like the rest of the family's golden girls, who are in and out of high-class restaurants and luxury stores every day. But in comparison, work is more interesting to her. Of course, there was something else that interested her more. Su Wanqing's remaining light glanced at the black leather sofa not far away. To be more precise, it was Lu Xin, who was lying on the couch and swiping through videos, with bags of his leftover snacks all over the table. The guy had been staring at his phone all afternoon. Was it more attractive than her? Su Wanqing got up and put on her jacket, pulled Lu Xin up and headed out of the office, saying faintly, "Let's go, Dr. Lu, who makes a lot of money, treat me to a nice meal." Shrimp? Lu Xin, who was being held, suddenly somewhat regretted his earlier showing off. This is so rich, she must be eating good food. She wouldn't want to take the opportunity to eat up all his money, right? Nope. Or maybe a little more ruthless, a meal that put him in debt and he'd have to pay her back in the future. First said, "Too expensive things I cannot afford. Besides, you opened such a large company to earn so much money. Should not you treat me to dinner?" Lucian decisively turned the tables, which unexpectedly, Su Wanqing twisted her head and smiled inexplicably. "Didn't I already let you taste a little bit of it? Aren't you still not satisfied? I wouldn't mind finding a hotel to continue what I didn't finish last time." "Hey!" Lucian hurriedly coughed twice. He really can't cope with this woman who has full teasing skills, so he had to say, I'll treat you if it's more expensive." At this point in time, there are still many people working overtime in the company, and when they saw Su Wanqing and Lucian, who were holding hands and behaving intimately, each of them opened their mouths wide in surprise, and a sense of loss lingered in their hearts. Is this still Mr. Su, whom they regarded as a goddess, who could be viewed from afar but not desecrated? Hey, what's with the sweet-like smile? Su Wanqing didn't know what they were thinking and wouldn't care if she did. She hadn't planned to hide her romance with Lucian. She's confident enough to be able to handle both work and the relationship. The elevator quickly descended to the underground parking lot. What made Lucian strange was that Big Black and Second Black, who usually accompanied Su Wanqing to protect her, were nowhere to be seen today. Su Wanqing didn't explain. Instead, he chose a low-profile gray Mercedes from the rows of cars, left the parking lot, and drove toward the university town, following his memory of the location. Right in the middle of the evening rush hour, the main road was crowded with dense cars, moving slowly like a torrent of steel, honking their horns incessantly. It was not until 6:30 p.m. that Lu Xin and Su Wanqing finally arrived at the snack street in the university town. After getting off the bus, Lu Xin pointed at the stalls that were bursting into flames and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Is this what you call delicious?" Su Wanqing, who had regained her hold on his arm, blinked. "What's the matter? You wouldn't be able to afford it, would you?" At those words, Lu Xin glared. Did he look like such a petty man? If word got out and people knew that he, Lu Xin, couldn't even afford to treat himself to a snack, How would he be able to hang around on Earth in the future? Lucian immediately waved his hand in a bold manner. Choose whatever you want to eat, no matter what runs on the ground, swims in the river, or flies in the sky, all of it will be paid for by brother. Seeing him like this, Su Wanqing smiled and did not say anything. The truth is that the way to control a man is simple. Just treat him like a child. For example, give him a chance to be cool once in a while. In the evening, the snack street can be crowded with people, all kinds of scents mixed together. Just breathing has been dozens of delicious flavors to taste. Su Wanqing took Lucian's arm and looked around at the overwhelming amount of food. The cravings in her stomach had long been tickled and she quickly picked them out. Those 3 years abroad had aggravated her stomach. Have to make up for it today. As a result, soon Lucian's body was covered with all kinds of snacks, and it was still continuously and steadily increasing. Looking at Su Wanqing, it was obvious that she was prepared to eat the entire street. Lucian did not disturb her interest and patiently followed, the neon light shining on his eyes, causing him to be in a trance for a moment. Looking at the cheeks beside him that always touched his heart, he couldn't help but remember something from the past. Once in his college days, he was so out shopping with Su Wanqing at night. She was like a princess in a fairy tale, and he was the knight that belonged to her alone. The princess, who is supposed to fall in love with the prince, ends up falling in love with the knight who guards her, but the knight backs out, because of the status gap. It wasn't that the knight didn't love the princess enough, but he was missing something vital, the courage to do whatever it takes for love, like a moth to a flame, the courage to gamble the present and the future for this relationship. This seemingly intangible courage is something that 99% of the world's human beings have never possessed. There are many who think they have it because they have not been faced with the difficult choice of losing their present and their future. Collecting his mind, Lucian couldn't help but ask himself, do I have the courage to walk with her forever now? The night grew deeper and the city was silent. The evening breeze was chilling. Lucian and Su Wanqing, who had eaten and drank enough, strolled on the road beside a clear stream. This area is already relatively isolated. Although it's not like the city center, with all its skyscrapers and bright lights of all colors, it's pleasant enough to be a good place to walk. Just as Lu sank into it, he soon realized that there was a hint of something wrong. At some point, a group of people appeared not far from and behind them, mixing in the night, which was what caused him to fail to notice at first. Without waiting for Lucian to remind him, Su Wanqing beside him was the first to stop. The men stopped at a distance of 10 meters from the two. Only then did Lucian see what they looked like, and with alarm bells ringing in his heart, he silently blocked in front of Su Wanqing. It was only that these people wore uniform black clothing, masks to cover their faces as if they didn't want to be remembered for their appearance, and weapons in hand, like gangster villains in a movie. Obviously, the visitor is not good. One of them stepped forward, a man in a duck-tongued hat, and he said with a grim, husky look in his eyes, "Good evening, Ms. Su, can you please come with us? I'm not much of a violent person, and it would be better for both of us if you would behave and suffer less." Chapter 21, Lucian's moment of decision. Where do you want to take her? Lucian asked vigilantly, while his mind was racing. These people in front of them were obviously targeting Su Wanqing, most likely enemies or kidnapping gangs. Although it was modern times, it was still common to see children of rich families being kidnapped. It's just that most of these things are unknown and have little to do with the average person. With only 2 people on their side and 15 people on the other side, and all prepared, the situation was extremely unfavorable. Just as Lucian was trying to find a way to escape, Su Wanqing stepped forward, acting calmly, as if she had long been accustomed to this or had a strong mindset. She said calmly to the man in charge, "This has nothing to do with him. Let him go. Since you guys know my identity, you should know something about me, and even though there are many of you, if I want to drag it out for a while, I still don't have a problem." Foreign countries are not as stable as domestic ones. In a chaotic place like that, how could Su Wanqing be a weak woman with no hands? The duck-tongued man sniffed. His eyes flickered slightly, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. Their target is only this woman. Every 1 second delay will be 1 point more risk. If they bring this kid, it will be a trouble to deal with it. Just let him go to ventilate. With that in mind, he nodded slightly, receiving the man's signal. The people blocking the retreat at the rear made way. Lucian was about to say something when Su Wanqing beside him suddenly held him in her arms, followed by her deliberately lowered voice ringing in his ears. "Don't be stubborn at a time like this. Their target is me. You staying here will only distract me. I've been to this place before. There's a police station 1 kilometer further along this road. I'll do my best to stall for time after you leave. 1 kilometer is definitely not far. If you run faster, you can get there in 10 minutes, but there's so much you can do in 10 minutes these days." Reason told Lucian that this was the best way. If it continues to drag on, neither of them may be able to leave. Eventually, he nodded. Lucian looked more serious than ever before and said only 2 words, "Wait for me." With that, he ran away from the place as fast as he could. In the eyes of outsiders, this was a sign of Lucian's fear. After all, when an ordinary person encounters something like kidnapping, it's good that they can still retain the ability to think. The gap that had just been opened was once again closed. Su Wanqing, however, realized that something was wrong, because the way these people looked at her remained unchanged, like a pack of wolves seeing a flock of sheep, with only desire and greed in their eyes. She frowned slightly as she stared. "You're not the ones my dad set up?" "Yes, she made a bet with her father the other day. The wager is, will Lucian remain true to his original intentions in the face of life-threatening danger?" And that led to tonight's kidnapping. Snap! The duck-tongued man clapped his hands and laughed approvingly. Worthy of being the Su family's daughter, actually seeing it so quickly. "We've been preparing for this opportunity today for a long time, so you'd better give up resisting or else." With that, he pulled a pistol out of his pocket. Unlike the kind seen in TV dramas, the gun in his hand looked rough. It should have been assembled from homemade parts. After all, China's gun control was strict, and it was simply unrealistic to get a standard pistol. Su Wanqing finally felt a slight panic within her, not about her own safety, but about Lucian. At the moment she wished beyond hope that she had lost the bet. "You mustn't come back." Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away from here, the water capital mansion, the TV in the living room was showing surveillance, and the scene was clearly where Lucian and Su Eveningqing were walking. Su Wanqing's parents were sitting in front of the sofa, while Big Black and Second Black were standing behind the two. Qing's mother saw that the appointed time had already arrived and couldn't help but say with worry, "Why don't we just forget about it? What if it gives people Lucian a fright? He's a child from an ordinary family. This kind of thing is too difficult for him." At those words, Su Donglin's attitude remained resolute. He said in a low voice with his arms wrapped around his chest and his eyes fixed on the TV screen, "No, this is about Wanqing's life. Not being able to give her a full childhood has been a dereliction of duty on our part as parents, and at the very least, for the rest of her life, I hope to make up for the childhood deficit with someone who will be genuinely good to her." Qin Xiushang sighed when she saw this. When her daughter was still young, she and her husband were busy working day in and day out, often traveling overseas, which led to her daughter being somewhat withdrawn from her childhood and treating people with indifference. Then they had the presence of mind to make amends, but it was already a lost cause. Therefore, this matter has been a thorn in the couple's heart for so many years. Only Su Donglin sighed, his eyes complex as he bared his true thoughts. "I don't ask for how powerful this kid can be, nor do I ask for how rich his family is. The big deal is that old me will struggle for a few more years to save up for them than you used to. I only have one requirement for him, and that is that he must have the courage to guard Wanqing well. How do you make me feel comfortable handing Wanqing over to a coward who can only run away?" Qin's mother had nothing to say. Lucian failed that test 3 years ago. There was actually another reason Su Donglin didn't say it. The Su family's huge industry has many people spying on it in the dark, and if Lucian's character is too greedy for comfort and cowardice, he will only become his daughter's weakness in the future. Therefore, he gave Lucian 3 years to grow. Otherwise, if he really didn't want these two children to be together and was determined to break them up, Lucian was afraid that he would have long since stopped being in China, and how would he ever have the chance to see his daughter again? And now is the time to test the results. Hopefully this kid won't let him down. Time went by, and the surveillance footage never moved, except for the occasional passerby. The two big black men standing behind the couch gave each other a knowing look. Ariai then left in silence. At this point on the other side, Lucian, who made a full force run under the night, finally arrived at the place Su Wanqing had mentioned within 7 minutes, but there was only a silent street in front of him. The dim streetlights flickered, and as far as the eye could see, there were pieces of old residential buildings all around. Where was the shadow of the police station? A small supermarket not far away was still open. The owner, an aunt in her 40s, sat behind the counter swiping through the latest romantic comedy to come out. Lucian rushed over and asked eagerly, "Auntie, do you know where the police station is? I'm in a hurry." At that, the boss's wife but huffed, "You're the auntie. Young people can't talk. Do I look old?" The next second, $500 bills were slapped heavily against the glass case. When he thought that Su Wanqing was still in danger, Lucian's expression all became a bit hideous and very scary as he gritted his teeth. "The money is yours if you tell me where the police station is. Come on." Lucian's roar stunned the boss's wife. Not bothering to address the question, she stood up a little fearfully and returned, The police station around here moved its location 2 years ago, and now this side is under the control of another police station, which is 7 kilometers away from here. If you're in a hurry, I can lend you my battery-operated car. Move over?" Lucian froze, not expecting to get such a result. 7 kilometers this distance to ride a battery car to go at least 20 minutes, which does not count the traffic jam situation. Even if now call the police to come, I am afraid that also, Lucian raised his hand and slapped his face twice to calm his disorganized head. Calm down. Must be calm. There were only two options left to him now. 1. Call the police now. Then wait for the police to arrive and then go and arrest that group of people. The end result will most likely be that Su Wanqing has already been arrested. But even if someone knew about it afterward, they wouldn't blame him. After all, he had done his best. 2. He rushed right back now to help stall for time. And he would probably die for that. If I die, I won't see my mom and dad again. And I'll never see the world again. Let alone talk about my dreams and future. What seems like tedious and difficult thinking is in reality only 1 second of time passing. In just an instant, Lucian had already made his choice. He turned with determination. From the very beginning, he was left with only one choice. A choice that would seem crazy to a normal person. Just for the sake of the woman who called herself Shin with a loud voice. If he can't even protect the one he likes, is he still a man? The evening breeze roared madly in his ears, as if warning him. Each step could mean he was one step closer to death. Lucian didn't have half a bit of fear in his heart, because he practically felt that with every step his feet took, the fiery feeling of his body would increase by 1 point, as if a ball of flame was burning in his body. Dead doesn't seem to be anything to be afraid of. Chapter 22, Desperation. Nearly 10 minutes had passed since Lucian left. Su Wanqing used the excuse that she was worried that these people would not keep their word and that they would be afraid that they would back out and go after Lucian as an excuse to grudgingly buy some time for the time being. There were already people in the ranks of the black-clothed men who were getting impatient, but due to the authority of the boss, they didn't snap. The boss, also known as the duck-tongued man, is named Black Panther. By the sound of his accent, he knew he was a native Chinese. Su Wanqing also didn't know what she should do now. Although she had been preventing this kind of thing, it was ultimately the first time she was kidnapped, and the other party had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. The probability of her being able to escape was very few. When the 10 minutes were up, a Wuling van came in the distance, approached and slowly stopped in front of the group. The driver's side window was rolled down and the driver was a black man. He gave an OK sign to the boss, indicating that the rear had been arranged and was ready to go. Modern kidnapping is different from previous kidnappings. In the old days of kidnapping, it was basically hard for the police to find them when they were done and casually burrowed into some small mountain forest. But modern times are different. There are cameras everywhere, and satellite tracking, so if you don't have the appropriate shielding technology, you can easily be caught by the police, and you won't even be able to leave the country. Panther stood up then, patting the dust on his pants. Well, Ms. Su, it's time for us to get going. Su Wanqing's silver teeth clenched her lips. Seeing her like this, Black Panther couldn't help but snicker. You don't think your little boyfriend, after a good escape, is going to come back and save you, do you? Other people say that you Su Wanqing cold and unrivaled outside, is even more intelligent and clever, but now it looks like, and those flowers in the greenhouse is not much different. Those of them had spent years licking blood from the tip of a knife, and almost every time they had a brush with death. Because of this, they are aware of the horror of death. At least, if it was him, he certainly wouldn't have come back. Women can be found again. The world is never short of beautiful women, but if the life is gone, it is really gone. The reason he gave Su Wanqing those 10 minutes, apart from the fact that the follow-up work has not been completed, it is because he wants to make him die completely and avoid resistance. After all, if the person dies, he will not be able to get the money. Even if Lucian notified the police or the Su family at the first opportunity after he escaped, there were backstops he had arranged on the way, so he wouldn't be able to get here in at least 15 minutes. Everything was as he expected. Please, Ms. Su. Su Wanqing had no choice but to walk towards the van unwillingly. Just when everyone was vaguely a bit relieved, a number 9 electric motorcycle with full horsepower came this way. With full horsepower, the speed had reached 80 yards per hour. A junior brother had just escorted Su Wanqing into the car when he twisted his head and realized what was going on and exclaimed in shock. Boss, watch your back. Black Panther, who was located at the very back of the crowd, sniffed and twisted his head vigilantly at the first moment, while assuming a fighting stance, thinking that someone was trying to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack him, but he was greeted by an 80-yard 9 electric motor. Boo! Black Panther's entire body was directly knocked out, smashing down several juniors along with it, and finally crashed heavily into the door of the van. The homemade pistol he was holding came out of his hand and fell to the ground, smashing into several parts. Black Panther spat out a mouthful of blood, only to feel that all his bones were falling apart. He viciously looked up at the visitor, his eyes densely covered with red blood, and after realizing that it was Lucian, his face immediately turned livid and opened his mouth full of killing intent. Kid, you seek death. Ahem. What are you waiting for? Get him for me. Who else could the visitor be but Lucian? Su Wanqing inside the van saw the situation, the phoenix eyes slightly glaring. See beside her was about to tie up her little brother's attention shifted. took the opportunity to hit a top knee, ruthlessly hit its fatal vitals. Oh, the little brother's eyes went wide and his body went limp, only to feel as if his balls had shattered. By the time the crowd reacted, Su Wanqing had already run to Lu Shen's side. She looked at Lu Shen angrily, her voice full of anger. Didn't I tell you to leave? What's the point of coming back? Can't you be a good boy and listen to me for once? Lu Shen cheerfully smiled, leaving a woman behind to escape on her own. Lu Shen, can't do such a thing. Asterisk. Brothers go. Taking advantage of these two words, those juniors who had been knocked over had already gotten up from the ground and rushed towards Lu Shen and the two of them with their weapons in anger. Not counting the Panthers, there are 14 men total, and the chances of winning are still slim. Su Wanqing just wanted Lu Shen to go first, but she saw him strike a standard combat pose with sharp eyes. Is this a big black and two black trick? She was startled, wondering when exactly Lu Shen had learned to do that, but reality would not give her the chance to ask. The two sides engaged in battle, and the scene immediately became chaotic. I've called the police. They'll be here in 10 minutes tops. Stall. After leaving these words, Lu Shen righteously took the lead in rushing into the crowd, disrupting its formation, and according to his vague memories and manipulative power over his body, he even took the lead in striking a hook and knocking down one person. But the force was clearly lacking, and the man was knocked down and quickly got back up from the ground, probably due to the fact that it had just been hit. A full 9 people surrounded Lu Shen alone. On Su Wanqing's side, the pressure was much less, and with 5 people cooperating in the siege, she was vaguely gaining the upper hand. Half a minute had passed. Lu Shen had already lost count of how many blows he had received on his back, and his body was constantly sending out tearing pain. Damn, how can this kid carry himself so well? Even if you were Hades today, I'd still have to break you apart. Go to hell. A steel baseball bat landed hard on Lu Shen's back, and he stifled a grunt as his swing slowed down significantly. He twisted his head to look at the person who made the move, and his expression grew cold, only to see him ignoring the several people in front of him. As if he were a tiger pouncing on him, he pounced on that person to the ground, and landed a fist on his face. A fist with blood. Lu Shen's expression was nearly insane. You want me to die? I'll let you die first. Don't you want to kill me? Come on. It was probably the pressure of facing a desperate situation that caused his adrenaline to spike, and his strength was actually much greater than it was at the beginning. How could the person underneath resist this kind of attack, and was soon knocked out alive? Its face was full of blood and flesh, and its original appearance could no longer be seen. The surrounding people were shocked by Lu Shen's ferocity, the shocked and fearful eyes, as if they were looking at a madman who didn't want to die. You can't fight and you can't knock down, and the key is getting more and more vicious. Nima, is this kid still human? It's a monster. Shun. Seeing this scene, Su Wanqing cried out in worry. She tried to go to help, but she was deadlocked by the 5 men in front of her and couldn't get out of the way for a short time. No one noticed that the Black Panther who was first knocked away had struggled to get up from the ground. He stumbled over to the pistol that had been broken apart and picked up the parts and quickly assembled it. The barrel had been slightly deformed from being run over by the tires, but at close range, it didn't affect its use at all. Soon the pistol was reassembled. Instead of aiming his pistol at Lu Shen, who had badgered him, Black Panther aimed at Su Wanqing, who was only 3 meters away, with the thrill of vengeance flashing in his eyes. The Su family, all deserve to die. Since you like him so much, I'll make it happen. Seeing that his finger was about to pull the trigger, Lu Shen, who had discovered his motive, shrunk his pupils, and now that he couldn't stop the Black Panther at this distance, he could only retreat and mobilize his whole body to run to Su Wanqing at the side, leaping as it nears. Almost simultaneously, piercing gunshots rang out in the silent night. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground rang out. Lu Shen, whose chest was stained with blood red, fell into a pool of blood and could only watch as darkness gradually fell in front of him. Ah Shen. Su Wanqing was alarmed. Her movements became instantly flustered. Is this how it's all going to end? Obviously they've only just been reunited. Seeing that the dust was about to settle, a cluster of bright headlights shot from a short distance away, and the high beams illuminated the crowd, subconsciously squinting their eyes slightly. The sound of sharp brakes echoed through the night. The car door opens and Ariai, who senses something is wrong, finally arrives. Looking around the scene as well as Lu Shen, who was collapsed in a pool of blood, he immediately understood what had happened, and his eyes revealed a strong killing intent. He took a step towards the front while pulling up his sleeves, a thick sense of oppression emanating from him. A low voice reached the ears of Black Panther and the others. You don't want to die too easy. Obviously, the other side is full of 10 or so people, and he is only one. But this morose tone makes people dare not doubt its authenticity, as if, from the beginning, they are already a dead man. Chapter 23, Stupid, Big Stupid. When Lu Shen opened his eyes again, he was already in a hospital room. He surveyed his surroundings suspiciously. the images from before he passed out surfacing in his mind as if they were movie flashbacks. This should not be heaven, right? At this time the door of the ward was pushed open from the outside, and Su Wancheng, who was carrying a basin of hot water, walked in. The two men's eyes met. Lu Xun, who was lying in the hospital bed, said in surprise, "You're dead too? Die your ass off." After seeing Lu Xun waking up, Su Wanqing, who had been on tenterhooks all along, was finally relieved, but her face was a bit cold. Walking in right after him was Su Donglin. After 3 years, Lu Xun did not expect to meet with his future father-in-law again in such a way that he did not know what to say. However, he saw Su Donglin walk over to the bedside with a serious expression. Just when Lu Xun thought that he was going to say something such as "give you 5 million and leave my daughter" or something like that, Su Donglin was bowing slowly to him. The full 90-degree deep bow made Lu Xun a bit overwhelmed. After maintaining this for half a minute, Su Donglin straightened his back and said with a guilty expression, "I'm sorry Xiao Lu, it was uncle who misjudged you before. Thank you for saving Wanqing this time, otherwise she is afraid. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this time. As for you and Wanqing, I will fully support you in the future." This time the bureau was just to see Lu Xun's growth, but he didn't expect a traitor to come out from his side, giving him a trick to replace the fake robber with a real one, which nearly caused a big disaster, if not land sinking. Such a bloody and responsible man. He even felt that his eccentric and withdrawn daughter is not worthy of some. After all, his character he is clear and cannot be clear. Su Donglin immediately said with a face full of seriousness holding Lu Xun's hand, "Little Lu, why don't you come and be my godson? Wanqing having such a weird temper will definitely make you uncomfortable in the future. As long as you recognize me as your godfather, I'll find you a better one." Lu Xun scratched his head. "This is not too good, right? Why it's not good? I'm telling you." Not waiting for Su's father to finish, Su Wanqing, whose face had already darkened next to her, unceremoniously gave her unscrupulous father a kick. "You've seen the people, don't you still have to go to the police station? Why don't you hurry up and go?" Well, looking at his daughter's murderous look, Su Donglin wisely let go of Lu Xun's hand, resentfully turned around and walked out of the ward, but also did not forget to give Lu Xun a "I'll watch you" look before closing the door to leave. Seeing Lu Xun with a smiling expression, Su Wanqing placed the basin on the side, wrung out the water and then placed the hot towel on his face, rubbing it back and forth fiercely, as if venting her dissatisfaction. A low mutter escaped his lips. "Let you go against me? Let you not want to die? Did you think you looked so cool saving me? I'm telling you, it was downright stupid. I've never seen a man as stupid as you. Dumb, big dumb." Hearing those words Lu Xun was not happy. "What are you talking about? In the end it was me who saved you. Is this how you treat your savior? You're the idiot. How dare you yell at me?" Su Wanqing's phoenix eyes glared away. "It's not like you're being unreasonable. It's obvious that you care about me, and you have to talk tough. Cootie, only then do I care about you. I just don't want you to die like that and have to make me collect your body. Yeah? Then you can go now that I'm awake. Just go." In the end, Su Wanqing angrily walked out of the ward with a water basin. That was the end of the two men's bickering. Shortly after she left, the nurse who changed the medication came into the room with a cart. "You're awake." The female nurse took off the bottle to change Lu Xun's medicine and said at the same time, "Your body is usually well conditioned and you are recovering quickly from your injuries. The bullet hit you in the abdomen, so watch your diet for the rest of the day." Lu Xun asked curiously, "How long have I been unconscious?" The nursemaid answered truthfully, 3 whole days. She said with a look of emotion, "You have a good wife. She just bandaged the wound and came to take care of you. These 3 days did not have a good rest. The family persuaded her to go to sleep. She nonetheless refused to do so, saying that she must see you wake up in order to rest with peace of mind. Tenacious very much." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Lu Xun's face and he looked sideways at the blue sky outside the window. Quite tenacious and hard-mouthed indeed. But someday if she stops being stubborn and becomes a normal person instead, it'll make me feel uncomfortable. Keeping it like it is now will be fine. This time it also made him change his original idea. He wasn't even afraid to die. Was he afraid to go after the one he liked? Low self-esteem, that was a youthful thing. Now he has passed that period and become more mature and stable. It is indeed important to be in the right family, but even more important to not disappoint the person you like. The other side. After leaving the hospital, Su Donglin went straight to the Zhongqing East District Police Station. The kidnapping happened in the Eastern District Precinct, so naturally it was referred to the Regional Police Department. Not to mention the fact that this time there was a near fatality and even firearms. This is of a different nature. This time it hit Lu Xun. Who knows if it will hit the mayor's head next time? As a result, the police department was interrogated overnight. After 3 days of gentle interrogation, someone finally could not withstand the pressure and chose to confess truthfully. The remaining people, upon learning of this, all gave up their resistance one after another. 9 a.m. In the neatly laid out director's office, Director Luo Zhengnan calmly took a sip of tea. Then he handed over the information he had organized on his desk. This group belongs to an international criminal organization that specializes in kidnapping children of wealthy families for ransom, with the goal of kidnapping your daughter in exchange for a high ransom. Su Donglin took the information and briefly scanned it, frowning. There are so many rich people in Jiangchang. Why did they choose Wanqing? It's like a kidnapper picking a target, when there are so many people to pick from. But picking the one with the highest risk is obviously not a good idea. Could the group be cuties? No? This doubt was quickly answered, and Luo Bureau once again took out a copy of the information and softly explained. The person in the lead is called Tang Yu, nicknamed Black Panther. You may not know him, but you certainly know his father, Tang Wanlong. Tang Wanlong? Su Donglin drifted off. If memory serves, it seems like it was a competitor 7 years ago who went to a lot of trouble to find evidence of the other guy's crimes and ended up sending his wife to jail with him. This Tang Yu is the son of Tang Wanlong, so it can explain why this group of people chose his daughter. I'm afraid the ransom is secondary. The main purpose is revenge. Thanks Lao Luo. I have to go beforehand. You continue to be busy. Aha. Su Donglin didn't make any special requests, such as mistreating Tang Yu or anything like that. The private firearms article alone was enough to keep him inside for the rest of his life. And there was no point in getting angry with someone who was no different than dead. After all, the other parties going to such extremes had something to do with him. This is to be replaced by Lu Shin. Must come to a set of urea bags luxury package to serve a good meal cannot be. Chapter 24 Discharge from the hospital, runaway van. A week passes. After these days of recuperation, Lu Shin finally met the criteria for discharge from the hospital. And since that day, Su Wanqing has not come to visit again. Lu Shin reassured himself that he was probably too busy working. But when he was discharged from the hospital, he waited for half a day without finding any trace of Su Wanqing, and immediately pulled out his cell phone with a black face. A few moments later the phone connected and a cold voice came out. Something? Lu Shin grudgingly said toward the other end. Do you know what day today is? What day? Of course it's the day I get out of the hospital. As your savior, not to mention arranging a nice meal, shouldn't you come and pick me up? Oh, I've sent the driver over. This cold attitude made Lu Shin wonder if they had been switched. No, where's that enthusiasm you had before? Without waiting for him to say more, the other end took the lead in hanging up the phone, causing Lu Shin to feel even more depressed. The other side, Su Wanqing, who was sitting behind her desk, looked at Lu Shin, who was almost so angry that he jumped out of his skin in the computer monitor, and the corner of her mouth sketched out a playful smile. It was exactly the effect she was looking for. Stinky Shin is too disobedient. Every time he puts himself in a dangerous situation, every time he makes people worry so much, he must be hanged to make him anxious. A curious voice came from the side. Su, who are you talking to on the phone? Is it that mysterious boyfriend of yours? Quickly let me see. The speaker was a woman in her late 20s, wearing a white shirt and jeans, with a particularly airy demeanor. If someone with knowledge of the showbiz industry showed up here, they would definitely be able to instantly recognize this talented female singer Xiao Yao, who had become extremely popular abroad in recent years. The two are collaborators as well as BFFs. Su Wanqing's company was able to develop so rapidly, mostly due to Xiao Yao's fame, which attracted countless people to buy it, and Xiao Yao was able to develop so well in the acting circle thanks to the former's help. The reason why Xiao Yao returned to her country this time was because she rushed back to her country after hearing that her best friend had been attacked. Seeing this, Su Wanqing did not hesitate to turn off her cell phone, collected the smile on her face and said lightly, "No, if you want a man so badly you can find one yourself." Che, how petty. Just taking a look won't make you lose a piece of meat. Xiao Yao skimmed her mouth, but she was as cute and playful as she could be. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart to dig out that mysterious man. She'd like to see what kind of man could hang such a high and mighty Su Su into Su Chaomao with a single phone call. Humph, man, you managed to get my attention. Lu Shin on this side sat in front of the hospital for a full 10 minutes before he finally waited for the driver sent by Su Wanqing. He had just opened the backseat door when he realized that the back row was almost piled high. A variety of exquisitely wrapped gifts that are worth a lot of money at first glance. What are these? Facing his puzzled look, the driver explained. Mr. Lu, this is the tonic that Miss prepared for you, saying that you must make up for your injuries, like these birds' nests and ginseng, are all specially bought by Miss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That much? She's feeding me like a pig. Lu Shin was surprised. There are at least 30 kinds of tonic here. How long will he have to eat? That's a bit of a big deal. But these look expensive. They should fetch quite a bit of money. As if reading his thoughts, the driver added silently. The lady even said that if you try to be slick, she'll come and feed you herself. Get this. This sentence successfully cut off Lu Shin's thoughts. He still remembers being fed porridge the other day. Although being sat on was ever so comforting, being fed by chains and ropes was a real detriment to his macho demeanor. Those who didn't know thought he had some special fetish. After sitting in the car, Lu Shen began to contemplate the events of that night. He always felt that there was something wrong with the kidnapping that night, like it was a planned setup. But the pistol and the eyes of those people couldn't be faked. They were all running towards Su Wanqing. That said, he sacrificed his life to save this woman. Even if he doesn't give a kiss, why is he still in a temper? Hey, a woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea. The light at the intersection ahead was red, and the driver tapped the brakes as the car slowed down and slowed to a stop in front of the crosswalk. Passers-by on either side were talking and laughing as they walked across the street. Speaking of which, I don't know how well Uncle John's surgery is being prepared. Lu Shen was thinking so, looking out of the car window in boredom, when suddenly, as if he had realized something, his expression froze, only to see not far in front of the left, a familiar black car flashing the right turn signal. The car body is labeled with the moon bath slogan. Lu Shen is incomparably familiar. The tagline was still his idea. Want to succeed? Take a bath first. Take a bath in the moon baths, which not only helps men revitalize their masculinity, it can also make women's skin more delicate. Address. Although this propaganda language is a little difficult to say, but the effect is real. Just ordinary bath have this effect, let alone a carefully formulated medicinal bath. This is one of the fundamental reasons why the moon baths are doing so well. The car is usually driven by Uncle John, occasionally driven by Su Lei to haul goods, and at this point it must be Uncle John who goes out to buy food and prepare for lunch. Suddenly, an ear-piercing honk draws everyone's attention. Drop, only to see the right front of the road. A semi-trailer speeding, obviously green light but constantly honking the horn. The presence of drivers have noticed something wrong. Seeing this, the driver of the Su family, who was sitting in the front, hurriedly put it into reverse gear and decisively reversed the car. It's not the loss of control of the truck that's scary, it's the big steel coil that the truck's compartment is pulling. There's a famous saying in the trucking world, you don't pull steel coils when you're hungry. Steel rolls may not seem big, but it weighs 20 tons. Once the emergency brake steel rolls will roll out, the cockpit of the truck will be whisked to pieces, and once blown up, within 100 meters of the people will be affected. The car behind us followed suit and started backing up. There is only one life. Who would have nothing to do to gamble on even a 1% chance? Those cars dodged it, but the little black sedan that had pulled into the center of the road was in for a rough ride. The truck was coming at 100 yards, and with the car's power, it was too late to accelerate now. Seeing this, the anxious truck driver gritted his teeth and killed the steering wheel to the right. Rushing through like that, the black sedan would surely be knocked off its feet and would involve the rows of cars next to it. How about minimizing the damage by having the truck roll over to the right? And as for the black car, it's just a matter of fate. Due to a sudden sharp turn, the huge truck overturned, only to hear rumble, a loud bang and a shrill friction sound. The scene of dust in all directions. Inside the black sedan, Zhang Dahai subconsciously closed his eyes. The imagined pain didn't hit him, and he opened his eyes only to see the van scuffing through the ground and stopping just 20 meters away from him. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the huge roll of steel carried by the truck rolled straight toward him. Lu Shen in the car not far away couldn't believe the scene in front of him. His pupils shrunk violently and he shouted out as his emotions went out of control. Uncle Jiang. Chapter 25, The Dong family's doorstep. Outside the operating room of the nearest hospital, as the red light on the wall went out, the lead surgeon trudged out. Doctor, how is he? My father? Zhang Xiaoye rushed up at the first opportunity and grabbed the doctor's arm. The corners of her eyes slightly reddened, tears glistening within her eyes. Lu Shen and Su Lei were both behind him and did not speak. The heavy atmosphere was invisibly rendered, as if it was going to crush people to the point of being unable to breathe, and the corridor was silent, with only the doctor's sighs. He took off his mask and said in a low voice, "We tried our best. Not everyone was as lucky as Lu Shen, able to survive the danger. Uncle Kong has passed away before he could wait for the surgery. Perhaps the heavens envied him, crushed head-on by a steel coil." The doctor knew the outcome of the operation before he entered the operating room, and there was nothing he could do about it. After the doctors and nurses left, Zhang Xiaoye cried and ran into the operating room, hugging the person covered by the white cloth, crying uncontrollably, her whole heart wrapped in thick sadness. Snippets of past times spent together flashed through her mind like a movie, and she had wanted countless times to change this uninteresting life and live the one she aspired to. And now that the aspiring life is a thing of the past, that uninteresting life is a once upon a time that she longs for but can't have. It's like the saying that one can't have both youth and a sense of youth at the same time. Outside the operating room, Su Lei is sad but remains calm. After all, he'd grown up without parents, much less anything to lose, and nothing in the world could break him, although he usually seems to be free-spirited. In fact, among the three of them, He is the most mature and stable in heart. Just never show it in front of people. Lucian looked at the operating room where sobbing sounds were coming from, and his hand fell on his shoulder, his voice heavy. Keep an eye on things here. I'm going out for a smoke. Good. A human life disappeared in front of his eyes. Even Lucian had some difficulty accepting it. After walking out of the hospital, he then pulled the pack of cigarettes out of his pocket, pulled one out and held it in his mouth, taking out his lighter and lighting it. He didn't really smoke much, and the cigarettes were mainly given out to regular acquaintances who came to soak in the baths. But on this day, he couldn't think of any way to release the irritation in his heart. He couldn't go find another place to get drunk. The cigarette had just been lit when he spotted a figure he hadn't seen in days heading this way. Su Wanqing frowned and reached out to throw the cigarette Lucian was holding in his mouth on the ground and stomped it out, instead stuffing the lollipop in his mouth into his mouth. Smoking is bad for your health. Don't smoke in the future. What are you doing here? Watching me laugh? In the next second, without waiting for Lucian to react, Su Wanqing went forward and opened her arms to hug him. The familiar fragrance lingered in her nose, smelling particularly reassuring. Her voice was inaudible, a whisper of joy and anger. Of course it's here to comfort some idiot who's having a problem and only knows how to hide in no man's land and secretly grieve. You're always like this. Why can't you rely on me a little more? Obviously as long as a phone call. No matter how far away she will be the first time to come over. But Lucian always chose to bear it alone, like a mature and understanding child, who will not cry when he encounters sad things. But the more she did, the more her heart ached. Stupid sink. Maybe that's the difference between loving and not loving. If it was Xia Hanxue in her place, she would never have rushed to comfort Lucian because she couldn't empathize with him, so she was destined to be only a stand-in, unable to be real. Even less could Lucian be moved. After Uncle Kong left, the moon baths began to shut down. Su Lei showed his steady character and helped Jiang Xiaoye finish arranging the aftermath of Uncle Jiang in an organized manner, as well as staying at the bathhouse to take care of her. I thought there wouldn't be many people on the day of the funeral, but I didn't expect that after hearing that Uncle Jiang had gone away in an accident, many old friends would arrive at the first opportunity to prepare for the funeral. It took many days for the baths to clear up again, but they remained inactive. It was a bright sunny day. A special guest came to the baths. Inside the lounge, all three of Lucian were present. Across the table was a man in a suit who took a business card out of his chest and laid it on the table, introducing himself with a smile. MS. Jiang, I'm Manhwa, the gold medal lawyer of Shangjing law firm. First time meeting. This time I'm here mainly because your father Zhang Dahai left a will before he died, and it just so happens that Mr. Lu is also present, so you can take a look at it. The organized will was handed over. Lucian was wondering what this matter had to do with him when he heard Lawyer Ming begin to tell the contents of the will. Mr. Zhang Dahai has 2 properties in Jiangcheng in his name, 3 million Chinese dollars that he has accumulated over the years, and this moon bathhouse, which he owned during his lifetime. According to his wishes, the 2 properties will be transferred to his daughter, MS. Jiang Xiaoye, in addition to the 2 million Chinese currency in them. Su Lei sensed that something was wrong and inquired suspiciously. No, how come it's only $2 million? Then there's $1 million more. What about this bathhouse? Let the gentleman hold his horses. I'm going to talk about the second will next. Unperturbed by the interruption, Attorney Ming continued on. According to the will, this moon bathhouse will be transferred to Mr. Lucian, while the remaining 1 million, of which 700,000 will be reserved for the bathhouse's operating capital, and the remaining 300,000 will be privately inherited by Mr. Lucian. The scene instantly stood still. Lucian's mouth slightly opened wide, staring incredulously at the will in his hand. Su Lei was also a bit surprised. Although this moon bath is not too good location, but in the place is big sell a tens of millions of absolutely no problem, not to leave their own daughter. But left to Lucian this less than 3 years of acquaintance outsiders? This is worth pondering the intent. Lucian frowned and said, besides this will, Uncle Jiang should have left something else, right? Like a letter or something. He had always not believed that there was such a thing as a pie falling from the sky for nothing, even if the relationship was good. But this was an industry worth tens of millions of dollars, and if it was sold or continued to be operated, it would be enough for Jiang Xiaoye to live a wealthy life for the rest of her life. Surprisingly, Attorney Ming shook his head. Unfortunately I didn't get a letter or anything like that, but he had a message to pass on to you. What's the word? Take care of Xiaoyu. Uncle trusts you. 8 short words, but revealed Jiang Dahai's extraordinary trust in Lucian. This great trust made Lucian a little puzzled, but soon, he knew the reason why Uncle Jiang had made his will so. The following day, a group of uninvited guests arrive at the shuttered moon baths. At the head of the group was a heavily made-up woman. She carried a designer bag and smiled as she pointed out the decorations and layout of the bathhouse. You see how good this bathhouse is? Surely it can be sold at a good price. and then I'll change the place to open a small stores, and get the employees here over there. Then it's a steady stream of money drilling into the wallet. Old sister, you can't forget your brothers when you're developed here. Yes, cousin, and me. Look at how domineering the two stone lions at the entrance are. TSK, this thing must cost a lot of money too. Oh, even if it's more expensive then it's still our old Dong families now. Zhang Xiaoye, who heard the commotion, came out from the inner room. Seeing the group of people in the small courtyard, especially the woman at the head, her face was unusually ugly as she droned. Who gave you permission to come in here? Get out of here, all of you. The woman laughed without taking it seriously. What's the matter, little moon? Haven't seen you for so long. Have you even forgotten your mom? Good girl, come over here and let me have a good look. Chapter 26, Scramble for the Baths. Sue, are you still mad at me? I'm not mad. I have nothing to be mad about. Why are you ignoring me if you're not mad? Poof. In the quiet office, Su Wanqing was reading a document. Her face could not be seen as happy or angry. Her legs crossed under the table, while Lucian held her arm and winked. Unfortunately, the pampering routine didn't work on Su Wanqing. She was determined to let Lucian know the consequences of not listening this time. Mustn't forgive this guy so easily. Su Wanqing made up her mind, so she listened to Lucian's petulant tone inwardly with pleasure, and her work became much more efficient. This depressed Lucian to no end. Hey stinky woman, you're not going to do this until you're done with it. Since you don't give face to Shin so much, don't blame me. Lucian shook off Su Wanqing's arm and turned to stand up, hooking her soft and thin waist with his left hand and pinching her chin with his right hand. He coldly grunted. Woman, you're playing with fire. Say, will the original forgive me? Su Wanqing's eyes widened and her reply remained the same, no forgiveness. The next second, her mouth was blocked by Lucian. This time with the previous kiss is finished different, enough to insist until gasping for breath. Lucian this only let go of the mouth, and Su Wanqing has long been slightly red in the face. I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you forgive me? If you don't forgive, I'll go on kissing. You're shameless, Su Wanqing said with some anger. At those words, Lucian not only didn't collect himself, but instead proudly tilted his head. What can you do to me? Su Wanqing was almost laughed at by him. How come she didn't realize that this man was so thick-skinned before? Lucian added, come on, will you forgive me or not? If you don't forgive me, I'll just keep kissing in case your employees come in and see it later, and then you'll lose all your prestige in the company. Forgive you, okay? Su Wanqing was at her wit's end, almost gritting her teeth as she uttered these words. Only then was Lucian satisfied and released his hold on her, not forgetting to give her another kiss on the way. At that moment his cell phone rang with a message tone. After seeing the content of the message, his eyes flickered slightly, and he looked sideways at the slightly red-faced Su Wanqing and laughed cheerfully. Hey little Susu, I see you have quite a lot of security guards in your company. Lend me some people. What are you trying to pull again? Su Wanqing stared at him suspiciously. Go to war. Su Wanqing helplessly held her forehead, only to take out her cell phone and send a message to the security minister. Can't help it. Own man. Still have to spoil. Then I've got things to do so I'll leave, haha. Call me when you're done working. Wait. Su Wanqing called out to Lucian, who was just about to turn around and leave, and re-picked up the documents on the table, saying faintly, my parents have asked you to come over for dinner this weekend, so think about what you should do to deal with them, and as for the gift I'll get it for you. Can I make one small request? Say, can I not go? Lucian spoke resentfully. He had relied on half of his life to get his future father-in-law's approval. The Su family seems to be dominated by Su's mother. You can't go to a meeting after you've planned it carefully? It's only a couple of days. What can you do? As his words fell, the temperature in the office seemed to suddenly drop several degrees. Su Wanqing raised her head and gave Lucian a gentle smile. Of course, you're my man. Why would I do anything to force you? It's just that the chains in the house haven't been used in a while. I'll go. You volunteered for this. I didn't force you. Fark. That's not pushing it. You were this close to throwing a chain in my face. Lucian only dared to think these words in his heart. He didn't dare to say them, or else he would definitely have to be accounted for here today. As the office door closed again, finally cannot help but Su Wanqing, then laugh out loud. The murder weapon in front of the chest are followed by a shake and shake. The look on Shun's face just now could be funny, but the guy was too wooden to take any initiative, or she had to do it herself. Only by eating it in her mouth could she be at peace in her heart. Moon Bath side. The small courtyard was filled with people, and just as they wanted to walk in, they were stopped by Zhang Xiaoye. You can't come in here, all of you. Get out, Xiao Yu. Stop fooling around and get out of the way. Dong Yanju chided, trying to scare her daughter with her mother's majesty. That's right, Dong Yanju is exactly Jiang Dahai's ex-wife. No, strictly speaking it can't be considered an ex-wife, because the two didn't get a marriage license in the first place. and that's what Dong Yenju left behind. She wanted to sell the bathhouse for money in the first place, but Jiang Dahai refused to do so, so she started to have more little thoughts. After all, no woman wants to live in poverty all the time. People back then weren't as aware of protecting their property as they are now. It also gave Dong Yenju an opportunity to take advantage of. After getting the news, she returned to Jiangcheng at the first time, and did not forget to call the family together. Jiang Dahai's parents died early, so the only obstacle was Jiang Xiaoye, a 20-year-old girl. The person behind Dong Yenju spoke up. Xiao Yu, hurry up and make way for your uncles. Don't forget that you are a member of our old Dong family. You can't eat so much of the family fortune alone. Your uncles are only holding it for you for the time being. If you don't trust us, don't you trust your mother? Get out of the way quickly. The crowd verbally attacked Jiang Xiaoye, standing on the moral high ground and constantly pressurizing her. If it was the Jiang Xiaoye from before, she might have already given way. I won't let it. She stared at this so-called real mother with a look of abhorrence. If it wasn't for you, Dad wouldn't have had such a hard time. Obviously you were the one who abandoned me and Dad first in the first place. And now you even have the face to come to the door to steal Dad's things. You evil woman. Don't you dare. When these words came out, Dong Yenju couldn't hang on to her face and was a bit embarrassed. Although all those present were their own people, no one would want to hear their bad side being told in front of so many people. She stepped forward quickly and raised her hand. Snap dash. Crisp slaps resounded through the small courtyard and the scene quieted. In its place, Jiang Xiaoye had an extra bright red slap mark on her face. Only then did Dong Yenju find some sense of presence and said grimly, "Open your mouth about your father. Don't forget he's dead now. We're your family now. As long as you're good and obedient, your mom and uncles will protect you in the future just like your dad. And who else can you rely on besides us?" Jiang Xiaoye's eyes were tearing up, but she still persisted and didn't get out of the way. The bottom of her eyes filled with a resolute color. Even if Dad is not there, she alone will protect the bathhouse. This place was poured with her and Dad's heart and soul, with their happy memories in every corner. How could they allow it to be taken away? Just as the men were about to forcefully push her aside to break in, outside the courtyard, a familiar voice came in. Who says that you doesn't have someone she can rely on? Chapter 27, My Susu won't let me touch other women. A black pressurized group of people rushed into the courtyard and surrounded the Dong family. They wore uniforms. Their bodies were stout. Their eyes revealed an icy color, and a strong sense of oppression emanated out. They were professionals at first glance. Lu Xun, who had been informed of the news and rushed over, laughed cheerfully. She's got a reliable brother in me. Since she called me brother, of course I will protect her, and I won't bother you all with the rest. Lu Xun's previous doubts were answered when he learned that Dong Yenju had brought along the scramble for the family fortune. Why did Uncle Kong give him the bathhouse? Because he knew that even if he left the bathhouse to his daughter, Jiang Xiaoye alone would not be able to keep it, and Lu Xun could not possibly stay at the moon bathhouse for the rest of his life. The dragon may be stranded in the mire for a while, but sooner or later there will be a day when the dragon rises to the sky. Since this is the case, he might as well give the bathhouse to Lu Xun as a help for him to take off. And with Lu Xun's character, he will certainly protect his daughter, at least from being bullied, perhaps. Or maybe he also couldn't bear to see the bathhouse, which had been run by his family for 3 generations, fall into disrepair. It's a fair deal. Su Lei, who had hurried in, also jogged in, tired and sweaty, and stood firmly beside Jiang Xiaoye. Turning back to her, he flashed her a grin. How's that? Your fat brother, I'm still reliable when it matters, right? With Lu Xun and Su Lei arriving one after another, Jiang Xiaoye had been moved beyond words. Dong Yenju didn't recognize Lu Xun. She said with an ugly face, "Who are you people? This is our family's family business. What does it have to do with you?" Oh no. Lu Xun stretched out a finger and shook it. I can't care about your family's family matters, but involving this bathhouse is related to me, because this girl's father, before he died, had signed his will and transferred the bathhouse to me. Now that my bathhouse is closed, you guys barge in without even saying hello. Fatso, what's this behavior called? Su Lei said with a smile. Breaking and entering is punishable by detention. Hearing that Jiang Dahai had actually given the bathhouse to an outsider, the Dong family's face changed, obviously not expecting this step. It's just that Jiang Xiaoye and the others are still sure, but these 2 young people. Lu Xun snapped his fingers and continued. You have 1 minute to leave. I'm very patient, but these mean security uncles are not. Don't blame me for not reminding you. These people are the security guards of the richest woman in Jiangcheng. They won't be hurt at all if they beat you up. Su Lei followed suit and pulled out a black card from the Bank of China, a trademark villainous grin on his face. Know what this is? The black card issued by the Bank of China is only available to those who have deposited hundreds of millions of Chinese currency in their bank. If you don't leave, believe it or not, I'll find someone to you up in private. At the moment, the Dong family members were like sheep surrounded. powerless to fight back. All of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do. It's tens of millions of dollars of property. Should we just give it up? If they were only backing out of their minds right now. Then Lucian's next words completely discouraged them from grabbing the inheritance. Lucian reached out and pointed to one of the people in the crowd. Your name is Dong Minghui. You were born in Anning City, Jiang Province. You're 49 years old. You work in a machine factory with a monthly salary of 5,000, and you have 2 sons at home. Dong Minghui, who was pointed at, suddenly changed his face and subconsciously said, how do you know? It was because of the pressure on the family as a result of giving birth to 2 children that he got the wrong idea and came to grab the inheritance with his sister. And Tung Yenshu promised to give him $1 million afterwards. Not only that, Lucian followed up by pointing to another person. Your name is Dong Lixing. You are 45 years old. You work as a handyman in a restaurant with a monthly salary of 2,300. And you are still not married. Wang Hao, 30 years old. He's been watching for others since he graduated from junior high school, and was once arrested for whoring. Dong. The identities of the Dong family members were revealed by Lucian one by one. Not only where he worked, but even how many people were in his family, where his wife came from, what he used to do. All of these were revealed by Lucian. Lucian ended up pointing at Dong Yenju at the very front with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Dong Yenju, you married Uncle Jiang at the age of 21, with a bride price of 150,000 including the 3 golds. You left your husband and daughter at the age of 30, and went to another city with a white-collar worker, and up until now, you've changed 12 men in succession. You, how, do you? Dong Yenju took 2 steps back in disbelief. Even the fact that she had been looking for a few men was investigated. So what was this young man? Since I can investigate this, it's not a lot of work to make you guys disappear or plant a charge to go to jail. Lucian's eerie laugh out loud was the same as Su Lei's expression just now. Zhang Xiaoye behind him was dumbfounded. Why do brother Lucian and brother Su Lei look like big bad guys? With all these threats, someone finally couldn't carry it off. Dong Minghui pulled the corner of his sister's coat and whispered, Sister or not this matter let it be. These 2 people do not seem to be easy to mess with. I still have a wife and child to support at home. If I have an accident, then yes cousin, we can't afford to mess with these people. You guys can rob this legacy if you want. I'm not going to do it. I'm only 30 and I don't want to go to jail again. As the first person fled, the remaining people also did not dare to stay, scrambling to run out of the bathhouse, fearing that they would be slowed down and be targeted by Lucian. Dong Yenju also wanted to withdraw first, but Lucian called out to her, Wait, you hit someone and you want to just walk away? 2 security guards indifferently blocked the exit of the small courtyard, blocking Dong Yenju's retreat. She turned shakily to her daughter. Xiao Yu, you have to help mom plead for mercy. Today's thing is mommy did wrong. In the future I won't even come back. You quickly help mommy, when you are still small but mommy took care of you. Obviously this is trying to play the emotional card. Zhang Xiaoye twisted her head and walked into the lobby. Brother Lucian, brother Su Lei, I'll go prepare dinner for you. Hearing this brother, Su Lei was so excited. This voice of brother holds a non-trivial power for a secondary otaku. Finally, Lucian didn't have the heart to slap his piggy head. What's all the excitement about? Why don't you go up there and slap and remember to do it hard. Why don't you get on? My Suzu won't let me touch other women. Su Lei, who was fed dog food, could only take his anger out on Dong Yenju. Swing a slap with all your strength. Even directly slap Dong Yenju to the ground. She touched her fiery face, her eyes full of hatred, but she didn't dare to stay for a moment. Her feet staggered away from here. After this time, it was expected that she wouldn't be able to make it in her own circle of relatives, adding to her already unsavory reputation. Chapter 28 Lucian, held in a deadly pinch. My Su won't let me touch other women. He really said that? Su Wanqing held her chin in her hand with interest. The security minister who reported the situation nodded. Yes. Su Wanqing was in an even happier mood. It seemed that her plan to temper Shen had begun to bear fruit. Soon she collected her smile and looked at the minister. You go back to your business. Also notify down the line that everyone in the security department gets double pay this month, plus 2 days paid vacation. Thank you, Mr. Su. After dealing with the Dong family's crowd, during dinner time, the 3 of them, Lucian, sat at the dining table and discussed the next development of the bathhouse. You can't stay closed all the time. You'll run out of regular customers, Lucian said with a serious face. The name Moon Baths is so cliché. I've decided to rename Moon Baths to Land Sinking Baths. With my domineering name as an added bonus, business will surely be booming in the future. The proposal was unanimously rejected by both. Su Lei, why are you even more two-timing than me? It turns out it's true that falling in love lowers your IQ. Jiang Xiuye, aha, might as well call it the moon bath. The denied Lucian had a toothache. so what do you guys say? Just think of a crappy name. It's been an hour. At this time, Zhang Xiaoye proposed. How about we just call it the Baths of Forgetfulness? I hope all the guests who come to take a dip will forget their worries and enjoy the moment. Upon hearing this, Lucian and Su Lei looked at each other and nodded their heads almost simultaneously. Good. Then from now on this place will be called the Forgetfulness Bath. I have important things to do in the next 2 days. Fatty, you first change these plaques, and then take this opportunity to renovate the aging facilities in the bathhouse as well, and try to reopen within a week. Oh Kariba K. That night, Lucian ate at the bathhouse until late. If Su Wanqing's driver hadn't been waiting outside, he would have wanted to stay the night. At 11 p.m., the full moon hung high in the dark night sky. Lucian took a car and returned to the water capital mansion. When he quietly pushed open the bedroom door on the second floor, there was a sleeping figure lying on the bed in the dark, and he tiptoed in. After washing up, he lifted a corner of the quilt and drilled in to hug Su Wanqing. Through the thin nightgown, her warm body temperature and good-smelling body fragrance came over, and soon Lucian's smooth breathing came out between his noses. Early Friday morning, the weather was clear. Outside the window, on the branches of the green tree, 2 birds chirp. As usual, talking about their love for each other and signaling the beginning of a new day. Lucian was still curled up under the covers, asleep and lazy. Su Wanqing, who had already finished washing up, lifted his quilt with one hand, and the cold air came to wake Lucian up, and she clasped her hands and stared. The sun is up your ass. How long are you going to sleep? Lucian hurriedly snatched the quilt over his body, rolled over, and reclosed his eyes in a disgruntled return. What do you know? Sleeping is good for your health. Besides, it's not like there's anything to do today. What's the point of getting up so early? Seeing that he still wanted to sleep on, Su Wanqing, who was standing by the bedside, faintly said, "You have 3 minutes. If you don't get up, I'm going to publish your browser history." The person lying on the bed immediately sat up and quickly picked up the clothes on the floor and put them on. Boy, this woman is ruthless. Lucian muttered and put on his short sleeves, but he turned his head to find Su Wanqing opening her clothes and casually pulling down the nightgown straps. In a flash, the snow-white skin was branded into his eyes, and all of a sudden there was only one thought in his head. Black lace, how nasty. Lucian hurriedly turned his head back with a red face. Su Wanqing, who noticed his small movements, said with a playful smile while taking out a skirt from the closet and changing into it, "It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you so shy?" How could the two of them not explore some knowledge when they were both in the prime of their youth, and had kept almost no secrets from each other except for the most crucial step of all? Lucian pretended to sneer. "Your Shin brother, I would be shy? What international joke? I just don't care to take advantage of people." "Then why were your hands so restless last night?" Well, Lucian can't pretend anymore and breaks in 1 second. After quickly dressing, he couldn't wait to escape from the place, pushing the bedroom door open and heading downstairs. "I'll make breakfast." Seeing his back as he hurriedly fled, Su Wanqing's mouth revealed a charming smile. She walked over to her dresser and sat down, applying light makeup and lipstick before she slipped on her shoes and made her way downstairs without a fuss. Since he got up late, Lucian couldn't make porridge in time, so he simply fried 2 eggs and sandwiches with a cup of hot milk. The two sat down at the dining room table. While Lucian was eating, his eyes looked through the window at Big Black and Second Black, who were practicing boxing in the courtyard. Su Wanqing took a sip of milk and asked curiously, "Have you ever specialized in fighting before?" "No," Lucian casually returned. "Maybe it's because I'm a better learner, but I've only learned a few tricks." Flower shelf. Su Wanqing can't help but think of the scene of that night. It seems that there are still a lot of secrets on her Shen. This breakfast was soon over, and the chauffeur outside the villa arrived just in time, with the 2 men seated in the car before the car slowly starts. 15 minutes later, in front of an upscale hair salon, Su Wanqing pushed the door and walked in, pointing at Lucian, who was looking around behind her, and instructed the receptionist, "Get this guy a better-looking haircut. Money is no object." "Yes, please wait a moment." The receptionist took out her walkie-talkie and whispered something, and soon an older man in his 40s walked down the stairs. The receptionist introduced himself. "This is our hair salon's senior hairstylist, proficient in hundreds of popular hairstyles. There are quite a few celebrities who will specifically look for him to customize their hairstyles at a starting price of 9.99 Chinese currency." "Well, just him." Su Wanqing took out her bank card from her bag and handed it over. This amount of money was nothing to her, but it was different to Lucian, and just as he was about to speak, he was warned by a look from Su Wanqing. "Do you want to just go and meet my parents? You're my man, and you'll make me lose face if you disgrace yourself out there. So hurry up and sit down honestly." "Okay." Lucian had no choice but to walk to the seat in front of the mirror and sit down. Glancing at the front desk lady who was snickering, he couldn't help but blush. It's over. His image of being wise and valiant has completely collapsed. Chapter 29, An Alternative Confession. "I have to say, Although the price of this hair salon is very expensive, almost 2 months' salary of an ordinary person, but the technology is unquestionable, and that look and feel is completely different from the $25 barber store on the roadside. In the past, Lucian didn't pay much attention to his hairstyle, favoring 37 points, but this hairstyle clearly didn't match his jumpy personality. After a trim from this advanced hairstylist, the whole look is instantly different. The hairstyle roughly resembles a slightly parted, broken cap after a Morgan perm, but the nuance is slightly different, and paired with the trimmed eyebrows, the whole thing adds a little extra sharpness. Su Wanqing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, that's more like having a proper man. This is where you'll be getting your haircut from now on, and if you go out there and cut it haphazardly, the floor will be your future bed. The saying that a man's hair is the joint property of the couple is more than just words. Lucian was about to spit out a couple sentences when the doorbell of the hair salon rang and a mushy couple walked in. Shell, when are you going to buy me the bag you promised me? La, when the haircut is done I'll take you to buy it. Chill, I've always been true to my word. You behaved so well last night, can I bear to lie to you? Bummer. The two of them happened to collide with Lucian and Su Wanqing, who were preparing to leave. The youth visibly froze upon seeing Su Wanqing and said in surprise while pushing away the woman beside him, Wanqing, when did you return to China? Why didn't you tell me? The woman who had been pushed aside stomped her foot in displeasure, but managed to hold back from snapping. Lucian's gaze revealed a wise light as he surveyed the man in front of him. Called so close? Look at the relationship is not ordinary, is it? Seemingly guessing his foolish thoughts, Su Wanqing faintly explained. His family has business dealings with my family. Chased me out of the country for 2 years. Not familiar. Hearing those last two words, the corners of Yi Han's mouth twitched. At least we've known each other since we were kids, but I didn't think we'd end up with an unfamiliar face in return. He turned to Lucian and noticed that Lucian's hand was actually resting on his goddess's shoulder, and his two eyes instantly flared with anger as he gritted his teeth. Kid, you'd better put your hands off Wanqing right now, or I'll call someone to break your dog's paws. If you dare to do that, I'll chop you up and throw you to the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish. Su Wanqing's aura was no less impressive. Her voice could not hear any change in her emotions. It did not seem like she was faking. Hearing this, Yi Han became even more angry and had already determined the relationship between the two. Wanqing, I thought you didn't like men. Then what's with this kid? When Yi Han pursued Su Wanqing back then, Su Wanqing refused on the grounds that she liked women, so he had no choice but to give up. As a result, now that he saw her being so intimate with a strange man, how could he hold back? Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing reached out and hooked her hand around Lucian's neck and wrapped it around her arms, saying in an extremely flat tone, he's a special case. You have a problem with that? A very common sentence, but it represents her attitude, as if she was born this way. Lucian is the only exception among the billions. Yi Han was speechless and could only turn his spear towards Lucian once again, asking unwillingly, where does your family live? A small rural village on the outskirts of River City. Your family is rich? Well, actually I'm not sure about that one. There's probably a $2 million or so. Probably. Yi Han had a few more black lines on his forehead and cautiously continued to ask, so you have elders in your family who work at the provincial office? The next door grandpa in my village is the head of the detachment, with an annual subsidy of 200 yuan, which is the biggest official I know. What fa? The more he asked Yi Han the more he collapsed. If his eyes could kill, Lucian would have died tens of thousands of times. My family's company has a market capitalization of more than $5 billion. My dad knows the governor of Jiang province, and my uncle is. Why she likes you and not me? Because you're ugly. The scene instantly stood still. Yi Han's face still maintained a stiff expression. He did not expect to get such an answer. AI, sighed Lucian, ruffling his freshly trimmed hair, and said with a despondent look on his face, I can't believe that you still need to ask such an obvious question. It's obvious that you're a very conceited person. The gap between you and my face value is like a firefly in the sun. It doesn't belong to the same tier at all. With me as a big handsome pot, do you think she will still look at you? Yi Han opened his mouth wide in surprise. He swore that he had never seen such a brazen person. How can you say such a shameless person? Rao Su Wanqing, at this moment is also the pink fist clenched eyes dodge. Try their best to suppress themselves not to laugh out loud, lest destroy the image. This man is also too aggressive. This was not all. Lucian immediately followed with an expression as if he had discovered something, stepping forward to look around at Yi Han, his fingers rubbing his chin. What are you doing? Hiss. Brother, not hiding from you, I know a little bit of medicine. I watch your two jaws flushed, face emaciated pale, muscles sagging. This is the face of extreme kidney deficiency. You fart. Lucian twisted his head to look at the woman next to him who hadn't said a word since the beginning. Does he never do things for more than 10 minutes at a time? Doesn't it take more than 15 minutes at most to get high? A divine doctor. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, obviously caught by Lucian's words. Although she hadn't been with Yihan for long, having just known him for less than 3 months, she had studied together many times, and it was basically just 9 minutes, which wasn't too far off from what Lucian had said. God, your sister. It must be this kid's blind guess. Yihan glared at her without any good humor. Being said these in public, and also in the face of the goddess, how could he still have the face to stay? Shamefully turned around to speed up his pace to leave. The woman could not say much at the sight and hurriedly followed. After all, the bag hasn't been bought yet. Ha ha ha. Still dare to pretend in front of your brother Shen. I thought how powerful it is. So this is it. Lucian laughed out joyfully. What's there to be proud of? Smiling like a cutie. Like. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him and reached for Lucian's arm to walk towards the car parked at the door. Come on. I'll take you shopping for some outfits. The two got in the car and the driver started the engine. Lucian, who got on the car, suddenly fell silent, a far cry from the man he was just a moment ago, his eyes revealing confusion. Obviously Yihan's appearance had given him new doubts. This time, unlike before, he chose to keep it in his heart, but instead looked to Su Wanqing, who had been leaning against the car window next to him, her gaze fixed on him. Obviously, she had seen it every day lately, but it was as if she never got tired of it, never lost her freshness, and she had been watching and paying attention to Lucian so much. Su, why are you so fixated on me? For the average person, Lucian is good enough, but in the circle of the social hierarchy, family history and status are more important, and the so-called character is as fragile as white paper. And after breaking up for 3 years, Su Wanqing hadn't even gone looking for a better partner, all because of him. Just after asking this question, Lucian regretfully slapped his head, wondering how he could have asked such a stupid question. Wasn't the answer already known? When he came back to his senses, Su Wanqing had already hooked her hands around his neck, her eyes as gorgeous as the Milky Way glaring straight at Lucian with a flirtatious tone. Looks like my Shen isn't too confident again, but since you asked, I'll answer you seriously one more time. So listen carefully, I hope this is the last time. Her look grew serious, and she said in a grave tone, I showed up because I like you. I'm pestering you because I like you. Because I like you. I won't accept confessions from any of the rest, because the most important place in my heart has long been occupied by a fool like you. I will be cheerful, happy, pleased, and cheerful, all because I like you. Every word was the truest words from Su Wanqing's heart. It's almost like a confession. It was because of meeting him that her world became colorful. Lucian obviously didn't expect her to say these words so formally. After a long time, he smiled warmly and hugged her, who had come up to him, tightly, saying in a soft tone, me too, because I like you. That's why I've stayed in Zhangcheng, expecting to meet you by chance somewhere in the city someday. You don't want to stay in a city because there are people in it you don't want to meet. And the same is true for falling in love with a city simply because you want to see her again. Su Wanqing smiled and closed her eyes, enjoying his embrace. The only reason she fell for this guy was because he was the more perfect version of her, the one she fantasized about being the most. Unfinished business. Author's words. The work is about to enter the recommended validation period. In order to the book results, please readers greatly more catalyzing more in 5-star praise, kneeling request. In order to thank all of you, a person strive to today and tomorrow 2 days or burst more 10,000 words. Chapter 30, Meeting the Mother-in-Law, Hellish Difficulty. Soon it was the day of the weekend. With the previous refreshed Lucian, after breakfast with a mood of apprehension pulled open the back seat door and sat in. Often dressed and Su Wanqing followed. Once seated, she looked forward to the driver. Let's go. Yes, ma'am. It is still very hot today. The Rolls-Royce drove on the asphalt road, and after leaving the east gate of the villa area, it drove in the direction of the Su family's old mansion. Car door. Lucian, who was still uneasy, carefully said, Su our mom should not eat people, right? Su Wanqing rolled her eyes and ignored him. At this moment, Lucian was like a high school student who was about to run to the examination hall, harboring a fretful mood and preparing to meet the final test. At this time, the cell phone in Lucian's pocket rang with an incoming call and shook slightly. Buzz buzz. He casually pulled out his cell phone, glanced at the notes, and attached it to his ear when he picked up the call. Hey, Mom. What? You guys got a ride to my side? MS. Lee on the other end continued. Yeah, just thought I'd come over to see you after not visiting for so long. Just as the family was done with the farm work, Lucian burst into a cold sweat, obviously not expecting this. Boy, he is now living in Su Wanqing's villa. If Mom and Dad come over and bump into him, will not be finished? Mother-in-law this side has not been done, and now there are Mom and Dad this side to explain. To Mom's character, must be interrogated on his 3 days and 3 nights cannot be. Thief God, you are really jealous of brother, to get back at me like this. Hearing that it was her future mother-in-law, Su Wanqing silently moved closer to Lu Xun. Lu Xun saw that his mother-in-law would be nervous, and why wouldn't she be? Gotta gather some intel ahead of time to be prepared. Just when Lu Xun didn't know how to solve the problem, Mother Li's next sentence made him slightly relieved. Your dad and I are at an old friend's house right now. Haven't seen him in almost 20 years. Stopped by to visit. Might have to go to you tomorrow. I tell you, Mom, this friend's daughter looks watery. The family is also rich. Guess what? Even look at her rural yellow hair. I heard that several years after graduation is still giving others miscellaneous. Today we'll come to see the parents. Also do not know how the character. Don't call the shots. Nowadays, the internet is developed. Although the old mom stays in the village all year round and does not go out. But such as yellow hair, these network terms are still very familiar. Lu Xun nodded cooperatively. Aha! It is to be interrogated, he said with righteous indignation. Now the social atmosphere is too pull crotch. Everyone is thinking of holding a rich woman or chasing after a rich second generation step to heaven. My generation of men went to set up the will of the green clouds. How can I be depressed for a long time to live under people? What you earn by yourself belongs to you. Shame on you for eating soft food. Except for him, of course. After a couple more conversations, there was a shout from the other end, followed by Mom. Okay, no more chatting with you. The kid will be arriving later and I have to get ready. Okay. A few moments later, the phone hung up. Lu Xun was relieved. He turned his head but found Su Wanqing took out her cell phone, her onion-like jade-like fingers tapping rapidly on the screen, seemingly recording something. Her murmurs could still be heard faintly. Character blunt, heart good. This kind of people compared to material. More important to the heart. Too expensive gifts but not good. Neat, the gift must be well prepared to prepare. The corners of Lu Xun's mouth twitched. Good guy. You can analyze so much data in one phone call. You really deserve to be able to start a company and make money. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of something in his afterglow and subconsciously read it out. A sinking conditioning program? What the hell is this? Show me. No. Seeing that she did not agree, Lu Xun said that he was going to grab the cell phone. This girl is not a good thing at first glance. It must be grabbed to see. Just one look. Don't force me to do it. I usually don't bully women, but when I'm ruthless, even I'm afraid of myself. Half an hour later, in front of the villa of the Su family's old mansion, the Rolls-Royce slowly parked in front of the courtyard. Lu Xun, who had a bright red slap mark on his face, walked down from the car with an expressionless face. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, was intact. Obviously, in the duel just now, she had won an overwhelming victory, completely crushing Lu Xun, and at the same time treating him to his favorite food. Big ears. But more despair was yet to come. Lu Xun carried 2 bags of gifts and rang the villa's doorbell. Second by second, his nervousness had reached an extreme, and just then, the door to the villa finally opened. But upon seeing the person standing behind the door, Lu Xun was dumbfounded. Mom? Sink? How did you get here? That's right, the one who opened the door was no one else but Lu Xun's mom. Ms. Li Hui Hui, who has the skill of a lion roaring in the east of the river. Mother and son were wide-eyed. Lu Xun's heart inexplicably have a bad feeling, and then think of coming to the mom on the phone to say things. 10 minutes later, in the living room of Su's house, the couch was filled with people. Lu Xun, who was sitting right next to Su Wanqing, clenched his fists and said with a smile on his face as he reached out and pointed at himself. So, after all this, I'm the yellow hair? Old Li. You guys can do it. Obviously the family has money but still cry poor to me every year, even though I can understand that you guys want to cultivate my ability to suffer. And now you're telling me that you know the richest man in our city, and you're on good terms. Isn't that a little too much to hide? Lu Xun's current mood was like being on a roller coaster. He has been frugal for more than 20 years, usually can't buy clothes and shoes for more than $200, and in high school he had to help people with their homework, enduring the risk of being scolded by the teacher's discovery, just for the sake of that measly $1. At the end of the day, you're telling me that my family isn't poor. They know the richest man in the world. Li Hui obviously didn't expect it to turn out like this and said with an embarrassed face, Sink, Mom and Dad didn't mean to keep this from you. There's a reason for all of this. She had all 18 tricks prepared to deal with this so-called yellow hair. It turned out that the yellow hair was actually his own son. That's not good business. All right. Lu's father's eyes were somewhat pleased, as if to say, worthy of being my son. He took the richest girl without saying a word. His future is bound to be unlimited. It was good that at this time Qin Sushan came out to round up the situation and alleviate the awkward atmosphere as she clapped her hands and said, all right, your family's business comes later. 1. Bring everything over here. Nanny Wang quickly carried a large bag of vegetables, the variety of more than 20 kinds, and a variety of meat, placed on the coffee table. The atmosphere, which had just eased, was once again oppressive. Auntie, what are you doing? Lu Xun was puzzled. At those words, Qin mother clasped her hands and sneered. Wanqing said that you're a much better cook than me, and compared to what you make, the dishes I make are too hard to eat to put down. You're here just in time today. Go show off in the kitchen. If the flavor doesn't please me, Hearing this, Lucian looked at the person beside him with an expressionless face. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, silently twisted her head to look to the side, obviously acquiescing. Lucian almost couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're really my good baby. I'm not even here yet, and you're helping me fill up the hate. If he can't satisfy this one with his cooking, won't he be wasted? Straight up hellish difficulty starters, and you think too highly of me. Chapter 31. Who's a good person to give a company as a meet and greet gift? Lucian is not a person who retreats at the battlefield, not to mention that he still has a little confidence in his cooking skills, and immediately picked up the dishes on the table and got up to walk into the kitchen. After spending 3 years in the Xia family, Lucian wasn't all about being a stand-in for someone else. Whenever he had spare time, he would study cooking, but not just practicing hard at cooking, but trying to blend herbal medicine and cooking together, also known as medicinal meals. When Lucian walked into the kitchen, he saw packets of sun-dried herbs placed beside the pots, all of which were directly edible. Obviously, he had been thoroughly investigated by Mother Qin. Just as Lucian went into the kitchen to get busy, Qin Tsushang, who was sitting in the living room, glared at her daughter and threatened with a cold grunt. If Sink's cooking isn't as good as mine, you two will suffer in the future. Don't worry, it's definitely 10,000 times better than what you make. This pissed off Qin's mother to no end. She was also the head chef of a well-known hotel before she went into business, and although she's regressed a bit over the years, she's no match for anyone. How old is that kid to be better than her? No way. Absolutely not. Li Hui, on the other hand, took this opportunity to sit beside Su Wanqing and grabbed her hand in a self-conscious manner, asking curiously, Little Su, when did you and our family little Shin start? I've never heard him say anything about you. This kid usually doesn't bully you, right? We were actually together in college. Su Wanqing recounted how she and Lucian University met, knew each other, and fell in love as if it were a story, and her eyes flashed with a color of remembrance. At that time, she was so withdrawn that she didn't even have any friends or classmates to talk to, so she would go to the library whenever she had free time, find an unoccupied corner and sit down, and by the time you get back to your senses, it's often already evening, and the future seems like it's just a glance away. That is, until Lucian suddenly intrudes into her gray and lifeless life. Ever since then, the corner of the library has had another regularly refreshed NPC. When Su Wanqing recounted the past, Su's father, who was sitting next to him, didn't have to be rolled his eyes, but he couldn't refute it, and could only sit there in a stifled manner. Well, at that moment, Lucian's first dish came out of the pot. This is my exclusive secret steamed blackfish. Please savor it. Looking at the fish on the table, with the restaurant to do not much difference, Qin mother suspiciously pick up chopsticks, pick up a piece of the abdomen of the meat, blowing the open mouth to eat. She closed her eyes and savored it. The fish is firm and elastic, and steaming it retains maximum flavor. But to take it to the next level, how you season it is crucial. If the flavor is too strong, it will mask the original freshness of the fish. If the flavor is too bland, it again seems a bit redundantly seasoned. A few moments later Qin Tsushang opened her eyes again. She calmly put down her chopsticks and sighed under Lucian's nervous gaze. Count on you, kid. Obviously, this steamed blackfish passes muster. Lucian didn't get carried away, but bragged vainly. Auntie is too kind. It's mainly because I'm usually exposed to fish more. If it were any other cuisine, it would definitely be Auntie who is better. Humph, you kids are quite good at talking. Although it was not yet lunchtime, but since it was all done, it was better to have an early lunchtime. And Lucian showed off his skills and took out all his masterpieces. After the meal, a large group of people sat down on the couch to relax. Wanqing, come on, give me your hand. Su Wanqing stretched out her hand in confusion, and saw Li Hui remove the jade bracelet she was wearing on her wrist and put it on her without saying a word. According to the rules of our place, the first time you meet your daughter-in-law you have to give a gift. Fortunately I put this bracelet on when I went out. This jade bracelet is an object from the Ming dynasty, passed down from generation to generation in Auntie's family, and is considered a token of Auntie's affection. The jade bracelet of the Ming dynasty was characterized by its slenderness and thinness, which was due to the fact that Emperor Ming Taizu advocated national frugality at that time, so the furniture and ornaments of that time were on the side of simplicity. Lucian picked his nose. Mom, we still have such valuable things in our house. How come I didn't know? You can't bluff people with a fake. Before Motherly could speak, Su Wanqing stepped heavily on Lucian's foot, causing him to suck in a mouthful of cold air in pain and almost scream. Immediately after, he heard Su Wanqing smile and say to Motherly, Thanks Mom, I'll treasure it. This sound Mom can be called to Ms. Lee's heart, and then so and Lucian a comparison. The gap is simply not too big. Lu's father's gift was a bulging red envelope. Su Wanqing gladly accepted it, just as Lu Xun watched enviously as she received her gifts. Mother Qin, who was sitting next to her, got up and walked over to the counter next to her and took out a file bag. Little Xun, knowing that you're coming, your uncle and I were discussing what would be an appropriate meeting gift for you yesterday. Both of us are rather vulgar, and we don't have any family heirlooms or anything, so we simply decided to give you a company. Lu Xun? What's hair? Did he hear right? Who's a nice guy giving away a company as a meet and greet gift? This is a bit too ostentatious. He gulped and took the bag of papers and nervously unwrapped it, removing the paperwork inside. At the top, the words Equity Transfer Agreement stood out. Lu Xun proceeded to look down the list while Su's father introduced the company. This is an entertainment company I invested in some years ago, producing many breakout stars and singers, and at the time it was the leading company in the entire Jiangqing entertainment industry. Lu Xun was thinking how he, a local, had never heard of this company, when Su's father's next words answered his doubts. But in the last 2 years, the company has had internal problems, its earnings have fallen dramatically, and its ranking has dropped out of the top 50. Lu Xun looked at the information about Wanxiang Corporation in his hand and fell into deep thought. With the attitude of his parents-in-law today, they are obviously more satisfied with him. In that case, why give him a company on the verge of bankruptcy to make things difficult for him? I am afraid that there is a deeper meaning to it. Uncle Su, there's something you haven't explained, right? Seeing Lu Xun react so quickly, Su Donglin nodded with satisfaction. Although Han Yuan was founded by me, it is not my one word, and there are still quite a few obstacles for Wanqing to take over from me in the future. But as long as you can solve the problem of Wanxiang, I will have enough reasons to support you up. In the future, you and Wanqing will support each other, and I will be able to retire early. Han Yuan Group can be ranked among the top 3 even in the entire Jiang province, and there are countless pairs of eyes staring at Su Donglin at all times, wanting to pull him down. Like the kidnapping a while back, I'm afraid someone at the top of the group was secretly tripping. Therefore, this matter could only be done by Lu Xun himself. Anyone else, at best, can only secretly advise him, or they can't gag the boardroom bunch. Chapter 32, Sleeping in Black Silk. Afternoon, because the weather is too hot. Would like to go out for a stroll. Ms. Li had to put off the idea, but instead in the upstairs recreation room and Qin mother and other people rubbed up mahjong. As for Lu Xun and Su Wanqing, who could not play mahjong, naturally they could only retreat to their rooms to play games. The villa had a total of 3 floors, and Su Wanqing's room was on the 2nd floor with the best view. The room is carpeted. After pushing open the door, Su Wanqing directly took off her shoes to reveal her pink and white jade feet, and walked into the room with her bare feet. Speaking of her private villa, unless she went downstairs, she rarely saw her wearing shoes. The reason for this was clear to Lu Xun, because this woman finds wearing shoes uncomfortable. She goes barefoot in private. She had this bad habit in college and didn't expect to break it now, but it's good. It's pretty eye-catching to look at. Lu Xun took off his shoes like he was returning to his own home, and pulled out his cell phone as soon as he got under the covers. Original God, Kai. But before he could enter the game interface, the phone was snatched by Su Wanqing and thrown onto the sofa next to him. She burrowed into the comforter and hugged Lu Xun, leaning her head against his hot chest and gently rubbing it like a kitten. What's so fun about games? Be good and sleep with me. Lu Xun exploded. You sleep your chant. I mute play not on the line. No. Oh, call daddy and I'll sleep with you. A dull sound came out of the room, and Lu Xun, who was covering his stomach, was forced to shut down as his body bowed into what looked like a boiled shrimp. Only then did Su Wanqing hug him again and coldly grunt. Man, don't think that just because I'm nice, you can get away with it. There's a limit to how much I can put up with you. You're a good talker, my ass. I've never seen you put up with. What are you going to do? Wrong. A full half-hour passed before the commotion in the room subsided. 2 days flashed by. These 2 days Lu Xun felt that he had been more tired than a screw in an electronics factory. During the day, he has to accompany his mom and mother-in-law to go shopping, but in reality, he is the bag carrier. And when he comes home, he doesn't even have time to rest before he has to prepare dinner. And in the evening, he has to deal with the pestering queen of Susu. It's a good thing mom and dad weren't prepared to stay longer, or he would have died of exhaustion. Station waiting area. Mom Li Hui first carry things check tickets on the car, and Lu Jianming did not rush. He pulled Lu Xun to a corner. The voice low command. What you want to do in the future? Your mom and I will not interfere, but you have to remember one thing. Always put the study of the medical profession first, as well as, be careful of the people surnamed Lu. What do you mean? It was useless to continue to hide it. Lu Jianming simply stated the reason for it in a concise manner, his expression unprecedentedly grave and serious. Why does the family have money and connections but deliberately hide it from Lu Xun? Why do you want to live in a tiny mountain village when you can afford to settle in the city? The main purpose of all this was to stay out of the way of the group. Lu Jianming and his wife are not from the countryside, but from the powerful Lu and Li families in Magic City. Even the Su family, who is the richest family in Jiangchang, can't rank in front of these two families. At that level, the power is no longer limited to a certain city or province in the country, but has a certain influence in the international arena. The Lu family was an ancient clan that had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years, and the medical skills that Lu Xun had learned since he was a child also came from the Lu family. After hearing this, Lu Xun was puzzled. We are from such a powerful background. Why do we still have to hide? If we return to our family directly, wouldn't I be the prettiest boy in the entire Jiang province? Lu Jianming gave his son a meaningful look and didn't say much. Anyway, just be careful out there. And besides, remember the deal you made with mom and dad? Remember, when Lu Xun was still in college, he made a pact with his family. He could not show the medical skills he had learned until he had to. Although Lu Xun was puzzled, he agreed at that time in order to buy the specialized martial arts for his general thunderbolt. As a result, he has always studied only medicinal baths and medicinal diets, never saving lives. After all, he wasn't from a science class, and even if he had a license to practice medicine, no major hospital would take him, not to mention that he didn't know how high his medical skills were. Seeing that the ticket checking was about to stop, Lu's father patted him on the shoulder and left a sentence before walking towards the ticket checking station, while Lu Xun stood still for a long time without returning to his senses. This pact is null and void. You can save whoever you want from now on. Remember, if anyone dares to doubt your ability or look down on you, just point your nose at them and say, "What kind of trash are you, daring to look down on me?" And then use your ability to hit them hard in the face. That last line was just awesome. It couldn't help but make Lu Xun wonder if this was still his wimpy dad who knelt on durian shells from time to time. Dang, you're a little handsome today. What kind of trash are you that you dare to look down on me? In the Rolls-Royce car parked by the side of the road, the driver looked in the rearview mirror with his mouth wide open at Lu Xun, who seemed to be talking to his own young lady. Buddy, when did you become so brave? Unsurprisingly, Lu Xun was rewarded with 2 heavy brain crashes. Looking at him holding his head and coming down honestly, Su Wanqing then said with a cold snort without any good breath, "Who all taught you all that swearing? I see you're in arrears with your conditioning again. My dad just taught me that." Lu Xun's tone was aggravated. This old deng teaching was not right either. Perhaps she felt that her hand was heavy. Su Wanqing hooked over Lu Xun's head and pillowed it on her lap, gently rubbing the place where he had just been knocked. Wanting to be angry but not able to get angry. Wanxiang Entertainment Company, I understand. Send you the information later. As well, there is a charity gala in a week. You will go with me then. Charity party? Thinking of the clips in novels and TV dramas, Lu Xun, who was lying on his snow-white lap, cheerfully said, "I know this one, the beauty extraordinaire one, and it's cool to wear." In the next second, a gaze filled with killing intent fell on him. Lu Xun had the sense to keep his mouth shut and tucked his face into her warm embrace. The car sped along, weaving in and out of traffic, and finally, 10 minutes later, it stopped steadily outside the gates of the already redecorated Carefree Baths. After putting Lu Xun down, the driver turned the car around and left. The red taillights fade away, and Lu Xun stood on the side of the road, his ears vaguely echoing the words Su Wanqing said in his ear when he got off the bus just now. "If you can solve the problems of Wanxiang Company to my satisfaction, I don't mind giving you a little reward. Like, sleeping in black silk." Looking at the direction the car left, Lu Xun gritted his teeth. "To actually tempt me with this kind of thing, do you really think that you, Shen, are the kind of womanizer who sees color? Humph, count on you to be a good judge of character." With that he turned and pushed the door open, humming softly as he walked into the baths. "Fatty, do me a favor." Chapter 33, Cleaning Up Wanxiang Entertainment. Strong Lu Xun. Early the next morning, the sky was foggy, as if heavy rain would fall at any moment, but this did not affect the pace of people going to work, physically and mentally exhausted to the company. Although Vientiane Entertainment Company has fallen out of the top class nowadays, their backing of Hainyuan Group allows them to still occupy a place in the center of the city where every inch of land is valuable. In the company's operations department, 2 female employees, who had just arrived at the company, took some bread and milk from the counter and returned to their seats. The operations department is responsible for the logistics and publicity of the company's artists, and it's not too much to say that it's the busiest department in the entire company. Li Mei has been with Vientiane Entertainment for 5 years. From being motivated in the beginning, she was now wobbling through her days, especially when she swallowed her bread and sighed heavily at the sight of an office that was only half full. The tone of the female coworker next to her revealed exhaustion. "Sister Li, I heard that 2 more people left the finance department yesterday. Counting the people in our department, there are already more than 10 people gone this month, right? When will these days ever end? If it is because of the company's harsh departure is okay, in the country of China is the most lack of cattle and horses can suffer, but the company's senior management simply do not have the intention of recruiting people. Instead, they simply arrange for their own relatives to take up the positions and eat the empty paychecks. The burden of work naturally fell on them all at once. There are still a few such people, and in the operations department alone, nearly half of them are on the payroll. Suffice it to say, the entire company is now screwed. The way of upward mobility is even more completely cut off, so that people at the lower level simply do not see any hope of getting ahead. And naturally, there are quite a number of people leaving their jobs. At that moment, a smartly dressed woman walked into the office with a cold face and an aura of social elite. The people in the office saw this and rose to greet them. "Good morning, Minister Lu." "Aha." Lu Xiaoyan nodded her head in response, her gaze sweeping over the crowd as she inwardly spoke helplessly. "I know that everyone has been under a lot of pressure lately, but I still hope that you can stick around more, and as long as you can get busy for a while, I'll apply for bonuses for you." The crowd was tired of hearing this type of talk. With the greedy character of the company's executives, they can't wait to drop their paychecks into their pockets year after year, not to mention the bonuses. Among the executives, only Minister Lu remains clean and wants to change the status quo to initiate a reform. But where is the reform so easy to initiate? The power of one minister is simply not enough to break the status quo. At that moment, someone suddenly said, "Sister Lu, when I was off work yesterday, I overheard Vice President Lu say that the company is parachuting in a president. Is this true?" The position of president of the company has always been vacant, and a vice president has always managed the day-to-day affairs of the company. And with a new official, that means the situation changes and there may be an opportunity. When the rest of the operations department heard this, a look of hope surfaced in their eyes and they looked straight at Minister Lu at the very front. Lu Xiaoyan naturally knew about this, but she didn't think highly of the president who had been parachuted in. Currently, the entire company's departments, except for the operations department under her leadership, the rest of the departments were firmly controlled by Vice President Lu, and the management of the company up and down the line was all their people. It can be said that this president, even if he is parachuted in, has long been hollowed out and is destined to be only a puppet emperor. Looking at the anticipation of her subordinates one by one, Lu Xiaoyan was somewhat unable to bear to break their fantasies. Well, at that moment, a demurely dressed woman knocked on the office door. "Lu Xiaoyan, Mr. Lu asked me to inform you to go to the high-level conference room to prepare for the newly appointed president." After that, the secretary of Mr. Lu left without looking back. Without the slightest respect for Lu Xiaoyan, the director of the operation department, which shows how embarrassing his position is in the company. "You guys keep busy, I'll go first." Leaving a message, Lu Xiaoyan turned around and left the office. She came to the high-level conference room at the end of the corridor and pushed her way in, which was already full, with only one seat left at the end of the table. Lu Xiaoyan walked to her place with an expressionless face and pulled out her chair to sit down. The recently appointed vice president of finance was puzzled. "Mr. Lu, aren't you welcoming the new president into office?" The big-bellied man sitting at the very front undid his untie and glanced at this speaker, who was none other than the vice president of Wanxiang Entertainment Company, Lu Weiqiang. He trailed off. "If you want to go down and greet them, no one is stopping you." The vice minister of finance immediately reacted and lowered his head without saying anything else. It's obvious that Lu Weiqiang wants to give this parachuted president a hard time, and at this time, whoever dares to go down to greet him is not going against him. He had only just taken his seat as deputy minister and didn't want to be replaced so soon. Under the commercial building where Vientiane Entertainment is located, a black Mercedes slowed to a stop. Lu Xun, dressed in a neat suit, stepped out of the car, followed closely by Su Lei, who had come to help, and bodyguard Ariai. Su Lei looked at the empty building entrance and couldn't help but flirt. "Xiaolu, you can't be the president. You just took office without even someone to come down and greet you." Lu Xun had expected this scene. He pushed up the sunglasses he was wearing and led the two toward the interior of the building. The trio rode the elevator to the 25th floor. The elevator opened, and the sign of Vientiane Entertainment Company came into view. And at the entrance there was a sultry woman playing with her nails. When Secretary Lu saw Lu Xun's trio formation, he said lightly, "Which one of you is that? What's his name? President Lu?" "Forget it, it doesn't matter who it is. Come with me, Mr. Lu." And the others are already waiting in the conference room. With that she took the lead and twisted her little waist towards where the conference room was. Lu Xun calmly followed. Su Lei, who knew his habits well, knew that someone was definitely going to be finished later. All the way to the outside of the high-level conference room at the end, Secretary Lu was just about to push the door open, when Lu Xun stopped her. "Wait, I'll do it myself. Inside are all my future co-workers, and I wanted to give them a memorable entrance." Secretary Ryu, whose hand had already touched the doorknob, sniffed and stepped aside uncertainly. Lu Xun took a deep breath. Immediately after that, He took 2 steps forward, built up his whole body's strength, and kicked the door of the conference room, which was hidden. The wind flickered. Immediately after that, there was a bang. The conference room door slammed into the wall, leaving a deep mark on the snow-white wall. The commotion was so great that the entire floor seemed to tremble a trifle at it. The executives who were originally seated in the conference room were all frightened by this sudden movement and stood up from their positions while their gazes subconsciously looked towards the door. Outside the door, Secretary Lu stared at the scene with shocked eyes. She couldn't figure out where the young man in front of her got such nerve. Was he crazy? One chapter owed to be made up tomorrow. I'm begging for more hypes and positive reviews. Thank you on my knees. Chapter 34, Sweeping Away the Poisonous Tumors of Vientiane Entertainment. The commotion in the high-level conference room was so loud that the nearest people in the operations department looked at each other in dismay, and Li Mei cautiously suggested, "Why don't we go check it out? Let's go. It can't be the new president and that Lu guy getting into a fight, can it? Better beat the out of that Lu pickpocket." And this side of the high-level conference room, ignoring the reactions of these people, Lucian walked to the empty seat at the very front of the long table with his hands in his pockets and looked around the crowd with a grin. "To introduce myself, my name is Lucian, and my hobby is guarding world peace. Sit down, all of you. Don't stand around." Lu Xiaoyan looked at Lucian in surprise and secretly said, "This is the new Mr. Lu, surprisingly young. What the hell is HQ doing sending him here?" If she said that the headquarters didn't know about the company's situation, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. But even so, the headquarters still sent this Mr. Lu over. Could it be that is thinking that this Mr. Lu is enough to solve the company's problems? As Lucian's words fell, none of the executives took their seats, but instead looked at Vice President Lu in front of them in unison, waiting for his attitude. Lu Weiqiang grimaced, not expecting Lucian to be so unbridled when he arrived at his territory, and laughed coldly after returning to his senses. Mr. Lu is young and promising. So young to get the appreciation of the headquarters. I think the ability is not bad. Is that this etiquette seems to be still lacking? The mockery in the words was almost undisguised. Lucian sat himself down and smiled back. I'll give the same to Mr. Lu, but only the second half of the sentence, because you don't deserve the first half. The atmosphere in the conference room was suddenly quiet, as if it had suddenly dropped several degrees. Being so humiliated, Lu Weiqiang had been furious for a long time, but considering that Lucian was sent by the headquarters, he still suppressed his anger and sat down angrily. He'd like to see what tricks this brat could come up with. As Lu Weiqiang took his seat, the rest of the executives followed suit, and the situation became clear. Su Lei took out a piece of information from the bag he was holding. Lucian took it and laid it on the table and flipped through it, his back straight and the sunlight spilling over his shoulders, adding a bit of mystery to him. His clear voice rang out in the conference room. I'm dealing with 2 main issues today. First, according to the data I've been given, the company clearly makes a profit year after year, but reports a loss year after year, so I'm curious as to where the extra money is being spent. Secondly, there are rumors in the outside world that our Wanxiang Entertainment Company has serious style problems within the company, such as executives molesting artists based on their power, resulting in no one being willing to sign up for our company, and I hope that Mr. Lu can give me an explanation. Lucian's voice was powerful, and his questioning tone seemed like a sharp dagger, plunging straight into the deepest part of these people's hearts, causing them to tense up for a few moments. Ariai looked at Lu Xinshan's serious look and back, overlapping with a scene in his memory. He was in a trance for a moment. The lady who went abroad 3 years ago was as strong as this. Even though he was nervous in his heart, in front of outsiders, he didn't leave half a gap to take advantage of, and his attitude was strong and incomparable. To this, Lu Weiqiang had an early response. He cleared his throat and smiled lightly. Mr. Lu just came to be unclear about the company's situation. It's normal to have these doubts. The first thing is that the company has to promote its artists, which is a huge expense every year, and relying on the company's own profits can only barely make up for the vacancies. As for the second question, it's even simpler. A rumor is a rumor because it's fabricated and has no actual proof. The last 4 words Lu Weiqiang bit the heavy words, intended to provoke Lucian. Do not talk nonsense without evidence. Unexpectedly, Lucian nodded his head after hearing this. Well, I really don't have proof. As the words fell, Lu Xiaoyan sighed in her heart, thinking that Lucian was still too young and impetuous, daring to act in such a way without evidence. But Lucian's next words froze everyone present. Then we returned to the first question. Vice President Lu, why are you still sitting here? The crowd was unclear about the significance of Lucian's words. Even Lu Weiqiang unconsciously frowned. What do you mean? Lucian tilted his head and said in a deserving tone, investing such a large sum of money every year to train artists with little effect, and even the company is managed in a mess. May I ask Mr. Lu what qualifications you still have to sit here? His words were cold for a few moments, If you're not worthy of the position, you should step aside. Even a child understands that. Do you need me to teach you? Behind him, Sule played along and said with a look of contempt, "That's right, old fat ass. Running the company like this. What face do you have left to stay here? I manage better than you with my feet." The sound of this old fat pig was like an irritation to Lu Weiqiang. Since he became the vice president, no one had ever dared to talk about him like that, let alone in front of so many people. If he puts up with it any longer, how will he manage the people under him in the future? He immediately got up and pointed at Lu Xun's nose and cursed, "Brat, who are you to fire me? You're nothing." Seeing this, Lu Weiqiang's close friends in the company have risen to follow the words of concurrence. "Yes, Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu has been working hard for the company for so many years. These words of yours are too chilling. According to the regulations, the vice president's removal has to go through the headquarters removal. Even if you are the president of the company, you don't have such power. Mr. Lu, please also be careful what you say." Nearly 90% of the executives rose to oppose Lu Xun's words. The only ones that stood out were Lu Xiaoyan, who was sitting quietly in the corner, and a few of the management of the operations department. Looking at so many people supporting him, Lu Weiqiang showed a confident smile. These can be his many years of accumulated heritage. But the next second, his smile froze on his face, because Lu Xun had an extra document in his hand. The row of words at the top was particularly eye-catching. Equity Transfer Agreement. Lu Xun shook the document in his hand. "I forgot to tell you that the head office has transferred 51% of Vientiane to me personally, while the remaining 49% continues to be held by the head office. Excuse me, am I qualified now?" In a blink of an eye, the people present changed color, stood up in disbelief, and stared at the agreement in Lu Xun's hand. The head office would even transfer its stake to this kid? How is this possible? In theory, if someone had acquired the shares, then the company would also be detached from the headquarters and become an independent company. But the current Wanshan company was still under the Han Yuan group. This situation is usually used by the group to train future successors. The equity transfer agreement, on the other hand, requires the personal signature of at least 3 board members or the chairman of the board in order to be valid. Lu Weiqiang's pupils slightly trembled. He has friends he knows in the group board, and it is also by sending gifts every year that he can sit firmly in this position. But the matter of equity transfer, he did not receive any news. Does not it mean that this kid is that Chairman Su arranged? After realizing this, Lu Weiqiang's body fell weakly into a chair and looked down at the floor in a daze. From the beginning, he didn't have half a chance of winning. All those things he did will be dug up too. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 35, Paranoid Su Wanqing. Eventually, the collapsed Lu Weiqiang was easily picked up from his seat by Ariai and walked towards the outside of the conference room. Lu Xiaoyan didn't expect that the biggest obstacle to her change would be so easily eradicated by Lu Xun. Even from the time Lu Xun entered the conference room, it was less than 10 minutes before and after all. Why did you wait until now to bring out this agreement though? If we had taken it out in the first place, then, this question Lu Xiaoyan instantly had an answer, and the color of enlightenment appeared in her eyes. That's right. The reason why Lu Xun waited until now to take out this agreement was not simply because he wanted to play the pig in a poke. Lu Weiqiang controls 90% of the company's management, up and down basically his people. If all fired, the whole company will immediately be paralyzed, and it's also a chance to sift through the available people. These executives were clearly aware of this and looked at each other, scrambling to come out and show their true hearts. Mr. Lu's move is really great. In fact, I've been putting up with that fat pig for a long time, only that I've been holding back because he's too powerful. Since Mr. Lu entered the door, I have sensed that Mr. Lu is not extraordinary. It is really a young handsome man. I am not ashamed to say that my youngest daughter looks quite pretty. Congratulations to Mr. Lu for eradicating the company's tumor. Hearing these compliments, Lu Xun rolled his eyes and raised his hand to press down. There was instant silence in the conference room. Seeing this, Lu Xun looked at Lu Xiaoyan, who was sitting at the end of the table, and smiled lightly. Before coming here, I heard that Minister Lu of the operations department has outstanding performance, but also graduated from a prestigious foreign university. It just so happens that the company is at the time of employment. I wonder if Minister Lu is willing to pay for the company's own talent. The meaning is obvious. This is to cultivate Lu Xiaoyan. The rest of the executives looked on with envy. With this Lu backing, in the future in the company, this Lu minister can really be a person under. No one dares to belittle and underestimate. Lu Xiaoyan didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Reacting, she stood up in a hurry. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your appreciation. Working for the company is my job. Lu Xun nodded. Then I announced that with immediate effect, Lu Xiaoyan will assume the position of vice president of the company, and will also be in charge of the company's personnel department. The appropriation from the headquarters will come down soon, and I hope we can all work together to create the company's past glory. Yes, the crowd responded in unison, no longer having any semblance of contempt for the young man in front of them. Deliberately saying that there will be a grant from the headquarters indicates that there will be a lot of potential for Vientiane Entertainment in the future, and that they will have to leave no stone unturned to push the company in a better direction in order to stay. This is not a young man. It is clearly like an experienced old fox, holding their lifeblood to death. After instructing some more precautions, Lucian then got up and left the conference room, sullenly walking into the elevator under the gaze of a group of employees who were both fiery and adoring. When the elevator door closed, Lucian and Su Lei looked at each other. In the next second, the two finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Ha 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 ha, what hand in hand with glory? Brother Shen, are you going to laugh me to death and inherit my house full of hand-me-downs? Asterisk 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 you. Brother is at least the president of the company now. Give me serious. Po ha ha ha. If this scene was seen by the executives just now, I'm afraid that they would be shocked and wonder if Lucian had a split personality disorder. Ding! The beep sounded. The elevator arrived at the first floor. The two of them walked straight out of the building, and Ari, who had already disposed of Lu Weiqiang, had already been waiting at the door. Since Lucian dared to come, he must have made all the preparations. And this guy Lu Weiqiang really deserves to die. He forced the company's artists to have sex with him under the pretext of blocking them, which led to Wanxiang Entertainment's notoriety in the industry, as well as enriching public funds and keeping college student lovers outside the company, and so on. These things are enough to keep him in prison for the rest of his life. Today is also just the eradication of this tumor. But if you want to put Wanxiang Entertainment on the right track, there are still a lot of things that Lucian needs to do. Imagine suddenly going from a mediocre wage earner to the de facto leader of a company with hundreds of employees and entertainers under his hand. Even Lucian had to feel something inwardly. In the car, Su Lei laughed for a while before starting to talk about business. The business bureau side has been taken care of. The bathhouse can be opened anytime. The price is still according to the original. Xiao Yu has been letting me rush you. Tomorrow then, but I can't go tomorrow because of something, so apologize to you for me. What's more important than the new opening of the bathhouse? Going to get a license with your sister-in-law? To my ex-wife's house. Su Lei gazed in admiration and gave a thumbs up, saying with a serious face, do you need me to come and collect your body then? We're all brothers. Don't be polite. Screw you. Lucian's face went black and he said in a bad mood, I'm going to do business. Brother Shen, do I look like someone who was entangled with his ex-wife? Looks pretty similar to me. After kicking Su Lei out of the car halfway, Lucian instructed Ari to go to Su Wanqing's company, leaving Su Lei alone and dumbfounded on the side of the road. Abba abba. The midday sun was so hot that the leaves on the roadside were slightly curled, drained of moisture, and fluttered down from the trees. Underneath the building of Clear Dust Clothing Company, the black Mercedes slowed down and parked on the side of the road. Inside the building, the two receptionists were sitting behind the counter at the moment, pawing at the drama. Suddenly the door to the company opened automatically and a young man in a black shirt walked in. Rolling heat waves took advantage of the opportunity to pour through the door, blowing his black shaggy hair and deep dark eyes underneath it. The young female receptionist who had just joined the company couldn't help but look stunned, and couldn't help but ponder what their children's last name should be if they were to marry such a handsome man. She soon reacted and hurriedly got up to stop Lucian, but was pulled by the arm of the colleague beside her. She wondered, Sister Huang, what are you pulling me for? That man doesn't have a work license. Sister Huang rolled her eyes at her. That's Mr. Su's man. If you want to pack up and leave, you can try stopping him. In principle, no one can enter the company without wearing a license plate. But who asked the principal is someone's wife? They can't afford to mess with these small workers. Upon hearing this, the female receptionist then sat back resentfully. In the gap between the two of them talking, Lucian had already arrived at the top floor in the high-rise special elevator, and he had just left the office when he bumped into Secretary Jiang, who had walked out of the president's office, also known as Su Wanqing's secretary. In her hand she also carried a dinner plate with an even mix of meat and vegetables, but it looked as if it hadn't moved at all. This is? Lucian asked suspiciously, seeing the visitor. Secretary Jiang was like seeing a savior, and hurriedly walked over with his dinner plate, saying with a sad face, this is Mr. Su's lunch. I've been away from the company these days accumulating some documents, so Mr. Su is a bit overly focused today, and not wanting to be disturbed. He doesn't even want to eat lunch. Lucian, she does this a lot? Secretary Jiang hesitated for a moment and nodded. When I first became Mr. Su's secretary, she was like this a lot, and the worst time was when she was in the hospital for half a month because of a stomach bug, and it wasn't until later that she got better. Lucian didn't doubt her words, because it did fit that woman's character, who was like a machine when she was serious. Perhaps it is this paranoia that has brought her to where she is today, but even machines need maintenance, let alone people. Lucian took the dinner plate in her hand while inquiring, can you tell me what floor the cafeteria is on? There's a small kitchen on the top floor. You can see it from this side when you go to the head and turn left again, and the ingredients are regularly replenished, so you'll be able to use them at any time. Okay, thanks. Looking at Lucian's back as he left, Secretary Jiang, who was not yet over 30 years old, could not help but be a bit florid. She would like to have such a gentle and elegant man, even if it means giving her $20,000 a month for adoption, provided it's a handsome man. Of course. Chapter 36, Life is like a chess game. Even if you lose, you won't regret it. 3,000 words. The hum of the central air conditioner was unmistakably prominent in the quiet office, accompanied by the sound of papers turning pages. The door pushed open at that moment, interrupting Su Wanqing, who was in deep thought. She frowned towards the door, and after realizing that the person who came in was Lu Xun, her brows relaxed and she continued to stare down at the documents in her hand as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Lu Xun shrugged. After closing the door, he casually carried over a chair and walked over to Su Wanqing and sat down beside her, skillfully crossing his legs and placing the meal on the desk. Here, I know you like spicy food in the summer. I re-added some spices for you. Hurry up and eat it. It won't be good if it gets cold. Su Wanqing did not reply, still staring intently at the document in her hand. The corners of Lu Xun's mouth twitched as he picked up the dinner plate and used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of cold cucumber and handed it to her mouth. Su Wanqing opened her mouth expressionlessly and ate it in small bites, her gaze always fixed on the documents in her hand. Well, it looks like he's too focused to even pick up his chopsticks. Lu Xun had no choice but to act like a babysitter and feed the meals to her mouth one by one, while secretly saying, "This woman is also really durable when she eats." Suddenly an interesting idea flashed through his mind, and immediately the corners of his mouth lifted as he silently sped up the feeding of the vegetables. Before the previous dish could be swallowed, a spoonful of rice reached her mouth again, and Su Wanqing had to open her mouth again. Soon her cheeks were puffed out and she actually looked a little cute. Lu Xun was having a good time when a high-heeled shoe under the table stepped heavily on his foot, and his expression suddenly twisted in pain. Seeing this, Su Wanqing then let out a light hum in triumph. Amir Shen, how dare he tease her? He really didn't learn his lesson. The bitter Lu Xun resumed his normal feeding speed. By the way, I'm going to make a trip to the summer house tomorrow. The force under his feet instantly increased, and the pain-twisted Lu Xun's just-eased expression once again. Su Wanqing's voice went cold and asked in an unquestionable manner, "To do what?" No woman wants to watch her man go to another woman, let alone an ex-wife, even if nothing ever happened between these two. Seeing her look of wanting to kill, Lu Xun hurriedly explained, fearing that if he was a second late, the two strong men in black would suddenly burst in and tie him up. The reason why he wanted to go to the Xia family was not to look for Xia Hanxue, but he wanted to talk to Xia Shui, Xia Hanxue's father, about a partnership. The Xia family runs a fiction-based website, although the assets are only billion. In other industries may not even ranked in the top 100, but in the total of only 40 billion market of the novel industry, has been able to rank in the top 10. And the most important thing about a novel, besides the content, is the copyright. Web novels only have a total market of $40 billion, but the IP market linked to them has reached a staggering $260+ billion, not to mention all the peripherals. As we all know, in addition to basic acting skills, the most important thing to make an actor hot is an excellent script, that is, a masterpiece that can shock people's hearts. Lu Xun couldn't afford to buy the rights to a few fire books with his current family money, so his only option was to talk to the platform about a split cooperation, so that he could take the filming rights by paying only a small royalty. The Xia family is undoubtedly the best choice. Although he had a bad time with Xia Hanxue, he still had a good relationship with her parents. Of course, he could also choose to wash himself white at night and wait for the rich woman in front of him to pick him, and then he could have as much money as he wanted. But if he really wanted to do that, he wouldn't be Lu Xun anymore. How could Su Wanqing not be aware of this? After gazing at Lu Xun for a while, she sighed helplessly. Could be, but you must take me with you, or else you are exempt. She doesn't trust this little man to go on his own, in case the woman repents and becomes a thief. Su Wanqing really couldn't help Lu Xun in this matter either. Give money to this guy certainly do not want. The Su family's industry and not involved in the script aspect. As for why, because the market cap is too small, competition is still big. Su father simply do not see. The more she thought about Su Wanqing, the more depressed she felt. Her gaze could not help but fall on Lu Xun. Lu Xun noticed that this gaze was not right, and quickly put down his chopsticks and was alert. What do you want? According to his years of experience, every time this woman showed this expression, it meant she was about to do something bad. As expected, a playful sneer surfaced at the corner of Su Wanqing's mouth. What for? To eat? Of course. This rice is not the other rice. Lu Xun immediately wanted to slip away. It was grabbed by a small snow-white delicate hand. Obviously looks that weak, but the strength is full. Hot red lips quickly covered his. The huge, ferocious weapon was squeezed into a pancake, seemingly ready to break through the buttons and break free at any moment. Good lord, what man could stand that? Since you can't escape, you might as well enjoy it. Thinking like this, Lucian's restless hand quietly reached into Su Wanqing's clothes and wandered up. Su Wanqing didn't resist. If she let the guy hold it in for too long, sooner or later he would suffocate. She couldn't keep enjoying it, she had to let the man release it as well. Summer is hot and July is creeping into the middle of the month. As a ray of sunrise emerges from the end of the sky, it means that a new day has crept in. Meanwhile, today is also the first day of Lu Xiaoyan's inauguration. At this moment in the morning meeting, she sat in the forefront of the spirit of renewal. The momentum has never been better. There is already a light power accompanied. Below, the ministers of the various departments of Wanxiang Entertainment had all arrived, also including the newly appointed Minister of Operations, Li Mei. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Lu Xiaoyan, who was sitting in the main seat, was no longer silent and spoke aloud. I'm sure you're all well aware of the situation the company has been in for the past 2 years, and there's only one topic for this meeting, and that's donating money. The company is collective, and now that it's in trouble, I'm sure you all won't just sit back and do nothing, right? Obviously, this was meant to be a donation to the company from the people in the room. Yesterday, Lu Xiaoyan had already fired all the employees of Wanxiang Entertainment who were on empty payroll, which had already caused a lot of dissatisfaction. But in the way of Lucian's might yesterday, they all didn't dare to say much. At this moment, after hearing that Lu Xiaoyan actually asked herself and the others to donate money to the company, their faces darkened. Donating money to work? Really treat them like an ATM. In response, Lu Xiaoyan was secretly sneering. If others are not clear, can she not be clear? These ministers alone have followed Lu Weiqiang over the years and have not been able to enrich themselves, which has caused the company to lose money year after year. Just as these ministers were about to have a fit, they heard Lu Xiaoyan continue unhurriedly. Of course, you all can understand if you have difficulties, but yesterday, before Mr. Lu left, he specifically instructed me to thoroughly investigate the company's flow of funds for the past 10 years. If you are not willing to do so, the words were lost. But the presents are not a little cute. But none of them are cute. Which is not an old fox who has been in the shopping mall for many years. This is clearly a threat to them all. Donate, or be spared. But if they don't donate, a silver bracelet and a dark prison will await them. This woman is so hard-hearted. After a brief silence in the conference room, the Minister of Finance was the first to speak up, pushing his glasses up and smiling sagely. Since the company is in trouble, it's only right that we should help. After all, after staying for so many years, we all have feelings. Tell you what, I'll take the lead and be willing to donate $1 million to the company. That's not a small amount for the average person. But Lu Xiaoyan didn't call the meeting for this amount of money. She said with a smile on her face, it's still Minister Jiang who has the commitment. On behalf of the company and Mr. Lu, I thank you for your donation of 5 million Chinese currency. As the words fell, Minister Zhong's smile immediately froze, nearly falling unsteadily on his feet, his heart bleeding at the moment. $5 million. That's nearly 2/3 of his savings over the years. But looking at the meaningful gaze of Lu Xiaoyan in front of him, he still sat down resentfully and stopped saying anything. The heat rolled on, and soon it was midday the next day. Lucian sat in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce. The first time he drove such a good car, he could not help but feel a little excited, while Su Wanqing sat in the co-pilot playing with her cell phone. A foot on the gas, the engine roared powerfully, and the speed soared again. After about 10 minutes, the Rolls-Royce passed the security check and drove into an upscale villa area. And after driving forward for another 200 meters, it slowly stopped in front of a beautifully decorated double-story villa courtyard. The nanny, hearing the commotion, went out to greet them. She smiled at Lucian, who was getting out of the car and walking towards her. Young Master Lu, you're here. Aha. Lucian simply responded and without much delay walked straight towards the interior of the villa with Su Wanqing. Push open the door and the elegantly decorated living room comes into view. Because Uncle Xia made his fortune through literature, the decoration style and layout of his home is also on the literary side, and he himself is a hobbyist of calligraphy and painting and some rare ancient books. As soon as Lucian entered the door, he found Uncle Xia sitting in front of the sofa, and there was a familiar figure next to him, which was none other than Xia Hanxue, who had not seen him for a long time. It was as if she had recovered from the blow and transformed back into the confident Xia family daughter she used to be. Xia Hanxue naturally saw Lucian as well, and her eyes flashed with a flash of complexity when she saw Su Wanqing beside him. Seeing this, Xia Shuyi put down the book in his hand and waved at the two with a smile. Little Lu is here. Hurry over and sit. This is that Su family girl, right? I heard that you two are together. Your kid's vision is quite good. Hello Uncle Xia. Su Wanqing politely greeted. When there were outsiders, she was completely different from her harsh character when she was in private. Just like a great lady in ancient times, the two walked over to the couch and sat down. Uncle Xia, I am. Lucian was about to say something when he was interrupted by Xia Shuyi waving his hand, and he said with a stern face, "Since things have already happened, the past, then forget about it. Even though you and Han Shui are separated, you can come over to the house often to play in the future. Don't let this affect the friendship between our two families." Xia Shuyi was not a person with a curmudgeonly character, and these words came from his heart, to which Lucian could only nod his head and agree. Immediately afterward, Xia Shuyi took out the documents that had long been prepared and laid them on the table. "This is what you want. I hand-picked it. The requirements for the actors aren't too high. As long as it's filmed properly, it won't be a problem to be on fire for a while. As for the money, forget it. Consider it as your payment for taking care of Han Shui for the past 3 years. Available. Say no more. This matter is settled, and the elder's gift cannot be resigned." Lucian stared at the script in his hand. This was the main goal of his trip. He didn't expect to get his hands on it so easily. The two of them then chattered about some family matters, but basically Uncle Xia was talking about the older generation, while Lucian was responsible for listening without interrupting. Time passed by, and the topic inevitably ended up going back to Lucian and Xia Hanshue's matter. I don't know whether it was deliberate or unintentional. Xia Shuyi's voice suddenly lowered, and his tone seemed to be somewhat emotional, resounding in the living room. "This life is a chess game. Step by step there is still a time to make a mistake. Play wrong on the wrong. Regret is useless. And do not blame yourself. Only failure will make people grow. Failure is unavoidable. Instead of being stranded where you are because of some failure, you should boldly move forward and look ahead." These words were said to Xia Hanshue, nudging her to stop degrading herself, and also to Lu Xin, so that he would not blame himself for this matter. The author has this to say: "Don't reward, don't reward, don't reward. All the author needs is a free reminder and a 5-star with a positive review. Doesn't that money smell good when you save it to wash your feet?" Chapter 37, Su Wanqing, who was struck to the point of breaking her defense. "Lunch is ready. Xiao Shen and Xiao Su, you must stay for dinner. Hurry up and sit down. Auntie's dishes are ready." Zhang's mother walked out of the kitchen with a plate of freshly fried dishes and warmly entertained. Lucian hesitated for a moment and got up, shaking his head to politely decline. "No, Auntie Zhang, Wanqing's company and I still have a lot of things to do, so I won't bother you much." Despite the separation, the friendship between the two families remains, although the words are so, but ultimately is a layer of relations. The distance should be maintained or have to maintain, even if not to consider their own. He always have to consider the side of this vinegar. Zhang Hongxia was about to continue speaking when Xia Shui, who was sitting on the sidelines, raised his hand to interrupt and chimed in. "Don't try to persuade them. Xiao Lu and Xiao Su are at a critical time in their career upswing. It's normal to be busy. Don't delay people's business. Well, then Uncle and Auntie take care of your health. I'll leave now and find time to visit you later." After greeting him, Lucian turned around with Su Wanqing and walked towards the outside of the villa. Xia Shuyi turned to his daughter sitting beside him. "You know what Daddy's favorite line is after all these years of reading?" Without waiting for her to speak, Xia's father asked himself a question. Looking wistful, "The frog at the bottom of the well knows the blue of the sky, though it does not know the sea." Keeping your head down in the face of girls your own age. That's not like my Xia Shuyi's daughter. When Dad was still poor back then, your grandfather insisted on not letting me be with your mom, but then I worked my way up to where I am now. But I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for your mom. Xia Hanshue's nature is unconvincing, but after she met Su Wanqing, she was a little confused, and after returning from the blow of being betrayed by Yue Guang, it was clear to her that she roughly liked Lu Shen. She's doing more than just degrading herself these days, while remembering what was. Eventually, she realized something. It is because of the existence of Lu Shen that she is constantly embellishing. The person Su Ziqian in her heart, perhaps it is not Su Ziqian who has changed at all, but the one in her heart has long been replaced. Only the strong one is always unwilling to admit it, and now even if she regretted it, it was too late. She was inferior to Su Wanqing in every aspect, so how could she dare to compete? But what Xia Shuyi wanted to tell her was, being ashamed of oneself is not scary. What's scary is that one doesn't even have the courage to fight against it. That's when one really loses. After such an enlightenment, Xia Hanshue suddenly understood something. She got up and quickly stepped towards the outside to catch up. "I'll see them off." Seeing his daughters hurried back, Xia Shuyi then finally put down his heart. Zhang Hongxia blankly eyed him helplessly. "Just spoil her. It's you who spoiled this girl too much since she was a child that caused her to be so naive before. What's wrong with being naive? You weren't just like Hanshue back then. Blah blah blah. Don't mention the old days. It's embarrassing to think about. Ha ha ha." Outside the door, Su Wanqing took Lu Xun's hand and walked towards the outside of the small courtyard as she said with a light hum. Before I came here I thought this Xia family was full of idiots, but it seems that it's not all. There are still 2 smart people. Don't say that. At least Uncle Xia is an elder, and there's still surveillance here. Cut. The 2 had just stepped out of the small courtyard when they were stopped by shouts coming from the rear. Lu Xun. Lu Xun turned around doubtfully and saw Xia Hanxue, who chased out with a slightly surprised expression and raised his eyebrows. Anything else? At a distance of 1 meter, Xia Hanxue stopped her footsteps. There was an inexplicable look in her eyes as she looked at Lu Xun, and she actually suddenly smiled and said, "It's not really a big deal. Just thinking that the industry our companies are in is somewhat related. So if you run into any trouble in the future and need help you can call me." As she said this, she seemingly glanced at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing frowned. Is this a provocation to her? This woman has a lot of courage. Lu Xun just wanted to come up with the sentence, "Are you out of your mind?" But before he had the chance to say it, his waist was viciously pinched by a hand, twisting 360 degrees, painfully distorting his expression. Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly and said to him, "You get in the car first." Okay. Lu Xun nodded tearlessly and took a step ahead to pull open the car door, and after looking at the 2 women, he suddenly shivered and hurriedly got into the car. It's really horrible. Could this be the legendary Shura? Su Wanqing, this even if Xia Hanxue, and suddenly what crazy? I can't afford to mess with her, so I'd better avoid her. As Lu Xun got into the car, the atmosphere in front of the small courtyard was a bit subtle. The 2 women looked at each other across the room. Su Wanqing behind as if there is an invisible dragon, constantly hissing and roaring towards Xia Hanxue. Xia Hanxue aura is equally not weak, as if there is also a giant tiger behind. Although the 2 did not speak, their auras were exchanging blows. The scene was at a momentary stalemate. Speaking of which, I haven't had time to properly thank you. Su Wanqing was the first to speak, smilingly saying, "After guarding my man for 3 years, it's really hard on you." This statement may seem like a thank you, but the attack is pulled full circle. This was Su Wanqing's character, and it was her style to strike out strongly. And in response, Xia Hanxue's next 2 words, "But let this in the foreign clothing circle of vertical and horizontal proud daughter of heaven completely broken defense." She only smiled slightly as if she wasn't affected by the comment at all. There's no need to thank you. After all, I've been living with Lu Xun for 3 years, and he's helped me with a lot of things, so let's just call it even. Speaking of which, it seems like I've been with him longer than you've been with him, right? He really is a fine family-oriented man. Su Wanqing's eyes were out of place, narrowing slightly once again, and her heart was already vaguely breathing dissatisfaction. It feels like this, some other person commenting on something that is uniquely hers, and coming in at the end with a comment about how good it tastes. How could she bear this? Xia Hanxue then went on to continue laughing. By the way, I guess you and Lu Xun haven't gotten a license yet. Now that you've gotten back together, it's only fair that this should be on the agenda. Thinking that he and I had just been together for less than a week when we were already licensed to meet the parents. Goodbye, Miss Su. After saying that, Xia Hanxue, who had finished releasing the king bomb, turned around and went back to the house. She didn't say these things to show off, nor did she want to hinder Lu Xun and Su Wanqing's development, but she simply wanted to see Su Wanqing get defeated. Sure enough, once those words were out of her mouth, she was in a much better mood, and it was only a matter of time before she regained her old confidence. She was comfortable, but Su Wanqing had a hard time, being taunted by another woman in front of her and not being able to refute it. Had she ever been in such a sorry state in all these years? Su Wanqing's gaze couldn't help but fall on Che Inlenshen's body. When it comes down to it, it's all this man's fault. Lu Xun, who was sitting in the car playing the game, suddenly shivered, looked around vigilantly, and couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, why does it feel as if I'm being watched? Whatever, it's supposed to be an illusion." Chapter 38. The educated Lu Xun. The breeze is fresh and the sun is shining. The Carefree Baths, located in a corner of the city, is finally about to open its doors again after a little more than half a month of careful preparations. In the small yard, the pond water is flowing. The sound of footsteps picked up in the hallway of the bathhouse. The new employee, Xiao Kai, who was about 20 years old and wearing bathhouse overalls, looked at the time without forgetting to shout towards the upper floors. "Boss Koyuki, it's 10 o'clock in a few minutes." Bath is not like a restaurant, but also specifically selected at noon when the largest number of guests opened, and the general bath opening time, basically nothing guests, can only rely on the time to build up a reputation. "Good, right away." A young girl's crisp response came from upstairs. On the second floor, Jiang Xiaoye, who had already cleaned up, glanced at the photo of her father on the case table and a smile hung on her face. "Dad, I'll get busy then. Wish us a great opening." Saying that, she then turned around and walked out of the room, no longer as bubbly or lively as before. Perhaps this was the price of growing up. the door to the room closed slowly, and silence once again fell over the room. Everyone in the small courtyard held their breath and stared at the closed door of the bathhouse, and Su Lei, who stood by the door, took a deep breath and looked at the crowd behind him. After seeing the crowd nod cooperatively, he exerted a slight force with his arm and pulled open the heavy solid wood door. The closed door slowly opened, and a figure gradually emerged from the gap in the center. Looking around, many of the hecklers were familiar faces. Seeing the door open, the people who had been waiting outside for a long time couldn't wait to pour into the bathhouse, and the originally empty front yard immediately became a bit crowded. Jiang Xiaoye cried out in surprise, "Uncle Tiger, Uncle Mo, and Uncle Wang, what brings you here?" The four who were called were all old original acquaintances who patronized the restaurant almost every day and were all on good terms with her dad. "Ha ha, how can the bathhouse reopen without us uncles? Could it be that you nymphets don't welcome us? Old Wang, don't bully people, shall you? Hurry up and go in. It's been so long since I've taken a bath. I'm itchy all over. It's worse than a cigarette addiction. Go go go. I'm treating you today." A rough count of the people present showed that there were at least 50 of them, most of whom were regular patrons of the former moon baths. Others were drawn by the crowd. Luckily, the bathhouse had recruited a few employees, or else so many people would not have been able to cope at once. Su Lei led the people into the bathhouse to get busy, leaving only Jiang Xiaoye at the door to keep greeting the guests coming in with a bright smile on her face. Just then, two familiar figures came to the door. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Xiaoye was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Lu Shun, I thought you couldn't come?" The visitors were none other than Lu Shen and Su Wanqing, who had hurriedly arrived after finishing their errands. He reached out his hand and touched Jiang Xiaoye on her head and smiled gently. "It's the first thing I did after just finishing my business. To give you a formal introduction, this is your sister Su. Chased me for a long time some time ago. I only reluctantly agreed to her as my girlfriend. She's stupid and has a lot of money. If you come in the future, just go straight to the most expensive set menu. You don't have to be polite." Although the bathhouse's apparent owner was Lu Shun, he did not have the idea of taking the bathhouse for himself, and was prepared to return it to its rightful owner when Jiang Xiaoye grew up a bit more. Hearing this, Su Wanqing glared fiercely at Lu Shun. It was not good to snap on the spot. She similarly reached out her hand to tenderly touch Jiang Xiaoye's head and took out the prepared gift. "I heard your brother Lu Shun say that you like to eat snacks. This is snacks brought back from abroad. The flavor is not too bad. Take it as a meet and greet gift from my sister to you." "Thank you, sister-in-law." This sister-in-law is very suitable for Su Wanqing. She looked at Jiang Xiaoye's gaze more gentle. Earlier in Xia Hanxue ate the defeat. At this moment heart comfortable a lot. The three headed for the inner room. "By the way, brother Lu Shun, do you want a single bathroom or a mandarin duck bath?" "That goes without asking. Of course it's a mandarin duck bath." "Don't listen to him. 2 single bathrooms. I don't have a fetish for taking a bath and being watched. I disobey. I protest. Want to kneel on the keyboard? I actually think a single bath is fine, so I'll take your word for it." With the passage of time, perhaps Su Lei's online publicity effect, coupled with the Saturday break, the afternoon actually came a lot of new customers, but also put them busy enough. The shrewd Lu Shun seems to have expected it, and after taking a bath and rubbing out the meal, he took Su Wanqing and skipped out. The main event is a throwaway. The following weekend, Lu Shun, who played games until the early hours of the morning last night, was still asleep when he was forced to be pulled up by Su Wanqing and came to the lawn in the front yard of the villa. Big Black and Second Black were like two giants, standing there with their arms folded. Lu Shun sat on the lawn and warily stretched out his finger to point at them, toward Su Wanqing, who was standing beside him with her hands clasped in disbelief. "What did you just say? Let me spar with them, and work out? Do you have a fetish for being a widow? Are you kidding me?" He's seen the strength of these two stupid big men. 10 of them combined are no match for him. Sure that this is for him to spar and not to find death? Su Wanqing stretched out a snow-white jade foot to step on his shoulder. "I'm doing this for your own good, lest the next time you're in danger you'll still only get a beating." Then, she added with a playful face, "Of course, you can also choose me to find 2 bodyguards to keep you close at all times. It's not protection, it's surveillance." This could depress Lu Shun to no end. But looking at Su Wanqing's firm attitude, it was obvious that she had already made up her mind and didn't give him any room for discussion. Unable to do so, he could only choose to compromise, while secretly saying in his heart, "Damn women, when my brother's divine power is complete, let's see how I'll teach you. I'll make you kneel down, call your father, and sing conquest." With this firm conviction, Lu Shun began to lie down on the ground with his hands propped up on the ground and sat up in push-ups. Big Black clasped his hands beside him and said faintly, "Although your physical fitness is better than ordinary people, you still don't have enough physical strength when you meet a professional. So let's start by improving your physical strength and endurance." After only 5 minutes, Lu Shun was already tired and out of breath. If it was a simple push-up, With his physical strength, he certainly wouldn't be in such a mess. But the key thing was that there was a witch sitting cross-legged on his back. Seeing that the speed had slowed down a bit, Su Wanqing slapped him on the butt. Her mood could be described as incomparably happy. Let your stinking man get a license for a fake marriage with another woman. Must be educated and educated. No slacking off. Faster. Don't you go too far. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Speaking of which, I think I promised to wear black silk to bed with you last time, didn't I? Lucian was silent, and his speed silently accelerated. Chapter 39, The Dogman Who Always Wants to Be a Father. Located in the most prosperous area of Jiangchang, a towering building stands under the bright sun, and the words Heng Yuan Group stand out. This is the dream of countless Jiangcheng laborers. Even for the security guards and cleaning ladies, the educational requirements are at least a bachelor's degree, and there are also requirements for body shape and appearance. In a lavish office, Su Donglin had his back to the doorway, a cup of still steaming coffee in his hand, his eyes looking down at the bustling city outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. The secretary behind him dared not breathe, softly reporting on the recent investigation of Wanxiang Entertainment, which contained in detail how Lucian eradicated the moth Lu Weiqiang, as well as the promotion of Lu Xiaoyan's matters. And, of course, the script thing. None of this escaped the secretary's investigation. Su Donglin's eyes flickered with satisfaction after learning about the series of initiatives Lu Xiaoyan had taken after succeeding him as vice president. She lived up to my expectations. As early as when he advised Lucian to leave Wanqing, he guessed that the two would meet again one day, so he made two preparations, sort of paving the way for Lucian in advance. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you can see that something is not right. Lu Xiaoyan is at least a graduate of a prestigious foreign university. Management experience, ability is impeccable. For such talent, there are large companies are willing to pay high salaries to recruit into the banner. But she had stayed in Vientiane Entertainment, which she knew had no development potential, for so many years that to say she had no plans was simply unrealistic. Lu Xiaoyan is the great general Su Donglin left to Lucian, a great general capable of opening up new frontiers. For Lu Xiaoyan, Lucian is the best choice, because the latter does not know much about business, and even less ambition to develop, and can delegate the maximum power to her, so that she can make a big difference. The secretary spoke again at this point. Su Dong, that Wanxiang Entertainment apply for grants thing? The internal problems of Vientiane Entertainment have been solved. Then the next natural step is to focus on development, and money is indispensable. After some thought, finally Su Donglin said in a deep voice, let's allocate him $100 million for now, so they can make something happen first, or they won't be able to plug the guys on the board. Understood, I'm on it. Archie, Lucian, who had just walked into the elevator, didn't hold back a sneeze, not realizing that his every move was in the calculations of some old fox. Seeing that the elevator door was about to close, a backpack suddenly flew in, just hitting Lucian's feet with a heavy sound. Boo! Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? Lucian looked at the pink backpack at his feet, stuffed and bulging, obviously for a woman. The elevator doors opened again. A woman pulling a suitcase and wearing a halter dress that bared her snow-white shoulders trotted into the elevator before letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily I had quick reflexes. I almost didn't make it. Xiao Yao looked up, and only then did she notice Lucian beside her. She immediately brightened up and was surprised. What a handsome little brother. Are you an employee of this company? Why haven't I seen you before? Are you currently single? The series of questions confused Lucian, and he looked at the self-possessed woman in front of him breathlessly, not taking any notice of her. The elevator doors closed and began to rise slowly. During that time Xiao Yao kept asking Lucian, as if she was checking her account, but Lucian never took any notice of her, which made Xiao Yao a little depressed. She was at least an international star with a fan base in the 9 figures or more, and now she was being ignored? How in the world can there be such an uninteresting man? With that, Xiao Yao's eyes rolled and turned to smile wryly. I'm not afraid to tell you that your boss is actually my sister, and I'll let her give you a promotion and a raise if you give me your name. Can Lucian believe that? He finally spoke, mimicking the woman's tone. His voice lowered a bit as he said, I'm not afraid to tell you that the owner of this is actually my daughter. She has to call me daddy, so what do you have to call me if you're her sister? Xiao Yao subconsciously had to answer, but the next second quickly reacted, her beautiful eyes slightly glaring. Who is your daughter? Don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If you want to be a father, I'll be your father. Lucian, what are you going to be my what? Xiao Yao crossed her arms. Father. Lucian, good daughter. So good. Xiao Yao. At this time, the elevator door happened to open. Play enough Lucian hands in his pockets, happily out of the elevator. Xiao Yao, who stayed in the elevator, was furious. How dare this guy tease her? She'd better not run into it again. or she'd have to make this guy look good. Moments later, Xiaoyao followed out of the elevator with a bunch of luggage. In the president's office, Su Wanqing was signing documents with her head down. That's when the office door opened without warning. She didn't have to look up to know who it was. There was only one person in the entire company who dared to enter her office without knocking. Lu Xun whistled and walked in. Seeing him in a good mood, Su Wanqing asked curiously, "What good things happened again?" Hey, there was a little cutie in the elevator just now. Had to recognize me as his father. Don't you think that's funny? Lu Xun said, casually carrying a stool and skillfully walking to sit beside her. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, the door that had just closed opened again. There was a crying voice immediately afterward. Su, you have to do something for me. Lu Xun was feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar when Xiaoyao, who was carrying her luggage, barged into the office just in time to see Lu Xun beside Su Wanqing. In a flash, 4 eyes met. She pointed at Lu Xun with wide eyes. Why are you here? Lu Xun spread his hands. Wasn't what I told you just now clear enough? You think I'm lying to you? Looking at this attitude of the two, Su Wanqing guessed what had just happened. Xiaoyao's expression stiffened as she looked at her best friend. Su, is this guy really your? Su Wanqing proudly tilted her head. Yes, this is her man. And seeing her affirmative action, Xiaoyao was silent for half a second before stifling a sentence. Your father is quite young, so well maintained. Is there any secret to maintain youth? Lu Xun, who had a premonition of something bad, just wanted to bolt, but his neck was deadlocked by a white and delicate hand, and Su Wanqing looked at him sideways with a gloomy expression, as if to say, "You're a good little man. Are you ashamed to have a girlfriend like me? Always trying to be my dad." Yo, why don't you step outside for a moment while I take care of some personal business? Should I call an ambulance for you? No, just book the cemetery. After Xiaoyao walked out and just closed the door, Lu Xun's wailing screams rang out from inside, accompanied by constant begging for mercy. Just hearing the commotion gave people the creeps. When Xiaoyao pushed open the door again and went in, she only saw Lu Xun lying dead or alive on the floor next to her, obviously being cleaned up. The originally depressed Xiaoyao was suddenly in a good mood and walked to the side to kick him. Just you still want to be Su father? Weren't you quite capable just now? Get up and keep talking. I told you, how can someone like you be Susu's family, and you want to take advantage of auntie? If you really are Susu's family, I, Xiaoyao, would call you grandpa, not to mention making you a father. Su Wanqing couldn't bear to silently add a sentence. He's my man, Xiaoyao. Chapter 40. Su Wanqing, I'm an old cow eating young grass? Su, how could you even look at a guy like that? Xiaoyao, without a dad and with an extra grandpa, protested in dissatisfaction. Today was surely the angriest day she had had in nearly 10 years. Hearing this, Lu Xun crossed his legs and said disdainfully, "Mouse-eyed woman, not at all clear about brother's charm. You such style even for nothing I do not want. What are you, louder than anyone else? Breath so stinky, must have not brushed your teeth yesterday. Stay away from me, I have a cleanliness fetish." In terms of disliking people, Lu Xun had never suffered a loss. Seeing that her good friend was about to be vaporized, Su Wanqing helplessly pulled Lu Xun's coat corner and went over to whisper, "Hasn't your company just stepped into the right track? This is a popular star that I've specially found for you. Ready to sign. You'll be responsible if you piss off anyone." A popular star? Lu Xun couldn't help but look at Xiaoyao and look her up and down. She looks good, but her personality is a bit jumpy. Can someone like that be a star? How hot? Do you know the International Star Influence ranking? This auntie can be ranked in the top 50. The so-called International Celebrity Influence list is released by a foreign authority, and those who can make the list are worth hundreds of millions of dollars at least. Even if it was the last place, it was considered to be the top among the first-tier star level in China. Once Lu Xun heard that it was so powerful, he immediately stood up with glowing eyes and jogged to Xiaoyao's side, rubbing his hands together and smiling respectfully. I said just now on the elevator I found Miss Xiaoyu extraordinary. It turns out to be Xiao Big Star. Nice to meet you. Right, when we prepare for the signing of the matter, had I known you were coming, I'd have had the contract prepared. The speed of this face change is unbeatable. For Lu Xun, this was not a star, it was clearly a fortune cat. Xiaoyao couldn't help but look at her best friend. Has he always been this shameless? Su Wanqing couldn't bear to look at him and lowered her head. It was indeed a bit humiliating when this living treasure was. It was only after a moment that she opened her mouth towards Lu Xun. Alright, Xiaoyao has just returned to China not long ago, and is currently living in a hotel. Call your people to prepare for the signing, as well as arranging for a place to stay. Come on. Well, where's the account book I asked you to bring? I've got it. Why do you need my account book? Get a license. This is really the Lu Xun was shocked. Although not the first time, but Anxia Hanxue is after all a fake marriage. This time it is too really. Isn't that a little too sudden? Don't be a grunt. Yao Yao, you wait here by yourself. I'll leave with this guy first. Oh. Soon silence returned to the office. Lucian was taken away by Su Wancheng, leaving only Xiao Yao alone in the office as she muttered, "Not yet licensed? That means it's not a husband and wife relationship yet. Then just now it's not considered Su's family. It's not my grandfather." Thinking that way made her feel a lot better. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Yao's cell phone rang. Just connected to the end came Lu Xiaoyan's voice. "May I ask if this is MS? Xiao, it's Mr. Lu who told me to pick you up. I'm already downstairs now." "Okay, I'll be right down." On the other hand, Su Wancheng and the two of them had already arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. There was a line at the counter for divorces, and the marriage registry, with just the two of them, seemed a little lonely. Su Wancheng at this moment incredulously looked at the household register. About Lucian's birth year, the phoenix eyes slightly widened, as if seeing something unbelievable. "You're only 24 years old?" Normal people in general, when they graduated from college, they were probably between 22 and 23 years old. And she and Lucian had already graduated from college for 3 years, and counting from a younger age, they were at least 25 years old. But according to the birth year on the account book, Lucian is only 24 years old now, which is obviously not normal. Lucian scratched his nose. Right, high school was just too boring. Mandatory tutorials in the evening, only 2 days off a month. All the rest of the time had to go to regular classes. No time for leisure and entertainment at all. So I skipped 2 grades and went to my senior year half a semester into my senior year. The words froze the staff next to him. Look at what this is saying. Is this grade jumping something you can do whenever you want? You think this is as easy as eating and drinking? Su Wanqing was silent. So it turned out that from the very beginning, she was the one who was eating young grass? She remembers this guy in college. Learning is not much powerful. A lot of them are relying on her to help. Tutorials did not fail the subject. The will not. In order to verify the conjecture in her heart, Su Wanqing asked tentatively, if you were so good in high school being able to skip a grade, why did you flunk freshman year? How am I supposed to get you to teach me how to study if I don't flunk? Then why didn't you tell me when you were 2 years younger than me? What's the point? What if you don't like the little one and dump me? See Lucian, this justified answer. Su Wanqing heart overturned the sea. It is difficult to calm down. Thought she is the hunter. Did not expect. I can't believe I was put on the spot by this stinky brother. The staff member, who had finished his melon, said carefully, that, we are about to get off work. The two of you this license, still receive? Claim it. Of course. Su Wanqing almost said these words through gritted teeth. She didn't think that there would even be a day when she would be counted by Lu Shen. Dog man, let's see how I bully you when we get home. Perhaps it is because of the melon. The staff to handle the procedures are much faster. In less than 10 minutes after doing the registration and take a good picture, will be 2 small red book handed to the 2 people, as well as 2 souvenir gold medals, albeit fake. Lucian was in a pretty good mood. After all, he was getting a license with the woman he liked, and whistled pleasantly as he walked towards the outside. Noticing that Su Wanqing didn't say anything, his attitude then tightened up and his expression said seriously, Little Su, don't worry about it. Actually, I just like being older than me, so I wouldn't mind if you were older. Su Wanqing, who was already in a bad mood, after hearing this, a heart fell to the bottom and her face became gloomy. Her pink fists clenched, and in the next second, she kicked Lucian's ass so hard that he fled towards the outside with his teeth bared in pain. Are you nuts? What are you kicking me for all of a sudden? Who are you calling old? Chapter 41 Dinner 1. Late at night, a heavy rain without warning swept through the entire city of Jiangchang. The gusty winds rolled away the heat wave of the summer, bringing refreshing coolness to the city that has been hot for months. The rain seemed like a precursor to the coming of fall, and the river city, which was close to 40 degrees, dropped straight down to 25 degrees the next day. At 5 p.m., in the small courtyard of one of the villas in the water capital mansion, 2 naked figures were exchanging constant physical combat. One of them was a big man. Every swing of his fists and kicks brought up a gust of wind, while the other was a lean man, nowhere near as big as the former, but extraordinarily agile. Under the lanky strong man's high-intensity offense, he kept swaying and dodging, like a swimming fish in the water, with extremely fast reactions. The woman sitting on the side lawn viewed the scene with interest. She was born extremely beautiful, long black hair like a waterfall hanging down, eyebrows and eyes lined sharp as a knife cut, nose high and straight, cold white skin like porcelain, like a fairy from the 9 heavens, posture cold. 4 days had passed since Dahe Ari had given Lucian constant training. From being unilaterally crushed on the first day, to Lucian being able to use his size advantage to barely hold on, each day was progressing at a rapid pace. Big Black, who stood behind her like a tower of iron, couldn't help but feel emotion from the bottom of his heart when he saw that Lucian had actually lasted under his brother's hand for 10 minutes already. Miss, Young Master Lu's reaction speed is almost demonic, far faster than normal people, and his learning speed is amazing. He's practically a born fighter seedling. I'm afraid that the average person, right now, can't even get close to him. The corners of Su Wanqing's lips lifted slightly. That's how it has to be. How my man is average. As soon as the words fell, he saw that Lu Xun, who had exhausted his physical strength, was seized by air hay, and an over-the-shoulder slam directly dropped him onto the lawn, which separated the winner from the loser. If Lu Xun's stamina was pulled full, he might be able to keep going like this. No more fighting, no more fighting. Lu Xun, who was lying on the lawn, was panting heavily. His forehead was constantly dripping with sweat, and he only felt as if his body had been drained, and he didn't even have the strength to get up. There was no doubt of victory or defeat from the start. His punches on these two big guys were like scratching an itch. While their casual punches could knock Lu Xun back several steps, their strength and physique were not even on the same level. A hot towel wrung out of water landed on his face. Su Wanqing squatted down and poked his abs, propping up half of his face with one hand, smilingly, progressing pretty fast, just a little weak in person. Hurry up and get up and go upstairs and take a shower. There's still an hour before the dinner starts. There's a lot of people coming this time. I'll take you out to see what's going on. I'm sorry. Lu Xun rolled over and bristled. Unless you give me a kiss, I won't get up unless it kills me. He's not one to take a loss when he's practicing light without giving a benefit of the doubt. Su Wanqing, who was not clear about his thoughts, hooked her green fingers through the green silk hanging down in front of her temples, and leaned over and nodded her red lips on Lu Xun's face. That's always good, isn't it? Hurry up and take a shower. Hey, come on. Lu Xun happily got up from the ground, picked up a hot towel and wiped his face, then trotted into the villa. In the second-floor bedroom, a neat, black, bumpy collar suit lay on the bed, and the bathroom tub was already filled with hot water. There is a pair of accidentally torn black stockings in the trash can in the corner, which Su Wanqing casually threw away in the morning. As for the culprits, Lu Xun said he didn't know anything about it and that he was innocent. After spending 10 minutes in the shower, Lu Xun, full of blood, put on his suit and walked out of the villa, pulled open the door of the Rolls-Royce and got in. Driver, go. Okay. Inside the car, Su Wanqing had already changed into a black dress, matching incomparably with the suit Lu Xun wore. Her elegant and honorable temperament invisibly emanated. She crossed her long legs, crystal high heels hanging on her toes. Swaying, she laughed softly. Aren't you curious as to why I want you to be sure to attend this party? Not curious. I'll just eat when we get to the place anyway. Lu Xun focused on pulling out his cell phone and had begun to start the original God, as if playing the game was more interesting than this topic. Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. Her hands pinched his face hard and elongated. I'll ask again. Okay, gee, curious. Oof. She hummed softly before letting go of her hand and saying faintly, this is not an unusual banquet because the evening breeze rustled the large yellowing trees along the road. Outside the Red State Hotel, the site of the dinner party, rows of luxury cars of great value were parked, starting from as low as $700,000, and people coming and going in suits came to the dinner party. At this moment there were already people arriving at the hall and taking their seats. Some were chatting with each other about the future of the business world, while others were chatting about interesting things that had happened recently, obviously in the same hall, but it seems to be divided into several areas. Do not disturb each other. There is a huge gap between the poor and the rich, and an equally vast difference between the rich and the wealthy, as if it were this dinner party. Being worth millions is only a ticket to a dinner party, where the event area is on the outermost perimeter and you can only sit against the door. Being worth hundreds of millions is a little further in. The only way to qualify for the core area is to have assets of $1 billion or more, each of whom is a leader in all walks of life and is extremely influential. Li Jixia quickly found an acquaintance after arriving at the hotel and was pulled by a colorfully dressed girl to sit down at a table. Xiaoxia, you've finally come. I don't even have someone to talk to here if you don't come. This is Li Jixia's good friend Huang Lily. The two families have business dealings. Since childhood the relationship is very good. Both men are here tonight at the dinner to represent their families. Li Jixia was a little surprised to see many of her father's business friends were there, all of whom had hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, but now they could only sit on the periphery. Lily, didn't you say it was just a charity dinner? Why is it such a big deal? You still don't know? Huang Lily looked at her with some surprise, then explained, tonight is not an ordinary charity dinner. This time the organizer is pays. The so-called charitable donations for children in need is just an excuse. The main thing is to bring all the powerful people in Jiangqing together. Even though the Pei family was little known in the entire Jiang province, because it sits in the entire Jiang province ranked 10th Miles shopping mall, but also the first big shopping mall in Jiangcheng. Don't look to come in at only 10th place. Miles Mall is known as the largest popular mall in Jiang Province, and the top 20 malls in the province are basically focused on creating luxury goods, with Pei's Miles Mall being the only exception. You know that young master of the Pei family who likes extreme sports? This Li Jixia was a bit impressed. You mean the Pei Yung who has been on several TV interviews? She runs a sports equipment company herself, so she pays attention to news about sports. Huang Lily nodded, her face a little more serious, and lowered her voice to continue on. Yes, it's this Pei Yung. Half a month ago, this guy into the underground cave exploration, the result of an accident into a coma, until now has not woken up. Pei family looked for a variety of ways to heal are useless, therefore Pei old man held this charity dinner. In fact, there is no way. Want to seek outside help. It is said that his old man put the word out. As long as you can make Pei Yung wake up, Pei family is willing to heavy thanks. After hearing this, Li Jixia then came to a realization and reacted. It was no wonder that the Pei family had made such a big deal of seeking help. Pei family this generation can only Pei Yung so a male. If he died like this, Pei family will be extinct. Chapter 42 Dinner 2. The Pei family's affairs had long been rumored in the upper circles. Since it was not a big deal, each family basically sent their own offspring to attend this dinner. After all, the Pei family was already considered one of the best in Jiangchang, but they couldn't do anything about that strange disease. Instead of wasting effort on this, we should make more money, and it's not our own successor who dies anyway. As for a big thank you, that is also on the premise of curing the person. Not to mention that if we can really find that level of famous doctors, how would we lack this gift of thanks? This move is nothing more than self-congratulation on Pei Laozi's part. After learning the true purpose of this dinner, Li Jixia lost interest and was ready to finish the meal and leave. Just then, the entrance to the banquet hall caused a stir. It seemed that some big shot had arrived. Guests near the door whispered, Isn't this the Su family's daughter-in-law who went abroad for a few years? I heard that in 3 years she has developed into a leader in the foreign clothing industry. When did she come back? Look at the man beside her. He looks so familiar. What kind of gentleman is this? Unclear. The visitors were none other than Su Wanqing and Lu Shun. Lu Shun's eyes were not slanting. His eyes seemed to be somewhat indifferent, giving people a feeling that they were not to be messed with. Together with the elegant and noble, calm and unhurried Su Wanqing beside him, the two of them forcefully captured the gazes of all the people present. They were the man and woman of the ballroom at the moment, as if they were born to be so. As for Li Jixia, who was sitting not far away, after seeing Lu Shun's appearance, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she didn't even realize that the grapes in her hand had fallen on the ground. How could it be him? Obviously just January has not seen. At this moment Lu Shun is very different from her impression of that bathhouse wage earner, as if he is a different person. An abrupt voice came from beside him. You know that guy too? Out of nowhere, Yihan sat next to Li Jixia with a cynical smile on his face. The three of them also knew each other, and Lily Huang was a little curious. Yi Jianan, do you know that man beside Miss Su? How come I haven't seen it? The upper-class circle is so small, but if you make a name for yourself, you will be known, unless, it's normal that you haven't seen it. Yihan waved his hand and narrated without any panic. That guy's name is Lu Shun, and he's Goddess Su's boyfriend. 1 month ago he was just working in a bathhouse. Of course you have not seen. As for now, he has become the owner of the bathhouse. There is also an entertainment company. It is said that just signed a foreign superstar. There are a lot of investment companies want to bring capital into it. It's quite impressive, Huang Lily said in surprise. Xiaoyao now finally understood the significance of what her father said to her 1 month ago. Her eyes were a little complicated. 1 month ago, Lu Shun was still an existence she despised. 1 month later, Lu Shun was already someone she needed to look up to. Su Wanqing stepped on her high heels and came to the most central area of the banquet. She glanced obliquely at Lu Shun who was forcibly pretending to be serious, and a faint smile flowed from the corner of her mouth. On the way here, she had already told Lu Shun about the Pei family, and this was a perfect opportunity for him. Pei's family sits in the largest shopping mall in Jiangchang and has an excellent reputation. As long as they can establish a cooperative relationship with them, the annual advertising fees alone are enough for Lu Shun to eat and drink for the rest of his life. As for whether or not it can be grasped, it depends on whether or not Lu Shun is capable enough. Ever since the two appeared, there was a pair of eyes that always watched them without moving away for half a second. It was a young man in a white suit surrounded by a group of young rich kids. Han family, Han Ziyuan. At the same time, he was once one of Su Wanqing's suitors, but unlike Yi Han Stream, he had set his eyes on Su Wanqing not because of her beauty, but the entire Su family. As long as the Han family and the Su family joined forces, with his ability he believed that in a few years, he would be able to create a large business empire. That's what he considered before he was brutally beaten up by Su Wanqing in high school, resulting in a 3-month hospital stay. Seeing this, a junior who was clear about the two men's grudges, smiled badly and stepped forward to propose. Young Han, why don't we give that little white girl a memorable meet and greet? When that violent woman caused you to lie in the hospital for so long, it's only reasonable that we collect some interest on her man now. Han Ziyuan's gaze flickered slightly as he picked up his wineglass and took a sip before faintly saying, don't make too much noise, at least it's Master Pei's venue. I know, it's not the first time, we'll do it right. After a few of his juniors left, Han Ziyuan stared at Lucian's face in deep thought, his brows furrowing slightly. He always felt that this guy looked a bit familiar, seemed to have seen it somewhere. Han Ziyuan, who was thinking hard and fruitlessly, beckoned. A man walked quickly behind him. Young master, go check that guy out for me. Yes, follow Su Wanqing and these people greetings is really boring. Lucian will find an opening to the bathroom. Zipper to release the flood after shaking. Nervousness which is only slightly slowed down. As he prepared to go out, 5 figures blocked the bathroom exit. Wang Lei rubbed his fists and sneered. Kid, here's 2 choices for you. Either get down on your knees and call your dad, and maybe I can go easy on you later so you're not so humiliated, or I'll beat you until your parents won't even recognize you. The rest of the minions snorted out a laugh afterward. Brother Lei, what's the point of wasting words with this kid? It's just a little white boy. I can beat him up and make him call for his father all by myself. Is this kid scared silly? Why is he not moving? Lucian looked at these people with a somewhat odd expression. Soon, human screams rang out from the bathroom, but no one in the noisy venue noticed the anomaly. 2 minutes later, Lucian returned to the meeting. Su Wanqing was puzzled when she saw him walking and still looking refreshed. What have you been doing? Hey, I just stopped by the restroom to help someone freshen up their muscles, and I got a little less tense inside after doing a good deed. In this regard, Su Wanqing expressed her strong skepticism. She didn't bother to delve into the reason, because the most important person at tonight's party is out. Chapter 43, Lucian Strikes. Good day, Elder Pei. Elder Pei, long time no see. Lao Pei. The crowd at the doorway made way for a white-haired old man with a dragon's head walking stick, his back slightly bent, his eyes cloudy, already in his twilight years, but no one present dared to underestimate. Back then, the old man, but with his own power to rely on $20,000 to make a fortune. In Jiangcheng hit this huge Pei family, once those opponents have long been turned into feet of dead bones. Not waiting for Lucian to carefully observe the old man's appearance, he was pulled by Su Wanqing to the front of the old man. She twisted up her skirt and bent down slightly. Her voice was light. Grandpa Pei, long time no see. Pei Nian recognized her and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. It's girl Su. Indeed, I haven't seen you in many years. Genji was thinking about you the other day, but unfortunately the old man sighed at the mention of the sadness. Son and daughter-in-law died in a car accident early in life. He has only such a grandchild left in the world. But also, perhaps it was a punishment from God for doing too much evil in his youth. Su Wanqing could see what was on his mind, and after looking at those seemingly unattractive gazes around him, she took 2 steps forward and whispered something in the old man's ear. Elder Pei looked up, and only then did he focus his attention on Lucian, his cloudy eyes suddenly clearing up, his gaze fiery, as if he was surveying a rare treasure. Girl Su, are you not lying to the old man me? You can't joke about this kind of thing. Su Wanqing shrugged. Do you think I would joke with you? Shen, tell Grandpa Pei what your father's name is. Lucian tilted his head proudly. My father, Su Donglin. He is the richest man in Jiangcheng. At those words, Su Wanqing glared at him breathlessly. I told you to say your father's name. What are you doing pronouncing my father's name? Father-in-law is also a father-ah. Jiangcheng richest man read a little bit of export. Listen to Time's face. Lucian muttered a few words, and then said the old deng's name. Ha ha, good. Elder Pei laughed out loud. Because of his lack of height, he could only grab Lucian's arm in excitement and said excitedly, as long as you can help me cure Yuan Ji, Grandpa will fulfill any request. From now on, you'll be my god-grandson. Lucian, good guy, just come out to a party flat out more by the billion close to the people's god-grandfather for no reason? Learning about Lucian's origin, how could Master Pei still have the heart to continue to participate in the banquet, and immediately had to pull Lucian to rush to the hospital to save people? After all, every second of procrastination was 1 more minute of risk to his grandchildren. At this moment, a figure stood in front of the old man. Han Ziyuan bent down to show his respect and glanced at the intact Lucian with his afterglow, and quickly withdrew his puzzled gaze and smiled gently towards the old man. Elder Pei, when my father learned that brother Yuan Ji was in a coma, he specifically used his connections to help bring in Dr. Drex, a famous internal medicine expert from abroad, in the hopes that brother Yuan Ji would be able to get out of his predicament. You don't want to believe some people's bull ********. There's no room for sloppiness in this healing business. As he said this, he glanced at Lucian, obviously having heard the conversation just now. Dr. Derleth, a sort of celebrity in wealthy circles. His medical skills are so high that he only offers his services to the rich and misses only a handful of appointments, making it difficult to get an appointment. Elder Pei sniffed and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Since we're here, let's get together." After all, Lucian was indeed too young, and if he didn't know that he was from that family, Pei Lao wouldn't have believed that he had superior medical skills. After expressing their apologies to the guests present, the group left the venue and hurried to the hospital by car under the leadership of Pei Lao. In a private hospital 10 kilometers from here, Dr. Drex, who came from abroad overnight, is now in the ward doing a checkup on the unconscious youth, who looks even younger than Lucian. Elder Pei waited nervously at the door, looking in every now and then. In the corner of the hospital corridor, Lucian took one side of Su Wanqing's shoulder and asked quietly, "Xiao Su, is this Pei Yung on good terms with you?" Su Wanqing knew that he was misunderstanding, and with some amusement, she reached out and cupped his chin, playing with the flavor. "I didn't realize you were a jealous man. Put your heart in your mouth. Genji is my cousin and his mom is my aunt. Sister, I'm only interested in you. No other man can get into my eyes." "Che, who's jealous? I'm just asking." Su Wanqing smiled without saying anything to Lucian's stiff upper lip. "I didn't realize that this stinky Shin had such a cute side." Han Ziyuan really couldn't stand to see the two of them spreading dog food here, and walked over with a cold, disdainful smile. "Su Wanqing, I thought we were kindred spirits, but I didn't expect your vision to be so rotten that you would look at a guy who was a recruiter." He looked to Lucian. "Dr. Drex is enough here. Boy, you better get back where you came from. Even if Dr. Drex misses, it's not your place to get involved." Lucian pointed at him and looked at Su Wanqing beside him. "Can I kick this guy's ass right now? Kick him in the balls kind of thing." These words scared Han Ziyuan so much that he took 2 steps back, cautiously keeping a safe distance for fear that Lucian would suddenly make a move. "You, don't come over here. It's a civilized society nowadays. You can go to jail for intentionally hurting someone." "Cut." Lucian skimmed his mouth. "Wimpy as a rat. How dare you come to provoke Lao Zi. Be careful when you walk at night." Taking advantage of this lull, Dr. Drex stepped out of the hospital room, his mask off and a standard mib face. "How is my grandson, his condition?" Elder Pei rushed forward to inquire. Drex looked at the old man with expectant eyes. He shook his head and said in fluent Mandarin, "I'm sorry, old man, there's nothing I can do. In my judgment, the reason why your grandson is in a coma is most likely due to an infection with some unknown bacterium, and this bacterium is highly resistant to antibiotics, just like the Penicillium type Enterobacteriaceae bacteria. With today's medical technology, it's impossible to remove it. An unknown bacteria. To remove it you have to research antibiotics from scratch. Maybe it can be developed later, but that's later too. Now the bacteria are infecting Pei Yung's body every moment, and without effective treatment, I'm afraid that it won't last even 1 month." Hopes dashed again. Elder Pei's back seemed to bend a few more points invisibly. He had heard these words countless times over the past half-month, and every doctor he had called in had told him there was no hope and advised him to give up. But inside lying is his only grandson. He is only 21 years old. Is the most wonderful time of life? Is it going to be so? But at that moment, a retort rang out in the quiet hallway. The words impossible can be said by anyone, but only not from a doctor, especially not in front of a patient. Obviously, you're not a qualified doctor. Direth glanced sideways at Lucian, who had contradicted himself, his brow furrowing in vague displeasure. "Who are you to question my judgment? In terms of medical technology, my country, Rice, is far ahead of China and is the most medically advanced country in the world. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, or I won't pretend I didn't hear what I just said." "Chinese, you have to apologize for your words." The atmosphere in the corridor grew subtle. Lucian leaned his back against the wall, his gaze as if it was a sharp arrow with a cold, sharp edge. "Does a doctor with no medical ethics deserve to be called a doctor? You, with just one sentence." Direth was speechless with dislike, and he was furious. "I'm just telling the truth to avoid the families doing something futile. Who are you to question me? Then watch how I make the impossible possible." After the words, Lucian coldly and proudly clasped his hands with a light hum and walked into the ward. "It's time for Sync to give you guys a long look." Chapter 44, Betting. Lucian runs naked. Lucian walked into the hospital room and closed the door. He came to the side of the hospital bed and observed Pei Yung carefully. Of course, not to see how handsome he looked. After all, the most handsome pot in the whole universe was standing here. Chinese medicine emphasizes on looking, smelling, observing and cutting. An experienced Chinese medicine practitioner can tell where the problem lies just by looking at the condition of the skin, the eyes, and the mental outlook, while taking the pulse is a further step in determining the condition of the disease. Although he looked down on Han Ziyuan, the goon, but since he was able to get him, This Drex must be the best in the field of Western medicine. Even he is at his wit's end. It is already enough to show that it is difficult to solve the problem on Peiyuanji with the means of Western medicine, but the fact that Western medicine can't, doesn't mean that Chinese medicine can't, especially or internal medicine, which is the best specialty of Chinese medicine. Western medicine focuses on the outside, while Chinese medicine focuses on the inside. This is not an empty statement, but a conclusion based on actuality by medical seniors. Lucian did not easily jump to conclusions, but only affirmed the conjecture in his heart after giving Pei Yuanji a complete facial examination. Normally, since Pei Yuanji was an extreme sports enthusiast, his physical quality must be good, but according to his examination just now, he found that his vital energy was deficient and his heat toxin was flourishing. I'm afraid the bacteria have begun to affect the normal functioning of the heart, lungs, liver and kidneys. It's lucky you're in your youth. If you were an old man or a child, you'd be dead already. Lucian murmured a sentence and turned toward the outside of the hospital room, and in the corridor outside, seeing that there was a delay in movement coming from inside, Han Ziyuan clasped his hands and coldly grunted. This kid doesn't look as old as me. I guess he can only cure a small cold. Even Dr. Drex can't do anything about it. I'll see what he's got. At this time the ward door opened and Lucian walked out. He didn't bother with Han Ziyuan, but instead looked at Elder Pei and inquired, "Got a pen? I need a little something." Yes. Pei Nian hurriedly took out the fountain pen he had been carrying and handed it over. Lucian took the pen and stuck the white paper on the wall and started writing out one herb after another, with the amount needed and the tools needed to boil the medicine thoughtfully labeled at the back. Soon everything was written and handed over to the old man. Seeing Lucian's confident look, Pei Lao didn't dare to delay and hurriedly handed over the fully written note to the housekeeper with a serious command. Make sure you have everything on the note as fast as you can. Spend as much money as you can, and make sure you do it fast. Yes, master. The butler left at a hurried run. As 18 minutes passed, the butler finally arrived back with his bodyguards, carrying a variety of things that gave off 1,000 different smells. There was even a turtle that was moving among them. Lucian didn't nag, and led by a small nurse, he walked towards the hospital's kitchen. The strong odor of Chinese medicine soon filled the floor. Smelling the unusually unpleasant odor, Dreth, who was standing in the corner, couldn't help but cover his nose and frowned. It stinks. Is this Chinese guy boiling? Han Ziyuan similarly covered his mouth and nose. It's just posturing. Let's see how he'll round up later. As for Su Wanqing, she unhurriedly picked up the mask that Lucian had just given her and put it on her face to cover her mouth and nose. After all, you can't stink anyone but your own daughter-in-law. Soon 2 hours passed. The sky outside the window was already dark, and some coolness penetrated the cracks of the window and drilled into the corridor. Inside the hospital room, a hopeful look once again appeared in Master Pei's eyes as he watched Lucian stuff a black pill into his grandson's mouth. Lucian explained, "This is the On Nyo Huang pill, which clears the heat and toxin in his lungs due to the bacterial infection." Immediately after that, 2 more mouthfuls of freshly boiled tonics were fed into Pei Yuanji's mouth, targeting the effects caused by the spleen and stomach, liver and kidneys respectively. Lying on the bed, Pei Yuanji didn't move half a bit. Han Ziyuan, who was standing in the doorway watching, sneered, "So many tricks, but still no use at all? Still Chinese medicine. Only Pei Lao believes in these bluffing tricks." Su Wanqing was not in a hurry. She knew Lucian's character very well. Since he had chosen to make a move, he was bound to have enough certainty. As expected, the next second, he saw Lucian pull out a cloth bag, and after spreading it out on the table, it was a fine needle that glittered with a silver color under the moonlight. "Butler, help strip your young master of his clothes. Just leave a pair of underwear." "Okay, Mr. Lu." Butler came forward 3 times and then Pei Yuanji stripped naked. Only a bright red underwear. Genus a little eye-catching. A silver needle was soon inserted into Pei Yuanji's various acupoints under Lucian's operation. The main purpose is to release blood to drain toxins while utilizing the microcirculation of the acupoints to accelerate the onset of action time of the medication. After a full 57 silver needles were inserted, Lucian was relieved. Now there was only one final step to go, but he didn't rush. Instead he looked at Han Ziyuan next to him, and a bad idea immediately surfaced in his mind. He opened his mouth. "Young Han, don't you not believe I can wake this guy up? Then do you dare to make a bet with me? What do you want to bet?" Han Ziyuan didn't immediately agree for fear of being set up. Lucian shrugged. "It's simple. If I can wake him up in 3 minutes next, you will kneel down and call me dad 3 times, plus $10 million for the massage." What the hell is a massage fee? "I'm massaging the tendons of those little brothers of yours." "You mustn't mean it?" Lucian smiled slightly. Dare to ask someone to assassinate him in the toilet. He is not the master of swallowing his anger. If he does not liquidate this revenge, he will not be able to go back to sleep at night. After listening, Han Ziyuan fell into deep thought. to no pay UNG but a full half-a-month coma, during which countless famous doctors are unable to help. This guy wants its 3 minutes to wake up. That's a bet that looks like it could be made. Han Ziyuan asked cautiously. And what if you don't make it? Lucian, if I don't get him to wake up in 3 minutes, I'll get down on my knees and call you daddy. And you can make me run around naked all you want. Han Ziyuan sniffed and brightened up, immediately taking out his cell phone to calculate the time. Deal. I'll bet you. Start the clock now. Lucian smiled faintly, then reached out with an incomparably decisive hand toward Pei Yung's underwear and grabbed it, and then pushed hard. Hiss. The butler sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight and drew his legs together a little. The next second, a miracle happened. Lying on the bed for half a month without moving, Pei Yung suddenly opened his eyes, felt the sharp pain coming from his lower body. His mouth opened wide enough to stuff an egg, violently sat up from the bed. Ah, ah, ah. The miserable screams traveled out of the hospital room and echoed in the silent corridors. The scene left the crowd in the room dumbfounded, especially Han Ziyuan, who was dumbfounded as he looked at Pei Yung, who was screaming miserably, and then looked at his cell phone. He hadn't even clicked start the clock yet. Waterfax. So efficient? Are you kid open? Chapter 45 Payment from the Pei family. Genji, my grandson, you're finally awake. Seeing his grandson, who had been in a coma for half a month without any movement, finally woke up, Pei Lao excitedly went forward and hugged him, rows of tears sliding down his old face. How is this possible? Direth was shocked and took 2 steps back. He really couldn't figure out that the strange disease that even he couldn't do anything about was solved by such a young Chinese. When did China's medical technology become so advanced? Lucian glanced at him and said faintly, "See, this is what you call impossible. You claim that my Chinese medical skills are not as good as those of Rice, but what do you know about Chinese medical skills? Maybe Chinese medicine has some shortcomings, but that doesn't mean Western medicine is better than it." Direth turned red and tried to retort, but couldn't spit out a single word, and could only turn around and leave the hospital room in a stifled manner. Han Ziyuan wanted to fish in troubled waters and follow him out, but he was blocked at the door by Su Wanqing, who had expected it. She cocked her head and smiled slightly. "Are you forgetting something? Surname Su, don't go too far." Han Ziyuan became infuriated, his voice 3 times louder. "I was just joking. If you get out of the way now, I can forget about you. Your Su family is powerful, but my Han family is not one to be messed with. You'd better think about the consequences." Su Wanqing took 2 steps back with an expressionless face, and immediately afterward, 2 black-clothed strong men walked in from outside the ward, pulling up their sleeves and showing off their thousand-hammered, strong muscles, a punch that seems like it could kill a cow. Without hesitation, Han Ziyuan turned to Lu Xun and knelt down. "Dad, Dad, Dad." He spoke extremely fast, afraid that if he was a second slow, the sandbagged fist would land on his body. Seeing this, Lu Xun looked disgusted. "What are you shouting nonsense? I don't have a son as ugly as you. Don't go out and shout nonsense in the future, so as not to lose the face of my universe first handsome." Han Ziyuan wanted to curse in his heart. He was the youngest member of the Han family. He grew up in fine clothes. Wherever he went was not full of splendor. How had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? However, even more angry, he still saw the situation and held his tongue as he pulled a bank card out of his pocket. "There's exactly 10 million on this card. Well, roll with it." Han Ziyuan did not want to stay here for a moment longer, and fled the place as fast as he could, his back as wretched as he could be. Lu Xun and Su Wanqing looked at each other and followed closely to leave the ward without disturbing this touching scene between the grandparents and grandson. In the slightly darkened hospital corridor, the 2 men walked shoulder to shoulder toward the stairs, the pale moonlight spilling over their shoulders in a beautiful way. Su, wasn't I handsome when I just punched that gringo in the face? Average. Is that the truth or a lie? You guessed it. The next day, the top floor of Vientiane Entertainment. Lu Xiaoyan was notified just after arriving at the company, and after putting her things down, she came outside the president's office at the first opportunity. Knock knock knock. "Come in, with permission." She then opened the door and walked in. At this time, in addition to Lu Xun, there was a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform in the office. It was Pei Lao's rightful subordinate, Butler Song. In addition to its manipulation of the Pei family, some of the things in the Miles shopping center also belonged to him. Belonging to the Pei Old External Affairs, Butler Song owed a slight bow before he took out the prepared pile of documents. "Mr. Lu, this is the contract that Master asked me to bring. From today onwards, all publicity projects of Wanli Mall will be handed over to Wanxiang Entertainment for a period of 5 years. Under Lu Xun's eye gesture, Lu Xiaoyan took the contract in surprise. Her heart had already set off shock waves. This is the largest Miles Mall in the city. Even if it's only a 5-year partnership, it's a sky-high contract for Vanguard Entertainment right now, one bite at a time. Lu Xun acted very calmly. After all, He was not lacking money at all right now. This scene was captured by Butler Song's eyes, and while admiring it in his heart, he once again pulled out a black gold bank card. This is what the master instructed me to hand over to you. There are 20 million Chinese coins inside. It's considered a token of the master's gratitude. I hope Mr. Lu won't excuse himself. Hearing this number, Lucian's heart shook violently as he yelled in his heart, "Holy, Raider Jr., $20 million. That old man was surprisingly generous." It seems that recognizing him as a god-grandfather doesn't seem to be a disadvantage. Despite the clouds turning over in his heart, his expression remained calm and he smiled slightly. "Okay, I know, put it on the table. Well, then I have important business to attend to, so I won't bother you much. Xiaoyan go see off Butler Song. If there's anything you don't understand about the contract, you can ask him as well." "Okay, Mr. Lu." After the two left, the office door reclosed. Lucian picked up the black and gold card on his desk and played with it, only to feel that the heights were too high for him as he turned to look out the window at the city. Sighs rang out languidly in the office. "I didn't expect that Lu, would have a day to turn over. I'll have to think more about doing things in the future. After all, I'm at least a dignified character. If you get a massage in the future, you have to add 2 extra bells." If he had known that healing people was so lucrative, he would have cared less about the pact. He'd probably be a billionaire by now. Just as Lucian was immersed in the beautiful vision of the future, the cell phone placed on the table trembled slightly and rang the phone. He clicked through to put it in his ear. "Hey mom, what's up?" Ms. Lee on the other end seemed to have just woken up and was still eating her breakfast as she ate. "Your sister's school is on summer vacation this afternoon. You know? I'm going to send her to your place for a couple days. What do you think?" "I'm not doing it. I don't have time." Lucian refused without hesitation. Saying that he was playing for 2 days was actually asking him to bring the child. He didn't want to be a nanny. It also delayed his and Susu's duo, realizing that he hadn't even gotten on base up to this point, and it was the right time to unleash the onslaught. But Lee's mother didn't call to ask his opinion. Seeing that his son's softness was not eaten, the other end immediately coldly grunted. "Cut the crap and bring it if you're told to. I and your father these days also busy into the mountains to pick medicine, which have the time to care for this girl. Let her alone to stay at home must play crazy. She has now taken the car to go to your place. Remember to keep an eye on her to write her homework." After saying that, the other end then directly hung up the phone, pressing no opportunity for Lucian to resist. "This is Ms. Lee's right to speak at home." He put down his cell phone with a sigh and muttered under his breath, "It's all because of Dad's rake ears that he spoiled Mom like this. Not a bit of manly blood, not inheriting my rigid character at all." Just as the words were finished, the phone rang again. This time it was Su Wanqing who called. On the other end, she had just finished her work. Her tone was lazy and casual, and she said lightly, "Shen, I heard that the clothing store I went to last time has gotten a lot of new goods, so accompany me to go shopping." Although she is a leader in the international clothing industry, and has long been accustomed to a variety of stunning clothing, but if you go shopping with Lucian, it is another taste. The 3 years she owed her companionship, she had to make up for it little by little. But when Lucian heard this, he almost fell off his chair. Said to go shopping? In fact, is to take him as a clothes rack, either in the change of clothes or on the way to change clothes. A shopping is also a whole day. Which man suffered so ooh and ah? So what? Can we not go shopping? You see, our country has so many beautiful scenery. Why don't we find a scenic spot to play? It's not necessary to go shopping. Seeing the scenery and shopping are two different things. Or to say, words, the voice on the other end suddenly more than a few points of coldness. You don't want to go shopping with me? Let my sister guess. You're not keeping other women on the outside once you're rich, are you? Lucian didn't understand that he just didn't want to go shopping. How did he turn into a cheater in 3 words? Isn't this topic getting a little too far afield? I'm going over there right now. Well, that's good. Mua, I'll wait for you. Chapter 46, Encountering Yihan, Lucian drifts away. At 10 a.m. After Lucian received Su Wanqing, he went to the clothing street where he bought clothes last time. Perhaps because it was a weekday. As far as the eye could see, there weren't many people on the street, and most of the stores were cold. Su Wanqing didn't care about this. Holding Lucian's arm and walking towards the front, her black bustier dress was blown by the breeze. She raised her white arm and smoothed her blown hair. The young couple walk hand in hand while everything around them seems to be a backdrop for them. Although there is a good thing about bustling, there is also a beauty in quietness that is unique to quietness. Lucian sidestepped Su Wanqing, who was immersed in the atmosphere. The woman was actually quite cute when she wasn't talking, a lovable type, but unfortunately just a bit too strong, according to her words. Very tuned in, but Lucian didn't dare to say this, or his ass would have to be kicked. Su, I'm actually curious about something. Say, did you like me in the first place because you coveted my good looks on sight? Or, Before he could finish his words, they came to an abrupt end, as Lucian realized that Su Wanqing was looking at him with a look of looking at garbage. Although it would be cool to be stared at with such eyes on certain occasions, Lucian was sure that she definitely didn't mean it that way. Su Wanqing pursed her lips, her phoenix eyes flickering slightly. Do you really want to know the answer so badly? Aha. Of course it's because I like the fact that you just look all frustrated, like a weak chicken in a movie, both pathetic and weak. You can only hide in the corner and shiver, and it's very fulfilling for me to protect you like that. Oh. Lucian's face went black. The only thing he hadn't thought of was this answer. Did he look that weak in college? Su Wanqing didn't know what he was thinking. She just leaned her head on Lucian's shoulder and laughed softly. Don't worry, no matter what difficulties we will go through in the future, I will always protect you, but for now, you have to be good and try on clothes for me. Lucian, I thank you. The two had just walked into a customized clothing store when they happened to come face to face with two people, and they froze as they looked at each other. It was clearly Yihan, who had formed a feud not long ago. He was followed by a pretty girl just like last time, and unlike the imperial type last time, this time it was an innocent type who looked like she had just finished buying clothes. Yihan also didn't expect to meet Lucian here. He froze for a few seconds before suddenly charging towards Lucian, who hastily took a vigilant stance and prepared to strike. As a result, just as he approached, Yihan slid on his knees and hugged his legs tightly. His tone contained excitement, which scared the girl next to him. Divine Dr. Lu, I've missed you so much. What are you doing? Spread your hands to me. Lucian had a look of hell, being hugged by a man in broad daylight, goosebumps all over his body. No spill. I won't spill until you promise to save my life and die. 10 minutes later, in a nearby cafe, Lucian and Yihan were seated facing each other. Yihan said with an excited face, Brother Lu, you don't know how famous you are in Jiangcheng now. Especially the doctors who have seen Pei Yuanji before are begging to meet you and discuss and exchange ideas with you. If it wasn't for Pei Lao's word that he couldn't go harassing you, otherwise those people would have already sat down and come looking for you. In addition to these doctors, there are more of those rich people in Jiangcheng. The thing that rich people are most afraid of is not having the chance to spend the money they earn, so they place great value on their health, and who knows if they will become the next Pei Yuanji. Therefore having a good relationship with someone like Lucian, who had mastered a high level of medical skills, was a must. Lucian also didn't expect saving someone to lead to so many things. He then looked suspiciously at Yihan who was smiling like a husky across the room. Then what are you looking for me for again? Lu brother, you forget. Last time you and sister-in-law buy clothes. Yihan kept squeezing his eyebrows, trying to evoke Lucian's memories. So saying Lucian remembered, and it dawned on him. Oh, you want me to help you with that? Right. Yihan nodded his head vigorously, not to mention how excited he was. In the next second, Lucian collected his expression and skimmed his lips. No help. It's none of my business if you have weak kidneys. Su Wanqing, who was sitting beside her, however, reminded at this time, more contacts won't hurt you. Seeing her help to speak, Yihan, who was originally all disappointed, once again ignited hope and hoofed it to echo. Yes, Brother Lu, although my family is not as big as my sister-in-law's family, but I still have some energy in Jiangcheng. As long as you need help in the future, just open your mouth and my little brother will be obliged to help. And, mentioning this, Yihan looked around and leaned forward to lower his voice. I just got the news. That guy Han Ziyuan has suffered in your place. He's not one to rest on his laurels. He's now looking for someone to prepare to find you trouble. This was expected by Lucian. After all, if it was him, being forced to kneel down and call his father, he certainly wouldn't hold his breath. He rubbed his fingers over his chin and finally said after half a second, well, seeing as you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly teach you how to revitalize yourself, but the medical bills should still be paid. Don't worry, Brother Lu, I know the rules. Then Lucian borrowed a pen and paper towards the waiter and wrote 3 methods that can cure kidney deficiency, and finally did not forget to urge, don't say I didn't remind you. You can't have intercourse for 3 months after drinking my medicine. Once if you break the rule, it's very likely that you'll only be a 3-second man for the rest of your life. Hiss, that bad? Yihan instantly hesitated, but after thinking of his ex-girlfriend's despicable eyes when she was done, he immediately made up his mind and reached out to take the note. Lucian watched him leave. In fact, what he wrote was just some ordinary nourishing body formulas, and he estimated that the reason why this guy's kidneys were weak was because he didn't listen to the doctor and continued to squander his residual essence after drinking the medicine, resulting in the body's deficiency. As long as you can keep your body replenished by not having intercourse for 3 months, I believe the problem shouldn't be too big. Su Wanqing looked at him. How are you going to deal with Han Ziyuan? Do you want my sister to help you go and warn him? Kada. Lucian snorted disdainfully. Men do things, women cut in. Hearing this, Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. It seems that Stinky Shin has jumped too high in the past 2 days and got a bit carried away. Actually daring to talk to her like this. Say that again if you can. Chapter 47 Lu Shen and Su Wanqing's Showdown. The surrounding customers were attracted by the commotion and looked sideways. Noticing those seemingly unseen sights, Lu Shen straightened his waist a bit, his eyes slightly widened and his voice was firm. I say women stay out of men's business. The Lu family's ancestral motto, you should never be a wimp when you're out and about, even if he is facing his own wife. After all, so many people are looking at it. He also wants to save face. The watching guests saw this and whispered, hey, this guy has some guts. He dares to talk to his girlfriend like this, and he's not afraid that she'll run away. There is blood. A man of honor. Why don't you hurry up and take notes to learn? Let me see how contemporary young people build family status. Turn around and try to see if it's useful to my wife. The voice that spoke was small, but the cafe was quiet enough that all these words were heard one by Lu Shen, and he could not help but feel a little fluttering in his heart. Not bad for him. Simply handsome. Su Wanqing's eyes clapped her hands approvingly, as if admiring his courage, and slowly said, I hope you'll be able to maintain your current posture later. Almost at the same time, the cafe walked in two black-clothed strong men, with a stout body that made it impossible for people to resist, and easily set Lu Shen up and walked towards the outside of the store. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. If you guys keep this up I'm going to get angry. I get angry and even I'm scared. No matter how much Lu Shen struggled, Big Black and Second Black showed no signs of letting go of their hands, just like lambs to the slaughter, being pulled towards the slaughterhouse. Su Wanqing hummed lightly and looked at the many customers who were dumbfounded. She owed a slight bow, then followed closely out of the coffee shop and into the car parked in front of the entrance, leaving the clothing street. Seeing this, the people in the store looked at each other. My oldest brother, who had taken notes earlier, didn't hesitate to throw the notebook he had just purchased into the trash without half a heartbeat. That's not something he's going to learn. After all, he's not as resistant to a beating as a young man. After the Rolls-Royce drove away from the clothing street, it sped all the way in the opposite direction from the city center, and the gas pedal kept roaring, scaring the rest of the cars on the road to take the initiative to avoid it. Inside the car, Su Wanqing sat in the passenger side. Lu Shen, on the other hand, was sandwiched in the back row by Big Black and Two Black, and he couldn't help but ask with trepidation as he watched the houses outside the car window become fewer and fewer. Su, where are you taking me? Outside the city. Dig a hole and bury someone. 6 short words, but they scared Lu Shen to death. My goodness, he was just being tough, but this wants to bury him alive? That's pretty tough. Su Wanqing, who noticed the change in his expression through the rearview mirror, raised the corners of her mouth in a subtle arc, which quickly converged and once again turned into a look of indifference. It was just the right amount of boredom to scare the man, and I was really looking forward to how he would react later. Lu Shen swallowed, knowing that he had to do something to make it work. Although this woman wouldn't really bury him alive, her heart was so bad that she would definitely tease him and make him suffer. In the middle of the day, he spoke. I don't think that's fair. You're at least a big miss of the Su family, with thousands of employees under your hand. How dare you bully the few with the many? It's simply degrading to your status. Even if you conquer my flesh, my heart won't submit to you. Oh, Su Wanqing stifled her laughter and said, then what do you want? Lu Shen's expression became serious. It's simple. Let's have a fair showdown. You and I will each put up one person for a one-on-one fight, and whoever wins will be the one the family listens to in the future. In other words, whoever is the head of the family. Do you dare? How dare you? These 3 words were already rarely said by someone who dared to say them in front of Su Wanqing, but she was even more curious as to where exactly this guy got his confidence from. Knowing the strength of the Big Black and the Second Black, how dare they propose a single fight? Okay, then you call someone. The car drove on for another 10 minutes and finally drove into a small dense bamboo forest. With a breeze, the bamboo leaves fluttered in the sky and slowly fell to the ground. Da-hei and Ari took out the tools for digging from the trunk. After tying up Lu Shen and dropping him next to him, without saying a word, he picked up the engineer's shovel and started digging a hole, with an unusually rapid efficiency, not at all like a raw hand. Su Wanqing looked at the time and started timing. Give your man half an hour to come here, and if he is not here in half an hour, you will go with the Landgrave for company. Since you won't say anything, I'll take that as your default. Oh. Lu Shen, who was gagged by the rag, was so angry that his face turned red. You gagged me and asked me why I didn't say anything? Is this something a human being can do? Now he could only pray that guy was faster. As long as he had the secret weapon he made, even these 2 big guys would have to lie down obediently. Time passes by. Because it had rained 2 days before, the soil wasn't difficult to dig. Under the vigorous digging of Da-hei and Ari, the first shape of the pit soon became visible, and it was already big enough to stuff a person into. and there were only the last 3 minutes of time left before the half-hour Su Wanqing had said. Not a moment later, the two big blacks were finally done, crawling back to the surface from the bottom of the pit with the help of a shovel, patting the dirt on their bodies. Miss, it's done. Aha. Su Wanqing gently answered, took out her cell phone and looked at the time. Just past half an hour. She looked at Lu Shin with a smile. Shin, ready for a kiss with the dirt? Oh, I know you can't wait. Big Black, do it. Big Black walked up to the bound Lu Shin and picked up his collar with one hand, as if trying to make Lu Shin less fearful. He had a stiff smile on his face. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, now that the weather is humid, it's still quite comfortable to be covered by dirt. It might be a little hard at first, but you'll get over it when you run out of air. Lu Shin, he struggled up unwillingly, trying to stall for time, but all to no avail, and was soon carried to the front of the pit, his eyes full of powerlessness, giving up his pointless struggles. Just in the nick of time, the jungle suddenly swept up a gust of echo. The words are indisputable, like an ancient emperor, giving orders to his subjects. Slow down. I don't remember giving you guys permission to touch my people. I'll only give you 3 breaths to put him down. Arai locked on to the source of the sound at the first opportunity, and gruffly craned his head to look at it. To the east of the bamboo forest, a figure walked out with his hands in the air. The winds are chilly, the waters are cold, and the strongest men never return. Looking at Su Lei, who had suddenly appeared and was extremely middle-aged, Su Wanqing's head was filled with black lines. I thought that this one of my own was already enough of a living treasure, but I didn't realize that there was another one that was even more of a juggler. So you guys deserve to be able to play together. She waved her hand, signaling to settle the guy. Receiving the order, Arai slightly bent down to store up his strength, and violently made an arrow step towards Su Lei, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the near front. His speed was amazingly fast. Seeing this, Su Lei was no longer in the middle, and quickly moved his hand into his arms, sprinkling strange white powder towards the burly man in front of him. Not good. Although Arai realized that there was something odd about the powder and held his breath for the first time, he still inevitably inhaled a little bit of the powder due to the close proximity. He frowned and covered his mouth and nose and pulled back. In just a few moments, Arai felt a bit dizzy and weak in his arms and legs. Lu Shin, who took the opportunity to spit out the rag, was so happy that he laughed triumphantly. This is your Shin's secret anesthetic powder. As long as you inhale a certain amount, even a tiger will have to obediently lie on the ground. Lei Zi, do it. Today I must make this woman kneel down and sing her conquests to me. Chapter 48, Stupid Sister. This special anesthesia powder is one of Lu Shin's secret weapons, and when paired with a urea bag, it produces a 1-1-2 effect. Simply apply anesthetic powder to the urea bag. Then after lassoing a person, the victim would be incapacitated in less than a minute. Inspired by Lu Shin when he was reading a novel. Seeing that Arai had actually been hit, this time Su Wanqing became interested, and she waved towards Su Lei. You, show me the powder you just sprinkled. Why should I give it to you? What did Lu Shin promise you? I'll triple it on top of his. How about this? Lu Shin, who was thrown to the ground, said disdainfully, don't test our brotherly feelings with dirty money. Su Lei's eyes rolled. It's nothing really. It's just that he promised to buy me the global limited edition hand puppet, which is an official special release for 190,000. At those words, a bad premonition surged in Lu Shin's heart. As expected, the next second Su Wanqing snapped her fingers. Just tell me which company it's from, and I'll have them make a one-of-a-kind hand puppet just for you, with the image you decide, even if it means engraving your name on it. Anything that can be solved with money is no big deal. This was a principle Su Wanqing had always believed in. A few moments later, Su Lei stood behind Su Wanqing and cursed at Lu Shin with righteous indignation. Asshole! Sister-in-law is so gentle, kind and understanding. How dare you bully her? You're just not human. If you want to touch my big sister, go through me first. Lu Shin closed his eyes lifelessly. He really didn't expect this bastard to defect so easily. A scented breeze hit the room. When he opened his eyes again, Su Wanqing had already walked in front of him, took a fruit knife and cut the rope tying him up, and stretched out her hand and laughed. Enough playing too. I'm hungry. Come on, let's go home. As if relieved, Lu Shin pulled her hand to get up from the ground and couldn't help but spit. Scared me. I thought you were coming for real. Che, who told you to be so chicken? Da Hei helped his brother to sit in the passenger seat. The anesthesia effect lasted for 10 minutes time at most, and he could recover after a short rest. The car started slowly. Pulling open the car door, Lu Shin sat in the back seat. Su Wanqing followed closely behind, not sitting on the seat, but sitting on Lu Shin's legs, shrinking into his arms. The clingy gesture made Lu Shin gulp. What do you want? What for? You are now your sister's plaything. What do you think I'm going to do now? No. When did I become your plaything? At those words, Su Wanqing tilted her head adorably. Isn't that what you meant earlier when you proposed a one-on-one fight? Whoever loses becomes the winner's plaything. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's not what I meant. Lucian's eyes widened as he retorted in a resolute tone. Not a moment later, the two will be in the back row fighting, which has the appearance of love between couples, clearly more like a pair of enemies. It's obvious that they're fighting, but the relationship looks better. Su Lei, on the other hand, managed to get the benefits of both sides and rode home on a small electric donkey in a beautiful way. To say that the only people who have something to lose today are probably some of the people in front of the screen who are full of dog food and are single. At the same time, the Han family, after being punched in the face by Lu Xun, Han Ziyuan could be considered to have lost face, and had made a big splash in all the circles of the second generation in Zhangcheng. He had wanted to find someone to teach Lu Xun a lesson, with the big deal of being chastised afterwards, but he soon changed that plan. In the living room decorated in low elegance and luxury, Han Ziyuan sat on the sofa, staring intently at the information he had just gotten his hands on. It's full of Lu Xun's life history. A low murmur escaped his lips. No wonder he looks so familiar. This guy is definitely related to that Lu family. But why have I never heard of him? Is it possible to be a bastard? But what about Lu Xun's excellent medical skills that night? Han Ziyuan immediately dismissed the idea of punching Lu Xun. The Lu family in Jiang province, even if it is only a branch of this family, it is not something that the Han family can easily offend, even if it is more than the Baisu family. Until the investigation is clear, we can't do anything yet. If Lu Xun didn't have any weight in the Lu family, it wouldn't be too late to deal with him then. And if he was an important person, he would be able to use the excuse of making amends and apologizing as an excuse to play a wave of relationship with Lu Xun and get close. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted towards the gate. Butler, prepare the car. I have to go to the province for something. Early the next morning, a warm ray of sunlight rose from the east, dispelling the faint coolness that permeated the city. The light shone through the window into the bedroom, where a silkworm cowered on the bed, with only strands of its hair exposed. Su Wanqing subconsciously wanted to hug something but fell short. Only then did she slowly open her eyes and met the little girl standing by the bedside with her 4 eyes. The big watery eyes stared straight at Su Wanqing, with curiosity and doubt in the bottom of her eyes, and her looks were a bit similar to Lu Xun, especially her eyes. The little girl, carrying a school bag and wearing a pink t-shirt, stood by the bedside watching Su Wanqing while sticking out her little tongue and licking the oversized lollipop in her hand. Reacting, Su Wanqing immediately climbed up from the bed and asked vigilantly, "What kind of kid are you? How did you get in here?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuyu stopped licking the candy and began to introduce herself. "Hello sister idiot, my name is Lu Yui. I'm in the 2nd grade of elementary school this year. Silly Lu Xun is my older brother, and I'm his real sister." Idiot sister. Su Wanqing blackened her face. No one has ever called her an idiot when she grew up, but this is Xun's sister? It does look quite similar. The white and soft face seems to be comfortable to touch. Noticing the look in her eyes, Lu Yuyi said in a despicable tone, "Foolish sister, your eyes are so disgusting, like the way the village Wankai sees bones." Su Wanqing's face once again darkened, controlling her tone to inquire as gently as possible. "Yui, you can call me Sister Su or sister-in-law, but why do you put the word idiot in front of it? Because anyone who can look at his brother must be an idiot. He's so lazy and gets his ass bitten by Wankai all the time. How could a normal person be his girlfriend?" Su Wanqing was silent. She couldn't even refute these words. Is she really stupid? Chapter 49, Lu Yui, you hit someone? At 8 a.m. Lu Xun had just prepared breakfast. Su Wanqing, who was wrapped in a jacket, then came down from upstairs, looked at him with a grudging look in her eyes, and sat down in front of the dining table. Lu Yuyu followed closely behind, sitting across from her in a good manner. Lu Xun handed the chopsticks to the two while explaining towards Su Wanqing. "This is my sister. Just got out of summer vacation. My mom didn't have time to take care of it, so she sent it to me for 2 days. She should have introduced herself to you." "Of course, silly egg brother," Su Wanqing said meaningfully. Lu Xun shrugged and unexpectedly did not retort. He was already a 1 in a million exception with his amazing learning ability, but this sister of his was even more terrifying, with students her age not even able to touch her heels. If it wasn't for mom's fear of being too flashy, letting this girl control her scores and keep her ranking in the class not too high or low, I'm afraid she would have been famous. Across the dining table, Lu Yui was contentedly eating the steak on her plate, her cheeks puffed out like a blooming sunflower. As silly as her goofy brother was, she still recognized his cooking skills. Lu Xun sat down beside Su Wanqing and began to enjoy his breakfast. The three sat together like a family. Lu Xun inquired while eating, "Yui, it's rare to go back and forth to the city. Have you thought about what you're going to do for fun in these 2 days?" "Brother, I have a huge purse now, so I can play whatever I want. For this rare opportunity to show off in front of the school god's sister, Lucian certainly wouldn't let go. Lu Yuyu said without thinking, I want to go to an old town and paint. Drawing, one of Lu Yuyu's few pleasures, was done in a decent manner without a teacher to teach her. Good. Since Lucian was going to have fun, Su Wanqing would naturally follow him around as if he were a shadow, and it just so happened that the company wasn't busy in the past 2 days, so there was nothing wrong with her relaxing for a couple of days. By the time the three had finished breakfast, the driver who had gotten the message arrived at the villa just in time. After packing up, Lucian and the others took a car to the nearest ancient town. Everyone says Jiangnan beautiful? Jiangnan women are more beautiful. This sentence is not empty words, just Jiangcheng. There are enough 5 quad A level scenic spots. Every year will attract a large number of foreigners to play, and one of them is the ancient town of Longhuang, which has a history of nearly 1,000 years. The car drove around the outskirts of the city for more than half an hour before arriving at the goal of the trip, and the ticket gates of the old town and the clusters of people could be seen from a long distance. Small cars are parked on both sides of the road and pedestrians weave in and out of it. With the appearance of Rolls-Royce, immediately attracted a large number of people's attention. After all, just the appearance of this car, people know how expensive it is. The car drove all the way into the underground parking lot. The light faded around them and was replaced by bright incandescent lights. Su Wanqing pushed the door and got out of the car. Big Black, who had arrived early, walked up and handed her what she was carrying. Su Wanqing took it and then looked at Lu Yuyu who was following Lu Xin and said with a smiling face, Yui, come here, sister has a gift for you. Handed over was a complete set of professional drawing tools, all types of brushes included, and a drawing board. Even the labels hadn't been torn off yet. This set is 999 Chinese coins, which expected Lu Yui only looked at it, then shook her head, holding the drawing board in her arms to herself, and walked towards the exit of the parking lot. Su Wanqing froze, not understanding why this girl had such a cold attitude towards her. Could it be that she had provoked her in some way? Stolen laughter came from the side. It was Lucian who accidentally didn't hold it in. Seeing that he was discovered, he simply laughed in triumph. I didn't expect Miss Su to have a time when she was defeated. It's really rare. It was true that money could solve 99% of the world's problems, but it was clear that Lu Yui was that 1%, and it simply wasn't possible to rely on money to bring a relationship closer. The small drawing board she is holding in her arms is the entrance gift Lucian gave her when she was in elementary school, which cost 300 oceans at that time, but this girl is treasured tightly. Brother Goofball, you guys hurry up. The little girl's brittle urging voice came. Oh, that's coming. Lucian took the opportunity to escape. Otherwise he would definitely be caught by Su Wanqing for an affectionate physical exchange. Su Wanqing huffed and followed. She didn't believe that if she could handle the stupid guy, she couldn't handle his sister. The good thing is that at this time is less than 9 o'clock. The scenic spot checking the ticket line is not too long. If you come over near noon, you can't enter the gate of the scenic spot without waiting for an hour. But of course you can choose to drill into the scenic spot from the nooks and crannies, and save money on the entrance fee. Lucian didn't know where he had shunted 2 pairs of sunglasses from, and after handing Su Wanqing a pair, he waited in boredom. The line progressed a little toward the front, while the line behind it got longer and longer, and many people were already a little impatient as they stared at the big sun. Lu Yuyu certainly didn't follow Lu Xin and Su Wanqing in line. She sat in the side gazebo to rest. When it was time to line up Lucian, then take the ticket and go over to check the ticket on the line, and the people behind her won't say anything. This is the privilege of children. Lu Yuyi didn't stay idle, took out her paintbrush and started sketching the queuing crowd skillfully and immersed herself in it. That's when the peace was broken by a little boy who came running furtively. The little boy wearing a name tag curiously looked at Lu Yuyi's painting and immediately became interested as he stretched out his hand. Hey, I want to paint too. You give me the pen and board and I'll draw. Lu Yuyue, who was sitting on the bench, raised her eyes and swept them at him, decisively refusing. No give. It's my drawing board. Also, my name isn't hello. Didn't your mom and dad teach you how to keep your manners? This old-fashioned way of speaking amused the people resting nearby, pointing and whispering in this direction. The little boy felt ashamed at once, especially in front of so many people. In the next second, he reached out and snatched the drawing board Lu Yui was holding and slammed it to the ground with force. What's the big deal? It's just a broken board. Lucian was standing in line, seeing that it was about to be his turn, when a commotion came from a gazebo not far away, attracting the attention of everyone, and it was exactly where Lu Yuyi was resting. He and Su Wanqing glanced at each other, and a bad feeling immediately welled up in their hearts. The side of the gazebo was surrounded by people, and the sound of a child crying came from within it. An old woman in red hugged her grandson heartily and looked at the culprit who had caused him to cry. She looked fierce and stern. Why are you hitting people like that? You little girl, learning to bully at a young age. What's going to happen when you grow up? Not a bit of tutelage. Hurry over and apologize to my grandson. The crowd murmured, with eyes of doubt, curiosity, and even gloating. What's going on? What's happening? It seems that the little girl pushed the little boy and ended up dropping the man in tears, and that's not why the parents came to the door. Learning to hit at such a young age? It's something that needs to be taught properly. Gee, this little girl is in for a treat. Chapter 50, The Old Woman Who Fled Away. Facing the strange gazes of so many people around her, as well as the aggressive old lady, Lu Yuyi did not say a word, just staring at the broken drawing board on the floor. A pang of aggravation ran through his heart. When the old lady saw that she didn't say anything, she thought she was being ignored, and with another burst of nameless fire burning, she stepped forward and was ready to avenge her grandson's death. She raised her hand and was about to slap it towards Lu Yuyi's face. Just as the palm was about to swing down, it was firmly grabbed by a hand with such force that the old lady wailed in pain. You let go. Come and see. Everyone. Assaulting an old man. Lu Shen let go of her with a cold snort and coldly warned. Old woman, I advise you to pay attention to your attitude when you talk outside. Be careful of being beaten to death with a stick one day without even realizing it. It's not your turn to lecture my sister. Although he didn't know what had happened during his absence, with his knowledge of his sister, it could never have been Lu Yuyi who had taken the initiative to start the trouble. Even if they were, it's not the turn of outsiders to teach them a lesson. He walked over and touched his sister's little head. Is everything okay? Lu Yuyi didn't say anything. She just hugged his legs, her eyes slightly red and slightly crying. Brother, the drawing board is broken. The anger in Lu Shen's heart grew even more intense, and with the little boy still crying next to him, he vaguely guessed what had happened. He was furiously about to grab the little boy. The old lady was shocked at the situation. She didn't expect Lu Shen to have the courage to make a move in front of so many people. She rushed to protect her grandson behind her, which still had the aggressive look from earlier. Su Wanqing appeared at the same time and stopped the fuming Lu Shen. She rolled her eyes. Calling you a fool isn't really wrong. Can you use your brain to do things? If you hit this old woman here, even if it's not Yui's fault, you'll still be taken away. However, when the old lady saw Lu Shen being stopped, the aura that had just faded immediately surfaced again. Taking advantage of the fact that there were more and more people around watching the show, she yelled directly at the top of her lungs. Ouch! Everyone, even if this little girl pushed my grandson, her brother even had to hit an 80-year-old woman like me. It's really too bullying. Is there any justice in this world? With this voice, more people were attracted to gather around. Even the security guards of the scenic spot were startled, and seeing so many people gathered together, they hurriedly ran over this way. Lu Yuyi pointed at the little boy who was being protected by the old lady and defended herself. He's the one who tried to grab my drawing board. Unfortunately, this explanation didn't have half the effect because the old lady was in a weak position and everyone would subconsciously side with her and keep accusing Lu Shen. The little boy wasn't afraid anymore when he saw so many people helping to talk. He hid behind his grandmother and smugly made a face of sticking his tongue out at Lu Yuyi. What's going on? Get out of the way. It's the security team arriving. They plunged into the crowd and came into the gazebo. The old lady rushed forward and added another burst of accusations against them, and Lu Shen was even portrayed as an unforgivable criminal, which was hard to listen to. Lu Shen was just about to get angry when he realized that a killing intent was coming from beside him, but it wasn't directed at him. Su Wanqing looked at that old lady with cold eyes. She had never wanted to finish someone off so badly. This look, it was even more frightening than Lu Shen just now. Daughter-in-law, are you okay? It's okay, I'm fine. Su Wanqing sneered as she pulled out her cell phone and tapped on a contact to make a call. After a couple of words to the other end, she hung up and dialed a number again. By the time this call hangs up, the head of security walks right up. It was a middle-aged man who frowned at Lu Shen. Do you have anything else to explain? The old lady fanned the flames. Why are you still asking? People like this should be arrested and put in the police station for a few days. Also have to pay for my grandson's medical bills. Su Wanqing glanced at this old woman as if she was looking at a dead person. Her calm voice rang through the crowd, not loud but clear into the ears of the people nearby. Go straight to my lawyers if you want to know anything. They and the police will be here soon. I advise you not to let this old woman and his grandson get away, or you'll have one of them, and you'll all be ready to find work again. Aha! The crowd was slightly shocked, and only then did they notice that Lu Shen and Su Wanqing were both dressed in unusual clothes, clearly not like ordinary families. Others noticed something was wrong. What kind of wrongdoer calls the police voluntarily? The security chief was intimidated by Su Wanqing's strong aura. He hurriedly asked two people to keep an eye on the old lady and her grandson, and finally said in a voice 3 times louder, call the guys in the surveillance room right away and pull up the last hour's worth of surveillance here. Since it is a scenic spot, there is naturally surveillance everywhere to avoid accidents. 10 minutes later, the tuned-in surveillance was sent over, and a Mercedes E300 parked just outside the crowd. The car door opened and a total of 5 men in suits stepped out of the car and looked around before squeezing into the crowd and jogging to Su Wanqing. "Miss, are you okay?" "Well, it just so happens that the surveillance has been transferred over. Don't miss a single detail. I don't believe that my Su Wanqing's sister would be someone without a family education." "Yes." The man in charge walked up to the head of security and pulled out his credentials. "Hello, I'm Wang Zhang, the Vice Minister of the Legal Affairs Department of the Clear Dust Group. Please show me the surveillance you pulled." How could the security chief dare to refuse? And hurriedly handed out his cell phone. Such a big battle is a little cute. All can realize that something is wrong, and are afraid that there is something fishy going on. The old lady has never seen this scene. Knowing that she is not justified, she was about to leave, but was stopped by 2 security guards. Soon, the surveillance was watched. Wang Zhang pushed up his glasses, looked at the old lady, and said aloud, "According to this CCTV, it was your grandson who grabbed this little sister's drawing board in the first place, causing the board to be damaged, which is why she pushed the person, while you indiscriminately tried to make a move, which was fortunately prevented by Mr. Liu, and you went so far as to make false accusations of slander. According to our laws and regulations, intending to subject another person to criminal prosecution shall be punished by imprisonment of not more than 3 years in case of aggravating circumstances. If serious consequences are caused, it shall be punished by imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. I'll be filing a lawsuit in court within 3 days, so get ready." 3 years. The old lady finally panicked at this moment. Usually she is just messing around, so that people do not dare to mess with. Did not expect that today even kicked the iron plate. At her age, she's still going to jail. What about her reputation? These words likewise reached the ears of the others, and once again, heated discussion ensued. "Good fellow, so it's a thief crying out to catch a thief. Thanks to my help in speaking just now. How dare this old woman? Humph, I guess on the basis of being old, the law will be dealt with lightly. So usually arrogant and accustomed to. I did not expect to meet a ruthless person, just to cure her. If you ask me, people like that should go in there for life. Yes, the mouth of a touch up and down to turn black and white, rely on their age to do whatever they want. I do not know how many people have been persecuted in this way." The head of the scenic area came hurrying in, tired and out of breath. After learning what happened, he immediately went to the old lady and said seriously, "Auntie, you did go too far in this matter. How can you indiscriminately and randomly slander people? Hurry over and apologize to the people and the little girl." The person in charge was well aware that Su Wanqing only wanted to teach this old lady a lesson, not really wanting to take her to court. After all, that would be too much of a hassle and not that necessary. If he really wanted to do that, he wouldn't even give him a chance to reconcile from it. The old lady hurriedly led her grandson to Lu Shen and lowered her head. "Sorry." Lu Shen coldly grunted. Asterisk 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 off. "I feel sick talking to people like you." The old lady did not dare to stay longer and hurriedly fled with her grandson, her back as wretched as it could be. The crowd gradually dispersed after the hot look. The manager personally sent Lu Shen's trio into the scenic area and even waived the entrance fee as an apology. Lu Yuyu remained sullen. At this time a new set of painting tools appeared in front of her eyes, the very same set that Su Wanqing was going to give her just now. She said faintly, "Make do with what you've got for now, and have your brother buy a new one when he turns around." Lu Shen helplessly rubbed her head. "Your sister's an idiot, but she's actually quite nice, so hurry up and take it and say thank you." Lu Yuyue hesitated for a moment. This time she didn't refuse, but took it over and held it in her arms, and on the verge of being good, she shouted, "Thank you, sister." "Aha!" Su Wanqing answered softly, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and it was evident that she was in a good mood. Lu Shen was about to laugh as well when his ass was kicked. He looked at the culprit with displeasure. "Why are you kicking me when your feet are itching? Who told you to just call me stupid? Don't think I didn't hear you." Chapter 51, The Lu Family from Jiang Province. The green stone road is winding, moss-stained, white walls and tiles of the old mansion standing in front of the water, bamboo curtains half-rolled, revealing the faded carving of the window lattice. Every inconspicuous corner of the old town seems to contain a strong historical charm. Lu Yuyue sat on a small horse zipper at the riverside, facing the drawing board, drawing extraordinarily concentrated and serious, and soon sketched out the rough outline of the rough green river. Lu Shen didn't care if the ground was dirty or not, and sat down on the ground. Celebrity Lu once said, "Not dry, not clean, sit no disease, sit more people, naturally clean." Su Wanqing walked over and faintly said, "Take your hand away." "Get what?" Lu Shen didn't understand, but spread his hand on his leg anyway. Immediately after that, Su Wanqing turned around and sat directly on his lap. As for why not sit on the floor, it's simple. Why sit on the floor when there are warm human chairs to sit on? Lu Yuyue quickly finished one sketch and put it away ready to be perfected when she returned. She shifted her position, quickly holding her drawing board with a lot of energy. Lu Xun and Su Wanqing looked at each other and had no choice but to run after this little ancestor, who called cuteness as justice. A day is relatively not a long time. The original clear blue sky is gradually replaced by the evening dusk golden haze. The ancient town is more and more people. Good thing Lu Xun and others' first evacuation. Otherwise it must be squeezed into human meat cookies cannot be. The Rolls-Royce sped along in the late afternoon sun on the way home, sparing Lu Yue. After a whole day of self-indulgence, she just got on the car and couldn't hold back her exhaustion, shrinking into her brother's arms and quickly falling asleep. Lu Xun, who had followed the run all day, also fell asleep, looking at the two siblings shrinking in a pile. Su Wanqing, sitting by the car window, felt like an outsider, and immediately reached out to Lu Xun's head in dissatisfaction, leaning on her shoulder. Well, that's right. She closed her eyes to rest as well. Early the next morning, Lu Xun came to the company early in the morning. Although it is a hands-off, but about the company's recent situation he is still very concerned. After all, it is the critical period. Lu Xiaoyan reported. The remittance from the headquarters has already hit the account. The script for filming has been finalized, and after casting the actors, the filming work is expected to start at the end of the month. On the side of Miles Mall, we've already sent 2 waves of artists over there, and they're cooperating with the production of promotional advertisements, and the payoffs have already been credited to the company's account, totaling 50 million. Wanxiang Entertainment, now in the industry, at most belongs to the second line. The advertising fee will certainly not be so much. The probability is that Pei Lao's arrangement. Lu Xun did not say anything. After all, the money do not want for nothing. Anyway, they are rich, not lack of this rain. Lu Xiaoyan wanted to continue reporting, but her phone rang at that moment. It was the company's receptionist calling. It must be something. Something was said on the other end, and Lu Xiaoyan looked at Lu Xun. Mr. Lu, someone is looking for you, and the other party claims to be your relative. Relatives? Listening to Lu Xun was full of confusion. Where did he have relatives in Jiangchang? Let the front desk bring the people here first, and Miles Mall follow up more on your end to save any mistakes. Okay. Lu Xiaoyan nodded, and after placing the documents she had organized to report on the table, she turned around and walked out of the office. She had just left when the receptionist knocked on the door and walked in with a woman. Mr. Lu, she's the one looking for you. Well, you go ahead and get busy. Lu Xun looked at this so-called relative. It was a woman in her prime. Looking at the appearance, should be a few years older than him, wearing a very low-key, but the clothes fabric is not ordinary at a glance, especially the looks. Actually 3 points similar to him? Lu Xun's first thought was, this can't be that his dad is screwing around and his daughter is coming to the door to get her story, right? Just as Lu Xun was sizing her up, the woman was likewise sizing him up. Unfortunately, other than being a bit better looking, there wasn't much to be found that stood out. The woman walked herself over to the desk and sat across from Lu Xun. First time meeting. I'm from the Lu family in Jiang province. Lu Xiaoqian. The Lu family in Jiang province? Lu Xun immediately recalled what his dad had said at the last airport, telling him to be careful of people from the Lu family. And although he didn't know the reason for it, since his dad had said so, there must be a reason. He was silently alert, his face unchanged. Oh, what did you want to see me about? Lu Xiaoqian crossed her long snow-white legs and said carelessly, it seems that second uncle didn't mention me to you. According to seniority you should call me cousin. Cousin Lu Xun. With just a simple conversation, Lu Xiaoqian guessed that this cousin had no knowledge of the Lu family's affairs, and even acted so calmly. She got up from her position and stretched. Never mind. I don't like to beat around the bush myself. It's more straightforward this way. She smiled meaningfully. Lu Xun felt bad and immediately dodged towards the back. And almost the next second, Lu Xiaoqian's harsh kick came towards him. If he had been a second later just now, Lu Xun would have 100% been blown away. Not bad, cousin. I won't hold back then. Lu Xiaoqian laughed and rushed towards Lu Xun at an even more astonishing speed, swinging out several punches one after another, each of which was aimed straight at Lu Xun's face, all of which he narrowly dodged. Naya, where's the crazy lady from? Lu Xun cursed, but his body was not idle, constantly retreating backward, each time just managing to dodge the incoming punches. Compared to Ariai's powerful and fast punches, he appeared to be at ease with the woman and began to take the initiative. The punches are directed at various points of the body. What he used was neither fighting arts nor sparring, but the gymnastics that his family had taught him since he was a child. And it was only when Lu Xun was being blasted and hammered by Big Black that he inadvertently realized that the family's gymnastics could actually be used in a fight. But at most, it could only be used for defense and checking opponents. And it was still not very realistic to kill people, but it was enough. Seeing this familiar action of Lu Xun, The smile on Lu Xiaoqian's face grew even wider, and she was already convinced that Lu Shen had obtained the complete ancient doctor's inheritance. The Lu family in Jiang province is divided into two schools: the oldest school of ancient medicine, or Chinese medicine, and the later new school, or Western medicine. The Chinese medicine line has the highest potential, but it is too difficult to learn. The conditions are extremely harsh, and it is extremely difficult to commercialize on a large scale, so it was gradually abandoned by the Lu family, and only one person is left to hold on to it in the whole family. And more than 20 years ago, that one and only man betrayed the family, taking his wife and newborn child with him, and has never been heard from again. That person is Luck Qinming. Lu Xiaoqian also spent a long time to get this body refining exercise from her family, and it was still crippled, so she had been secretly searching for traces of Lu Jianming's family all these years. Now, finally, she had found it. In this moment, Lu Xiaoqian was taken advantage of by Lu Shen to grab her hands and restrained on the ground, completely losing her ability to resist. And just under 3 minutes have passed since it started. Lu Shen had a cold attitude and questioned, "What exactly is your purpose?" Chapter 52, Parents Past. Feeling that the force on her hand was getting heavier and heavier, Lu Xiaoqian did not panic and twisted her head with a smile. "Are you going to just let me talk? If your staff comes in later, I'm afraid it's not going to be easy to explain to your MS. Sue." At those words, Lu Shen's eyes flickered slightly. After a few moments, he let the woman go anyway and resumed his seat behind the table, not forgetting to straighten his messy lapels. He just doesn't want to bully women. Definitely not because of the fear of being misunderstood by that stinking broken mother. With his position in the family, not with fear at all. Lu Xiaoqian got up from the ground, and while organizing her clothes, she finally explained the purpose of this trip to Lu Shen. Her movements were very ladylike, very much in the style of a lady of the house. If it wasn't for her crazy look just now that she was beating people up when she saw them, Lu Shen almost believed it. It was even crazier than the one at home. It was at this point that she also finally stated the reason for her visit. "Don't worry, my main purpose today is to see if you're the real deal. You and I have no reason to be hostile. After all, both are equally unpopular with the Lu family." "Oh, which one of the Lu family do you have a grudge against?" Lu Shen asked curiously. "There's nothing to hate." Lu Xiaoqian straightened her lapel, casually shunned a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator next to her, opened it and took a sip. After a moment's thought, she managed to explain briefly. "The Lu family is very old-fashioned in their thinking. As in the case of some things, it is only passed on to men, not women. Women are not even qualified to think about it, or they will be expelled from the family." It dawned on Lu Shen that this kind of rule was indeed not very fair to the woman, but it was justifiable. After all, sooner or later, a woman had to be married off. No one wants to pass on family secrets to outsiders. "Then now that you've finished watching as well, you can leave, whether it's the Lu family or you. I'm not interested," not to mention the idea of trying to climb up the ladder. These words, however, drew a sneer from Lu Xiaoqian. "You're really stupid and cute, thinking that by hiding forever you'll be safe and sound? You should know that in the entire Lu family, the person who is most persecuted by traditional thinking is not me, but you." The Lu family wanted to completely remove the Chinese medicine lineage more than 20 years ago, believing that it would delay the family's advancement. And you, just after you were born, were nearly drowned in a well. In the end, it was only after your parents knelt and kowed out in front of all the clansmen and swore never to return to the Lu family that they were able to keep you alive. And who would have thought that your father would steal the family's ancient healing arts before he left? Guess what the Lukes would do if they knew you were here? Even if Lu Shen was as calm as he was, after learning that this had actually happened once, a flash of shock flashed through his eyes and his mind was shaken. With dad and mom's personalities, having them kneel down and kowtow to someone would undoubtedly be worse than killing them. Lucas, not waiting for Lu Shen to continue to ask about what happened back then, Lu Xiaoqian, whose purpose had been achieved, did not stay longer and turned around and left the place. At the entrance to the building, a blue Lamborghini was parked quietly at the curb. When Lu Xiaoqian got into the car, Han Ziyuan, who was in charge of driving, couldn't wait to ask with a sideways glance, "How about its sister Xiaoqian? What exactly is that Lu Shen?" "You're mistaken, not one of our Lu family." Lu Xiaoqian sat in the passenger seat with her eyes closed and said faintly, "Whether you want to torture him or what, it has nothing to do with me." "I knew it." Han Ziyuan was excited, but on second thought, he sighed. "Unfortunately, this kid has climbed onto the Su family's high branch, so we can't make too much of a fuss. There's nothing to be afraid of." Lu Xiaoqian laughed meaningfully. "Go ahead and do as you wish. My Lu Xiaoqian's little brother is not someone who can be bullied, and all the consequences will all be borne by me." "Really?" Han Ziyuan was overjoyed. He didn't expect Lu Xiaoqian to be willing to help him. Then wouldn't things be much simpler? "Go sister Xiaoqian. I'll treat you to dinner." Han Ziyuan, who is immersed in joy, is unaware that he has been used. Less than half an hour after Lu Shaoqian left, Su Wanqing brought Lu Yuyue to Lu Shen's office. Lu Shen just calmed down his hard feelings and squeezed out a smile and said, "There you are, only just approaching." Su Wanqing realized that something was wrong, reaching out and pulling over Lu Shen's shirt to sniff it, and in the next second she shot out and pinched Lu Shen's neck, asking with a smile on her face, "Which woman did Shen just hang out with? Say, whose perfume you smell like?" Women's noses are all dog noses. Before Lu Shen only saw this sentence on the internet, today is a personal experience of its power. Lu Yuyue, who was carrying her backpack, licked her lollipop beside her and said with a blank face, "According to my understanding of my brother, the probability of him cheating on his wife is 0. Even if he had a colored heart, he wouldn't have the guts to do it. Sister-in-law, you must have misunderstood." Hearing this, the corner of Lu Shen's mouth twitched as he was grabbed by the collar. This sister is good at everything, but her mouth is a bit poisonous. Su Wanqing didn't know this, but she was just angry with Lu Shen. Obviously he was a married man. Couldn't he keep some distance from other women? I wonder if she would be jealous. Lu Shen hurriedly explained a few sentences. The reason was half true and half false, and did not tell the truth, lest Su Wanqing worry more. After all, she is usually tired enough to work. Can a man who only relies on women be considered a man? Although Su Wanqing was a bit suspicious, she still chose to believe Lu Shen and did not continue to look deeper into the matter. Instead she walked over to the sofa to teach Lu Yuyue about her studies, because no one in the family knew math, and because Lu Shen wasn't at home. Lu Yuyue usually watched instructional videos at home and taught herself the higher grades, and with Su Wanqing, the school bully, around, she studied a lot faster than usual. Lu Shen walked over and smiled slightly. "Math. I'm actually quite good at this, so if you don't know anything you can ask me too." At those words, Su Wanqing glanced at him. In right triangle ABC, it is known that angle C equals 90 degrees, AC equals 3, and BC equals 4. Find, what is the length of hypotenuse AB? Lu Shen froze. Strange, this topic he seems to be very familiar, but the answer is how much to come, and in the next second, Lu Yuyue gave the answer. The length is 5. See, so what's your use? Su Wanqing stared at him with contempt. This can't even be calculated in seconds. Fools should have the consciousness of fools. Go play in the sand on one side. Aha, stupid brother. Lu Yuyue said in agreement. Lu Shen was struck silent. He didn't understand. Obviously yesterday was like a stranger. Only one night's work. This big a small two pussy. How is it like sisters? He's the one who looks like the outsider. You guys go on. I'm going to make some medicine. Chapter 53, Gluttonous Su Wanqing. Mistakenly taking aphrodisiacs. After taking down Wanshan Entertainment Company, Lu Shen asked Lu Shaoyan to prepare a pharmacy specifically for him to boil medicines, which was considered his small studio. It's true that herbs work, and it's also true that they taste awful. If he boiled the medicine at home, how could he still cuddle and sleep at night if he smoked the sunani into flavor? Lu Shen walked over to the medicine cabinet and took the tray to pick out one herb after another, while he fell into thought and began to ponder over the strange things that happened today. It's unlikely that a good day will suddenly bring torrential downpours, and there are always some signs before they come. Lu Shaoqian's sudden arrival was definitely tipped off by someone. Otherwise, his dad and mom have long been Lu family to find the door. And this person is definitely the person he has recently contacted. The identity is definitely not simple. Otherwise it cannot contact Lu Shaoqian. First of all, the probability of Pei Lao is too small. He is too grateful to himself. Even if he suspects his identity, he will be the first to inform himself. Then only Yi Han and Han Ziyuan remained, and Lu Shen preferred the latter, because Yi Han didn't seem to appear to have such a high IQ. The second is that 2 days ago, Yi Han will be tipped off that Han Ziyuan want to fix him, but this is a few days past, not even a little news, and the Han family in Jiangcheng is second only to the Su family. Is the person he contacted, in addition to Su Wanqing, the most likely to come into contact with the Lu family of people? Lu Shaoqian had previously said that she had come to confirm her identity, indicating that she didn't know if she was really a member of the Lu family before she came. Because I couldn't determine my identity, I didn't dare to act rashly and was afraid of offending the Lu family, so I threw in the towel and first found Lu Shaoqian to confirm whether I was a Lu family member. Lu Shen murmured and walked over to the tabletop with the selected herbs. Grind angelica, white poria, pearl, and other herbs into powder through a sieve, and then add the boiled honey constantly stirred into a viscous form, after which it is simply rolled into a small ball shape, cooled down, then become the elixir in the novel. In fact, pills are not difficult to make, and the general method can be learned even by ordinary people. What was rare were those rare medicinal herbs, such as centuries, or even millennia-old wild ginseng or Ganoderma lucidum, which were priced in the black market, and when they appeared, they were bound to be sold at sky-high prices. Taking the cooled Dan pill, Lucian returned to the office and put it in front of the two women who were still studying. There are 12 grains in total, 6 small and 6 large. Seeing this pitch-black little pill, before Su Wanqing could ask, Lu Yuyue couldn't wait to pick up a small one and stuff it into her mouth, chewing it beautifully. A light sweetness spreads through the mouth with a soft texture. This girl just can't live without sweetness. Even at home she has to put 2 spoons of sugar in her porridge to make it work. Facing Su Wanqing's puzzled gaze, Lucian explained, "This Dan pill can beautify your face if you eat it. The ones sold on the market are all inferior. The effect is not very good. This one is the one I just refined. You can only eat one a week." Saying that, he knocked away Lu Yaoyue's small paw that was reaching for the small pill and glared at her fiercely. "One is enough. No cravings." Lu Yuyue gave a soft grunt of dissatisfaction, but still obediently continued to study. Su Wanqing curiously picked up one and put it in her mouth and tasted it. The flavor was surprisingly not bad. At this time, Lucian's cell phone rang, and Su Lei's voice came from the other end. "Brother Shen, Xiao Yu picked up a big chunk of beef in the market today. We're going to shabu shabu beef hot pot at noon. Are you coming? You still have the face to call me brother, you fat ass." Lucian snorted coldly. The last time he was betrayed in the bamboo forest, he still remembered it. It's outrageous that a mere secondary wife's hand-me-downs are viewed as more important than a brother. Su Lei on the phone snorted and tried to muddle through. I know sister-in-law will not be willing to really bury you well. By the way, you come to eat or not? Eat. It's free not to eat. It's just as well that I have something to find you. Okay, then you and your sister-in-law come over early. I'll get ready to go first. With that said, the phone was hung up. The week went by in a flash. July is a thing of the past and August is creeping up on us. Although the weather is still hot and dry, there are already signs of early fall, and the smiles on people's faces are getting brighter and brighter because there are only 2 months left before the National Day, which will be followed by the New Year. In a private club in Jiangcheng, a group of people led by Han Ziyuan gathered, and unlike the usual girls and singing, everyone was quiet today. Han Ziyuan looked at one of them. "Old Su, how's the preparation you were told to do?" "Don't worry, brother Ziyuan, all has been arranged. As long as you give the order, I guarantee that kid will appear on the headlines of Jiangcheng News tomorrow." The man's name is Su Shan and his family has an entertainment company. Although it is not the kind of industry Big Brother level, but holds a lot of black information and secret news in the circle. He likes these black information to blackmail some second and third line actresses. The people present have more or less tasted a little sweet. Han Ziyuan nodded in satisfaction. Since he had sister Xiao Qian's backing, he had to make Lucian lose his reputation in Jiangcheng from then on, or else it would not be enough to calm down the shame he had suffered that day. These days he has been preparing for it, and now that everything is ready, the time has come to take revenge on Lucian. Good, it's not too late, then we'll do it tomorrow. As long as I can get this done, I'll bring all of you to the provincial gathering next month. When the words came to this, the people had frenzied faces. Although they were able to make a fuss in Jiangcheng, they were simply not enough to look at in front of those top rich second-generation people in Jiang province. If they could get acquainted with 1 or 2 sons of the big families at the party, they would be able to walk sideways in the future. Let's see who in the family dares to say they are uneducated in the future. They're clearly upwardly mobile too. No worse than Su Wanqing's stream. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Water Metropolis mansion, Lu Yue had already packed her things and pushed open the courtyard door of the villa with her school bag on her back. Lucian helped her put the painting tools into the trunk of the car and closed the trunk before handing her a pre-prepared bank card. "Brother recently earned some money. Here is 5 million. You helped to bring to mom and dad, so that they should eat and drink. Our family will not lack of money to spend in the future." Aha! Lu Yu took the card. She didn't have much of a concept of money yet, so she didn't act much surprised. Immediately followed by Su Wanqing 2 steps forward, squatted down and touched the little girl's head. The accent is soft, like a spring breeze, said, "Come over to your sisters more often on vacation. Listen to your mom and dad at home, and if you don't understand anything in your studies, use your watch to call me, okay?" The newly released fruit phone watch was bought by Su Wanqing for her little girl yesterday on an impromptu thought. It's a sister she loves, at a price. Lucian this week are sleeping in the guest room, but he was depressed. Obviously his daughter-in-law. The result is to become his loss of favor. Lu Yu nodded her head obediently, pulled open the car door and sat in. "Bye sis." Bye. Hey, dead girl, did you forget to say something to me?" Lucian pointed at himself, trying to remind something. Lu Yue adorably spat out her little tongue and closed the car window. After Su Wanqing nodded towards the driver, the latter then stepped on the gas pedal and drove the car towards the outside of the villa area, and after turning a corner, it soon disappeared. After dropping off his sister, the two returned to the villa. Lucian helplessly walked to the sofa and sat down, only feeling that his sister for so many years had suffered in vain. It's only been a week with this woman and she's gone rogue. What kind of ecstasy did this woman give that girl? Shin. What is this? Su Wanqing wanted to get some fruits from the refrigerator, but she found a plate of Chinese medicine pills inside. Thinking of the effect of that beauty pill the other day, she curiously picked up one and was going to taste it. Lu Xun, who heard the shout, twisted his head to look. It's better not to look at it, but to look at it and almost be scared to death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's not edible, don't you? Unfortunately, Lu Xun ended up being one step too late, as the gluttonous Su Wanqing had already taken the pill into her mouth. It's similar to the texture of the beauty pills, except that it tastes slightly bitter. She looked at Lu Xun's drastic reaction in disbelief and asked with a puzzled tilt of her head, "What's the matter? Isn't this medicine ready?" "Well, yes, but do you know what kind of medicine you just took?" "What kind of medicine?" "I just made an aphrodisiac last night." Chapter 54, Wanxian Entertainment Crisis. This battle is until the evening. The sky outside the window was dark and gloomy. Should be neat bedroom? At the moment very messy. Intimate underwear randomly dropped on the floor, foreshadowing the previous occurrence of behavior. How crazy. Bedroom and bathroom of every corner. Almost all have two people's traces. Su Wanqing never thought in her life that she would still have a day of being drugged, although she had taken the medicine of her own accord, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that it had already happened and could not be undone. The splash of red on the bedspread was particularly striking and blinding. Su Wanqing's gaze couldn't help but fall onto Lu Xun, who was cowering by the side of the bed, but her fair and stunning cheeks were like dark clouds at the moment, gloomy to the extreme. According to her original idea, she was prepared to choose a good day and then eat this man. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became as she pounced on Lu Xun like a hungry tiger. "Ah, it's all your fault. I'll bite you to death." "No, obviously you put me to sleep. How come it's my fault instead?" "It's clearly your gluttony." Lu Xun also wanted to cry without tears. This medicine, but he originally prepared for that guy Han Ziyuan. Since this is the first time I've done this, I was going to go to the pig farm and get a couple pigs to try the results. Well, I don't have to try now. Fighting from morning to evening. Is there any need to question the results? But he doesn't seem to lose, although the process is a bit of a rip-off, but finally managed to get on base. Thinking of this, Lu Xun couldn't help but giggle. On the other hand, Su Wanqing's feelings were the complete opposite. Because the medicinal properties were too strong, she didn't feel much at all during the process. She only felt dizzy in her head, and only woke up a bit after the medicinal properties had evaporated. Since it's already irreparable, we'll just have to collect some interest back first. She gazed at Lu Xun once again, not caring that her body was naked. Anyway, what she should have seen just now had already been seen, and what she should have done had already been done. You let me rest first. I'm the one who suffered just now. Humph, don't you rest until I'm satisfied. After a night of fighting, Lu Xun was completely drained. Unsurprisingly, he will be in the state of Sage for at least a week, thanks to this period of time to strengthen the exercise. Otherwise, how can withstand this woman so tormented? The next day, the sun was just barely out. Lu Xun, who was still asleep, was awakened by an urgent phone call. Who is it in the morning? The phone had just been connected, and before Lu Xun could complain, Lu Xiaoyan's urgent voice came from the other end, and her tone was somewhat slightly flustered. "It's no good, Mr. Lu, you hurry and come to the company. Something's wrong." I don't know what was said on the other end, but Lu Xun, who originally had a groggy head, was suddenly sleepy and sat up from the bed, his eyes clear. "I know, wait for me to get there." After the phone hung up, Lu Xun looked at Su Wanqing, who was still sleeping while shrinking under the covers, and after covering her up, he gently walked into the bathroom and quickly left the room after washing up. Shortly after he left, Su Wanqing, who was cowering under the covers, suddenly opened her eyes. She picked up her cell phone, which she had set aside, and just as she opened it, it showed two unread text messages, both from her secretary about half an hour ago. Su Wanqing unlocked her phone and tapped on her address book to directly call. Just after connecting, Secretary Jiang on the other end spoke extremely fast. "Mr. Su, there are a lot of unfavorable comments about Mr. Lu on the internet right now. They seem to be targeting Wanxiang Entertainment, but the actual spearheads are pointing at Mr. Lu. Do we need to intervene? No need. Wait until he's out of solutions. A man's most important self-respect, as his woman, is still necessary to maintain." After 2 sentences of instruction, Su Wanqing put down her cell phone, lifted the quilt and got out of bed, walked barefoot to the closet and rummaged through the clothes, and put them on without haste. When she left the room and went downstairs, she noticed a cover on the dining room table. Su Wanqing walked over and uncovered the lid, and found a freshly cooked nutritious breakfast sitting inside, still steaming, with a note next to it. "I have to go. If your breakfast gets cold, put it in the microwave and beat it, but don't skip it. It's bad for your stomach." She picked it up and looked at it. the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. The handwriting is still so ugly. Why don't we enroll him in a handwriting practice class sometime? And Lu Xin, who left in a hurry after making breakfast, drove to the downstairs of Wanxiang Entertainment at the first time, and Lu Xiaoyan was waiting at the door early, her face unprecedentedly serious. The two stepped into the elevator together, and she quickly analyzed the situation. Just this morning, a lot of our company's previous black materials were intentionally exposed, mostly with the former senior leadership subterfuge artists and stars, and even a few of them have senior management in office. Those star actors who left the company due to subterfuge also spoke out online almost simultaneously, rebuking our company's official microblogging account underneath, demanding that we issue an apology and pay compensation, and many others are following suit, and this matter has rushed to the headlines. The most important thing for an entertainment company is credibility. Originally, Wanxiang Entertainment had been almost forgotten by the public and could hide in the shadows, but now that someone has pushed it out into the open and exposed so much dark information, it immediately became the target of public criticism. At this rate, the company will have to suspend all business, not to mention advertising. Lu Xiaoyan, who was also facing this situation for the first time, suggested, "Mr. Lu, why don't we issue an apology first? Wait to calm those people's anger, and then issue a text explaining the situation. After all, it's an indisputable fact that Viva Entertainment used to be a subterfuge-heavy neighborhood. Can't apologize." Lu Xin objected without hesitation. Now the whole company is a critical period of development. Once you sit on the matter of subterfuge, you will lose credibility in front of the public. Even if this is true, you must not admit it. But if you don't post an apology, what's next? Chapter 55, the police come to the door. Lu Xin is arrested. In the middle of the conversation, the elevator had arrived at the floor where Vientiane Entertainment was located. Lu Xin walked out of the elevator and Lu Xiaoyan hurried to follow. At this time it is the point when the employees go to work. A lot of people are gathered at the front desk that seems to be anxiously chatting about something. There is an employee who inadvertently noticed Lu Xin walking, and hastily shut his mouth. The scene, which was still somewhat boisterous, quieted down in an instant. "Good morning, Mr. Lu." "Aha." Lu Xin looked at them to stop and glanced around the crowd, realizing that many of the employees in the office were stealing glances over to this side. He simply took this opportunity to faintly say, "It seems that everyone already knows the problems that the company is experiencing. I won't say the rest of the words in vain. Whoever wants to leave, before the end of the day today, send the letter of separation to the head of each department, and I won't give you a single penny less of the salary that should be given to you. I wish you all the best of luck in your future." After saying that, Lu Xin led Lu Xiaoyan straight into the president's office. This is the company's crisis, but the crisis is accompanied by opportunities. If Wanxiang Entertainment can survive this hurdle, it will be able to make a name for itself in Jiangchang, which can't be exchanged for any amount of publicity money. And it's a great opportunity for internal screening. It wasn't until the door to the president's office closed, and after a brief moment of silence outside, the sound of intense conversation erupted. You all heard what Mr. Lu said just now. What do you guys think?" "Nonsense. Definitely need to go." I don't want to waste my time in a company that's about to go out of business. I can still get my paycheck if I leave now, but I may not if it's later." "That's true. We all come to work for the sake of the salary. What has the company's good or bad got to do with us? I'm going to write my exit letter first. You guys take your time to chat. I'm going to. And at that moment, in the president's office, Lu Xin walked to the chair behind the table and sat down. In fact, he had expected this scene today a week ago, so he did not show any panic. Han Ziyuan didn't dare to make a move against Su Wanqing, and Wanxiang Entertainment was the only breakthrough he had against himself. He's not going to miss this opportunity. "Mr. Lu, what exactly should we do next?" Lu Xiaoyan asked again. Lu Xin leaned his back on the chair and closed his eyes calmly. "There's no hurry. Let this gust blow a little more noisily. The stronger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Go ahead and deal with the employee departures. Those management can leave if they want to. As for those that didn't leave, you register their names and bring them to me afterward." "That, I understand." Lu Xiaoyan didn't know exactly what Lu Xin wanted to do though. However, looking at his confident look, as well as the posture of having everything under control when they first met, she still chose to believe Lu Xin. As she reached the door, she was about to go out when she paused and suddenly turned back. "Mr. Lu, as long as the company hasn't gone out of business, I will always follow you." With that she pulled the door and left the office. The corners of Lu Xin's mouth lifted slightly. It seemed that he had inadvertently gained an unrivaled talent. "I can't see that I'm quite charismatic. No wonder I've charmed that stupid woman at home." Before Lu Xin could be complacent for too long, a dense sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the office door was pushed open again, and 3 serious-faced police officers walked in through the door. One of them took out a certificate of arrest and spoke sternly. Lu Xun, you are suspected of illegally occupying other people's assets as well as maliciously injuring people. Please come back to the station with us to cooperate with the investigation. Before the employees outside the door could figure out what was going on, they saw the police leading Lu Xun out of the office, and they all showed their astonishment, unable to believe the scene they saw, until the elevator doors closed again. Those employees discussed it more intensely. The employees who were still a little hesitant, after witnessing Lu Xun being taken away by the police, immediately stopped hesitating and returned to their workstations to prepare their departure letters. A police car drove into the Jiangqing sub-police station and slowly stopped in front of the hall. Lu Xun had just gotten off the bus when he saw his acquaintance standing at the door. Han Ziyuan, who had waited here early, unfolded his arms toward him, his posture flying recklessly, and laughed arrogantly. It's been a long time, Lu Xun. After that night in the hospital, I've been thinking about you every night, and I'm going to pay you back 100 times over for all the pain and shame you've brought me. Lu Xun glanced at him and suddenly showed a dazed look. Oh, so it's you. What? Did it hurt you so much that night when I refused you to be my son? As the words fell, the 2 policemen beside him revealed strange looks. The smile on Han Ziyuan's face was even more directly frozen. Once again recalling the agonizing experience of that night, he was instantly furious and in no mood to stay any longer. Humph. I hope your mouth is still this sharp when you're in front of the press. After saying that, Han Ziyuan snorted coldly, stepped into the sports car parked at the entrance, and left the police station. Go! 2 police officers led Lu Xun into the building's interrogation room. Half an hour later, Lu Xun walked out of the police station with a frown on his face. I thought Han Ziyuan must have arranged people in the police station to play some backstabbing him and other dirty tricks, but the police did not do anything. Just cross-examined the specific details of the previous Dong family to rob the bathhouse, asked to say that there is no problem, then released him. This matter of him being brought to the police station was, without a doubt, definitely Han Ziyuan's doing. Otherwise, with his popularity in Jiangqing nowadays, as well as the name of the Su family's son-in-law, the general police really didn't dare to move him, only if someone at the top of the police station gave the word. Then what was the purpose of Han Ziyuan asking him to make a trip to the police station? This doubt had just surfaced when Lu Xun immediately reacted and knew what that guy was playing at. This guy really had a much higher IQ than that Yihan guy. It seems that he needs to make more preparations. If this kind of enemy cannot be solved at once, there will be a lot of trouble in the future, and it may be possible that they will come out from the dark and bite you at any time. Out of the police station in a few minutes, we'll see the end of the road came to a very fast car speed of a small donkey. A dragon swing stop. Su Lei took off the helmet cheerfully laughed. Yo, brother Shin you can is not hiding sister-in-law secretly go to the hotel to find chickens. The result is caught by the police of pornography? Asterisk 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 off you. Do I look like that kind of person? Lu Xun said in a bad mood, and after putting on the helmet handed to him, he sat on the back seat of the small electric donkey. The little electric donkey headed in the direction of the carefree baths. The sound of the 2 men's conversation was wrapped in the wind and carried into the distance. Fatty, you seem to know a lot about where things are going on in the neighborhood hotels, don't you? Well, not that I know. I have a friend who likes to hack into these hotel cameras. He's a bit of a weirdo, and I probably know a few things about which hotels have something going on, but I'm very loyal to my wives. I've never been to any of these hotels, but why are you asking? It's not much. It's just that since you know so much, can you find 2 prettier chicks for me? I'm a little busy today, so I'll have another chapter to make up later. Chapter 56, the company is paralyzed. Lu Xun dismisses employees. Normally speaking, with Wanxian Entertainment, a company that was not noticed, no one would care even if it went out of business. But under the impetus of some well-intentioned people, it had already created quite a storm on the internet. The hottest of these videos even exceeded 10 million views. In the video is a crying pearly red starlet. Her name is Hu Yingying, born with a pair of icy pitty cheeks. People want to take care of carefully. Her tone was full of aggravation. I debuted when I was 16 years old and practiced hard day in and day out for 5 years before I was finally discovered by Vientiane Entertainment. At that time I thought it was my efforts that were recognized, but I didn't think that on the day before the signing of the contract, its vice president, Lu Weiqiang, even wanted me to accompany him. At that, she paused in her tone and covered her face with her hands in pain as if to hide her tears. He threatened me with a signing and made me have to be his underground lover for 1 year before he would let me sign. Immediately afterward, various chat logs were exploded. The 3-minute-long video ends here, and 1.5 of it is spent crying. The comments section is even more smoke. Seems to hate to immediately kill under the building of Wanxian Entertainment. Wandering White Dragon, to treat my goddess like this. I've never seen such a bad entertainment company. Using such dirty tactics to threaten artists, the executives of Wanxiang Entertainment deserve to die. Love white whorish fart, this kind of company even still are Jiangcheng. Really disgrace the face of Jiangcheng people. Hurry to close down. Long live big tits. I've heard that the owner of Wanxiang Entertainment has been arrested by the police this morning. Quite a few people have seen it, and he's certainly not a good person. Potter's Chicken Dyson, what's there to think about? Just a vice president is so arrogant, let alone the president? Wang Ergu, this kind of person should be arrested and sentenced to death. Even if the platforms have the intention of removing them and controlling the situation, all these types of videos will spring up and there is no way to control them. And Lu Xin, the man, is famous, albeit infamous, on the internet. This is Han Ziyuan's real purpose. There isn't a lot of dark information about celebrities online, but why isn't anyone spewing it? That's because we all know that the black material is most likely fake or all sorts of high-tech photos, and even if we spray it, we're still using it as a gun for someone else. But once Lu Xin's arrest by the police reached the internet, then the rumors on the internet about Wanxiang Entertainment as well as Lu Xin will be satiated. This is the credibility of the police in China. People believe that Lu Xin must have committed a crime to be taken away by the police. He had used a lot of connections for why this play was made. Although the public relations department of Vientiane Entertainment had the intention of stating the truth, the speeches were all drowned in the sea of people and did not even splash up the ripples. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye under such circumstances. Vientiane Entertainment, which had been showing signs of renewal, has once again turned back into a deadweight, and this time the blow is even heavier. In a cafe in Vientiane Entertainment, a woman in a ducktail hat sat in the window seat. Lu Xiaoqian crossed her legs with interest and murmured, "Up to now has not come up with an effective solution to solve the problem. If this goes on, the whole company will really not be able to turn around." Lu Xin, is it because I think highly of you? According to her original idea, it was supposed to force Lu Xin through Han Ziyuan, and with his current power he definitely couldn't cope with it. So he needed to go to the Su family's power so that he could use it to test the Su family's attitude towards Lu Xin and see how much they would be willing to give to Lu Xin. But so far, Han Yuan Group remains motionless. Su's family didn't seem to want to help. Could it be that Lu Xin's relationship with his wife is actually not that good? Inside the Clear Dust Clothing Company building, after Su Wanqing came to the company in the past 2 days, she handled her work as usual and left from work at the end of the day. Secretary Jiang, who was about to leave, finally couldn't hold back and carefully inquired before leaving, "Mr. Su, I saw from the internet that Mr. Lu seems to have a lot of trouble recently. I'm afraid it's not easy to solve. Should we?" Since he didn't say it, it's not needed. Su Wanqing returned without lifting her head. With her understanding of Lu Xin, she must be holding back a bad move right now, or else she couldn't possibly not have reacted at all. Even if the company went out of business, she had her to support it anyway. Rather, that seems better. That would keep the man like a canary, just enough to provide himself with emotional value, and usually he'd just keep him white and fat and wait for her to get laid. Thinking of this, an imperceptible faint smile unconsciously surfaced at the corner of Su Wanqing's mouth. On the other hand, Vientiane Entertainment, which is at the center of this storm. In the office, Lu Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and placed a list in front of Lu Xun, speaking with some difficulty. "Mr. Lu, here's the list you asked for. In the past 2 days, the company's various departments added up to more than 50 people resigned, especially those artists, all of whom were scooped up by Jingtai Entertainment at a high price, as well as those companies that were going to sign a cooperation contract before, have sent a message that they have decided to cancel the cooperation." Lu Xun casually took the list and scanned it. The situation was indeed serious, with 70% of the company's staff having been poached, while more than half of the company's artists had been poached, with basically all the rest being newcomers. The entire company, up and down, is less than 30 people, and 90% of the company's old employees. As for the executives, most of them have been arrested by the police for investigation. It could be said that today's Wanxiang Entertainment had been completely paralyzed, unable to even function normally. He put the thin list back on the table and spoke after a moment's silence. "Cancel all of the company's ongoing collaborations, including that 50 million at that Miles Mall, and call them as is." Lu Xiaoyan was stunned. This was the company's biggest cooperation at the moment, even if there are only some newcomers left in the company. With Mr. Lu's relationship with Miles Mall, they can continue to cooperate and still maintain a profit of $10 million per year. And Lu Xin is actually taking the initiative to dissolve this cooperation now? What the hell is this trying to do? Without waiting for her to ask, Lu Xin took out a card and put it on the table and continued. "There's 5 million Chinese dollars in this card. Take it and divide it up among the employees who stayed behind and let them find a new job. It's a bit of compensation from me." For Lu Xin, from the time he took over Wanxiang Entertainment, Every employee of the company was his subordinate. A high position of authority does not only represent wealth and honor, but also a responsibility. It has nothing to do with him being kind or not. He, Lu Xun, only seeks a clear conscience. Chapter 57, Final Paving and Holding Back. Following the 5 million, Lu Xun followed up with a prepared letter from the drawer. Your talent is undoubtedly, as long as there is one good development platform, I believe that with your ability can certainly go farther. This is a clothing company's letter of recommendation. You take the letter to join the job. At least you can also become the vice minister of its publicity department. I'm going to put the company up for sale to the public tomorrow, so go pack up. It was obviously a heavy matter, but coming from Lu Xun's mouth, it was unusually plain, as if it were a trivial matter. Moments later, Lu Xiaoyan left the president's office with a heart full of doubts. She didn't understand that with Lu Xun's connections and abilities, even if he wasn't a match for that secret tripper, he wouldn't be so untouchable, and he even sat back and ignored the outside world smearing of him. What the hell is that for? On the same day, Lu Xiaoyan dismissed the only remaining employees of Wanxiang Entertainment. As soon as the news broke, the group on Twitter had a field day, celebrating and congratulating them, feeling that they had won the battle, and that they had crushed it. Clear Dust Clothing Company. Inside the president's office, Su Wanqing suspiciously swept her eyes at Lu Xiaoyan and opened the letter of recommendation. Inside the envelope was only a piece of white paper with a small line on it, as follows. I, Lu Xun, put the person here with you for now. Don't rob, or else you'll have a good time at home at night. Seeing the content on the paper, Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Is this man threatening her at? Has he eaten the guts of a bear? Or maybe he didn't tweak him enough in bed that day, and after regaining a bit of energy, he dared to float like that? The next day, Viva Entertainment. Lu Xun received a call that someone wanted to acquire his shares in Wanxiang Entertainment, and after making an appointment with the other party, he drove there. 11 o'clock noon. Rocky Creek Hotel. Led by the waiter, Lu Xun came to the door of the VIP private room. He reached out and pushed the door open, and a familiar figure came into his eyes. Han Ziyuan sat in the main seat. Next to him were his 3 little brothers, all of them sizing up Lu Xun with playful gazes. Although they had been targeting him for so long, this was the first time they had seen him in person. After the waitress left, Lu Xun walked into the private room. Han Ziyuan smiled smugly. In the end, I still overestimated you, Lu Xun. I didn't expect that after only less than half a month, you'd be forced to sell your shares in Wanxiang Entertainment, which makes me feel a bit bored. It could be said that everything Lu Xun had done so far was within his grasp. This included disbanding the staff and letting Lu Xiaoyan take up a position in Su Wanqing's company, who had rejected Lu Xiaoyan, as he had expected. In fact, Han Ziyuan had long had a guess, and that guess had finally been confirmed. The corners of his mouth curled up high, and his gaze was like a falcon's, full of sharpness. You're not Su Wanqing's boyfriend at all, but you're pretending. Su Wanqing went abroad to start her own business after graduating from university, and she didn't return home until this year, and as soon as she returned home, she came together with you, so the two of you are progressing too quickly. If I'm right, it was Su Wanqing who paid to hire you to pretend to be her boyfriend so that you could use this to avoid the family's forced marriage, right? Han Ziyuan's tone was conclusive because he already had the evidence. According to the information he had received, Lu Xun and Su Wanqing had been attacked some days ago, and in the end, Lu Xun had been seriously injured and hospitalized, and the person who had secretly made the move was most likely Su Wanqing's father, Su Donglin. With that Uncle Su's character, how could he allow his daughter to be cheated by a beggar from the countryside? Hence his intervention. And what he investigated next proved his suspicions. Uncle Su sent Lu Xun to the 1,000-hole Wanxiang Entertainment, surely to let him know the difficulties, but the result did not expect that Lu Xun actually embraced the Pei family's thighs and solved the predicament of Wanxiang Entertainment. And when Lu Xun was infamous under his operation, Su Wanqing didn't even make half a move. Apparently she felt that Lu Xun, such a pretend boyfriend, was not worth hitching her reputation to, so she gave up on him. Until this moment, Lu Xun had been completely isolated. This explains everything altogether. Lu Xun was also dumbfounded after hearing what Han Ziyuan said, which was so reasonable that he surprisingly didn't know how to refute it. So that's what happened? Seeing his expression, Han Ziyuan was even more convinced of his thoughts, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more pleased. Lu Xun, Lu Xun, you still want to sell your company shares and run away now? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. You should never have messed with this young man in your life. I'll make you beg for your life, and I'll make you beg for your death. Lu Xun simply followed his words, revealing an unwilling look and gritting his teeth. What do you have to be proud of? It's only because of your family's connections that you can press me. My ability is only higher than yours. When these words came out, the 4 Han Ziyuan looked at each other. In the next second, a roar of laughter came from the booth. It took a long time for this laughter to subside. And Han Ziyuan got up and walked over to Lucian, pointing at his forehead and sneering. Family connections are also a form of strength. I've had the right to enjoy all the good things in this world since I was born, so how can you be lumped in with me? If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that your parents were stinky landowners. A little mouse born from a rat in a stinking ditch, destined to be a wanderer for the rest of your life. The remaining three also rose to their feet and spoke out in mockery. Little mouse, remember what your father I look like. I paid to poach all the artists in your company. Isn't that angry? But what can you do to me? What's the use of a little brute force? This world relies on absolute power. People like you who come from a lowly background, after studying for 20 years or so, do you really consider yourself a human being? You are nothing but the fuel of society, born to exist to serve us, and you can only be blamed for your lowly birth. The four who were expounding the truth did not notice that a miniature camera in the corner of the ceiling of the private room had quietly recorded all this and sent it to the internet. The internet has already taken the world by storm even more than before. As long as one is brushing the live broadcast at this moment, one can see such a live broadcast room. Live broadcasting a scene inside the VIP room of the Luoshi Hotel, and it will be forced to be closed by the official in less than 10 minutes. But there are tens of thousands of such live rooms. Han Ziyuan and the others were still unaware of this and were still immersed in the pleasure of belittling Lu Shun. At some point the window had clouded over and the sky was dark and heavy, as a drop of rain fell from a height of 10,000 meters, seemingly sounding some kind of signal. Uncountable amounts of rain fell down the dome of the sky, and an endless curtain of rain enveloped the entire Jiangcheng in the blink of an eye. Wetness spread from the window into the box. In the face of such mockery, Lucian did nothing but gritted his teeth to reveal an unwilling look. You were born superior, and with the flick of a finger you can destroy a man, but no one can be superior forever, and no one can be lowly forever. Leaving such words behind, Lucian left the private room. No one noticed, and the booth cameras didn't catch that the corner of Lucian's mouth raised in a subtle arc the moment he turned around. Chapter 58, Lucian's Solo Show. Han Ziyuan watched Lucian leave without stopping. Although he had already determined that Lucian had been abandoned by the Su family, China was ultimately a country with strict laws, and he couldn't go too far out of bounds on the bright side. But, secretly it's a different story. He was just thinking about how to torture Lucian afterward, when he suddenly noticed that his body was a bit off, especially the lower half of his body, which was suffocating. The three minions beside him weren't right either. Strange, why is my body so hot? Is the air conditioning temperature turned down? Ha ha. I think you didn't have enough fun with that Huinging chick last time and you miss her again. Why don't we ask her to come again? Let her call her two friends too. They're both pretty good and can do all sorts of difficult positions. I feel into it. At this point the internet is in an uproar, especially on Weibo, the entertainment news hardest hit area. The number of comments is rising at a meaty rate, each one a spiteful scathing comment. Good point. No one will always be superior, and no one will always be inferior. I told you that the owner of this Wanxiang Entertainment doesn't look like a bad guy, so it turns out that he has offended these rich second generation. I really didn't think that Huingying, who was famous for her innocence, was really messed up in the back of your circle, and at the loss of her previous face to say that she was submerged by someone. I see that she took the initiative. There's one thing to say, this Wanxiang Entertainment was quite messy before, and the subterfuge thing is true, but what does that have to do with this Lu Shen? People only took office a few days ago, alright. That's right. My best friend was working as an operations team leader at Wanxiang Entertainment before, and Lucian cleared out the company's biggest tumor on his first day on the job, sending that person to jail. Not only that, in the company's crisis, for other bosses would have rolled up the money and ran away, and he not only returned the money to the cooperation of the company, but also their own money to pay severance to the staff. Each of them got more than 100,000. There are such conscientious bosses in the world. I'm crying my eyes out. How come such a boss didn't let me meet? At the same time, in front of the Rocky River Hotel, when Lucian walked out of the hotel door, a figure as beautiful as heaven, holding an umbrella, quietly squatting in the doorway, seemed to be observing the details of the rain falling into the puddle. With an extraordinarily serious look, Lucian walked over and squatted down beside her. Su Wanqing said expressionlessly, "You've overplayed your hand a bit this time, to make such a big fuss. Do you know how big the repercussions are? It's not that you have a daughter-in-law. You will definitely protect me, right?" Lu Che laughed in a joke-like tone. Su Wanqing was silent, dissatisfied in her heart. It would have been nice if that was the case, but the man hadn't given her a chance to help, hadn't tried to rely on her from the beginning, and had only thought about solving the problem on his own. Curious, Lucian reached out and pinched her face, then stretched it. "You're not mad, are you? Childish, let go of me. Just don't let go. It feels so good. What's wrong with letting me squeeze it more?" Su Wanqing's eyes got unkind, seeing that she was about to make a move. Lucian hurriedly let go of his hand. He stood up and patted the water splashing on his body, naturally stretching out his hand towards her, smiling faintly. Come on, I'll carry you to the car. Don't get your skirt wet. Wait until tomorrow and this will come out. Humph, count on you to know what you're doing. Su Wanqing lightly grunted, sharply got up and climbed onto Lucian's back, leaning her head on his shoulder, her hair's fragrance overflowing, refreshing the heart. Rise and shine, little sinker. Come on. Meanwhile, the Yi family. In order to revitalize the past, Yihan simply do not even go out of the house. Stay at home all day, closed cultivation, so that Yi father Yi mother many times thought he was evil. The TV in the living room was playing at the moment, and it was the live broadcast of Han Ziyuan and the others. Yihan lay on the sofa and laughed openly. Ha ha ha. I knew this Lu's belly was full of bad water. How could it end like this? It's true that he's holding back a big move here. This time there's Han Ziyuan's bitter head to eat. This matter can be big or small, depending mainly on how its nature is defined. On the lighter side, it's hubris. To put it more seriously, all these remarks can affect the stable operation of society, and any factor that may interfere with the stable functioning of society will be uprooted by the state without any hesitation or mercy. What kind of person is a 20-something-year-old who still acts like a little kid? The middle-aged man sitting next to him chortled. He was no other than Yihan's father, the helmsman of the Yi family, Yi Hancheng. This is at home, and no one saw it. Yihan muttered with dissatisfaction, but still collected a lot. Yi Hancheng had long been interested in Lucian. He should know that he had used a lot of methods to make this brat of his own family honest, and Lucian had forced this brat to force himself to stay at home and not take a step out of the house. He watched as the live TV booth was blocked and said slowly, "This time, the Han family boy is in big trouble." Why? Yihan sniffed and said in disbelief, "Although the live broadcast just now had a bad impact, it can't affect the Han family yet, right? At most, he will be taught a lesson by his father and then arrested by the police for a few days of house arrest." Meaning, this is considered a more commonly used tactic. Wait until this gust of wind passes, and then release the person. Then Han Ziyuan will still be able to live in style. But Father Yi looked farther ahead. He educated. For the average person, it might indeed be true that being able to send Han Ziyuan, the youngest master of the Han family, to the police station in front of the behemoth that is the Han family is already considered a rare battle. But, with your knowledge of Lucian as a person, would he willingly accept such an outcome? Hearing this, Yihan's face was contemplative. Although he didn't know much about Lucian and didn't have much contact with him, Lucian gave him a deep memory. Definitely the kind of character where people don't offend me and I don't offend them. You can tell this from the fact that he made Han Ziyuan kneel down and call his father. Did? Yihan carefully said. Dad, are you saying that? Lucian is still holding back a hidden masterstroke that he hasn't released? Not bad. Your brain is not too stupid. Father Yi nodded with satisfaction. Watch, tomorrow at the latest, this matter will have a result. Currently, it appeared that Lucian and Han Ziyuan were fighting on equal footing, but in fact, the battle had been doomed from the beginning, and this was a one-sided crushing victory. It's Lucian's solo show. What a thoughtful young man. Chapter 59, involved in a murder case. Han Ziyuan's final journey. The sun rises in the east, ushering in a new day. Early risers, although even more self-disciplined, will habitually wake up, take out the phone to brush a certain sound or news, focus on today's key events, or look at the legs or silk, to lift the spirit. It is as if this behavior has been imprinted into the genes of every Chinese. As the night passed, the massive live accounts about Han Ziyuan and the others had been temporarily eliminated by the officials. But before the staff could breathe a sigh of relief, even more explosive news broke out again. Kai Shuaikuan is a white-collar worker in an entertainment company, and he habitually wakes up early every day to pay attention to entertainment events, because only when it's night or early morning, when the reviewers are resting, is the peak time for all kinds of celebrity blackmail to appear. He had just clicked on Twitter and realized that all the news on the hot list had changed to new ones, which was a rare thing. This often indicates that something big is happening. He gazed at the title and subconsciously read it out. Alarmed. The private lives of rich young masters are so lascivious. Wanxiang Entertainment is actually wrongly accused. Actresses who spoke out about being submerged are actually thieves. Super rich kids talk about people as fuel. The poor will never be able to turn their backs. Being poor is lowly, and their father is even called a charity ambassador. Kai Shuaikuan's face was shocked. Although the news in the morning used to be explosive, but today it was extra serious, especially the one in the third row. Is that something he can read? Words may be true, but it's another thing to think them in your mind and say them, and surprisingly, they've been posted online. He slid down the news in a hurry. Han Ziyuan that 4 of the rich second generation all be investigated out of the people. Things are sent to the internet, and even when recently looking for someone to open the room, and even TM's photos have, although the woman is mosaic, but the man's face is not done in the slightest. What little news platform is this that has the audacity to be so bold? At this time, the Han family was equally unsettled. Early in the morning, Han Ziyuan trembled and knelt in the living room. His thin shirt had long been soaked with cold sweat behind him. His pupils trembled slightly, his eyes fixed straight on the news on the phone in front of him. Those female celebrities who had previously voiced out their crusade against Wanxiang Entertainment. All of their black materials were picked up and posted online. And at the same time, the online buzz immediately turned around, with Vanguard Entertainment becoming the biggest victim. And he became a sinner. How could Han Ziyuan not react? He was set up by Lu Xun. That guy clearly did it on purpose yesterday. Seeing him in this stupid state, Han Weiqian was so angry that he threw a slap onto his face. He had never been so angry before and cursed in anger. Who let you go AWOL on the Su family's son-in-law? Retrograde son. He was angry not that his son had gone AWOL and framed Lu Xun, but he was angry that he had not even realized that he was being led by the nose by Lu Xun, and now he had caused this big trouble. Dad, I don't know. Really, this Lu Xun is too cunning. What should we do now? Han Ziyuan was truly flustered at the moment. Yesterday's what was said when he was live-streamed was not a big deal. At most he was detained for a few days, as well as he was discredited, and even the family's company would be implicated. But reputations, if spent, can be salvaged. The key lies in the fact that Lu Xun actually has videos of him whoring out female stars in his hands. Even the time he enters and leaves the hotel is accurate to the second. There are more than 30 such videos. If those stars know about this, they will definitely put the blame on him. If you say he raped, although Han Weiqiang was angry, he kept his cool and came up with an idea. You call Lu Xun right away to apologize. Give him whatever he wants, even if it means making you kneel down and apologize to his public. Those videos must never fall into the hands of the police, and the actresses need to hit the ground running too. But before Han Weiqiang could finish his sentence, an abrupt doorbell rang outside the villa. Interrupted. Han Weiqiang went to open the door with a disgruntled face. When he opened the door, his dissatisfaction evaporated, for outside stood a squad of policemen, and the sight of the man leading them gave him a bad feeling. Director Ho, what brings you here? The one leading the team was no other than the chief of the Jiangcheng Police Department, He Weidong. If it is someone else he is really not afraid, but this is the director who holds the real power. The director is not scary. The scary thing is that this director is soft and hard. He Weidong took out the arrest warrant and his words were cold. Han Weiqiang, your son Han Ziyuan is suspected of an intentional murder case. The evidence is now overwhelming. Hand him over. I'm taking him away. Upon hearing this, Han Weiqian's smile faltered. Bureau He, are you guys mistaken? Although Inuyasha is usually a bit stubborn, he has always had a sense of proportion, and it is absolutely impossible for him to do something like killing someone, even if it was rape. With a little more effort and money, his son could get out after a couple years in jail at most, but killing someone is of a completely different nature. It's serious enough to lose your head. He Weidong could see that he wasn't lying, and anyway, the entire villa had been surrounded, and he said indifferently without panic, last October, your son Han was hanging out with an actress, and afterwards the actress found out that she was pregnant, but she didn't tell anyone and gave birth to that baby, but after being made aware of it, your son found and dropped the baby, which was less than 10 hours old, on the spot. That actress, on the other hand, was locked up in a mental institution, tortured all day long, and suffered serious problems with her mental condition, and at this very moment, that actress is at the police station, including your grandson's corpse. It's not uncommon in the entertainment industry for actresses to hang out with rich second-generation people and secretly give birth to a child in an attempt to take over the rich man's family fortune. There are always people in the world who want to take shortcuts without realizing the huge risks they need to face in taking shortcuts. Learning what happened, Han Weiqian lost his mind and took 2 steps back. He Weidong, on the other hand, waved his hand, and a team of police behind him immediately rushed into the villa, and in less than a few moments, he caught Han Jiwei in hiding from the second floor. He was still struggling frantically when he was taken. You guys let go of me. Do you know who my father is? Hurry up and let me go. Dad, help me. The police car came and went quickly, leaving only Han Weiqiang, who was frozen in the doorway as if he had lost his soul, unable to accept the facts. It was 10 minutes before he made a move. Han Weiqiang's eyes were densely covered in red blood, and he commanded through gritted teeth towards the driver who was at a loss for words outside the small courtyard. Prepare the car. I'm going to the Su family. I want an explanation from them. Chapter 60, The Suffocating Su Donglin. In a certain villa in Jiangcheng, Su Donglin, usually you and I don't interfere with each other. I've never messed with you, yet you've collaborated with your son-in-law to cause my family Ziyuan to be imprisoned. If you want to go to war with my Han family, just say so. Han Weiqiang angrily slapped the table. In his opinion, it must be Su Donglin, the old thing, Who was behind the scheme? Otherwise, with Lucian being a junior, how could he know so much? I don't know that he really misunderstood. Su Donglin, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, rubbed his tightly wrinkled brow with a sad face, and in his heart, he had a bitter feeling, and he didn't expect Lucian to be so ruthless. If you don't make a move, you've got Han Ziyuan on the back of a murder case. The upper-class circle in Jiangcheng is just this big. Lucian did this, in turn, let him this old man caught in the middle of the left and right difficult. Never mind, whoever told him that was the guy his own daughter had her eye on. He still had to wipe his ass. Thinking of this, Su Donglin sighed. Alright old Han, although Lucian went too far in this matter, it was also your family's kid who was aggressive, so don't make it look like my Su family's people have cut off your Han family's roots here. Don't think I don't know that you have illegitimate children outside. Even if Han Ziyuan is gone, your Han family won't be extinct. Just tell me what compensation you want. Walking to Han Weiqiang this position, everything will do more than one hand preparation. Outside to raise a lover is in the normal thing, and the lover gave birth to a child, which is equivalent to the ancient concubine. If nothing happens to the first family, the concubines will always have to hide behind their backs. But if something happens to the first family, the concubine is always able to come out and take its place, preserving the last bloodline for the family. Inside the underground parking lot of a shopping mall in Jiangcheng, Lucian walked out of the elevator and followed the sign to a black Audi in the corner. He went up and reached out his hand to knock on the window. The driver's side window of the Audi was down, and the driver was an older man about 70 years old. If the Han family's father and son were here, they would definitely be able to recognize that this old man was none other than their family's butler, who had been working for the Han family for over 30 years. The passenger sitting on the other hand was a middle-aged man, the driver who was usually responsible for transporting Han Ziyuan. Lucian was able to get so many of Han's rooming times and locations, and even hits, but of course it wasn't a guess. As early as when Yi Han reminded him to be careful of Han Ziyuan, he had already been secretly bribing these two people. At first I thought it would take some effort, but the process was surprisingly smooth. Lucian pulled out 2 cards from his pocket, threw them into the car, and said calmly to the old Han family housekeeper, "The money is enough for you to pay off your outstanding debts outside, and the balance also has millions left, enough for you to leave Zheng province, find a remote town, and live a wealthy life. No one wants to be a servant for the rest of his life." And this was the case with the old butler of the Han family. So he took the money he had earned for so many years in the Han family and invested it, only to be counted by his best friend instead, and end up losing his family's fortune. And he owes $3 million to loan sharks, and if he can't pay it off in 3 months, he won't be able to see his granddaughter again. The old butler took the bank card in silence, his mind complex. The Han family had still treated him well over the years, and this feeling of betraying someone's trust was really hard, but there was nothing he could do about it. It is the nature of living things to fly apart in great distress. Lucian was not sure what was going through his mind, and immediately looked at the middle-aged driver sitting in the passenger seat. According to the agreement, I'll pretend I don't know about you forcing yourself on the actress, including the fact that you know Han Ziyuan killed someone and yet you're harboring him. Originally, in the capacity of a driver, there was certainly no way to have a relationship with an actress. However, this guy is a time of the brain. After Han Ziyuan eat and leave, he secretly returned to the hotel to steal the video on the grounds that the actress threatened to give in. In the end, really let him eat. If it wasn't for Su Lei hacking into his cell phone, I'm afraid that no one would have thought that the little driver would have so much courage. With Han Ziyuan's father's ability, it's only a matter of time before he suspects you, so hurry up and escape while you still have the chance. Bye. After giving a word of advice, Lucian turned towards the elevator in the parking lot and soon disappeared into the darkness. Lucian walked out of the mall, only to find an acquaintance waiting for him in front of his car. Warm sunshine and crisscrossing traffic behind them. Lu Xiaoyan laughed with her hands behind her back. Mr. Lu, now is the best opportunity for our development. Do you want to rehire me? The salary is only $30,000 plus 5 insurance and 1 gold. I guarantee I won't let you down. Upon hearing this, Lucian shook his head helplessly and said dumbly, I'm a poor man now, Vice President Lu. You have to save some money for me to spend, or else I'll have to go to a rich woman to pamper myself and beg for adoption. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in a flash. I don't know what price Su father paid. Han Weiqiang finally stopped pursuing the matter of Lucian, and externally found a reason to put the illegitimate son into the open, as an heir to be carefully cultivated. And with this wave of monstrous heat, Wanxiang Entertainment successfully attracted countless cooperation invitations from advertisers, completely occupying a place in Jiangcheng. After all, these days, traffic is money. This flow of traffic has made countless entertainment companies and netizens hot. In the past they have long been in a variety of demeaning or cynical means to rub the flow of traffic. but with Han Ziyuan as a forewarning, they couldn't even think about rubbing traffic, and Lu Xiaoyan gave full play to her ability, and in just a few days' work, she had poached a group of talents from various entertainment companies. The high-level conference room of Vientiane Entertainment was filled to capacity. Located in the main seat of the Lucian coughed twice. He was about to open his mouth to some heartfelt speech. The office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. It's Su Wanqing. She walked in as if no one else was there, with slow steps and devilishly inviting cheeks that would make even a female look at her and fall in love. The interrupted Lucian saw her approaching and asked in confusion, "What brings you here?" Su Wanqing took out a contract and generously placed it on the table, and those who were close enough to look fixedly at it found that it was a contract for the transfer of equity. She said faintly, "I spent money to buy 25% of the shares from my dad. From now on I'll be the second largest shareholder of Wanxiang Entertainment besides you, and I'll have a share in the company from now on. This is my company. What are you doing getting involved? If I don't get involved, am I waiting for you to mess up again?" Su Wanqing glared at him without any good humor, fully demonstrating what it meant to have absolute family status. "What a mess. I'm obviously brave and resourceful." "You're brave and resourceful and you almost put the company out of business? Do you really think that the private room of Luoshi Hotel is accessible to anyone who wants to enter? If I hadn't greeted you in advance, do you think your live broadcast could have been opened?" The large conference room was reduced to a battlefield where the couple disliked each other. The executives looked at each other, subconsciously looking at Lu Xiaoyan, who was located below the main seat, with that one strange expression that seemed to say, "You didn't say there was dog food today either. If we had known we would have skipped breakfast." Chapter 61, You said the princess should get on the train. In the morning, Lucian woke up as usual and changed into his sportswear. After running one lap around the entire villa area to warm up, it was the turn of the daily sparring session, and Lucian, after much deliberation, chose to go with the more manageable Arai. Arai is big and lanky, so his movements are bulky and power-oriented, and with the big black skill almost point full and speed not weak, the probability of him being beaten to a dog in 5 minutes is 100% if he is matched up. Soon, two figures crossed paths within the small courtyard. Acting as a referee, Big Black sat to the side and quietly paid attention to Lucian's movements. Compared to half a month ago, Lucian is now comfortable facing his brother's offense, and if he concentrates on dodging, even if he lasts for half an hour, it's not a problem, and occasionally he can even seize the opportunity to counterattack. Wrapped in the wind momentum of a punch towards the face, Lucian saw the right time to dodge the side of the head, build up the strength of the legs to leap. Solid kick on the chest of the second Black. Arai was forced to take 2 steps backwards, his pupils revealing a trace of gravity. If he followed his heart, he could no longer take down Mr. Lu in a short period of time, so it seemed that he would have to use his full strength slightly to do so, which expected that in the next second, the dominant Lucian took 2 steps back and comfortably patted the dust on his body. "No more fights. No more fights. Let's call it a day. It would be weirdly embarrassing to beat you into a panda eye in front of your brother. Arai, you're so cheeky." Su Wanqing, who just got up, walked out of the villa. She despised and looked at the dejected Lucian. The snow-white dress on her body fluttered with the wind, beautiful and moving. Lucian's eyes rolled when he saw her. He still remembered what he was bound by Su Wanqing with chains before. He could have wanted to retaliate back a long time ago, but he was not an opponent at all before. But that may not be the case now. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of the scene of rubbing Su Wanqing under his feet, the corners of Lucian's mouth involuntarily lifted as he no longer hesitated and reached out to point at her. "Surname Su, I'm going to have a 1v1 duel with you. Don't you dare." Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Lucian revealed a very beaten expression and said, "Yeah, of course. It's not like I can't understand if you're afraid of being beaten to a dog by me and don't dare to answer the battle. After all, it's only natural for the weak to have pride." The agitation method that was so earthy that it couldn't be any more earthy certainly wouldn't work on Su Wanqing. She merely glanced at Lucian, not angry at all, but said calmly, "You're so stupid. Wouldn't it be bullying retarded children if I did it? If you don't dare, just say so. Dueling is dueling. What does it have to do with brains? Are you sure you want to duel me?" "Of course, I'm quite sure as well as certain. Since you want a beating so badly, I'll give you one." In the center of the lawn, soon the two men were posing. Lucian leapt forward with his fists rubbing his hands. The time had come to reclaim his manly dignity. Big Black begins the countdown to the duel. 3, 2, 1, begin. Lucian was just about to launch his attack when he heard Su Wanqing say quietly, "If you touch me for a second, I'll make sure you never touch me again." As the words fell, Lucian's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect this crazy to threaten him with such a thing, or in such an occasion. He still underestimated the extent of this woman's shamelessness. Su Wanqing didn't care what he thought. Taking advantage of Lucian's hesitant gap, She grabbed his arm and violently exerted her force. Lucian only felt the sky spinning, and in the next second he was lying on the ground. A jade foot stepped on his face. Su Wanqing condescendingly looked down on him and faintly said, "See, I told you you're no match for me. When you don't think about those shibboleths, you might be able to beat me." Lucian, wasted, he felt that he was never a match for this woman in his life. His soft underbelly was pinned to death, completely unable to resist. Su Wanqing, who had played enough, retrieved her feet and put on her slippers, turned around and walked towards the villa without looking back. "Hurry up and get cleaned up. I've got a present for you." "Oh." Lucian stifled his anger and got up from the ground, returning to the villa to shower and change his clothes. About 20 minutes later, the two people who had tied up well walked out again. Lucian, who walked in front, pulled open the car door, but Su Wanqing did not move. Her eyes rolled and she whispered, "You said, Princess, please get in the car." Lucian nearly thought that it was his ears that had misheard him. With Su Wanqing's sometimes high and cold, sometimes crazy criticized nature, she would actually say such naive words? Still, he cleared his throat cooperatively and bent over slightly. "Princess, please get in the car." Only then was Su Wanqing satisfied and sat in the back seat of the car. She felt that it was quite good to be this naive once in a while. However, he saw that Lucian didn't follow and sit in, but had an example to follow. "Su, you said, handsome guy, please get in the car. If you don't tell me, I'm not getting in the car." Hearing this, Su Wanqing glanced at him and turned her head towards the driver sitting in front and ordered, "Drive on. Since he wants to run so badly, let him have it." "Okay." The driver does not care so much. Immediately let go of the handbrake. The eye is going to be a foot throttle driving the car out. Lucian immediately panicked. Did not expect this woman actually do not follow the set of cards. Wait. I'm not up there yet. It was good that Lucian was fast enough to get inside the car a second before it started. Otherwise he would really have to run forward. Inside the car, Su Wanqing teasingly looked at him. "What? I thought you weren't going to get in the car unless I told you? Why are you up here again? I can't just go through the motions." Lucian replied sheepishly, an expression that was simply adorable to Su Wanqing. Lucian couldn't stand this look in her eyes and changed the topic to ask, "By the way, where are we going?" "River City University." This time out Su Wanqing did not sit in her exclusive car Rolls-Royce, but instructed the driver to drive a low-profile domestic new energy car, to avoid flaunting the city. After all, reality isn't like fiction, and those who like to show off their wealth are usually the boomers. Jiangcheng University is not far from the center of the city. Coupled with the fact that it is a weekday on the road, not many cars, the driver drove the car. Less than half an hour's effort came to Jiangcheng University. In the opposite street of the university, in front of a closed bookstore, stopped. Lucian stepped out of the car and surveyed the bookstore. You can tell the decor is very nice and the original owner probably put a lot of effort into it. Throughout the body to the wooden structure of the main, through the glass can see inside a row of empty bookshelves. Above the dust, the corner also placed a coffee machine. If clean and then put full of books, the book atmosphere is certainly very strong. Su Wanqing took out a key and waved it in front of Lucian. "This bookstore is my gift to you. Don't just stand around out there. Go in and take a look." Chapter 62, The White Cat of Orphanage. Lucian curiously took the key, and after inserting it into the lock hole, he gently pushed it, and the door of the bookstore, which had been opened after several months, opened once again. The two walked in and wandered around the bookstore. The bookstore had a total of 2 floors, each roughly 200 square feet in size, and the first floor was for guests, while the second floor was left with a number of women's household items, presumably where the original owner lived. Looking outward from the balcony on the second floor, just facing the lofty gates of Jiangcheng University that had stood for hundreds of years after being carefully crafted by previous generations, there were still quite a number of students who were facing the sunlight towards the campus. After briefly strolling around, Lucian finally stopped at the balcony and asked suspiciously, "Say, why did you give me a bookstore as a gift?" With Lucian's assets nowadays there is no lack of a bookstore. Even if it is to buy 10 bookstores are easy. Therefore, Su Wanqing sent him this bookstore. It must be that it has some special significance. As expected, in the next second, Su Wanqing was seen looking at the school gate in the distance. A touch of nostalgia surfaced in her eyes, and she said in a soft voice, "Remember sophomore year when we went to the temple to make a wish? At that time you told me that your wish was to have a small store of your own, and the person you like, live a peaceful life, grow old together, and leave this world without regrets." The words stirred up memories in Lucian. He did say that, in the past, his family was poor, he did not have a period of youthful vigor, and his only wish since childhood was to have a small store that could support a family, with his parents alive and well, and a beautiful woman at his side. But he had long forgotten about it over the years, and he didn't expect Su Wanqing to actually remember this matter and help him realize this wish. Lucian was suddenly moved inwardly, and he wiped away non-existent tears. "Oh, Wife, I'm so touched. Come on, give me a kiss. Lucian wrapped his arm around Su Wanqing's waist and was about to kiss her, but before he could get his way, an unusually shrill cat's cry interrupted the peace. Both of them subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. From their viewpoint they could just about see a scene taking place in the alley next to them. It was three black-skinned youths, whipping a bloodied white cat with a willow, while letting out playful laughter, seemingly taking pleasure in it. Jiangcheng University was a famous school in the country, and it was no surprise that the three blacks should be exchange students from the Flying Cake country. And the more Lucian looked at the cat, the more familiar it looked, and after thinking for a moment he quickly recalled it. This cat used to be a stray cat in the neighborhood, often mixing in the area, especially at mealtimes can often be seen in front of the university. Many girls passing by like to feed it, so it grows white and chubby. I didn't realize that after 3 years, this white cat was still here. Wait, Lucian suddenly thought of one thing. It seems, my daughter-in-law was also a member of the cat feeder, and also quite like it to come. Just at that time, the dormitory does not allow pets, or she has long adopted. At the time, she mentioned more than once that she would definitely adopt this cat when she graduated. Except then a breakup happened at graduation, and she left the country with the pain, and the cat thing went away. Sure enough, Lucian twisted his head to look. Su Wanqing's face was cold, as if covered with a thin layer of frost, staring at the three blacks who were abusing the cats. The whole person was like a rose with thorns, which inexplicably made people fear. In the alley, the three men were still waving the wicker in their hands, speaking their native tongue. Ha ha, did you guys see the ferocious expression on this cat's face just now? To think that it would still try to resist us. It seems that the lesson given wasn't enough. An animal, how dare you scream at me? I'll let you little be completely relieved today. I'm so kind. At that moment an abrupt voice rang out from behind them. Does mistreating small animals make you guys so accomplished? The three black youths turned their heads and realized that Lucian was the only one walking, and immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. It's none of your business. Get out of here if you know what's good for you, or I'll beat you up too. Lucian narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next second, his figure shot out from the spot like a sharp arrow, extremely fast. An even more miserable yelp than the cat's cry earlier soon came from the alley. The nearby bosses rushed in at the sound, and after seeing the one-sided crushing battle in the alley, they silently acted as if nothing had happened and went back to their respective business. These three Negroes have been running around the neighborhood a lot because of their strength. They have long been looking at the eyes, but in the way of these three people are students, and cannot directly take action, and now see them being taught a lesson happy cannot wait, which will be out to help. In less than 5 minutes, the three blacks were lying on the ground with bruises and swollen noses, looking at Lucian who was walking towards them with a face of fear, as if they were looking at a walking devil. You, what do you want to do? Stay back, big brother, be merciful, we know we're wrong. They apologized in an extremely raw Chinese language, and not the slightest thought of resistance could be born in their hearts. Lucian snorted coldly, hurry up and get out of here. Let me see you guys bullying small animals again. Next time I'll have to break your third leg. The three of them didn't dare to talk back, and after enduring the excruciating pain all over their bodies to get up from the ground, they fled the place in a panic. Only then did Lucian look down at the cat's nest made of straw in the corner. The white cat was already bruised and battered. The wounds from the willow whip were still spilling blood, staining its snow white fur red. Even so, it was still staring at Lucian vigilantly. Lucian squatted down in disbelief, and only then did he notice that there were actually 2 kittens in the cat's nest, looking like they had just been born less than 3 months ago, and were shrinking in fear in the nest. One is pure white and flawless. One is slightly tinged with orange. Lucian drifted off, a little surprised. No wonder he didn't run away when he was beaten just now. Su Wanqing quickly walked to the cat's nest and squatted down, worriedly reaching out to touch the white cat. Lucian was just about to stop, but found that the white cat did not show the slightest dissatisfaction, and even relaxed its vigilance. A very different attitude from that towards him. True, double standard. The white cat seemed to recognize Su Wanqing. After all, Su Wanqing used to feed it a lot of delicious meat every day, only to see it suddenly burrow into the cat's nest, and when it came out again, it had the white kitten in its mouth, and placed it in front of Su Wanqing under Lucian's puzzled gaze. Meow. The meaning is obvious. Maybe it felt that it couldn't live for long, so it entrusted the child to Su Wanqing, which was a good home for the child. Immediately after that, it carried the orange kitten to Lucian. It was only then that it finally fell to the ground, overwhelmed, and after a last look at the 2 children, slowly closed its eyes. Chapter 63, Homecoming. Warmth wrapped around the whole body. This comfortable feeling disperses the pain and cold, just like being in a clear river in the hot summer. When the white cat opened its eyes again, it realized that its surroundings were incomparably unfamiliar, and doubt flashed through its vertical pupils. A voice rang in its ears. Little thing, finally awake. Seeing the white cat get up from the table, Lucian sighed with relief. He had gone through a lot of effort to save this little guy. Old wounds and new wounds superimposed on old wounds. It was probably all the work of those three blacks. It's not much different than going on a ghost walk. But the good news is that it was saved in the end. Seeing the white cat looking at himself curiously, Lucian badgered and pulled out a packet of hot pot base from behind him with some regret. It would have been nice if you'd woken up a little later. A few minutes later and we'd have had hot pot cat meat tonight. I haven't even tried it yet. The white cat looked at him in disbelief and cocked its head as if to express, what is this human talking about and why can't it understand? Before Lucian could continue to be scared, a sudden slap landed on his head from behind. Su Wanqing, who had finished bathing the two kittens, came over and said in a bad mood, "You're scaring such a cute cat. I think you owe it to yourself to be conditioned." Just kidding. Su Wanqing put a white and a yellow kitten into their mother's arms, and as she watched the three cats rubbing against each other affectionately, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, and a faint wisp of a smile appeared. Even the most aloof president has a gentle side. In the past, only Lucian could enjoy this tenderness, and from today onwards, these three cats would be able to have it as well. Lucian scratched his nose and said happily, "Since you're raising it, have you thought of a name yet? Just now I came up with an excellent name for them. These two kittens will be called Bear de Xiong Air, and the mommy cat will be called Bald Headstrong. He. How about it? This name is cozy enough, isn't it? It's still matching, especially memorable." Su Wanqing directly ignored this little cutie. After thinking for a moment, she had an idea. She reached out and pointed to the cat's mom. "From now on you'll be called Great White." Then he pointed to each of the two kittens cowering in their mother's arms. "Your name is White. Your name is Yellow." People used to like to call their names as simple as possible, thinking they could live longer that way, and in some rural areas today, that's still true, and the same applies to pets. Possibly because of the charisma added, the three cats quickly became familiar with Su Wanqing, and the villa was filled with the sound of cats purring, adding a few points of hilarity to the quiet villa. While it was still not completely dark, Lucian and the two of them went out to buy some more pet supplies, and also specifically looked for a carpenter to build a large cat nest for the three cats. It's also a way for them, who have been wandering for a long time, to have a cat-on-cat life. By the time the busyness was over it was completely dark, and the entire city was shrouded in an infinite black curtain. Very quiet. Su Wanqing was still teasing the two kittens, lying in bed. Lucian brushed his cell phone, suddenly received a call. Is the mother called? Just after connecting, Ms. Lee on the other end asked, "Ah Shen, have you had dinner yet?" There was no need to doubt this tone. Based on Lucian's many years of experience, there was definitely something to say. Otherwise it would definitely be greeted like this. "Bastard, if I don't call you, you don't know how to call your mom to show your concern?" Su Wanqing silently held Little White and walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, brightly perking up her ears to eavesdrop. After a couple of family conversations, Lee's mother finally got to the point. "Tomorrow your Grandpa Juan's 80th birthday. His son came back from out of town to celebrate his birthday. If you are free tomorrow, come back for a trip, and stay at home for 2 days. Those uncles and aunts of yours are all missing you." There were quite a few meanings expressed in the words, and Lucian's face was thoughtful. In the village, there are almost no young people, mostly elderly people who live alone. Every 2 years there will be an old man's birthday, which is a common event in the village. At first, there will be a big celebration, but over time, it has become an invitation to come to the home to eat a meal and then forget about it. Normally this kind of thing, Mom wouldn't specifically call him back, indicating that this wasn't the real purpose of calling him back. And with the degree of scarcity that Mom has for her own daughter-in-law, she actually didn't specifically remind him to bring her along, fearing that there's something bad for Susu to know. Lucian had a decision in his heart and said to the cell phone end, "Good, I'll drive back first thing in the morning. Grandpa Wang didn't buy me a lot of candy when I was a kid. I have to go back to see him on his 80th birthday." "Okay, that's it then. You and Dad go to bed early, I'll hang up now." Soon, the phone hung up. Su Wanqing's hand gently caressed the kitten's fur. The little guy was cozily lying on the white flower's thigh. Her gaze had a hint of grudge, as if she was looking at a negative person. "What will I do if you leave?" Lucian said breathlessly. "I'm only going back for 2 days. It's not like I'm going to die. Can you get that look out of your eye? Amir Shin, how dare you teach me to work? Watch the fight. Don't come over here." The bedroom was in an uproar. Pillows were thrown around and footsteps scurried about for a long time before they stopped. The next day, Su Wanqing was still asleep. Lucian prepared breakfast and filled the cat's bowl with cat food before driving a Mercedes-Benz away from the water capital residence. After entering the highway, he drove towards the outskirts of Zhengcheng. The place where he grew up was called Wangho Village, and it was said that a king with a different surname had been born in the past, hence the name of the village. Wangho Village to the jurisdiction of Lishan City. Lishan City is a county-level city, but also to the jurisdiction of the Jiangqing generation. The two are separated by more than 30 kilometers, and there is no train station in Lishan, so every time you go back, Lushan can only choose to take a taxi or drive. Over time, the cities on either side of the highway were gradually replaced by lush woods. After leaving the highway, the white Mercedes-Benz circled into a winding mountain road and continued to drive forward for about 10 minutes. And just as Lushan's but was about to be turned into two halves, the buildings of Wangho village finally appeared in front of him. Although the place is relatively remote, the village can be full of small two-story villas. The exterior looks good, but in reality the interior is a colorful cement house. Only his old Lu's house has been renovated. Is the only exception in the village? From a long distance away, Lushan saw the intelligence department at the entrance of the village chatting furiously. A group of old people who were still jabbering shut up and looked curiously at the driver's seat when they saw the big four-wheeled automobile that was approaching. Aga, no good, no good. Which family's child is back? I didn't expect our Wonho village to have two large automobiles today. I know this car. I think my son said it's called something. Yeah, it's a stupid old expensive thing. Stupid food? The name of this car is really earthy, but also the old Wang grandson of that car. In the city thief famous, said to have more than 100,000 yuan. Chapter 64 Solicitation from the President of Chinese Medicine Association. As the car approached, a sharp-eyed old man finally saw the man sitting in the driver's seat. He exclaimed, "Isn't this the child of the old Lu family? You've grown up, actually driving a big automobile back." It dawned on the crowd. To say Lushan, that is extremely famous in the village of Wangho, when he was a child is a few villages near the famous children's king, often with a group of children on the mountain. Once also do not know where to catch back a small boar. Would like to take credit for it, the result of his mother hung up and spanked. Lushan lowered the window of the car and waved at the leaders of the intelligence department. "Good morning, Auntie Li, Grandpa Huang, Auntie Lu." The entrance to the village was bustling with activity. Lushan said hello and didn't linger, driving towards the end of the village, seeing many half-grown children in the middle of the way. And it wasn't until a few moments later that he saw a small villa. In front of the house, Lu Yuyi, who hadn't started school yet, was squatting in the doorway wearing a small pink sandal. Upon seeing the approaching car, she immediately ran over happily. Lushan just got out of the car, and heard her impatiently looking towards the back, and after confirming that her brother was the only one, she asked suspiciously, "Dumbass, why are you the only one? Where is Sister Wanqing?" In fact, according to the relationship, this niece should be addressed as sister-in-law, but she felt that it was not nice to be called that, so she still preferred to address Su Wanqing as sister. Lushan mercilessly slashed her brain with a hand chop. "Lu Yuyue, you are getting more and more licentious now. Call me a fool even if it's not enough. At least add a brother at the back. And, who said that your sister Wanqing is coming? Can't I come back alone? What are you doing back alone?" Lu Yuyu asked back with a straight face. Hearing this, Lushan's forehead sprouted black lines, only feeling that this niece was completely hopeless. At this time, Li's mother, who heard the commotion, came out from the house. After seeing her son, she came closer and then whispered, "You're just in time. Hurry up and get in." Although Lushan was puzzled, after taking out a bag of candy from the car and handing it to his white-eyed sister, he crossed the threshold towards the second-floor living room. At this time in the living room located on the second floor, Lu's father was talking about something with an old man with gray hair. As Lushan appeared, the old man looked towards him and kept looking up and down while Lu Jianning introduced himself. "This is my son Lushan. I can't join in, but I think with my son's ability, I'm sure he can satisfy you. Little Shun. This is Elder Song Borong Son of the Jiang Province Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Quickly call someone. Good day, Cthulhu." Lushan walked over to his dad and sat down, muttering in his mind, "Jiang Province Chinese Medicine Association? I don't think I've heard of it." Although the old man is old, but his eyes reveal the color of shrewdness, giving the first impression that he is very good at calculating, and dressed in an extraordinary way, a look as a person of status. The old man praised Lushan. "Not bad, not bad. From the looks of his face he is a man of great wealth." Previously, the Pei family junior was injured and unconscious. "I happened to be attending an event abroad and was unable to attend the clinic, so I asked one of the association's honorary vice presidents to make a move, but the result was that I returned in defeat. After realizing that the one who struck out was a young man of less than 30, the old man, I rushed over at the first opportunity after returning to my country to meet you, the teenage genius. I wonder if you want to join my Chinese Medicine Association?" Lushan blinked and returned without hesitation. "Not at all." This reply made Song Lao freeze. It wasn't that he didn't expect Lushan to refuse, but he didn't expect him to refuse so quickly. The old man couldn't help but ask, "And the reason?" "Join my Chinese Medicine Association, but there are quite a few benefits you can enjoy. The association's pharmacy will have a lot of herbs that are hard to see on the market every year. as long as the members are able to apply for them. And a series of benefits were said a bunch of times, and Lucian remained expressionless. When the old man had finished speaking, he bristled. The more you talk about it, the less I want to join, because you're bound to make me do something troublesome, like teaching, or giving medical advice, or something like that, and if you don't have the freedom, you won't be in the mood to enjoy even the best things. Song Guorong hesitated. The association does ask its members to give regular lectures and clinics, but it's not for nothing, there's an appearance fee. Just after the words were said, a Mercedes-Benz car key was thrown on the table, as well as a black card of China National Bank. Lucian, my old man is the richest man in Jiangcheng. My wife's company isn't listed, but it makes at least $1 billion in profit every year, and there's an entertainment company under my name, which just signed a $10 million worth of publicity cooperation yesterday. The scene seemed to fall into stillness, and the pale silence ceased. Even Lu Jianming couldn't look at him and couldn't understand how someone as low-key as him could give birth to such a tart son. He immediately coughed twice. Warning, little sink, no rudeness to the pale old man. Immediately afterward, he looked at the old man sitting across from him and said after a moment of contemplation, Uncle Tsong, you also see how wild this son of mine is, free and easy to get used to. Let him occasionally participate in some important activities of the association does not matter, but the usual words. Every province has a Chinese Medicine Association, although it is not an official organization. It is a real influence on the national distribution of local medical resources. Therefore, the major associations in the 34 provinces set a ranking to determine the ranking and resources by the results of the annual competition. There are also restrictions on participating in the competition, and in order to avoid the outbreak of robber conflicts, participants must be under 35 years of age, and Jiang Province has been ranked outside the top 10 for 2 years in a row, and if they don't make it into the top 10 this year, their resources will be greatly reduced next year. Don't look at the difference between 10th and 11th place by only one place, but the resources involved are more than a few times worse, and that was the reason why Song Lao came to the door. One was to confirm whether Lucian was from that Lu family, and the other was to talk to Lucian's parents and persuade him to participate in the grand competition of the associations. As for how he found his way here, it was also thanks to a phone call from a young woman. After half a minute of consideration, Song Lao's heart finally came to a decision, and he said in a deep voice, how about this? I'll make an exception and directly make you an honorary vice president of the association, not subject to the association's jurisdiction, and only appear on behalf of the association on very important occasions, and I'll give you the right to choose any one grade A medicinal herb, as well as the right to be able to receive 2 grade B medicinal herbs every year. There is a strict hierarchy among TCM practitioners, which was passed down from ancient times, with a total of 5 levels: entrepreneur, warlock, grand warlock, patriarch, and sage. 5 levels, each with a huge difference. For example, into the micro, only know the nature of the medicine and herbs, is considered to be just entry, is not considered a famous Chinese medicine practitioner, while the warlock is a folk small clinic level of Chinese medicine practitioners, experienced, has been able to prescribe medicines to people. As for the big warlock later, it has been very difficult to meet, even in the ranking of the top of the 3 hospitals, but also the best, and herbs have the same 5 levels: super grade A, grade B, grade C, grade D. The value of each grade A medicinal herb was extraordinary, and could no longer be measured by money. It was comparable to 100 years of wild ginseng, so it was evident that Sang Guorong had made a blood sacrifice this time in order to rank. Lucian's eyes lit up. He happened to have a strain of herbs that he wanted. This was a good opportunity. Yes, I promise. Chapter 65, Dubai who wants his father, Su Wanqing kills the door. Seeing Lucian agree, Sang Guorong's hanging heart finally fell. He has reached the age of 90 and has been in the position of the president of the CMP's association for 9 years. Next year, even if he is unwilling to do so, he must step down from his post. Therefore, even once, he would like to see the Jiang Province TCM Association enter the top 10 in the country again. Let's hope Lucian can save the day. After resolving the major issues on his mind, Song Lao got up and was ready to fight his way back home. Lucian was very sensible and got up after him. I'll walk you to town. Just have someone come directly to town to pick you up. Ha ha, well, then I'll be in trouble. Lu Yuyue, who was chatting with someone on her phone watch at the door, saw this and immediately jogged forward and pulled open the door to the back seat of the car. Song Lao cheerfully laughed. Thank you, little girl. What a good boy. After closing the backseat door, Lucian had just pulled open the driver's door when he realized that his stinky sister had slipped into the passenger side and glanced at him. What are you looking at? Why don't you drive? I'm going to town to get food. Lucian. This tone and posture. It was like a scaled-down version of Su Wanqing. He should have confiscated the phone watch in the first place, to see what kind of things had been brought to him. Listening to the door outside the car booming throttle movement, Mom Li Hui just walked up to the second floor. She came to the balcony to look at the faraway car. Tone of voice some worry said, "It's a bit risky to leave Sinky out in the open like that, isn't it?" This comment was rewarded with a blank stare from Lu's father. "Your own son, you do not have a point in your heart? There is no progressive mind, okay? A progressive up. The heavens and the earth on his biggest. Blocking the way of the dog have to be 2 slaps." Li Hui thought about it and felt that it was true that this son was indeed a bit of a tart at times. Lu continued down the line slowly. Song Lao has been developing in Jiang province for many years. His disciples are all over China. Even the teacher of today's governor of Jiang province is his student. He has a wide range of connections. As long as he is willing to protect Shaoxun, in the boundaries of Jiang province, what can the Lu family do to our son? Furthermore, this pale old man has been staying at our house for 2 days. His skin is even thicker than mine was back then. If we don't call little Sink back, he'll have to stay all the time. So how can I still study? Deadbeat. You're the one with all the tricks. I think the second sentence is the most important for you. Hey, who asked my daughter-in-law to look as beautiful as a flower? Roll. Okay. It has been 3 hours, 29 minutes and 34 seconds since Lucian came home. Today Su Wanqing didn't go to the company. Wearing pajamas and shrinking in a corner of the sofa in boredom, she looked straight at the romantic comedy that was being broadcast on the TV. She was watching it, and as if she wasn't watching it, it was as if only a body of flesh was still here and the soul had long since drifted out of sight. Snow white feet tight, toes like white jade grapes full. Let a person look at it as full of food. Viewing desire. Meow. White, who was held in her arms, purred, indicating that it was pinned. Su Wanqing didn't pay any attention to it, but pondered in her head. Although she wanted to go to Lucian immediately, but if she just went over there, it seemed like a licking dog, which undermined her family status. But Lucian was not there, and she felt empty in her heart, and that feeling is going to last for at least 2 more days. Is there really a passionate lover who can stay apart for so long and still not feel bad about it? At this time Su Wanqing had a flash of inspiration. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on the great white that was licking its paws under the sofa. Her eyes were full of fire. She reached out and stroked her hand towards its head and asked with a smile, "Big White, you must miss Daddy, right?" Great White shook its head very spiritually, indicating that it couldn't understand. Su Wanqing had a face that was cold to the naked eye. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, flashing with a dangerous luster. She grabbed Big White's head with both hands and opened her mouth again. "I asked you if you missed Dad?" This time, the Great White sensed the malice radiating from its mother, and in a strong urge to survive, it hurriedly nodded its head. Only then did Su Wanqing release it with satisfaction. "That's what makes a good mommy's boy. I can't help you. Since you miss Dad so much, Mom will reluctantly take you to him." Meow. Big White and its 2 cubs, just like that, crying without tears, were carried away from the villa by Su Wanqing as if she was carrying a toy. And at this point on the other side, Lucian, who had left Su Wanqing for half a day, did not feel the slightest discomfort, and was currently swimming in a small river near Wangho village, having a good time. The creek is about 3 meters wide and has no end in sight with a clear flow of water. Only the sound of a child begging for mercy would ring out from time to time, and it was pitiful to listen to. "Oh, Uncle Lucian, don't spill it. The water is running into my eyes. You big, bad man. For old age, I'm going to tell my mom and dad. Lu Yuyue, your brother is bullying us so much. Don't you care? We're at least from the same village. We don't see each other's heads." Lu Yuyue sat docilely on the shore with a storybook, glanced at the man who spoke, and said faintly, "The great Zhuge Liang said, you can't talk to idiots or your IQ will get low." Lucian, on the other hand, was like a heavenly god descending to earth, chasing after 10 or so kids whisked away in only their underwear, completely letting himself go, and he heard one of them say that he was going to sue, and Jie laughed. "It's useless to sue. Your parents were bullied even worse by me when they were kids, so be honest and die." A group of children cried and fled in all directions, because their clothes were sitting under Lu Yoyue's buttocks, causing them to not even dare to go to the shore, falling into a jar. The passing villagers heard the shouts and curiously came over to take a look, and after realizing that it was Lucian who was making the mistake, they helplessly shook their heads and smiled before continuing to busy themselves with their farm work, not worrying about the children's well-being in the slightest. This is the one who dared to take a group of kids up the mountain to catch wild boar at the age of 10. What's more, it's extremely difficult to find wild animals in the mountains nowadays, even if a snake comes out once in a while. With Lucian as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, there won't be any big problems, so there's no need to worry at all. Continue to play for another half an hour, until the group of cubs played one by one like a salted fish, powerless lying on the shore. Lucian, this is too much to stop. After walking to the shore to dry off, he put on his clothes and patted his sister on the head. "Come on Yui, go home and pick up Mom and Dad for the birthday dinner." No hitting me on the head. Mommy said it would make you stupid. Aya, it's okay. You're so smart. Even if you become stupid, you're still a superpower. Brother is still waiting for you to give me a retirement in the future. Oof. The siblings chatted as they walked toward the house. When you meet someone along the way, you have to say hello. Unlike in the city, where you don't always run into an acquaintance even once a year, there are still 100 meters from home. Lucian is thinking about whether he wants to have a long overdue sip at the birthday banquet at noon. After all, the sky was high and the emperor was far away, and now Xiao Su couldn't control him. However, soon he stood in place in a daze, only to see more cars in the small yard in front of the house, and the old mom and Su Wanqing sitting in the doorway, are smiling and chatting. The relationship gets along very well. Sister Wanqing, Lu Yu happily ran over, and Lucian laughed with a somewhat unnatural expression. Daughter-in-law, why are you here? Chapter 66, The Gunpowdery Birthday Banquet. Su Wanqing smiled and handed Big White to Lucian. Originally, I didn't want to come, but Dabai insisted on pulling me here to look for you. So what can I do? I can only come here to look for you. Great White blinked innocently, as if sending some sort of signal to Lucian. Meow. Innocent, get it? Lucian took it and held it in his arms to soothe it. Good boy. You must have suffered a lot, and with a mom like that, I can only say that you were destined for this. Su Wanqing's smile froze. She was still listening. This man was now not evasive at all. You don't want her to come to the village? She's at least a famous beauty in Jiangcheng, so she can't hold her own? Well, at this time, Li Mother looked at the time, slammed his legs, hurriedly got up from the stool, followed by shouting towards the second floor. Geez, why is it 12 o'clock? Old Lu, hurry down. Let's go to Old One's house for dinner. Coming. After Lu's father hurriedly came down from upstairs, the family walked towards the village entrance in great numbers, with Su Wanqing holding Little White and Lu Yue holding Huang. The scene was extremely cozy. Village banquets are usually in the family borrowed a large round table, spend money to invite the neighborhood cooking team, from the ingredients to clean up the health, all in one pot, and the taste is no worse than the city's big restaurants. After all, the restaurants in town are not to your liking, and as long as they are well advertised, there will always be people who will come to eat. But with this kind of team that cooks in the village, if the flavor or the service is bad, the news immediately spreads for miles and miles, and no one will be invited back in the future. So every time they cook, these people are on their best behavior. In front of a small 3-story cottage at the entrance of the village, there was an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. A dozen large round tables occupied the intersection. Basically every table was filled with people, while the meal had not yet begun. One by one, lesbians were feverishly exchanging the latest intelligence, while those big old men were already in a state of mind, discussing what China should do to swallow up the rice country and the bear country. It looks like they won't stop until they change the earth into a Chinese ball. A woman at one of the tables chatted. I heard that the old Lu family's child also drove a car back. That little Lu Zi grew up with the old Wang family this child does not deal with. Wang Jie came back with a girlfriend. That were called a beautiful. I heard that a pair of socks will cost 100 yuan. TSK. Another person agreed, that's not true. The old king's son went out to work some years ago, not a letter back in 10 years. He alone pulled Jade, the child grew up. Now Jade opened a company in the city. He can be assured in his old age. At that moment there was a commotion at the door. A young man wearing a brand name leather jacket, spirited youth appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Beside the youth also stood a young beauty, wearing black silk and small leather shoes. Put in the city, is also a proper beauty one? Not to mention in the remote village of Wangho. Wang Jie noticed the sight sweeping around, more and more head held high, only to feel that his chest had a great deal of bravado, and had already reached the peak moment of his life. He couldn't help but think of one person, and the corners of his mouth turned up high. Lucian, when you were ahead of me in everything, today I have to kill your prestige. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Behind him, Elder Wang guessed what was going on in the mind of his strong-minded grandson, and he sighed. Xiao Shen at least grew up with you in the same village. Don't go too far later. When you weren't in the village 2 years ago, it was all up to your Uncle Lu and the others to take care of me. Otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold out until you came back. Don't worry, Grandpa. My grandson knows what's in his heart. Wang Jie responded. He had revenge. He had favor to repay. Uncle Lu and Aunt Li were definitely thankful, and he had his thank you gifts ready. But Lucian, this guy was really excessive when he was a child, and he even tricked him into drinking urine. This great revenge he must avenge. It was a day he had been looking forward to for a long time. A few moments later, the Lu family finally arrived before the meal started and walked straight toward Jade Wang and Elder Wang. It was customary to go and give a greeting to the host family before being seated. Otherwise you were being rude and would be gossiped about by the village. As soon as they met, before Wang Jetta could open his mouth. Lucian cheerfully waved and greeted him. Yo, if it isn't little Jed. You're wearing a leather jacket in the middle of the day and it's black. Aren't you hot? Or are you too weak to wear more to keep warm? A mouth almost Wang Jetta angry spit blood. This is in front of the whole village. He cannot afford to lose this person. Immediately gritted his teeth and said, it's my grandfather's birthday today. Is there a problem with me wearing my best clothes to congratulate his old man? It's you, Lucian. After so many years, this mouth is still so poisonous. No wonder you can only work in the bathhouse. I know quite a few bosses. Do you want me to find you a job again? Seeing the two come up on the gunpowder flavor, the villager's meal is not in a hurry to eat, happily began to watch the battle. In the face of this tricky offense, the corner of Lucian's mouth slightly curved. Bertie shrunk into the arms of his daughter-in-law beside him, and laughed cheaply. Then don't bother little Jed. I've managed to shore up and pick up a rich woman now, and the family fortune is just a couple of small goals, I guess. You don't say this rich people's life is quite uncomfortable. Everyday sleep is to wake up to eat and sleep and have to think about which country to go to travel to see the scenery. Life is really too boring. Even drinking must drink 10,000 bottles of one, or be said to be poor. Nanny. Jed Wang froze in place, his girlfriend beside him doing the same, sizing up Su Wanqing. Good lord, a top-notch beauty. What's more important is that she has the face, the material and the wealth. That's it? A pimp? Where to find it? He's a little ticked off. Look at Lucian. The rich woman to the hand began to lie flat, and then look at their own. Struggling for 7 years now, the value of barely break through the 10 million, which is his countless night and day to simmer, and Lucian easy to obtain these. A huge sense of falling out spread through the heart, invisible as if something had broken. The villagers also quieted down, stunned by Lucian's words. The same sentence surfaced in their hearts. This kid is too able to pretend. Seeing her tart son in his original form, Li Huihui hurriedly covered her eyes, only to feel that she had lost her old face, being stared at by so many pairs of eyes. Su Wanqing felt indifferent. Even if everyone in the world disliked this guy, she wouldn't dislike her Shin, because outsiders would only be attracted by his cheeky surface, while the true inner self belonged to, and could only be discovered by, her. Shin is the only and unique treasure she has in this world, although he's undertrained at times. Chapter 67, Feast, Fishing. The conflict between Lucian and Jade Wan was just a small episode of the birthday banquet. Soon there were two serving ladies coming from not far away, carrying braised beef in their hands, and the aroma came from a long distance, while they shouted loudly from their mouths, serve up, serve up. Lucian was pulled by his mother to an empty seat at the table to sit down. The family, just to fill the vacancy, are familiar with no time to eat and chat up. Not to say that the village is more livable than the city, as long as there is no extremely high material pursuits. The countryside and small towns are definitely the most livable places. You can go out and meet people you know. They are all 10 years old neighbors, and there are not so many crooked heart and soul. And Su Wanqing, the Lu family's daughter-in-law, had just sat down and received focused attention. Oh Su, do you have any sisters or older and younger brothers? How far have you and Shaoshan progressed? Simone, I can't wait to eat your wedding wine tomorrow, and add a big fat boy or cute little girl to the village as early as possible. Look at all of you. Why do you have so many questions? Can't you let Xiao Su have a good meal? By the way, little Su, if you have a brother, Auntie happens to have a daughter. One question after another, not even giving Su Wanqing time to answer. She couldn't help but feel a little stressed out. It was mentally exhausting. She'd rather stay up all day at the office than deal with these ants who look like curious babies. Well, at that moment, Miss Lee spoke up, and she eyed the men blankly. I said, are you guys here to eat or to chat? You can't even gag yourselves by eating. When the words fell, the rest of the people quieted down to eat, but before they could stop for a while, their mouths burst out again like machine guns. Only this time the topic came to Lucian. The conversation was all about his childhood. Wangho village laughs every year, land sinking contracting a large part. This topic Su Wanqing is very interested. She listened with interest, not forgetting to clip a piece of pork into Lu Youyu's bowl. Eat more, a chubby face is only cute. Lu Youyu looked at the fat and thin pate, and without hesitation, she pinched it into Lucian's bowl, not forgetting to add one sentence on the way. Eat more meat and grow your brain. Hearing this, Lucian unhappily gave her a brain crash towards her head, not daring to use much force. Quit making excuses for your picky eating and hurry up. Stinky brother, no hitting my head. The siblings watched the scene as the rest of the villagers cried and laughed. Almost every 10 minutes, a dish will be served on the table, in order to properly celebrate his grandfather's birthday. This time Jade Wang has spent a lot of money. Each table, not counting the labor, just the ingredients, are at least 2,000 yuan. 10 tables is 20,000 yuan. It may not be much in the city, but in the nearby 10 miles and 8 villages, this was already considered the most luxurious birthday banquet. The meal didn't take too long, and after an hour people were already starting to get up and leave. After all, dinner is dinner. The afternoon farm work and work should be busy or busy. For the village people, lazy is a great sin. No matter where you go will be disliked. Little Sue, just finished eating. Do you want to go with your aunts to spend some time? We'll take you to the village for a stroll around. One of the aunts who had eaten at the same table earlier extended an invitation toward Su Wanqing, and was followed by several old people and children, Ms. Li among them. Su Wanqing thought that she had nothing to do with idleness, so she readily agreed. Seeing that her sister-in-law was about to leave, healer Lu Yui immediately followed closely behind and went for a walk after her. As for the old Lu, it is with a few old friends to move a table, find a big tree that can cool off, and began to take out the poker, struggling to get ahead. The afternoon sun was exceptionally warm. Wanho village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with green trees and forests, and from time to time there is a mountain breeze that comes to the face, which is incredibly refreshing in this weather that still has a little bit of residual summer temperature. Grandpa, I'm going fishing. Okay, slow down, don't fall in the ditch. After greeting the old man, Jade Wan walked quickly with itchy hands towards the upper reaches of the only river near the village. When he is not working, his favorite thing is to fish, but not really fishing, but to use this to suppress the impatience of the heart, and then think about things when it is calm. There will be twice the result with half the effort. 10 minutes later, by the time he got to the upper river with his tools, he realized that the best spots were already taken. Jade Wang stared blankly at Lu Shun, who was lying on the boulder not far away, with his legs crossed and a dog's tail grass in his mouth. Lu Shun, who was waiting for the fish, noticed him and laughed cheerfully. Yo, JJJ, you come fishing too? Nonsense. What else can I do if I don't come here to fish? Wang Jetta looked unhappy and found a spot to install a small mat, at the same time pulling out a fishing rod, and muttered, "What bad luck! How can I meet this guy everywhere?" In no time at all, the rod loaded with bait was cast. This river is said to be a tributary extending from a large lake nearby, and basically there are not many people fishing in the village, so there are still quite a lot of fish over here. Just a bit of a single species. Neither spoke again for the next few moments. Lucian lay on the warm stone with his eyes closed. I don't know if he was asleep or what, only occasionally would he turn over. As for the fishing rod, it didn't even move half a bit. On the flip side, Jed Wang averaged a fish every 20 minutes. After 2 hours had passed, he looked at his almost full bucket of fish, and then at Lu Xin, who had never moved, and was suddenly red with excitement. It's just a land sink, that's all. Since he had to go back to make dinner arrangements, Jade Wang was ready to call it a day and go home after fishing until 4 p.m. When he passed by the land sinker, he saw that the bucket he had filled with fish only had half a bucket of water in it, and with the corner of his mouth lifting up, he grabbed 2 of them from his own bucket and threw them in. Here, the little master rewards you, saves you from being laughed at by your wife when you go back with an empty bucket. No need to thank me too much. He was only compared to Lucian at noon, and it was hard to get a chance to step on him. How could Wang Jetta miss the opportunity? Not knowing that he had successfully aroused Lucian's interest, Lucian climbed up from the rock and rubbed his fists together. Little Jie, haven't you always wanted to beat me up? I'll give you that chance today. The 2 of us one-on-one. I don't use my hands but only my feet. If I win you get what you want. If I lose you'll give me this bucket of fish. Just bring it back to my susu to boil fish soup to drink. One-on-one? Jade Wang, who should have agreed quickly, was a bit hesitant. After all, if Lucian didn't use his hands, he could definitely hang this guy, and the 2 hadn't fought much when they were kids. But childhood is childhood, and now that both parties are adults, fights are of a different nature, and are often times when relationships break down. Although this guy's mouth was quite cheap, but really let him break with Lucian, but really a little reluctant. Lucian saw his hesitation at a glance, stuck his hands in his pockets and laughed in a harmless manner. It's just a bet, don't take it so seriously. We'll still be friends after the fight. You can think carefully, after all, such opportunities are not many. Maybe I will backtrack later. Hearing this, Jade Wang, who was still somewhat hesitant, gritted his teeth. Good, a single fight is a single fight. You said yourself you couldn't use your hands, so no cheating later. Lucian smiled. Don't worry, who in the entire Jiangcheng city doesn't know that my Lucian's word is out and his horse is hard to catch up. Chapter 68 Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Time came to the dinner point. Those who walked to eliminate food had long returned, already sitting at the table chatting. At this time some people saw Lucian and Wang Jetta surprisingly walked back together, especially Wang Jetta. Walking also covered his buttocks, a face of suffocation. 2 large men walking side by side, one of them pouting. The strange image immediately makes you think about it. Lucian cheerfully walked to his daughter-in-law and sat down. and his old mom, Li Hui Hui, asked in puzzlement next to him, "Where did you get this fish? Where else could I have gotten it? I caught it with my dad's war-damaged fishing rod." Of course, Air Force Master's Lu's father looked skeptical. Can he still catch fish with his broken fishing rod? How come he doesn't believe it so much? Hearing this, Jade Wan finally couldn't hold back his indignation. "You're so cheeky. It was clearly my catch. It was tricked away by you playing the rascal." "Where did I play a scoundrel? Did I not use my hands? Did I beat you? Then you didn't say you practiced. It's obvious that you're eyeing my fish." Jade Wan gritted her teeth. Lucian was about to return the favor when Su Wanqing grabbed his ears and she sighed helplessly. "Keep your mouth shut. Don't get cheap and bully people. It's weird and pathetic." Lucian then stopped saying anything, and Jed Wang shot 2 glances, as if he had discovered some new continent, and his voice grew 3 times louder in astonishment. "So your boy is a rake. Ha ha ha." The whole room laughed and the atmosphere became even more lively. Night in this lively and silent descent. The darkness is still vaguely echoed by cicadas. Was drunk Lucian until very late in the evening was drunkenly Su Wanqing helped back home. Li's mother followed behind from start to finish, always with a faint smile on her face. Lucian brought Xia Hanxue to the village before, when she didn't know that the 2 children were pretending to get married, and always felt that they were missing something, but couldn't tell. Now she knew what that hauntingly strange feeling was. That's the sense of dependence. 100 years of life. Loneliness is the most hurtful heart. Loneliness in old age. That is a kind of unspeakable pain. Recalling life is all regret. Only those who depend on each other can come full circle to the end of their lives. Originally said to stay only 2 days. The result in the mom and the villagers' enthusiastic retention. Lucian and Su Wanqing hard to stay in the village for a week. To play all can play all over. If Song Lao hadn't called something to urge Lucian to return to the city, he probably would have refused to let these people go. Early in the morning, Lucian looked at the trunk stuffed full of all kinds of local specialties, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He figured he wouldn't have to buy groceries for a long time after he got back. This trunk alone is enough food for 1 month. Not to mention there's a car behind it. Before leaving, many villagers came. Lucian greeted them one by one before starting the car and leaving one whole village. Lu Yuyue watched the car go away, gradually turning into a small black dot. Her heart became more and more reluctant and depressed. "Mom, I want to skip a grade and go to middle school in the city." This was rewarded with a brain crash from MS Lee, who didn't take it well. "No, you're only so young to go to middle school. It's a wonder you don't get bullied, and you'll have to bother your brother to pick you up and drop you off. So give me an honest grade to move up, me and your dad both. But I heard from Dad that you were always at the bottom of the list in elementary school, and it's a good thing the school didn't let you repeat a grade." Just after saying this, Lu Yuyi felt that there was a killing intent coming. Suddenly feeling bad, she hurriedly covered her mouth and slipped back to the house to hide. Early the next morning, the asphalt roads were packed with cars. Lucian arrived at Jiangqing's Culture Square early according to the address provided by San Lao. Just as he was getting lost looking at the nearby skyscrapers, an ethereal female voice came from behind him. "You're the Lucian that Grandpa was talking about?" It's me, Lucian," whose name was mentioned. Subconsciously turned his head to look in response, only to see that behind him at some point there was a girl wearing an ancient-style long dress, a long hair flowing, emitting a seemingly unidentifiable sandalwood fragrance. The girl glanced at him to make sure she hadn't gotten the wrong one, then turned and faded. "My name is Tsang Ling. Grandpa asked me to take you there. Come with me." After saying that, she walked forward without looking back. Her nature was very cold, making Lucian puzzled, but he still followed, while muttering in his heart, "Could it be that beautiful women are colder in character?" Lucian followed Song Ling at a subtle distance and walked into one of the tallest buildings. Although Chinese medicine practitioners uphold the guideline that saving lives is an obligation, this philosophy has been changed with the development of the times. After all, in today's era, it is difficult to move an inch without money, without power. It's even more impossible to even defend yourself. As a result, unofficial organizations such as Chinese medicine associations, Western medicine associations, sports clubs, and so on have been derived, yet they are closely and ineffably related to the official organizations. It's like the Jiangcheng Club, where the members are all local tycoons in Jiangcheng, and want to join at least 50 million in assets. This shows the uncomplicated nature of these club associations. Soon the elevator stopped at the 27th floor, where the Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Association was located. The elevator doors had just opened and a strong smell of disinfectant mixed with herbs hit the room. Song Ling led Lucian all the way to the front of the president's office, but she stopped at that moment and turned her head to look at Lucian, saying, "Although I don't know why Grandpa thinks so highly of you, even going so far as to make an exception and change the rules, I hope that when you go in later, you'll be able to give it your all and not rub it in Grandpa's face." Lucian didn't understand what she meant by this, And Song Ling didn't give him too much time to think about it as she reached out and pushed open the door to the president's office. In the office, two young figures stood, while the pale old man and a middle-aged man, whom he had seen the other day, sat on the couch next to them. Whenever it came to the provincial TCM association competition, the best young TCM practitioners would be selected from each city, and the two candidates from Jiangcheng had already been selected long ago, and had been given the qualification to compete with the candidates from other cities. But with Song Guorong's out-of-the-blue intervention, there was now an extra Lucian. There are only 2 candidate slots, but now there are 3, which means one of the 3 has to get out. Lucian next to face. From hundreds of people killed out of the 2 Jiangcheng 35 years old, the most outstanding Chinese medicine. Chapter 69, Preparing a Birthday Present for Shen. A faint scent filled the quiet president's office. The 3 cats were jumping up and down in front of the couch, even if it was just a simple jumping around that kept them entertained. Su Wanqing sat behind her desk with little interest, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the 3 cats in a daze, her eyebrows slightly knitted, seemingly troubled by something. It's Stinky Shen's birthday in 2 days. What should she get as a gift? The first birthday with him after the reunion can't be too simple, and it has to have a special meaning, like giving away money or organizing a birthday party would be too tacky. She didn't like that either. Su Wanqing suddenly remembered one person. The next second she picked up the cell phone on the table and opened the address book to dial a call. Soon, the phone was picked up, and Xiao Yao's complaining voice came through. I said, Miss Su, so you still remember me? I thought you had a boyfriend and forgot about me. Your good girlfriend. When they were abroad, both of them didn't have any deep friends, so when they were bored, they would occasionally go out to eat together. But since the last time when Xiao Yao was invited by Su Wanqing to Wanxiang Entertainment, both of them hadn't had any contact until now, which led to Xiao Yao's resentment. Su Wanqing actually wanted to say that she had really forgotten about this guy, but her superior emotional intelligence didn't let her do that. After all, she was asking for something this time, and when the other end had finished complaining, she asked in a soft tone, Yao Yao, I have a friend who wants to prepare a birthday gift for her boyfriend, but she doesn't know what men like. You usually have a lot of contact with men. Do you have any good ideas? For this cheesy opening statement, Xiao Yao on the other end said not believing a single word of the first half of the sentence. Still, she gave a strong suggestion and said, men like only 2 things, money and women. Money, your home mister. Lu is certainly not lack of, but women well. He. I think he every day to you this ice cube face must have long been tired. I suggest you can go to him to find a passionate like fire. Xiao Yao's giggles of giggles came out of the cell phone. How happy she was, how black Su Wanqing's face was. If Xiao Yao was right in front of her at the moment, High and Low would have to eat an over-the-shoulder drop and a physical massage. Seemingly sensing her murderous aura, Xiao Yao hurriedly straightened up a bit and lightly coughed twice. Actually, men are not as complicated as you think. Let me tell you. The other end blah 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 said a whole lot. A long time before Su Wanqing nodded her head with satisfaction, sort of reluctantly recognizing what she said, and her tone also became casual. Okay, you get busy Xiao Yao, I'll leave you alone, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Yao, who was fixing her makeup in the shooting break room, looked at the phone that had already hung up and was furious, calling Yo-Yo when there's something wrong, and then showing her true colors when the job is done. What a hateful woman. At that moment there was a shout from the director not far away. Break is over. Get ready to shoot the next commercial. Everyone in position. Xiao Yao put down her cell phone and helplessly got up and headed out. She was at least a hallowed international level star, but she didn't realize that when she arrived in China, she had to be squeezed like an assembly line worker, and she couldn't afford not to go. After all, Wanxiang Entertainment nowadays only had her as a breakout star, and the big-name advertisements she received, naturally, could only all come from her, with her schedule being filled to the brim. Meanwhile, on the other side, in one of the offices of the building where the Jiangcheng Chinese Medicine Association was located, 3 laptops were placed on the long table, and the rest of the 2 were answering the questions seriously. On the contrary, Lu Xun, who was sitting in the center, crossed his legs and had a casual attitude. As time advances with each passing day, the way of TCM assessment is getting smarter and smarter, which are theory and practical. Theory, i.e., 3,000 exam questions specially selected by the vice president of the association, requires not only a deep understanding of the medicinal properties of herbs, but also the combination of hundreds of herbs with complex medicinal properties. Generally speaking, you can't get all the answers right without the level of an adept-level warlock, third-level herbalist. The minimum requirement for qualification is that the error tolerance should not be higher than 0.003%. This means that for 3,000 questions, you can only get a maximum of 9 wrong, which is a harsh condition. Just as the three were testing their theories, the same three were quietly observing them from the side, with quizzical gazes, sometimes observing carefully, sometimes talking in low voices. Seeing Lu Xun in such a dangling posture, Xia, the president of the Jiangcheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, stroked his black beard and said in a salty tone, "Elder Tsong, you might not have misjudged him this time. Look at him, he doesn't look like he's here for a serious examination." The candidates were all set, but Song Lao, the president of the provincial association, intervened. Let always value the rules and regulations of Xia heart some dissatisfaction, but cannot explicitly say, after all, he is from the bottom of his heart to respect this old-timer. That's not necessarily so, Song Guorong asked with a sprightly smile, turning his head to look at his granddaughter who also had high hopes. Little spirit, what do you think of Lu Xun? Xia looked over with equal curiosity. Song Ling has been brought by this Song Lao by his side since he was a child to teach him carefully. At the age of 20, he has already graduated from the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine as a genius. And when other people have just graduated and are still at the stage of entering the micro stage, Song Ling has already gotten the Chinese medicine qualification certificate of the 4th level of the Warlock, and then dedicated research for 5 years. A while ago just promoted to the 3rd level of the Great Warlock. Is the entire Jiang province ever the youngest 3rd level of traditional Chinese medicine? Known as the Jiang province, the first person of the younger generation of traditional Chinese medicine. If it weren't for the fact that this year's National Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine competition was important to Song Lao, he wouldn't have let his granddaughter appear in front of the public so early. Song Ling also observed Lu Xun for a while, and faced with her grandfather's inquiry, she honestly said, "I don't feel anything special so far. It doesn't seem to be as good as those other two." "Oh, that's where your preconceived prejudices come in." Song Lao smiled once again. He knew Lu Xun inside out and thus had never had the slightest doubt or wavering in the outcome from the beginning until now. He said in an educated tone, "You girl boasting of your outstanding ability and talent, you don't take your peers into account, but that's not excusable. After all, before today, those you met were more mediocre in qualifications, but that limits you all the same. It is necessary to know that even if you are a genius that only comes out of 1 in a million, there are thousands of people in the country of China, and it is this Lu Xun, whose ability will never be lower than yours." Hearing this, Song Ling was inwardly dissatisfied. In fact, in the opinion of her and Xia Xin and the others, Lu Xun woke up the Pei family's young master some time ago and was just a blind cat running into a dead rat. Otherwise how could he be a nobody? Just as the three were chatting, almost at the same time, all three of them finished answering the questions and chose to upload. The answer is already formulated when the question is asked, and after the answer is completed, it will be reviewed by the AI intelligence to judge the right or wrong of each question, and the controversial answers are reviewed and judged manually. Shearson walked behind the table and sat down, and began to examine the disputed questions. At first, it was fine. The wrong questions of the remaining two were within his expectations, but when he checked Lu Xun's exam paper, his brows furrowed tightly, and he slowed down his reviewing speed, not missing half a word. Even he didn't notice that a cold sweat broke out behind him. Finally, after close to 2 hours, Xia's eyes retracted from the computer screen. The trio's puzzle has been checked. He took a deep breath, letting his tense heart relax a bit. After looking at Lu Xun, he opened his mouth with a complex expression. Chapter 70, The Crazy Death-Defying Lu Xun. At 12 o'clock noon, the blazing sun gave off an extraordinarily harsh light. It was the midday rush hour, and car after car drove by on the road, kicking up a cloud of dust and gusts of wind and driving off into the distance. Lu Xun, who had finished the examination, put his hands in his pockets and leisurely whistled as he left the building where the Chinese Medicine Association was located, and in front of one of the building's floor-to-ceiling windows. 3 gazes watched his departing figure until the car disappeared at the end of the road before retracting. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat indescribably depressing. Song Guoram looked at Xia, whose face was still complex, and laughed slightly. "How about it? Is this kid out of his league? Still think I'm using my connections to get him through the back door?" "Well, you're right. Xia is a little hard to believe even now, but the reality is there. He had to believe, such a talent, indeed, cannot be missed, and it is no wonder that you can make you personally move to invite." It wasn't that he was biased, but Lu Xun was just too young, 2 years younger than Song Ling. This can no longer be called genius. Song Ling's soulful eyes seemed to be burning with a scorching battle intent. His emotions were at an all-time high. The results of the previous theory plus the practical test just now are out. The remaining 2 people have kept the wrong questions within 5, and Lu Xun had no wrong questions and got full marks, and the practical exercises also showed abilities far beyond those 2 people, and there were some places that even she was not sure that she could do better. Song Guoron keenly noticed his granddaughter's wariness and his smile grew wider. there is a world beyond the sky, and this time it was a good experience for this girl. Xia asked curiously at this point. Elder Tsong, I see that Lucian's profile of Chinese medicine level is only subtle, or he took the exam 3 years ago. With the strength he has shown today, what stage has he reached today? Promotion to the rank of Chinese medicine practitioner is very complicated and there are many aspects to the test, and no one dares to make a rash assertion. But this old man is known as the first person under the holy hand. His judgment may be off, but the difference is certainly not too great. Song Guorong's cloudy eyes flashed with a brilliant light. His eyes narrowed slightly as he faintly spat out 2 words. Patriarch. If Song Ling was a genius in a million, a genius in the eyes of a genius, then Lucian was a ghost talent that could only appear 1 in a billion. And this was Song Guorong's judgment. The 2 short words drew a great shock from Song Ling and Xia. Their hearts, which had just calmed down, once again turned over. Xiao Xie, go and upgrade Lucian's rank, first temporarily to a 3rd-level Chinese medicine practitioner. In addition, remember to contact Lucian to participate on time in the competition with Jin Province in 1 month. Yes, after leaving the Chinese Medicine Association, Lucian drove to Qingduan Group. After walking out of the elevator, he breezed to the front of the president's office, and just as he pushed open the door and walked in, he found Huang lying on his back by the door. Lucian picked the kitten up and kissed it hard. Yellow, did you miss daddy? Meow. Huang resisted and turned his head away, quickly breaking away from Lucian's arms, running all the way then jumping into his mom's arms, looking at Lucian for a while speechless. This dead cat even disliked him. What a little horny cat. Su Wanqing affectionately touched the little mischief in her arms and looked up at him. Didn't you go to the examination? Why did you come back so quickly? Hey, you don't know when my brother's in the game? There's no suspense at all against those little chickens. Just get rid of them and come back. What's for lunch? Su Wanqing thought about it. It was a bit late to prepare lunch, and it had been a long time since she had gone out to eat with Lucian. Go out to eat, just to get some sun. If you had told me I wouldn't have come up here. Do you have any problem with picking up this princess downstairs? Su Wanqing got up and took Lucian's arm with a light hum, and the 2 of them walked towards the door. 4ms. Su, who is addicted to role-playing? Lucian said. Princess? Oh, Empress is more like it. Su Wanqing happily hummed a song. Just childish, because she hummed 2 mice. 2 mice, run fast, around the corner. Looking at the 2 people who were walking further and further away, Secretary Jiang looked at the thick pile of folders he was holding in his arms and fell into silence. She shouldn't be fired if she went up now and told Mr. Su that there were still so many papers to read, right? The 2 of them walked out of the front door of the company and just walked slowly towards the eating street that was a few hundred meters away from here. Lucian noticed the music video being played on the big screen of the opposite mall, and the one singing on the stage was no other than Xiao Yao. It's as if she's a different person on TV, bashful as a femme fatale, obviously singing and dancing as she pleases, but one look at her makes you want to go deeper. Lucian sighed. I guess only this kind of big-hearted person can be so bold on the much-anticipated stage. It's so nice. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing glanced at it, her tone suddenly calming down as she said, You're mistaken if you think she's big-headed. Often you think that people show the truest side. In fact, she is actually the opposite inside. Xiao Yao was given away by her biological parents at a very young age, and her adoptive parents also abused her from a young age. It is precisely because of growing up in this kind of depressing environment that she longs for the freedom of being carefree. These times are so depressing that they are crushing. Xiao Yao, who grew up in a high-pressure environment, knew exactly what these people wanted, and spent many years pioneering her unique style, which eventually qualified her for the bird's nest. After listening to Lucian thought for a moment, he suddenly realized, then if that's the case, you're so possessive and especially clingy. Have you lacked love since you were a child? Ha ha ha. Su Wanqing's footsteps stopped, her eyes emotionless as she looked at Lucian. Lucian's laughter faded away as he felt as if the temperature around him had dropped several degrees at once, which was a bit harsh. Shen, if you don't want me to glue your mouth when you go out in the future, you'd better think more before you speak in the future. Understand? Su Wanqing cocked her head, her expression calm and unusually frightening. Lucian swallowed, silently covered his mouth, and nodded vigorously. Good guy. It seems that this woman is very sensitive to this kind of topic. For the sake of his life, in the future, or not use this matter to ridicule her. Chapter 71, Former Pop Star. Jiang Min, 10 years ago active in the Chinese singing world of children's singers. That year only one step away from the position of the Queen of Songs, but suddenly disappeared from the front of the people. For 10 years in a row there is no news out. I'm curious, why would a person like you apply for a job at a small, fledgling company like mine? After reading the job resume Xia Hanxue, she looked up at the woman sitting across the table. Now she has changed with the previous changes, whether it is dressed or temperament, and before it is like a new person. mature, stable. The mountain and the sea collapsed in front of the change is not shocked. This is now her. The woman sitting across the table, obviously still in summer, was wearing a wide trench coat and turtleneck sweater, and was wearing a black mask, as if she was deliberately camouflaging herself for fear of being recognized. A bitter laugh escaped from under Kong Min's mask as she slowly removed it. After seeing that face, Xia Hanxue froze. Her body subconsciously sat up a little straighter. It wasn't that the face under the mask was so shocking, it was just the opposite. Jiang Min was able to be active in the Chinese singing scene 10 years ago, not because she was so beautiful, but because of her unique voice. As for her looks, she could only be regarded as average. But at this moment, Jiang Min's face is a weird ball-shaped auburn, so that people look at the heart of fear. Immediately afterward, she reached down and pulled off her turtleneck sweater, only to see the same dark bruises of varying sizes and shapes on her snow-white neck, obviously old wounds from a beating. Now Xia Hanxue knew why this person who had almost become the queen of songs had suddenly disappeared from the stage. Although the singing stage does not require too much face value, how can the audience be mesmerized if they look too scary? Even if you say on your lips that good singing is fine and looks don't matter, your heart will still resist. Stereotypes in the human mind are a big mountain that no matter how hard a person tries, he or she will never be able to overcome. Seeing that piece of oozing ooze, Xia Hanxue couldn't help but ask, how was it caused? Jiang Min was already accustomed to these kinds of strange gazes, and she said in a light tone, getting looked at, not submitting, and getting beaten up like this. A short sentence that holds a lot of information, clearly exposes the darkness and cruelty of the entertainment industry. That's why Kong Min suddenly disappeared from people. She messed with some big shot in the entertainment industry, and after being violently destroyed she didn't even dare to resist, so she had to quietly leave the singing world and go into hiding until now. If her savings hadn't been wiped out, she might never have left the house in her life. And Xia Hanxue belongs to the dubbing industry, is the most suitable for her work, do not have to show their faces, only need to rely on the voice to make a living, and the entertainment industry is not too related. However, Xia Hanxue saw the thick resentment that was hidden from the bottom of her eyes. A brief silence fell over the conference room, and a needle could be heard. In the end, it was Xia Hanxue who was the first to break this silence as she shook her head and handed her resume back. I'm sorry, but you don't fit in here with us. Kong Min once again let out a bitter laugh. Was that really the case? Before coming here, she had already searched for more than a dozen dubbing companies, only for the other party to choose to reject them when they learned that she had messed with a certain big shot, fearing to be targeted by that person, not wanting to take on that risk. Just as Jiang Min got up in disappointment and prepared to leave, Xia Hanxue, who had rejected her, suddenly changed her words. It's true that I'm not the right place for you, but I can recommend a place where, if there's a company in the whole of Jiangqing that will take you in right now, it's got to be there. Vientiane Entertainment. You should know something about it, right? Regarding this Wanshan Entertainment Company, which had been in full swing recently, Jiang Min certainly knew about it, and although she had retired from the industry, she still paid a little attention to what was going on the internet. She felt hopeful though. After all, that person is also in the entertainment industry and no peer would want to accept a singer who has offended one of the top companies in the industry. Xia Hanxue saw her thoughts at a glance and smiled mysteriously. You have to try everything first. Maybe the owner of Wanshan Entertainment is a rash, and I've heard that he has excellent medical skills, so he might have a way to fix the auburn on you. Ah Chio. At the same time, in front of the collapsed bookstore across the street from River City University, Lu Xun, who was discussing with the contractor about how to decorate the bookstore, suddenly sneezed twice. He rubbed his reddened nose, looked around suspiciously, and muttered under his breath, odd, is it possible that I caught a cold from overstudying last night? It shouldn't be with my physical fitness, which must be cursing me behind my back. Don't let me catch. The contractor, who had finished his discussion, came over from the store, and he handed over a piece of paper with the calculated price of the renovation. Smiling benevolently, Brother Lu, here's the quotation. At present, the preliminary estimate of 2 floors decorated according to your idea, at least $8 million of renovation costs, because the materials are selected the best, to be shipped from the country, probably early next year can be completed. It's only the end of August, which means the renovation will take at least 5 months. After the renovation, we still have to wait for 2 months to disperse formaldehyde. That is to say, at least March next year before the bookstore can officially open, which is what Lu Xun predicted can be too much difference. Lu Xun glanced at the contractor and saw at a glance that the bastard was trying to be a money-adding resident. He is still waiting for the winter snow, and his daughter-in-law together in the bookstore fire enjoy the snow. That scene tsk. Think of it as very beautiful and cozy. Wait until next year when the renovations are done and you'll be looking at a load of snow. In the next second, Lu Xun pulled out his black card and waved it in front of the cheerful bagman. Cut the crap. I'll add 200,000 to the original. Give me 2 months to finish, not even a day slower. Can you do it? This time is a bit tight. I'm afraid. The contractor inwardly rejoiced, but his expression was one of difficulty. Lucian reminded with an expressionless face. 100,000. I advise you to take it as it comes. There are plenty of people to do it if you don't do it at that price. It's just a bit of trouble. Aha! The contractor froze at the words. Who dared to hesitate? And quickly nodded his head in response. All right, just 200,000. Within 2 months. Definitely finished. Definitely not a day's delay. Soon the two sides will draw up a good contract. After confirming that there is no error, they signed their names, and in the blink of an eye, 2 million spent. But Lucian did not have any psychological burden. After all, it is not his money that he spends, but the stinking S. Now although Wanxiang Entertainment has signed a lot of contracts, but after all, recruiting and filming everywhere to spend money. Lucian's savings have previously given the company as severance pay, but also can only use the daughter-in-law's money. But it doesn't matter. It's only $2 million. The big deal is that he'll work harder at night. He is at least the president of the entertainment company, a rare medical wizard in 100 years, and the face value of the galaxy. For $2 million a night, that's not too much, is it? It simply makes too much sense. Chapter 72 Fight to the death and don't let demon head Suno. The sky was fading, and the afterglow of the setting sun reflected the golden sunset in the sky, which was beautiful. At 6 o'clock in the evening, when it was not yet completely dark, the driver parked the car in front of the small courtyard of the villa and got out of the car to respectfully open the backseat door. Before Su Wanqing got off the car, the three cats couldn't wait to get out and scrambled towards the villa, with Big White running at the front and the two kittens following closely behind. Meow! The hidden door pushed open and a pungent aroma of meat drilled into his nose. In the corner, slices of recently cooked lamb were placed in the cat's rice tray, and in the small bowl next to it was lamb soup, which was as pure white as snow, with a lingering scent. By the time Su Wanqing walked into the living room, the three heartless cats had already tamped down their food and started drying it out. There was another figure in the kitchen that was constantly busy, and it was Lucian who had come home early to prepare dinner. Considering that he had overstudied a bit lately, he specially bought 5 pounds of mutton and 2 pounds of haggis and made a mutton soup pot, preparing to make up for it. Hearing the commotion in the living room, Lucian, who was still flavoring, took the time to say, "Why don't you go upstairs and take a shower first? This soup needs to simmer a bit longer before it tastes good. It should be almost ready by the time you're done." Having said that, showering alone is a little too lonely. Su Wanqing was thinking that it would be nice to have someone to bathe with her, so it was that her eyes were drawn to the little white man with the dry rice. This little kitty didn't grow much, but eating was the most vigorous one. Only brought back less than half a month, it gained a circle of weight, and its fur was more luxuriant than before, like a small white ball. Su Wanqing murmured with a light smile, "In that case, let's pamper you today." A few moments later, Xiao Bai, who was only half full, was forcibly taken captive by the demon empress, and no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't escape the clutches behind it, and could only be brought upstairs with its eyes wide open. Only Ah Huang and Dabai, who merely glanced at it and didn't care, continued to smother their heads and concentrate on their dry rice. When Su Wan finished cleaning the bath, Lucian's mutton soup just finished simmering, and then some green onions and cilantro before leaving the pot. It was called a full of appetite. The sky outside the door was silent and darkened by a black curtain. The two of them went upstairs to rest after dinner. Ah Huang and Big White also returned to their respective nests. The empty dark living room, only the pampered White is still aggrieved eating cat food, intended to make up for the wounded heart. The following weekend, August 24th, it was also Lucian's birthday, although he himself had long forgotten about it. After receiving Lu Xiaoyan's message, Lucian drove to his company early in the morning after dropping his daughter-in-law off downstairs. Lu Xiaoyan was waiting in front of the elevator early. After Lucian walked into the elevator, she then entered right after him. As the elevator doors slowly closed, the elevator began to rise slowly and didn't stop until it reached the floor belonging to Vientiane Entertainment. Just as the elevator door opened, Lucian saw 2 rows of people standing neatly in the doorway. As he appeared, the crowd of employees ready to greet him bowed in unison, their voices resounding and their faces refreshed. "Good morning, Mr. Lu. Good morning, Mr. Lu." The ones towards the front were basically the old employees who had been the last to be demobilized in the past, and towards the back were the new recruits, as well as a lot of artists who had just signed up not long ago, and all of them were curious and in a somewhat excited mood. Lucian has been legendarized in Vanguard Entertainment. They have long wanted to meet the real person, but it's just that after coming to the company for half a month, they haven't even seen Lucian's shadow. So when they heard that Lucian is coming to the company today, each of them put on their best behavior. Lucian couldn't help but look at the person beside him. Lu Xiaoyan pushed up her glasses and said faintly, "Don't you look at me. I've stopped it, but I can't stop them. And, building an image in front of subordinates is part of a leader's responsibility." This time Lucian read, "This is the top and bottom of the joint to screw him, so that he is forced to come to a passionate speech." Ah, really? It seems that this handsome one has to be played today. Ahem. Lucian cleared his throat. The entire room was suddenly quiet as a pin dropped, and dozens of pairs of eyes gazed at him in unison. Lucian looked around the crowd and said aloud, "There are quite a few old employees present who know that I, Lucian, am a shirker and like to be free and unencumbered, but the treatment that other companies have, I won't give a single penny less to all of you, and the benefits that other companies don't have, we also have will. In a word, in Wanxiang Entertainment, everything relies on the ability to speak. Subterfuge and bribery that set will not work in our place. Don't ask why. Ask is that I have a wife, and at the same time it is for the sake of the safety of your lives." He wasn't kidding about that. If the crazy knew someone was hitting on him, she'd be able to kill him right away with a kitchen knife. But it was that last sentence that was the least valued by the crowd. Instead, it was the beginning of the second sentence that was the most uplifting. The fact that you can be promoted fairly in the workplace on merit, without any bending of the rules, is exciting enough. It's just such a taken for granted point that 99% of the companies in this world can't make. Lucian spoke for a while, feeling a bit thirsty, before finally saying, "Recently, the company's business has been a bit busy, so everyone work harder and harder. Double all the wages and double the bonuses this month." The double lure of promotion and money drew the crowd to exuberance. Long live Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu is awesome. Looking at the way these people looked like they were going to lift themselves up and throw them into the sky, Lucian didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly drilled into the office. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the office door opened again. Lu Xiaoyan walked in with an individual. It was the former singer Jiang Min who was recommended to come. She had a complex expression on her face. Apparently she was present when Lucian gave his speech just now. She also didn't expect that there would be a boss as strange as Lucian. Lucian did not recognize her. Just vaguely feel a little familiar. Think about it but do not know where I have seen. He turned his head towards Lu Xiaoyan who walked to his side. Whispered, Xiaoyan, who's this? You called me over because of her? Lu Xiaoyan nodded. Here to apply for a job. Things are a bit complicated. Che, how complicated can it be to recruit someone? Xiaoyan, your ability still needs to be improved. Lucian skimmed his mouth and crossed his legs. This unflattering look, a far cry from just now. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyan didn't get angry and just replied calmly. It's not complicated. It's just that it was recommended by your ex-wife. Should I find a chance to talk to Mr. Su? Lucian, who heard this, nearly fell off his chair with weak legs. He held onto his desk and smiled awkwardly. She's busy with her day job, so I'd rather not bother her. What a joke. Let the Su devil know this. Surely thought he and Xia Hanxue that woman back there is still contact. Must be flayed alive their own knot. This is something you can't let her know. Chapter 73, Lu Family's Forbidden Technique, Ghost Gate 13 Needles. In a building in the center of Jiangcheng City, inside the president's office of Wanxiang Entertainment, as Jiang Min recounted her painful past, even Lu Xiaoyan was somewhat moved by it. After all, at the peak of her career, she actually encountered that kind of nasty thing. Otherwise, with Jiang Min's strength, there must be a place for her in the current Chinese singing scene. After listening, Lucian fell into deep thought. So listen to is quite poor, and Jiang Min is exactly what he currently needs: talent. But the problem is, this is Xia Hanxue recommended to Technically, it was kinda a gift to him. It's just that this gift is so risky if you take it. After thinking for a moment, Lucian suddenly made a decision. I'll sign you on, but on 2 conditions. First, once you sign you must stay in Wanxiang Entertainment for 5 years. As for the signing fee, I can only give you 300,000. If you want to terminate the contract within the signing time, you must pay 10 times the signing fee. Secondly, all of your previous as well as composed songs are copyrighted to our company, and are able to be used free of charge for life. A signing fee of $300,000 may seem like a lot, but it's really not enough for someone like Kong Min, who used to make millions of dollars a year 10 years ago. As for the songs she used to write, they certainly can't go to waste. Lucian will not let go of the wool that should be gripped at all. Jiang Min stood frozen in place, not frightened by the conditions Lucian said. On the contrary, both conditions were nothing to her nowadays. You can barely afford to eat, so what do you care what the signing fee is? It's a miracle any company would want to sign her now. A glimmer of tears swirled in Jiang Min's eyes as they slid down her cheeks, her body trembling slightly as she reached up to cover her mouth, sobbing slightly. This confused Lucian, who twisted his head to look at Lu Xiaoyan. Was the offer I made so outrageous? It made her cry. Lu Xiaoyan, who was on the side, said breathlessly, Mr. Lu, I think this is a high probability that she was touched. After all, in the entire Jiangcheng, it is estimated that we are the only company that dares to accept her. You don't say 300,000 signing fee, even if it's 100,000. I guess she won't refuse. Is that right? Lucian smacked his lips, but he didn't regret giving the price too high. After all, he is not a capitalist. Can't do to make people as cattle and horses. 300,000 is the price he gave after repeated deliberation. For a long time the office echoed with the sound of a woman sobbing. Lucian and Lu Xiaoyan didn't interrupt and silently waited for her to finish venting the grief in her heart. It was only after half an hour that Jiang Min wiped her tears and said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry Mr. Lu, it's me who lost my temper. Never mind. Lucian stepped forward and handed her 2 pieces of paper, reached out and put his hand on her shoulder, smiling lightly, welcome to join us, to Wanxiang Entertainment. As your initiation gift, I can make you a promise. No matter what kind of humiliation and torment you've been subjected to, as long as you can bring enough value to me, those humiliations, I'll get them back for you one by one. On the matter of protecting his shortcomings, Lucian had never lost to anyone. And these bruises on your face. Lucian paused, wanting Kong Min to be of maximum value to the company. It was natural for her to come out and sing, so the old wounds on her face and body had to be cleared away. These wounds were also observed by Lucian. If you had found a good doctor when you were first injured, these injuries would not have been difficult to deal with. But after 10 years, injuries that would have been good to deal with become bad to deal with because the cells have become necrotic. So, to fix the marks on your face and body, you need to go under the knife to cut away the necrotic parts and let the skin grow back. That's still a pretty big risk for the average level of doctor. If you don't do it gently, you'll probably be completely disfigured and never be able to fix it again. Half an hour later, Lucian's office, Song Ling, who had hurriedly arrived, swept an expressionless glance at Jiang Min, who was standing next to him, then looked at Lucian and said faintly, so, you want me to heal her for free? Hey, everyone will be teammates from now on. I'm sure this little favor Mist Song will definitely help, right? Of course. Why should I be at your beck and call if I don't help? Besides, why don't you help heal her yourself? That shouldn't mean anything to you. I can handle it. But, men and women are not related to each other. If my daughter-in-law knew, she would kill me. There is no lack of private parts of Jiang Min's injuries, not to mention Su Wanqing disagrees. Even Lucian himself is a bit psychologically resistant. It always feels like cheating. Therefore, Song Ling became the best candidate. After all, he had been taught by the patriarch since he was a child. So I believe that this level of matter was still not a problem. Please Mist Song, as long as you can cure my face, I'll be willing to be an ox or a horse if you want me to. Jiang Min begged in a low voice, looking so pitiful. Seeing this, Song Ling's heart softened in the end. Her grandfather had taught her since she was a child to do good and virtuous deeds, and to perform the good deeds that she could perform, which made her a qualified Chinese medicine practitioner. She sighed softly. It's okay to treat her, but not for nothing. Lucian nodded. What is the request? You say. Song Ling suddenly looked at Lucian with a burning gaze as she spoke. It's very simple. Just answer me one question. Grandpa said that you're the heir to the Lu family's ancient medical lineage. So have you learned the Ghost Gate 13 needles, which was once the Lu family's untransmitted masterpiece? Song Ling didn't avoid suspicion when he asked this question, because even the insiders only very few people know the Ghost Gate 13 needles, not to mention the layman, even if they know it is useless. There are 1,000 kinds of needles in the world, and the most powerful ones are the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate. According to rumors, once all 13 needles of the Ghost Gate are performed, even a dead person can be pulled back from the Ghost Gate, but the person who performs the needles will not be able to withstand the karma and die violently as a result. This is not an alarmist statement, but the truth. The so-called cause and effect is also not the cause and effect in metaphysics, but the most important essence of man. When one's essence is depleted, the only way is to die. Therefore, the Lu family has classified this needle method as a forbidden art, not to mention the branch lineage of the Lu family in Jiang province. Even if it is the Lu family's own family, there is no one who has practiced it. 10 minutes later, the closed office door opened. Song Ling, who had gotten the answer, left Wanxiang Entertainment with Jiang Min, who had put on her mask again, and she suddenly looked forward a little to the upcoming competition between the two provinces in a month. After dealing with the matter of Jiang Min, Lucian pretended to deal with some documents, nodding his head from time to time, but he actually only needed to sign. After all, these documents had already been analyzed by Lu Xiaoyan, a competent general. Otherwise they would not have appeared on his desk. 5 p.m. As the sun closes in on the pale remnants of its light, Lucian drove home after a busy day. Outside the small courtyard Rolls-Royce is quietly parked. But what makes Lucian puzzled is that through the window to see the living room is a little gray and low. The home does not look like someone. Where's his daughter-in-law of that age? Holding this doubt, Lucian reached out and pushed the door open. Almost immediately after the door opened, the living room was suddenly lit up with blinding lights, and several different voices, both male and female, accompanied by the sound of boom, came to his ears. In a flash, countless gift flowers floated down in the air. Happy birthday, brother Lucian. Chapter 74, Lucian's birthday, 8:24. Lucian was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. I saw Su Lei and Jiang Xiaoye, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, standing by the door, holding the finished salute in their hands, and the colorful and brightly colored salutes were still flying in the mid-air, and everything came so unawares. The living room was refreshed and a banner was pulled up high with his name on it. There were nice little trinkets of all colors hanging from the stairway railing. Even the 3 big white cats, with red ribbons hung around their necks, were playing with each other. But for the most conspicuous has to be the big 4-tier cake in the center. Lucian is still the first time to see such a big cake. While Lucian was distracted, a birthday hat that looked like a crown was placed on his head. Jiang Xiaoye wore grayback pants today. Her pale hair set off her incomparably cute. She said with her hands behind her back, smiling, "Happy birthday, brother Lucian. How's that for a surprise?" Was it a surprise? Su Lei proudly pointed at the surrounding decorations. "These are a lot of hard work for me to do all afternoon. Buddy, enough? You guys didn't even say anything when your birthday arrived. We wouldn't have known if sister-in-law hadn't informed us." It wasn't that Lucian wasn't righteous. It was really that he himself really didn't know about the birthday thing. Su Wanqing from the end of the dishes from the kitchen out, wearing a red dignified long dress, incomparably gorgeous, like a shining red pearl, is rare to draw a fine makeup. This was the first time Lucian had seen her put on makeup and dress herself up, and it was as if her entire charm had risen another notch. I've painted it before, but it wasn't this elaborate. Seeing this guy looking frozen, Su Wanqing couldn't help but blank him after placing the dishes on the table. "What are you standing around for? Come and eat." "Oh, here we go." Lucian rubbed his hands together excitedly and walked over to the dining table and sat down. "I can't see that your daughter-in-law can cook. I thought you could only bubble noodles. It's really out of my expectation. It should be edible, right? Su Wanqing, don't force me to slap you on your birthday. Shut up and eat obediently." Lucian, "Yes, sir." 2 people this special way of conjugal love can be. Jiang Xiaoye and Su Lei looked dumbfounded. The genus is a little difficult to bandage, because Su Wanqing didn't like a too noisy environment. She only called Jiang Xiaoye and Su Lei, but it was enough for Lucian. Thinking that after dinner can receive gifts, Lucian dry rice speed cannot help but accelerate some. He is very curious daughter-in-law will give him to prepare what gift. It should not be a rabbit girl suited. Although he was a decent man, it wasn't unacceptable if his daughter-in-law had to wear it. The excessive dinner was over in less than half an hour. The lights in the living room suddenly went out. In the darkness, the candle burning flame is very bright red. The doorway drilled in a wisp of breeze, blowing this already small fire, constantly swaying. After Lucian closed his eyes and made a wish, he took a deep breath and blew out the candle. The lights in the living room came on again. Su Lei heartily handed over a gift-wrapped box. "Here, this is my favorite Asuna figure, or the black silk model. I was so happy for a month when I grabbed it. I'm giving it to you." Lu sank in silence and took it, pondering where this thing should be placed in the future. It seems as if, doesn't do much good, does it? Is it hard to look at this thing and jerk off? But he doesn't have a thing for secondaries either. Well, compared to Su Lei's collection, Jiang Xiaoye's gift is much more normal. She took out a more famous incense, with the effect of condensing qi and tranquilizing the mind, placed in the bedroom just right. "Thank you, Luna. I love this gift." Hey, it's good that you like it." Jiang Xiaoye rubbed her head in embarrassment. Immediately after that, of course, the most important gift of all made its appearance. Facing Lucian's burning and expectant gaze, Su Wanqing calmly got up from behind the table and casually fished out the long-prepared, palm-sized gift box from under the table. Although it was not a rabbit girl gift, Lucian still had some expectations. The gift box did not weigh much in his hand. He asked, "Can I open it now?" "Sure." Upon hearing this, Lucian couldn't wait to unwrap it. It turned out that inside the box was a men's Mobius ring pendant, which was made of 2 small round rings intersecting each other, and Lucian felt that it was a bit rough to the touch, so he took a closer look at it. It was surprising to find that there was also small lettering engraved on the side of the small ring. One was imprinted with his name, while the other was imprinted with Su Wanqing's name, symbolizing that the relationship between the two is like these 2 little rings, forever intertwined and never to be separated. Su Wanqing was rarely a little shy and nervous. She slightly raised her chin and hummed lightly. "I had this pendant custom made, and it's also a promise that you can use it to make a wish with me, and as long as I can do it, I won't say no." "Any wish at all?" Lucian inquired curiously. Su Wanqing originally wanted to say yes, but when she thought of her own man's punching character, she stifled her words and turned to snort. If you ever use it to get me to agree to something like you going to another woman for a quickie, I promise you'll die a horrible death. Lucian scratched his head in embarrassment. Good lord, this woman has learned to snatch answers now. While he did think that for a moment just now, it was only a joking thought. Alright, let's cut the cake quickly. I haven't eaten such a high-class cake before. It looks so delicious. Jiang Xiaoye clapped her hands and handed Lucian the knife for cutting the cake. Outside the window, the sky has long been dark. The coolness is isolated outside the villa. The villa is lively, inside and outside as if it were two worlds. It's been an incredibly long night. The next day, the sun was shining outside the window. Lucian, whose eyes were pierced by the light, opened his eyes in a daze. Into the eyes is the familiar ceiling. A pair of beautiful legs clamped on his waist. Beside him came the subtle sound of breathing. Still the daughter-in-law's best octopus sleeping position. Peeling away her hands and feet, Lucian casually took the great white, who was lying on top of him, and stuffed it into Su Wanqing's arms, then gently got out of bed to wash up. Su Wanqing, who was still asleep, was not aware of this, and hugged the soft thing in her arms a little tighter, as if she was dreaming of some kind of gourmet food, and suddenly opened her mouth to take a bite down. Bitten in the flesh. Great white, it was partial to it and could not resist. Humans, what horrible creatures. By the time Lucian went downstairs to the living room, the table was still covered with last night's mess, and how could he have time to clean all this up after getting high until after 3 a.m. Last night. As a result, he still had to do the cleanup now. Alas, Brother Shinai was born to be a laborer. It's time to pick up the pace next. Chapter 75, the Chinese medicine competition begins. Time flew by, and the peaceful days passed day by day. The renovation of the opposite side of the university town is in full swing, and after 1 month it has already taken shape, so I believe it won't be long before it will be brand new. And with the momentum created by Vientiane Entertainment, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, Kangmin once again announced her comeback and brought out her new song, immediately gaining a loyal fan base by relying on the influence she had built up before. Over a period of time, it even appeared frequently on the Twitter hot list. Of course, other things have happened in that 1 month. For example, the 2 little cats had grown another round, and their meal sizes were also increasing with each passing day. If they continued to grow with this momentum, it was estimated that Su Wanqing could no longer play with them as little toys. As summer turns to fall, it is accompanied by a big competition between the 2 provinces' TCM associations. This was an incredibly important matter for both provinces, and in addition to the people from the Chinese Medicine Association, a number of leaders from the Western Medicine Association and the Crown were also present to watch the battle. The capital city of Jiang Province is Jinling City, and at this moment, in a garden in Jinling City that was not open to the public, in the center of the garden was a square where the contestants were basically already in place, and the stone steps around them were filled with medical enthusiasts and members of the medical association, all gazing down at the field below. In an attic building next to it, the leaders of the 2 arriving provinces and the president of the Provincial Association of Chinese and Western Medicine sat in a row, looking down at the upcoming competition. The atmosphere was a bit depressing and dull. The first to speak was the president of the Jin Province Chinese Medicine Association, Wu Jinfu. He stroked his beard and smiled sideways. Old Song, I heard that you'll have to step down next year. This is the last time you'll lead a team to participate in the National Chinese Medicine Exchange Competition. In past years, you always missed a move. I just don't know how this year's players will be. The National Young Chinese Medicine Association competition is a competition in which provinces are selected from each region to participate, with the winner advancing. And Jiang Province and Jin Province have already faced each other more than once, but each time, Jin Province won as a result. The year before last, Jin Province even ranked in the top 10. Get a lot of resources. This year's momentum is bound to be even stronger. In terms of ability, Song Guorong is only higher than Wu Jinfu. However, the competition was more than the ability of the younger generation, not the ability of the older generation. Even if Sang Guorong was more powerful, he could only watch from outside the field, and was not allowed to interfere with the competition inside the field. The pale old man frowned, not aroused to anger. Rather, it was because there was someone on their side who wasn't there. There is no set time, but if no one is present when it is their turn to play, they will be counted as a forfeit. 2 referees walked to the center of the field, the vice presidents of the 2 provincial medical associations. One of them, a middle-aged woman with short shoulder-length hair, said aloud, "All, silence." The audience around them, who were originally still chattering and discussing, heard the commotion and consciously shut their mouths. Seeing this, Yuan Lang, the vice president of the Jiang Province Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, slowly recounted the rules of the competition. This year's rules are the same as those of previous years, with representatives from both sides of the competition drawing lots to decide on the items to be competed for, followed by each sending out 3 people, using a 2 out of 3 system. I hope the participating players will keep one thing in mind: friendship first, competition second. Now, will the representatives of both sides please come forward and draw lots? The drawing ceremony was not complicated. On a long table were placed 10 wooden sticks that had been disturbed, and the items of the competition were engraved on the sticks. 2 bouts will be drawn by representatives of both sides, and if a third round is possible, the host, Jiang Province, will decide the final round of bouts. 1 person came out of each side of the line. On Jiang Province's side was naturally Songling, who had high hopes, while the one who came out of Jin Province was a tall man with eyeglasses. The invited spectators around the room began to murmur. In previous years, Jin Province has always won, and I see that this year is probably no exception. Moreover, the one who appeared this year is also the youngest city vice president Jin Province has ever had, and it's said that he has long since passed the Great Warlock rank, so his future is unlimited. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Ling is a direct descendant of Elder Song, and he is also already a great warlock, and he is only 27 years old this year. Precisely because this Song Ling is only 27 years old, she is definitely stronger than Liang Shang in the future. But right now she has only just passed the Great Warlock exam not long ago, while Liang Shang is 34 this year, and has already been immersed in this level of the Great Warlock for 4 long years, with a lot of experience. The draw had only just begun and the crowd outside the arena was already arguing, while Song Ling and Liang Shang had handed over the drawn lots to the referees. The 2 referees, after looking at them, glanced at each other and opened their mouths one after another. The first contest item, poison cleansing. The second contest item, acupuncture. The so-called cleansing is naturally impossible to detoxify the poisoned person, and different methods of removing different poisons are different. So if someone draws the easy one and someone draws the hard one, it would be unfair to the competition. Therefore, the clearing of poison is done by 2 judges who give the name of the poison and the time of poisoning, etc. And the antidote is written on paper by 2 contestants who must be experts in antidotes who know all kinds of poisons well. In total, there are 26 contenders in the province of Jiang, including many experts in detoxification. After Song Ling returned to the group, he immediately looked at a bearded man located at the back of the crowd and said softly, "Big brother Lei, I'll leave this first one to you." The crowd looked behind them. The bearded man's name is Lei Qingjie and he just happens to be stuck at the restricted entry age of 35. In terms of the person who was the most skillful at detoxifying poison among this group, it would be him without a doubt. Lei Qingjie took 2 steps forward, an honest, naive smile on his face, and said, "I'm not guaranteeing a win, but I'm definitely going to do my best." The rest of the group chimed in. "Brother Lei, don't be a wimp. Go up on the opposite side." I've long looked at that group of unpleasant. Just because we've been in the top 10 once, we don't give a damn about us. We have to teach them a lesson today. We're definitely going to win this year. That's right, Ali gives. Those who attended were young people who hadn't been ostracized for their rankings when they were studying, so they were all indignant at the moment, wanting to make a clean breast of it. Lei Qingjie nodded, and after taking a deep breath to ease his tension, he walked towards the front. Song Ling looked at his back and fell into deep thought. If she could, she would have wanted to go on stage herself for this first match. She was quite good at detoxification, and as long as the other party's representative didn't go on stage herself, she had a good chance of winning. As for the second acupuncture, it can go to Lushan. In this way, the Jiang Province Chinese Medicine Association would be able to win this first round with overwhelming strength. It was supposed to be like this, but how come that guy hasn't arrived at such a critical time? Where the hell did it die? It's not like you're on the verge of running away, is it? It's unbelievable that you can be late for such an important occasion. Men are really unreliable. Chapter 76, The Late Arrival of Lushan. The players chosen by the representatives of both sides sit facing each other. A blank sheet of paper and pen were placed on the table in front of each of them for writing down the answers later. Yuan Lang looked at the 2 men pondering in his mind. He was well aware of Lei Qingjie's ability, and was very talented in detoxification, but this time the opponent was Jin Province. Jin Province has many mountain ranges under its jurisdiction, with countless kinds of poisonous insects, and the local doctors are naturally experienced in detoxification, while Jiang Province, which is located by the sea, is relatively not exposed to so many kinds of poisons, so it is a bit inferior in this aspect of detoxification compared to Jin Province. Moreover, this time, Jin Province sent a young talent from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Topics are intelligently selected by a computer from among the thousands of serious toxic categories recorded in the library. Yuan Lang looked at his cell phone and read, Question 1, Shio Hatoba, time of poisoning, 2 hours. When the 2 contestants were given the questions, They immediately picked up their pens at the table and started answering. Just as Song Ling kept cursing Lucian, some people on the Jin province team's side started discussing in low voices. Brother Liang, if Wei Chang wins the first round, Song Ling will definitely be on the field herself in the second round. She is Song Lao's personal heirloom, and we're guessing that you're the only one who can match up with her here. What do you mean by rivaled? With Liang's strength, it's a sure win. Okay, yes, but I'm not afraid of the unexpected. I've heard that Song Ling has already learned her grandfather's 9 needles of returning yang. Just as these people were arguing, Liang Shang, who was holding his hands at the side, finally spoke, and he faintly said, "Who said I was going to go out in the second round? Since Song Ling she wants to win, then let her win. So what if I let her have one set? Then once she's on the court, wait until the third match, I'll see who can compete with me." At these words, the crowd fell silent. Although this is a bit of a victory, but this is to fight for the glory of their respective hometowns, as long as they can get the resources. So what if the victory is not a victory? The result ended up being no surprise to Liang Shang, with Wei Chang winning the first game. Traditional Chinese medicine family heritage is not just playing around. Lei Qingjie, although talented, but ultimately only active in the area of Jiang province, compared to Wei Chang, insight is still lacking. Lei Qingjie lowered his head and returned to the team with a guilty conscience. Before he could open his mouth, Song Ling couldn't care less about his anxiety and spoke out to comfort him. "It's alright, big brother Lei. Everyone knows that you've tried your best. If you have the same origin, you're definitely no worse than the other side. You go ahead and rest and relax." "Good, then I'm counting on you for the rest." Just as his words fell, the female referee began to announce the second match. "Please invite both participants in the second match to the stage." This second match was acupuncture, which was what Song Ling was best at. This one was best suited and could only be played by her, whether it was for the reputation of the Chinese medicine community in Jiang province, or for her grandfather. Song Lao's experience and caliber had actually reached that of a sage long ago, but the reason why he had been hovering at the level of a zongsher was that he was not well known due to the fact that he was teaching his juniors and his reputation was not obvious, resulting in his popularity not being high. This national Chinese medicine competition is the last chance. As Song Ling took the stage, the Jin province team also sent one person. To the disappointment of all the spectators, this person was not Liang Shang, let alone the rest of the geniuses in the team, but instead was an unknown youth whose ability was only at the bottom of the team. The audience couldn't help but crack up. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how shameless, to let a weakest on stage? Isn't this a clear sign of trickery? Oh duh, it's called a ploy, okay? You know. What did you just say? Say it again if you dare. Say what you want. Come me if you don't. See if the referee will throw you out. Even though Yuan Lang's heart was not willing, he could only raise his hand in a gesture. The second contest begins. As his words fell, 2 patients with weak legs and feet were pushed onto the stage. This time patients who were literally transferred from major hospitals and had signed a confidentiality agreement before they arrived not to spread the word about what was going on here. The conditions for winning the acupuncture competition are simple, 20 patients in total, the difficulty of applying needles from low to high, and the first player to save all the patients wins. The most important thing to consider when applying needles is the word stability, and the mind is the most important. And in this kind of efficiency with people, the mind is even more important, and the slightest carelessness will lead to a loss of success. When the first patient who was unable to walk was wheeled closer, the Jin team's side was still examining, while Song Ling had already locked in the cause of the disease with his experience, took out a box of silver needles, and controlled the force to stab the patient's legs. After 3 minutes, the patient with weak legs was surprised to feel his legs like electric current flashing through them, and his numb legs seemed to be able to exert force, and he was pleasantly surprised. He was a laborer at a nearby construction site and accidentally fell from the 3rd floor while carrying something, and both of his legs were injured because of this and he could not exert himself. He almost thought that he would never be able to stand up in his life, so who would support his wife and children? As the man got up from his wheelchair with a crooked strain, he thanked him excitedly. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you. You're welcome. You'll need 2 more days of rest for your leg to get back to normal." After dealing with the first patient, Song Ling immediately began to work on examining the cause of the second patient's illness, while at this time, the Jin province contestant next to him had only just begun to administer needles to the first patient, creating a stark difference between the two. The good thing was that the man was not meant to win, so there was no rush. Time passed by. After nearly an hour, Song Ling had already treated the 19th patient, and when she saw that she was about to come to the last one, her movement stopped and she stood still. The audience looked puzzled and at first thought she was resting, but after 10 minutes had passed, pale spirit still hadn't moved. "What's wrong? You're about to win. Why are you starting to freak out?" "I don't know. Probably waiting for the Jin players to catch up." "Wait? I'm afraid that humiliation is more like it." Originally I heard that Jiang province's TCM doctors were of high moral character, but now it seems to be just like that. Don't you open your stinking mouth and talk nonsense. Dr. Song is not that kind of person. The truth of course wasn't what they thought. The reason why Song Ling didn't move was simply stalling for time. She knew very well that the remaining people on her side would not be a match for Liang Sheng at all, so she could only go and bet on a slim hope that the bastard who was late would come in time. Another 20 minutes passed. Just as the Jin player was also treating his last patient, Song Ling sighed inwardly, knowing that he could not delay any longer, and decisively picked up the silver needle again and struck again. The bout finally ended after 7 minutes. Second match. Jiang Province wins. It's currently 1-1 between the two sides, and we're about to start the third and final round of the bout. The referee's voice echoed through the venue, followed by the long-discussed third bout item, which was finally unveiled under the audience's expectant gaze. The third contest. Boiled medicine. Will both players please enter? On the side of the Jin Province team, Liang Sheng did not hesitate to get up and walk to the center of the field. At this moment, he had already won. With the remaining people on the side of the Jiang Province team, none of them were his opponent. Unbeknownst to him, he would soon regret why he hadn't just gone up to the second one to quickly settle the bout, because that's the only glimmer of a chance for Jin to win. Moments later, seeing that Jiang Province's side had delayed in sending out a player, the female referee from Jin Province's side was disgruntled and urged, "Please ask the Jiang Province team to send their players as soon as possible without delay." Just as Song Ling gritted his teeth and prepared to assign someone to the stage, sudden laughter echoed from the quiet venue. Sorry ha, just got lost, please move over. I'm a player. Chapter 77, The Record of 10,000 Medicines. Players? The competition had reached the final round, but surprisingly, no one had even arrived. The crowd followed the sound and found a tall young man wearing a black shirt and a pair of toed sunglasses in front of his forehead, giving a few cynical impressions. Seeing Lucian finally catch up, Song Guorong, who was watching the battle from the attic, finally relaxed. Wu Jinfu, who noticed this subtle change in him, frowned slightly and unnoticeably, an unpleasant premonition arising from his heart, yet he could not tell why. This kid is Song's helper? He looked younger than Song Ling. Could this old man be suffering from dementia? Lucian looked left and right, and after realizing Song Lao and the others sitting in the attic, he hurriedly shouted, Old Master Song, my daughter-in-law is still stopped outside. You give the security guards outside a squeak. Let them let go." Originally, he wanted to directly call out the old man, but thinking that there were so many people present, more or less to give some face, so he narrowly changed his mouth. Song Guorong smiled and whispered to the staff behind him. Not a moment later, led by 2 security guards, a stunning woman walked this way, also wearing toadstool sunglasses, followed by 3 well-behaved cats, 2 white and 1 yellow. Originally, Lucian had left early on a plane to come to Jinling, but as a result, who knew that the venue of the competition was so remote, which caused him to come late, definitely not wanting to be the last one to pull up like the protagonist in the TV. Lucian stepped forward to the center of the competition stage. Although Song Ling was furious, he still reminded, the last game is boiling medicine. It's the other team's captain himself. His ability is no weaker than mine. You'd better bring out your full strength. Don't worry, if I do it, I'll get it right. Although Song Ling was helpless, he could only trust Lucian and retreated back to the group after the reminder. There was not a single person on this side of the Jiang Province team who knew Lucian. As for the 2 that competed with Lucian last time, they didn't even come because of a breakdown in their minds, which led to no one in the team knowing how strong Lucian was except for Song Ling. Facing their puzzled gazes, Song Ling could only return, "His caliber is not below mine, even higher." Those words made the crowd even more curious. The female referee saw that everyone had arrived before she continued. The third match officially begins. Please both sides boil the medicine according to the prescription. There are a total of 7 medicines. Each person only has 1 chance each time. If they make a mistake, they will be directly out of the game. After the medicine is successfully boiled, the 2 presidents will be the ones to judge the strengths and weaknesses. If they are unable to judge the difference, the one who finishes first will win. At the referee's signal, the infusions and casseroles were brought in turn. Don't think it's just a simple matter of boiling the medicine. Since it's a test of the contestant's standard, the difficulty is naturally different from the ordinary boiling of medicine, and there are dozens of herbs needed for just 1 prescription. Without a proficient level of understanding of herbal medicine, it can take a long time just to find the medicine. Liang Sheng, who got the casserole and prescription, hand and foot numbly selected from a pile of medicinal herbs required for the prescription, and soon gathered more than 20 kinds of medicinal herbs. When he saw Lucian, who was standing still without making a move, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you planning to give up early? That's good, so as not to lose face later. At those words, Lucian twisted his head to look at the referee and pointed at him. Referee, this one is so yucky, can I whip him first? Hearing this request, the audience looked at each other. Even Liang Shang was taken aback. It's not like he's here to compete. He's clearly a gangster. Yuan Lang said with a dark face. Not now, but after the competition we couldn't care less. Oh, that means you can draw people after the competition. Immediately afterward he added. Then can you bring me 6 more casseroles? It's too much trouble to boil them one by one. Please give me the rest of the prescription along with it. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Who does not know that boiling medicine is the most costly? Not to mention that there are so many kinds of medicinal herbs stacked on top of each other. 7 medicines that there are at least 100 kinds of medicinal herbs. So distracted. How can you control the fire? Does this guy think he's oblivious? Yuan Lang was hesitant, but after seeing Song Lao's signaling eyes, he finally nodded his head. Could be. Soon, 6 more good casseroles were placed in a circle in the center of the field, leaving only a gap for easy access to the medicine. Lucian stopped talking more nonsense, and after merely glancing at the prescription, he kneaded it into a ball and threw it into the trash can, and began to select the herbs. What a coincidence that he happened to have learned all these remedies. Although the total number of herbs used in the 7 prescriptions was only about 150 odd kinds of herbs, in order to increase the difficulty, a lot of herbs that could not be used were deliberately put in, and they added up to nearly 300 kinds of herbs in a piecemeal manner. Since they are all stored separately, they do not affect the potency. However, if the boiling was too slow, causing the herbs to soak in water for too long, the effect of the herbs would also be affected. Therefore, from the very beginning, Liang Shang had his horsepower on full blast. Unfortunately, the one he was up against happened to be Lucian. While he still needed to take the prescription and look for herbs, Lucian looked like he had boiled it hundreds of times before, and in no time, he found the herbs needed for the 2 prescriptions and started boiling them. Only after placing the medicines in the 2 casseroles in turn did he continue to start preparing the 3rd medicine. In the attic, the vice-governor of Jin province saw Lucian like this and couldn't help but be suspicious. Elder Tsong, what exactly is the person on this stage? He looks as if he has long been familiar with the medicinal formula to be examined. The Jiang province leader sniffed and narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you trying to say that we cheated and revealed the prescription in advance? No, of course I don't mean that. I still trust Elder Tsong's character. I'm just a little curious about the origins of this little guy on the stage. Wu Jinfu didn't say anything because he knew that revealing the prescription was something impossible. The medicinal formulas for the exam were only determined after the 2nd round of the competition had ended earlier. There was no possibility of leakage. Could it be that this son was lucky and the medicinal formulas drawn happened to be the ones he knew? There are so many types of Chinese medicines in China, and there are even more prescriptions that can be composed. Even some long-established veteran Chinese medicine practitioners need to administer medicines to unfamiliar prescriptions. After all, not everyone can have a strong memory. Seeing that they were all so curious, Song Lao laughed out loud. His eyes glanced at the young woman sitting inside the attic sipping tea, and he blandly said, Xiao Wu, I don't know if you still remember the 10,000 medicine record, the book of all medicines? This name Wu Jinfu of course remember. There was once a saint spent 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, looking for the world's large and small prescriptions, recorded in a book. The name of the book is 10,000 Medicines Record. He had tried to find it once, but had come up empty-handed, only because that is the Lu family's secret, even if it is burned. We'll never give outsiders to read. Lu Xiaoqian, who had been drinking tea inside the attic since the beginning of the competition, finally got up and came to the viewing platform, saying as she walked, there are as many as thousands of medicinal prescriptions recorded in the 10,000 Medicines Record, encompassing more than 98% of the current number of medicinal prescriptions in the country of China. And if the guy down there has familiarized himself with the 10,000 Medicines Record since he was a young boy, then it's no surprise that he's acting like this now. Chapter 78 Zheng Province Wins, Land Sinking Crisis. No one in the room questioned Lu Xiaoqian's words, because she was from the Lu family. This time she even came to watch this year's competition on behalf of the Lu family, and at the same time, her words also revealed a message. That junior down there, is he from the Lu family? Wu Jinfu murmured in a low voice. But rumor has it that this line of the Lu family in Zheng province has not already given up the family's Chinese medicine heritage? Then what's wrong with this kid? While several people were talking, Lucian had already arranged the herbs for the 7 medicines in front of the casserole. As if he had practiced it 1,000 times, he added the medicines to the casserole in order according to the fire, and controlled the fire from time to time. The scene dazzled Liang Shang, who was watching from the side. Theoretically, this way of boiling medicine by Lucian can be realized, but that requires superb memory and brain processing ability, or else it will be a pot of chaos. A pot of chaos. Is this really something that people can do? next to the viewing area. Su Wanqing didn't know how much gold Lucian's hand contained, but looking at the jaw-dropping expressions of the people around her, she could roughly guess some of it. After taking 2 pictures of Lucian, she looked down at her cell phone to make a travel guide. Since she had come to Jinling, of course she had to have a good time before going back, otherwise she wouldn't have followed her here specifically. Otherwise, does she really think she's a dog licker? She follows wherever Lucian runs. She's certainly not that kind of person. As time passed, under the tremendous psychological pressure, Liang Shang gradually messed up, although he hadn't made any mistakes yet, but his mouth was whispering consolingly, "Impossible, impossible. This kid must be pretending. At his age, how can he be skilled in medicine to this extent? He must be trying to use this to make me reveal my flaws." When Song Ling saw this, he couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. Think about it. These people since childhood in the elders under the teaching of Chinese medicine. It takes more than 10 years to be able to begin, and then further requires extreme self-discipline. Will be the various aspects of knowledge polished and refined before they can enter the classroom. But it turns out that after so many years of hard work, it is still inferior to a junior who is 10 years younger. Not to mention Liang Shang, even Song Ling herself. If she didn't know that Lu Shen was a member of the Lu family, she was afraid that her mind would have to collapse. Boiling medicine was the most time and energy consuming. Even Lu Shen couldn't possibly make the herbs evaporate faster with a single incantation like some brain-dead novels. 3 hours have passed since the 3rd exam. Most of the day was spent in the competition. Some left in the middle of the day to go eat, while others were dripping with excitement as they watched every move of the 2 on the stage. As for the leaders of the 2 provinces, they have long since left. After all, they still have official business. It is impossible to keep consuming. And the result is already obvious. There is no sense to continue to stay. At 3:30 p.m., Lucian took the lead in turning off the fire and serving the medicine. Another hour or so passed before Liang Shang tiredly turned off the fire and raised his hand with difficulty. "Ref, I'm done too." 7 bowls of pitch-black Chinese medicine were brought to the table of the 2 presidents. Sang Guorong and Wu Jinfu picked up the small spoon on the table and tasted it. With their caliber, they only needed to taste it to know the general effectiveness of the bowl of medicine. It wasn't too different from Lucian's just now, which was expected by the pale old man. After all, the Lu family's ancient medicine specializes in needlework, not boiling medicines. Even so, the time it takes for the 2 to get out of the drug is an insurmountable gap. It seems that this year's 2 provinces competition should also end. Sang Guorong stroked his beard with a red face. "Humph, count your old boy lucky to have found such a little monster." Wu Jinfu let out a cold snort and flung his sleeves away inwardly in an unwilling manner. The final match came to a close, and the biggest dark horse of the day was undoubtedly Lu Shen. Jin Province, which should be expected to be in the top 10, was eliminated, and Jiang Province, which has been silent for several years, rushed out. Is it a return to the past, or is it a flight from the shackles of the past? Leaving the audience's applause like thunder. A long time, present in the audience are not the leading doctors in various regions. Can be predicted that after tonight, Lu Shen's name will resound through the medical profession in the north and south of the Yangtze River. Let's go, daughter-in-law. Now speed up, you should still be able to see the night view. Aha! Lu Shen took Su Wanqing's small hand and walked towards the bottom of the mountain, the shadows of the 2 of them lengthening under the reflection of the streetlights. What Lu Shen didn't know was that there were eyes that had been staring at him in the dark. In a gazebo with no one around, Lu Xiaoqian dialed out a call. After the other end was connected, she told the results of today's 3 competitions truthfully, including Lu Shen's identity, without the slightest concealment. "Uncle, what's next? To pull him back into the family?" There was silence on the other end for a moment, and the man's low voice came out. "This information is of some value. Credit you. You've been running around for the family for a while now, you're tired. Find a place to rest and relax. I'll let you know when you're needed." Good. The call hung up in less than a minute. Knowing that her uncle is trying to avoid her, Lu Xiaoqian is not chagrined in the least. She has experienced too many such things, and her purpose has been achieved. The Lu family has an ancestral motto. Whether it is a subfamily or the main family must strictly abide by, if there is a descendant of the clan to learn the ancient medical inheritance, need to be cultivated at all costs, and in the future the whole clan, to be the head of it. The purpose of this ancestral rule is to maximize the preservation of the Lu family's heritage. Unbeknownst to them, under the changing times, most of the clan members, except the main family, have given up Chinese medicine and switched to Western medicine, and nowadays, a person who has been in a position of power for a long time and is used to enjoying power and status, let him give up his position again to a latecomer, and even have to listen to his instructions. Can he be willing? Early the next morning, Lu Shen was then pulled up by Su Wanqing, and the 2 of them left the hotel after washing up to start today's tour program. In the core commercial development area of Jinling, high-rise buildings stand like a dense forest. On the top floor of one of the buildings, a middle-aged man with a serious and darkly hostile face walked into the office, and he bowed slightly towards the respected old man sitting behind the desk. Father, well, all investigated? Sure, it's your brother's kid. So far it can be determined. We also found their current location. Secretly take the ancient medical books away, according to the rules of the clan. Without waiting for him to finish, the old man waved his hand casually. Some useless things, take away, take away. Don't pay attention to them. Anyway, it can't create a threat. As for this nephew of yours, to send to prison to spend a good time. I don't want him to appear in Jiang province again. I see. Sent his grandson to prison with his own hands, spoken like an outsider. The man had long been accustomed to this cold and unfeeling face, and he answered and then turned away. Chapter 79, Su Lei's Past. After the end of the two-province competition between Jiang province and Jin province, the Chinese medicine industry throughout the country knows that Jiang province has produced a Chinese medicine genius, coupled with Song Ling, a talented young woman who carries a prestigious reputation. One can't help but feel that this is not a run for the top 10. This is clearly a run for the top 3. For a while, those provinces that won the two-province showdown were all under great pressure, grasping this remaining time for a rainy day and beginning to drill. But I'm afraid they couldn't have imagined it. This time was Lucian's entrance show and his last outing in front of the public. The fall rains are incessant, and the river city is covered by a roiling haze all day long. Residents go out less frequently, making those small restaurant owners worried, just waiting for the spring festival to come. At the same time, the fall is also the off-season of the bathhouse. Even the usual daily business of the carefree bathhouse, these 2 days is also a sparse source of customers. Su Lei sat on the small horse zipper in the doorway inside as he looked at the overcast clouds overhead. When will this damn weather get better? I'm bored to death of touching fish every day. It's just that there's no business at the bathhouse, but the big deal is that he can still play games. And it's just that it rains every now and then these days, making it hard for him to go to the Comic-Con. How else is he going to photograph those pretty cos-sisters if he doesn't attend Comic-Con? Just as Su Lei was complaining, a black Bentley with a license plate number of 49 came from the end of the road, only to hear a brake sound. The black Bentley stopped at the entrance of the bathhouse. Su Lei's eyes were puzzled. He had seen the cars of his sister-in-law and her bodyguards, and this car was definitely not among them. Could it be a new purchase? Why else would a perfectly good Bentley come to such a remote location? The door opened and 2 burly men in black got out, but it wasn't Big Black or Too Black. One of them pulled open the door of the back seat, and a long snow-white leg wearing a high heel stretched out, followed by a woman with an extraordinary temperament and about 30 years of age getting down from the car, wearing a standard OL uniform with a very sexy figure. Who are you looking for? Su Lei subconsciously stood up. The woman in uniform pushed up her red-rimmed glasses and pursed her red lips. We are here to find you. Su Lei, is it? Interested in doing a win-win cooperation? Although Su Lei didn't know the woman's intention, but upholding the reasoning that the visitor is a guest, he still invited her to the bathhouse's lounge. Just after closing the door, the woman sat down and spoke to herself. Su Lei, 24 years old, high school education. Your parents died in an accidental car crash 10 years ago. You've been living on the compensation and inheritance so far, as well as being Lucian's best friend. He trusts you very much. Obviously, the woman was well prepared before coming. Su Lei's face changed slightly, realizing that something was wrong. Would a normal person investigate this? He couldn't help but be inwardly wary. What the hell are you doing here? My surname is Yu. You can address me as Secretary Yu. Secretary Yu made a simple self-introduction, followed by her mysterious smile. To tell the truth, I came here today to ask you to cooperate with me and send Lucian to prison. In return, I'll give you a favor that you can't refuse. What? Su Lei's gaze revealed surprise, and immediately his mind turned inward. What's in it for me? This woman even wants to use him to deal with Brother Shen. Humph, that's really the wrong person. See my master to trick the trick. Let's find out what's going on first. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts were read by Secretary Yu at a glance, but since she dared to come, it was with absolute certainty. She followed Su Lei's words down. Your parents were originally senior programmers at a Fortune 500 company, and they didn't die by accident, but by someone deliberately. As long as you cooperate with me to take care of Lucian, I'll tell you who the mastermind behind this is and will help you deal with him. Su Lei was well aware of the fact that his parents were programmers at a top company. He also learned some hacking skills through the notes his parents left behind, but the fact that his parents were murdered was unknown to him. Secretary Yu's eyes were like falcons, as if they possessed the magic power to see through people's hearts. You don't have to lie to me. I know you're still thinking of helping Lucian to get the lowdown on me, but as I said earlier, this is a win-win cooperation. My boss has no intention of hurting Lucian. It's just that he threatens his boss's position, so it's just a simple matter of sending him to prison for 3 years. A mere 3 years, and you'll be able to avenge your parents. For a friend only, you should have no reason to refuse. 3 years is not so hard to swallow, to put it mildly. The moment Secretary Yu said it, Su Lei admitted that he was a bit moved. He knew that his parents didn't die in an accident, but he didn't look into it deeply because he couldn't even take revenge with his ability, so he chose to forget about it. Even if he knew that Lu Xun's status today was no longer comparable to before, he didn't say anything, because Su Lei was afraid of getting involved. And now this matter, which he had always buried in the bottom of his heart and did not want to remember, was brought up by the woman in front of him. Why should I trust you? His gaze was vaguely unkind, and he still maintained some composure. Seeing this, Secretary Yu spread his hands and smiled. Very simple. My boss is Lu Xun's uncle. If Lu Xun grows further, it will threaten my boss's position. So, as long as Lu Xun goes to prison and is locked up for 3 years, he is naturally no longer a threat to my boss, and he has no reason to put his nephew to death. Prison is not a good place to be. Even just 3 years is enough to cause problems with a person's mental state. When Lu Xun gets out of jail, will he still be the medical wizard? A brief silence fell over the lounge, the atmosphere oppressively heavy. Secretary Yu's words managed to push Su Lei into a dilemma. A brother on one side and a blood feud with his parents on the other. It is injustice to set up a brother. It is ungrateful to allow the enemies of one's parents to go unpunished. Before, he hadn't been able to pursue the truth about his parents' deaths, but now the opportunity he'd previously craved was laid bare before him. Whichever one he chooses, it will cause him pain that will stay with him for the rest of his life. After repeated struggles in his heart, Su Lei raised his head with fierce eyes. You'll never get me to help you against Sink. I do want to avenge my parents. I can't wait to kill that person by 1,000 cuts. If my parents were alive, I think I would have just graduated from college by now, after being a good kid who was filial to his parents. But they are dead. Shin is my second family in this world. It was Shin who made him experience what warmth meant, gave him something to look forward to in the future, gave him a goal to live for, and was his and Yu's common family. This bath is his second home. Now let him tear this family apart for his own selfish desires? To make Xiaoyu, who had hardly recovered from her father's death, break down in tears again? If he did, he'd never forgive himself until the day he died. Hearing his words, Secretary Yu was a bit surprised. Apparently, both she and the boss had somewhat belittled Su Lei's feelings for Lu Xun, not realizing that he could go against his own heart. She looked suddenly calm, and her voice was suddenly cold as she said, "So what if I said, you have family living in the world? Su Lei, you're doing really well here. You have food and drink, but do you know what? Somewhere in the corner of China, your grandparents are living a life where they don't have enough to eat or wear, without savings and unable to make money. They can only beg on the side of the road when they are hungry, going to the trash can to rummage through other people's leftover cold food and cold vegetables. Now, do you still want to protect your brother in righteousness?" Chapter 80, The Evil Heart. Su Lei's choice. 2 days have passed since the Chinese medicine competition between the two provinces. At the exit of Jiangcheng Airport, a family of 4 pulled their suitcases out of the airport. Standing out in the bustling crowd, Lu Xun pulled the heavy suitcase in his hand and said breathlessly, "We went to Jinling empty-handed, and came back with such a heavy box. In the end, what did you put in it? I feel like stuffing a big stone inside." Less whining, more work. Su Wanqing held Little White with a light hum, and after seeing Big Black and Two Black standing not far from the car, she walked straight over. Lu Xun sighed helplessly. No wonder the internet said that girls' suitcases should not be touched, and he realized why today. Suddenly, he sensed a movement in a Huang, who was lying on his head, remembering that when he was on the airplane, this little guy had been drinking water. Lu Xun's heart welled up with an unpleasant premonition, and he hurriedly uttered a warning. "Hey, dead cat, you're not going to pee, are you? I'm warning you, if you piss on my head, I'll make you into braised cat meat tonight." Meow. Get down. Get your ass down there. Piss on your grandmother if you have to. You can pull her mouth if you want as long as you don't piss on me. Deadlands Sink. What did you say? Unsurprisingly, in the face of Su Wanqing, who rushed at her with open teeth and claws, Lu Xun easily grabbed her wrist and subdued her, and also slapped her arched buttocks in passing. He said smugly, "Watch out in front of your brother Shin. I'm not the same as before. Watch your attitude when you talk to me in the future, or be careful, I'll fix you." Next to the white Mercedes parked at the intersection, seeing Lu Xun's action, Big Black and Second Black looked at each other with inner admiration. After the first few lessons, anyone else would have been conquered long ago. Only Lu Xun, a guy with a full body rebound bone, can still jump around so cheerfully, just like a small strong man who can't be beaten to death. So it was. 3 minutes later, Lu Xun, whose ass was reddened, was thrown into the backseat of the car by Big Black with no expression on his face. Su Wanqing huffed and puffed and sat in, and the two little cats glanced at each other and followed the well-behaved into the car, not daring to be a little rebellious. After all, The living example is lying in the car. In a group of passers-by strange eyes, the Mercedes-Benz throttle roared into the traffic and drove to the distant traffic light intersection. Inside the car, before Lucian could climb up from, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Boss is on the phone. On the phone. Taking out his cell phone and clicking to connect, Lucian said bitterly, "Hey, fatty, brother Shen, what's wrong with you? Why does the voice sound a little off?" "Nothing, it's just that the user patient has just failed. A small matter. By the way, what are you looking for me for?" Su Lei on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment before speaking with difficulty. Can you come to the baths tomorrow? I have something I want to ask you for." "Okay, then I'll come over tomorrow." Lucian agreed without hesitation. He sensed through his tone that the fat man was a bit off, but didn't think much of it. After a couple more conversations they hung up. Immediately after, Lucian climbed up and sat next to Su Wancheng, giving her a shoulder pinch while laughing heatedly. "Daughter-in-law, I was actually just messing with you. Who doesn't know that I, Lucian, love my wife the most? Just now it was just a little bit of affection between husband and wife. You shouldn't be angry, right?" Su Wancheng rolled her eyes at him and stopped ignoring this guy. She is to see the understanding. This guy, even if the backbone is broken, will also grow out. Time is long not to jump to. He was uncomfortable. She was really lack of hard eyes. Will look at this guy. Half an hour later, the car slowed to a stop in front of the house. Hearing the sound of the car, Big White couldn't wait to run out of the villa, and with a jump jumped into Mommy's arms, rubbing herself affectionately. The two children had a great time in the past 2 days, but it was hard for it, the mom who kept the house. The group headed toward the villa. The next day, after resting, Lucian came to the carefree bath early. When he parked his car and walked into the bathhouse, he couldn't help but look at the empty bathhouse and inquire to his side in confusion. "Where are the girls? Little Moon? Where did they run off to?" Su Lei explained. "These days is not the off-season. Well, the bath simply cannot use so many people. We will arrange to take turns on duty. This week is just my duty." They traveled out of the province to go. So it was. Lucian nodded. It's good to go out and have some fun. Otherwise it's kind of boring to stay in the bathhouse all day with no work. He remembered something and spoke again. "By the way, you said yesterday that you were looking for me for something. It wouldn't be that you were too bored alone and asked me to come and play the game with you, right?" "How?" Su Lei led Lucian to the boss's office on the second floor and sat down. This was Lucian's exclusive office. When he wasn't there, it was usually locked. Usually no one would come in, and Lucian hadn't come in a few times because he was a bit busy during this time. Walking to the sofa and sitting down, in Lucian's puzzled gaze, Su Lei perversely took a bottle of erguatu and 2 cups, sat down in the seat opposite Lucian, and then poured 2 large cups full of wine. You know he usually doesn't drink a drop of alcohol. Lucian immediately reacted that he was afraid that something big had happened during the 2 days he had gone to Jinling. Normally, this fat guy wouldn't have this kind of look on his face. "Brother Shen, I'll drink to that first," because he couldn't say the next words without getting himself drunk and taking advantage of the alcohol. A cup followed by another cup, until the remaining half bottle of erguatu was drunk. Su Lei said with a little drunkenness and a confused gaze, "Sink, you know, a woman found me 2 days ago while you were gone, and she told me that my parents didn't die in an accident, that I wasn't actually an orphan, that my grandparents were actually alive, and they showed me videos. They told me where my grandparents were as long as I cooperated with them to put you in jail. Isn't that ridiculous? In my years of big fish, my grandparents needed to go begging to get a bite to eat." 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of Su Lei's eyes. He had never hated himself so much. It is located in a bed and breakfast just 500 meters from the carefree baths. In one of the rooms, Secretary Yu and 2 bodyguards protecting her were waiting. One frowned. "Sister Yu, will that fatty really cooperate with us? In case this kid comes to the dark side of the lamp, we'll have wasted our time." "He will." Secretary Yu's tone was unmistakably certain. She was now just over 30 years old, and had joined the Tsanglong group, which countless famous school students aspired to, when she had just graduated. In just 2 years' time, she had come to the position of general manager's secretary, relying not on her figure and beauty, but on her pair of discerning eyes and mind. "Do you guys know why island animation is so popular all over the world?" The 2 bodyguards looked at each other in disbelief. They don't watch anime. How would they know this? Secretary Yu puzzled them. Island animation has a characteristic, that is, anyone who is addicted to it is bound to be vulnerable and lack of love in his heart. With my observation of Su Lei as a person, he must have lived a very empty life in the past, and this kind of person desperately desires to be loved. So he'll be good enough to listen to us. The 2 of them nodded in amazement. At that moment, Secretary Yu's cell phone shook. She glanced at the message and was instantly delighted, immediately barking orders at the 2 men. "Su Lei is done. I'll notify the police to come over right now. You guys go and block around the bathhouse right away. lest that Lucian escapes. Yes, and at that moment in the bathhouse office, Sule put away his cell phone and turned to pull out a small transparent bag from his body and opened it. The bag contained some white powder. Intuition told Lucian that there must be something wrong with that white powder. He quickly stood up. Fatty, wait, for a moment. But Sule didn't give him a chance at all, taking the last bit of white powder into his mouth and swallowing it. The powder caused a strong cough. Sule forced a laugh out of his red eyes and raised his hand to stop Lucian, who wanted to stop him. He forced himself to endure the sizzling sensation in his body and smiled ruefully. Sink, they asked me to secretly feed you white powder. They also hid bags of white powder in your locker, ready to arrest you on drug charges. To be honest, I really thought about betraying you at that time, but I couldn't do it. You are my only brother in this world. I can use and betray anyone in the world, but only you. I really can't do that. The excessive inhalation of white powder caused Sule's body to fall backward helplessly. Lucian rushed to assist him, who was about to fall to the ground. His eyes gradually reddened, and his unprecedented anger made him nearly crazy. Sule still kept a rueful smile on his face and grabbed Lucian's arm with all his strength. Brother Shen, this is the retribution I deserve. I don't want to be a drag on you. Master Su, I'm a proper man too. Remember to protect Koyuki. As the words fell, his arm dropped. Lucian panicked and shook him. Fatty, wake up, don't sleep, are you? Not waiting for Lucian to check his physical condition, the police, who had long been in ambush in the vicinity for a long time, barged into the bathhouse with police dogs. Chapter 81, Parting. Lucian was brought to the police station and interrogated by 2 waves of police for 5 hours. He smartly said nothing. The coldness under his eyes was intimidating. Outside the small dark room, the 2 interrogating policemen looked at each other helplessly. This guy's been a mute since he was brought here. He doesn't open his mouth no matter what he's asked, so I'd say we should give him a hard time, don't you think? The lynching was out of order, but as long as it wasn't caught on camera by the principal, no one would say anything. After all, among the millions of criminals, there will always be tough-talking people, and it's simply unrealistic to ask for something without resorting to tactics. So for this kind of thing everyone is unspoken. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the young cop was given a hard stare by the veteran cop with seniority. You have to score points for this kind of thing. Do you know how many phone calls have come in from the director's office since this guy inside was brought in? The governor even called. It's definitely not that simple. Hiss. ING from such a big place? That's not true. Anyway, this thing you worry less. I guess when the hospital rescue that woke up, there will be a result. Until then, we should do what we do. Don't do unnecessary things, the 2 policemen said, heading towards the end of the corridor. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, only to hear a slight movement of a key inserted into the lock hole. Lucian, who sat on the bed and stayed awake all night, raised his head and looked toward the door. Standing outside the door was He Weidong, the police station of the Jiangcheng Police Department, who glanced at Lucian and said indifferently, "Come on out, someone's coming to get you." Lucian got out of bed with an expressionless face and followed Director He out of the small dark room, his dry and cracked lips moving as he inquired out, "How's my friend doing?" He Weidong glanced back at him and replied, "Overdose of drugs, good in the rescue in time, life is saved for the time being. We seized a packet of white powder in your office." He personally admitted that it was hidden by him. Drug use plus private possession of drugs. He has now been sent to drug rehab. How long is the sentence? Considering it's a first offense. Plus there were no serious consequences. Going in for 5 years should get you out. He Weidong why do not know that the truth of the matter is certainly not so. But everything must have evidence. Since Su Lei chose to assume everything, he can only fulfill his duties. Lucian's eyes were ice cold, and a slight chill enveloped his body. These 5 years are Fatty's youth, and the best 5 years of it are spent in prison. And given his character, one can only imagine what kind of abuse he'll be subjected to when he goes in. This was the first time that Lucian felt that he was so completely wrong. Relying on medical skills to enlist and meet powerful people in society? But that is after all the vassal of others. They do not care, even if you are lucky to be able to keep yourself safe and sound. What about the people around you? This time it's Su Lei. Who will be next? If you lean on a mountain, the mountain will fall one day. Depend on the man. There will come a day when he will run. In the end there is only one answer. Seeing that he was about to arrive at the door, He Weidong pulled out a note from his body and turned around to hand it to Lucian. "This is what someone asked me to give you." The only number on the white slip of paper was a string of numbers that appeared to be someone's phone number. Lucian's eyes flickered slightly as he put the note away. Song Guorong saw Lucian come out safe and sound. He was relieved. After getting the news of Lucian's arrest, the first thing he did was to look for connections to fish for people. The old man was about to step forward when a figure was faster than him. Su Wanqing trotted over to Lucian and inquired as she cared to check his body up and down. "Well, is everything okay?" "I'm fine, don't worry." Lucian squeezed out a smile, then immediately looked at the old man stationed at the back and laughed. Thanks a lot this time, pale elder. It's good that you kid is fine. It's only the old man me who has to thank you. After saying hello, Lucian and Su Wanqing left the Zhangcheng police station by car. The car on the way home. Su Wanqing glanced at the absent-minded Lucian and stated the results she had investigated. The person who compelled Su Lei should be the secretary of the general manager of Sanglong Group. Sanglong Group is owned by the Lu family. As for the specific murderer behind the scenes, I haven't found out yet. Go back and you take a good rest first. Leave this matter to me. If it was the Lu family's original family, her Su family would definitely be no match. But if it's just a division of Jiang province, if she puts her best foot forward, she may not be able to fight. No matter what, she must ask for a statement. She continued, I've also made some good contacts on the prison side. Su Lei won't suffer too much in there. As long as he doesn't mess around, I'll be able to fight for connections to reduce his sentence. Well, please. Su Wanqing felt that Lucian's reaction was a bit strange, but mistook it for him being overly sad, so she didn't look deeper. The car quickly arrived at the water capital mansion. Lucian wearily went upstairs to rest. After such a big event happened all night without sleep, he had long been exhausted. Su Wanqing followed towards the upstairs. Lucian had not slept all night, and how had she ever rested this night? I don't know how much time has passed. Inside the dark bedroom, lying on the bed, Su Wanqing opened her eyes in a daze and realized where Lucian was beside her. Thinking about that guy's personality made her panic and she hurriedly put on her shoes and headed downstairs. The living room was empty, just when Su Wanqing's heart was in her throat. Well, at this time the kitchen walked out of a figure. It was Lucian, who was wearing an apron, and in his hand he was holding a pot of porridge that had just been boiled. You're awake. Just in time to come over for dinner. Good. You eat first, and I'll send 2 bowls over to Dahe and Arai. The villa didn't have a specialized cook, so when he was cooking, Lucian would deliberately make more and send some to the 2 brothers who were guarding the door. Of course Big Black and Second Black would not refuse. After all, a free meal is not worth eating. Meow. Meow. Smelling the scent, the 3 meows of the great white mother and son, who did not know from which corner they had burrowed out, ran to the cat dish and looked at the pooper scooper with pitiful eyes. Su Wanqing was in a much better mood and shared half of the porridge in the bowl with them. Eat, you won't be hungry. Meow. Strange to say, I don't know if it was a cooking problem, but these 3 cats ate almost whatever Lucian did, never picking at their food, or maybe they were starved when they were wandering in the past. The 2 sat down at the dining table, and Lucian had a rare conversation about what happened in college. Remember the first time I walked you back to the girls' dorm? Of course I remember. Someone was running while being shy, and it even made the campus forums if I remember correctly. Oh, you weren't much better then. A bowl of kanji quickly bottomed out in the midst of chatting, and Lucian packed up the dishes and walked into the kitchen. Su Wanqing, on the other hand, walked to the sofa and sat down, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, playing Pleasant and Grey Wolf. What she watched of course was not the content, but she liked the light-hearted atmosphere in it, carefree and without worries. The sound of running water and the TV in the kitchen intersected in a way that was not only not noisy, but somewhat cozy. A few moments later, the movement in the kitchen stopped, when Lucian walked out again. At some point, no matter whether it was Su Wanqing lying on the sofa, or the Big Black and 2 blacks guarding the doorway, or the Big White and 3 cats playing in the corner of the living room, all of them fell into a coma and did not move. Lucian was not surprised by this scene. He put something in the porridge. There are no side effects, just that it will make a person fall into a state of unconsciousness, and the effect of the medicine will wear off in 3 hours at the most. The TV was still playing. Lucian walked to the sofa to cover her with a blanket. His hand lightly caressed her cheek, leaned down and touched his lips on hers, then held back his reluctance and walked towards the outside of the villa. He knew that with this departure, it would probably be a long time before he could see him again. The night was already late, and the security guard was lying on his back in the pavilion asleep, not realizing that someone had quietly walked past from outside the pavilion. Coming under a streetlight outside the villa, Lucian took out the note and called the number on it. The phone hung up just as it rang. Just as Lucian was puzzled, a cluster of blinding headlights came from the distance and shone on his face. It was a rapidly moving motorcycle. Sharp brakes sounded on the empty road. The motorcycle stopped in front of Lucian, and Lu Xiaoqian, who had taken off her helmet, threw the extra helmet at Lucian with a slight smile. What a surprise. I thought you'd have to wait until at least tomorrow to contact me. If you really thought so, you wouldn't have shown up so quickly. Lucian was heartily not believing half a word from this woman, catching the helmet as he spoke, putting it on and sitting on the back of the motorcycle. There was some resentment towards the woman, but that didn't stop them from having a common goal. Lucian suddenly asked, "You knew that the Lu family was going to make a move against me, didn't you? So why didn't you inform me before?" In the face of this question, Lu Xiaoqian didn't answer directly, but asked in return, "Do you think a man can grow up to be the king of the beasts, feared by all, without having been a defeated dog with his spinal cord drained?" A cold color flashed in Lu Xun's eyes, but due to the masking of the helmet, Lu Xiaoqian did not find. The hero is about to go into high gear, and it won't be long before there's no knives. Chapter 82, Lu Xun surrenders himself. Waste. Even such a small thing can be botched. Late at night, just off the plane rushed to the company's Yuli, not surprisingly, by the general manager Lu Qingnian a scolding, his eyes flooded with coldness, morose opening. This failure will inevitably scare the snakes. It will be much harder to find such an opportunity in the future. The old man is so angry that he can't wait to flay you alive. If it wasn't for the fact that you are still somewhat useful, I would have disposed of you long ago. Yuli's body trembled slightly, and she simply couldn't afford to talk back. Seeing the man's brow furrowed with worry, she smartly stepped forward and reached out her hand to rub his brow smooth, and her voice became petulant. "Mr. Lu, people don't know that dead fat guy is willing to be locked up for Lu Xun, even disregarding his relatives. This time is really my mistake." The tired fruit was pressed against the man's back as he spoke, grinding gently. The intimate gestures speak silently that the two are not simply as simple as an up and down relationship. Soon the sound of a man's ragged gasps and a woman's weak pleas for mercy resounded in one of the offices of the silent building, unnoticed by anyone for a long time before it stopped. Yuli was able to climb to such a high level at the age of 30. The means are naturally very human. When she picked up the black underwear that had fallen on the floor and put it back on, this served Lu Qingnian to put on his clothes. Then she picked up the uniform on the floor and put it on. And at this time, the general manager's office was already in a mess. There was also a strange smell that lingered. After resting for a while, Lu Qingnian took out a cigar from the drawer and lit it. The anger in his heart had subsided quite a bit, and he watched the secretary dress. He slowly said, "Don't come to the office for a while. Go home and get some rest and relaxation. You'll come back when the old man's anger dies down." "I understand." Yuli nodded her head sensibly. She knew that what a man of Lu Qingnian's level lacked was not a capable woman, but a well-behaved and obedient woman, so she had always behaved meekly. With it she slipped on her heels and pushed the office door open to leave. Yuli walked into the elevator with a calm expression and pressed the button for the second floor of the basement. The elevator doors slowly closed and the elevator began to descend. Soon ding sound, the elevator arrived at the negative second floor. This point in the company in addition to individual departments, there are not many people, so the parking lot seems empty. She stepped out of the elevator. When the elevator door closed, Yuli's eyes seemed to be a different person. Shadowy, cold, and sinister. She angrily kicked the iron door of the fire escape next to her. Boo! The iron door slammed heavily against the wall with an ear-splitting sound. The woman didn't care and continued to vent her anger, cursing up a storm. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** in jail obediently, and even dragged me into being suspended. Obviously just two lowly dogs. Sooner or later, I'll kill you all by 1,000 cuts. And your families, I won't spare any of them. This was more real now compared to the meek one in the office earlier. The entire parking lot echoed with the sound of her hissing, extraordinarily oozing. Just at this moment, a voice sounded abruptly behind her. No need to wait for later. I'm waiting for you to cut me into 1,000 pieces right now. Yuli's kicking of the door froze. She turned back in a hurry and realized that Lucian had appeared at some point and was now standing right behind her. Apparently having heard what she had just said. Why is he here? Looking for revenge? Yuli backed away in a burst of fear. How did you get in here? Don't you want to die? The Tsunglong group is heavily guarded, and there are cameras everywhere. The only dead zone area is the entrance to the second-level parking lot, which makes Yuli even more puzzled. Now that the entire Lu family hated Lucian to death, how dare he show up here? Does this guy want to die? A life? Of course I want it. A grim smile appeared on Lucian's face. But I'm here to take your life. Now it's time for me to settle the score between the two of us. I'm a person who has one of the biggest flaws, and that is that no matter who it is, as long as they dare to touch someone close to me or mess with me, I'm going to make her pay even if I have to go out of my way to make her pay. A finger-thick hemp rope was held in Lucian's hand. After all, it would be a pain in the ass to take a knife and get blood everywhere. Since you chose to do this, I'm sure you're ready to bear the cost. Seeing this, Yuli panicked and wanted to escape. But how could she outrun Lucian who had prepared for this? Just before she turned around and ran 2 steps, she was strangled by the rope from behind, and then the rope was tightened violently. Let go of me. I apologize. Begging for mercy sound intermittent. The voice is getting weaker and weaker, and finally Yuli's struggling arm powerless dropping to the ground. Instead of letting his guard down, Lucian held on for a few more minutes before letting go. Hidden behind the curtain, Lu Xiaoqian stepped out from behind a car, and she was also the one who helped Lucian appear in the underground parking lot silently. Seeing Lucian, who had struck out decisively and ruthlessly. She nodded with satisfaction. Everything was as she expected, whether it was revealing Lucian to Tsang Guorong, or reporting on the threat Lucian posed to the Lu family, as well as a series of things now. It was all for the purpose of transforming Lucian into a knife while it lasted, a knife that cuts into the Lukes. Seeing Lucian get up from the ground, Lu Xiaoqian asked with an interested clasp of her hands, "I'm curious if you trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll abandon you again when you're taken to jail?" Lucian patted the dust on his body. "There is only one person in this world who can make me believe unconditionally, and that person is not you." In the next second, Lucian's eyes suddenly flashed with a vicious color. While Lu Xiaoqian was not prepared to step in and grab her neck, the latter wanted to resist, but her abdomen suffered a heavy blow. Before, Lu Xiaoqian was still able to go through 2 moves with Lucian, but now, the two were no longer on the same level of force. After dropping a small black pill into this woman's mouth to make sure she swallowed it, Lucian indifferently loosened his grip on her neck. "Ahem, what did you feed me?" Lu Xiaoqian glared over fiercely, her face grim. Perhaps everything had gone too smoothly before, making her invisibly and surprisingly let her guard down against Lucian, not expecting him to make a sudden move. Lucian replied with an expressionless face, "A special worm egg pill is just a pill. They won't melt with stomach acid. They will live in your body like a parasite and eventually eat your heart. Of course, as long as you take my antidote on a regular basis, you will still be fine with each other and will not be affected in any way. You dare to count on me." Lu Xiaoqian's face was ugly. Lucian laughed coldly. "Are you only allowed to use me as a knife, but I'm not allowed to use you? Remember, never try to mess with an herbalist who can both save lives and take one's life unknowingly. I've left the antidote in my office at work. You can ask my people for it. And a gentle reminder, I've only got 3 years worth of the antidote." The meaning expressed by Lucian is obvious. If Lu Xiaoqian doesn't get him out of there within 3 years, the only thing waiting for her is death. As for getting a doctor to remove or destroy the bugs, of course there was a way, and that was to use the Ghost Gate 13 needles to drive the parasite into the bladder. And this technique was currently only mastered by Lu Shun, as he was the only one who knew the characteristics of that parasite. After warning Lu Xiaoqian, Lucian took out his cell phone to dial the police. "Hello, 110? I want to turn myself in." Chapter 83, Newcomers to East Sea Prison, one of the top 10 prisons in China. In the East Sea Prison, as the time for handing over the criminals arrived, a police car came from each area and escorted the criminals, strapped in handcuffs and ankle cuffs, out of the car and lined them up in a square to confirm their identity. Name: Lu Shun. Age: 25. The guards were still checking his identity when he saw the warden with his hands behind his back, coming straight to Lu Shun, his eyes resting on his face, seemingly confirming his identity. "Good morning, warden," the warden greeted. Jiang Pinglong softly hummed, pointed at Lu Shun, and said to his subordinate, "Give me his information. I'll take this one. Go about your business." The prison guards did not dare to slack off, did not talk too much, and wisely handed this youth's information to the warden, and then went to review the other people's identities. Shutting up is a virtue, whether in the workplace or in government. "Kid, you come with me." After receiving the information, Warden Jian waved at Lu Shun, then turned around and walked towards the prison itself. Seeing this, Lucian followed with an expressionless face amidst the envious gazes of the other criminals. East China Sea Prison was established in Tiannan City, adjacent to the Yangtze River. Only one road can lead to the outside, or by water. At least nearly 2 decades no criminal has ever successfully escaped. There are always armed police and prison guards guarding the entrances and exits. The only reason is that the criminals incarcerated here are the worst of the worst. Entering the prison was a deep alleyway. Warden Jiang said without looking back as he walked and looked through Lucian's information. "You came in on a vendetta. Be glad the woman you killed wasn't any good, or I wouldn't have taken half as much care of you, even with the heinous connections. You turned yourself in, so you only got 5 years, and I've added your identity to the classified file, so no one can find out where you are unless they're a level above me." Lucian listened silently. He certainly didn't want to experience prison life before he was brought in. With the means of the Lu family, if he can't see that he is caught in prison, sooner or later, he will take another shot at the people around him. So he turned himself in after solving Yu Li. In addition to holding back, is also here to hone his character. Soon, Lucian received his prison uniform and identity tag. Warden Jiang led him onward and finally came to an iron gate before he turned around and introduced himself. "This will be your residence from now on, 9527. Go in and say hello to your roommate, and if you need anything, you can get the wardens to let me know. Just a small favor." Trouble Warden Jiang. Nowadays, when you're a parasite, you still have to have good relationships. After Jiang Pinglong turned to leave, Lucian walked in. It was not yet time for breakfast, so the remaining 3 convicts in the cell were all resting on their beds, with only one empty bed near the toilet. It's one of those top good spots where the fan can't fan you and you have to smell the man in glasses glanced at this new roommate from his bed on the iron frame bed against the doorway, then withdrew his gaze with disinterest and continued to stare at the poster of a beautiful bikini girl on the wall. In a normal criminal this would not be allowed, unless it was some badly handled prick. Lucian swept his eyes. A well-mannered man with glasses, and the remaining two are brawny men who don't look like they can be messed with. And one of them, a man with a round head, suddenly turned to Lucian. Hey, new guy, off and get me a glass of water. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. It seemed like there was no need to worry about which one to use to make a statement, only to see the words of the man with the number 1342 just finished. Lucian kicked at his lower body. The man stared round eyes, not caring about the pain of the heirloom is about to do it, and a punch again hit his face hard. The man spat out a mouthful of blood with a tooth. Kid, you're looking for death. Seeing this, the strong man who was disturbed in the upper bed space cursed and leapt down, and after standing firmly, he raised his foot and kicked hard at Lucian. The kick was fast, but Lucian's reflexes were even faster and he sidestepped to avoid it. The legs came into close contact with the iron bed, and the heavy sound traveled through the doorway, and in a moment it was accompanied by the man's screams, attracting the attention of the other cell inmates. One by one, they ran excitedly to the door to check out the commotion. It's room 265 fighting. I've heard that there's a newcomer coming to room 265 today, and this is just getting started. Looks like a prick too. Humph, it's useless to be more prickly. Tiger Wang and Li Kuei are there. Those two guys are not to be messed with. Don't just come in and have the prison guards collect your body. That would be fun to watch. Inside the prison, all criminals are equal on the surface, but in private, they are divided into three classes, and the three most powerful people in the entire East China Sea prison were suddenly transferred to the same room 2 days ago. That is, cell 265 where Lucian is now, each of them being the boss of a group of criminals. Tiger Wang, a former municipal fighting champion who was sentenced to 9 years in prison for maliciously beating his opponent to death in the arena, became one of the triumvirate on the basis of his solid strength. Li Kuei, guilty of child abduction and trafficking, sentenced to life imprisonment, is also the most senior person in prison, relying on contacts no one dares to mess with. As for the last of the troika, it is special, neither killing nor kidnapping, but committing a financial case, utilizing investment loopholes to make profits amounting to as much as $300 million. And because of the lack of evidence, he was sentenced to only 3 years, just when these criminals were expecting a corpse to be carried out. At this point in time the 265 cells had subsided. Big brother, don't fight. I am wrong. I shouldn't command you. Brother, have mercy. Tiger Wang and Li Kuei were kneeling on the ground with bruises and swollen noses, which still had the arrogance of a moment ago. I don't blame them for being spineless, mainly because this master specializes in attacking the lower 3 inches off. If they don't open their mouths and beg for forgiveness, the heirlooms are probably going to be ruined. Seeing this, Lucian sighed in relief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, obviously injured as well. I don't care who was in charge here before, but I'm the boss here afterward. Do you have a problem with that? Hong Quan, who had been sitting on the top bunk watching the show, was the first to take a stand as he sat up and said indifferently, I'm all right with that. I'll be out in 1 year tops anyway. Tiger Wang and Li Kuei, who had just been repaired, how could they dare to have an opinion? And nodded their heads repeatedly, fearing that they would be replaced with a severe beating if they were late. That's when the prison guard's voice came down the hallway. All get up for breakfast and get ready to work. Hurry up. Thousands of miles away in Zhongcheng, somewhere in the middle of a hospital, the obstetrics and gynecology department. After reading the report, the female doctor smiled. Congratulations on your pregnancy, Ms. Su, it's been half a month. Aha. Su Wanqing responded absent-mindedly, looking out the window as if she was thinking of someone. Shen, where the hell are you? Chapter 84, Are you human? Although prisons provide food and shelter, every criminal is also required to work. Lucian never thought in his life that he would have a day to step on a sewing machine in the system. Fortunately, relying on the deterrence of the 3 Wang tigers in the morning, no one dared to target him or make some small moves. Plus those prison guards also took good care of Lucian, doing all the easy work. For a while, in just one morning's work, most of the criminals in East Sea Prison knew that Lucian's identity was not simple. Lunchtime, East China Sea Prison's cafeteria. All criminals in accordance with the dormitory for the group number to take a seat, and so on the lunch clerk read to the number. This group of people can go up to the meal. After eating the meal is still half an hour lunch break. Group 265 was by the window and the best spot in the entire cafeteria. 113. Come and get your food. Big brother, can you give more meat? I do physical labor in the morning. Cut the crap. When you get out of prison after successful labor reform, You can eat whatever you want then. Next, looking at the fried cabbage and the pitifully small amount of meat foam on the criminal's dinner plate, Lucian couldn't help but inquire towards Tiger Wang at his side. Is prison food this bad? The bruised-faced Tiger Wang said sullenly. The shorter the time until release the better the food is. That's the rule of the East Sea prison. People like you, boss, who just came in, have the worst food, not even meat froth, and it will take at least 1 month for it to improve. Lucian would nod in realization. This rule was understandable. People who have just been in prison are certainly not inactive, so making them eat poorly will not give them the strength to fight, which by the way can also be used as a punishment. In the middle of the thought, it had been called to their side. 265. Come and get your food. Li Kuei couldn't wait to rush to the front, followed by Hong Quan, Tiger Wang, and finally Lucian, the rice beater, who naturally also served as a prison guard, glanced at Li Kuei, who was lined up in front of the window, and casually spooned rice and cabbage from the pot. Next, Li Kuei didn't dare to say anything as he returned to his seat with his dinner plate, because he is a lifer. He is treated the worst of the bunch despite his seniority. Soon it was Hong Quan's turn, and his plate contained not only chili fried pork, but also 2 large braised chicken thighs, which was more than a notch above Li Kuei's meal. Tiger Wang explained. Hung made quite a few connections before he came in. He's the one who eats the best food in the whole prison. But he gives me 1 big chicken leg every day and hires me to be his punching bag. When he said this, the bastard was very proud of himself. After all, there were less than 10 criminals in the entire prison who could eat chicken legs, and the fact that he could eat meat every day was the reason why he could grow so strong. Lucian's face was thoughtful. A few moments later it was his turn to step up to the plate, and Lucian looked over to the food taker standing behind the window, reaching out and pointing to the pot of chicken thighs inside with a slight smile. I'll take all of these chicken legs. The cafeteria was already quiet, and his words reached the ears of all the criminals. Each one of them revealed an expression like they had seen a ghost, even suspecting that they had heard wrong. Who gave this guy the guts to even dare to make a request and be so damn excessive? But what shocked them even more was yet to come. The only thing that happened was that the food taker glanced at Lucian and didn't say much. In the astonished gazes of the crowd of criminals, he actually handed the pot of chicken legs to Lucian from the window, not forgetting to kindly remind him at the end of the day, there's no alcohol in the prison. There are plenty of drinks, so you can come and get them from me anytime you want them. Thanks. Lucian politely thanked him and then returned to his seat with the pot of chicken legs in his hands in a proper manner. Next to him, Tiger Wang's eyes were looking straight up. Big brother, what exactly is your status? It wouldn't be the prison warden's illegitimate son, Li Kuei, who has not eaten meat for a long time, is watching and gulping, if not for being taught a lesson by Lucian in the morning. At this time he may have already started to grab it. Lucian saw their desire in his eyes as he smiled faintly. I got to know you guys before I went to prison. Tiger Wang, whose real name is Wang Arrow and whose hometown is in a remote town, was coaxed into blackboxing after being discovered by a trainer to have a talent for fighting, and went to prison with 6 years left on his sentence after striking out too hard and killing his opponent in a bout. Immediately afterward, Lucian looked at Li Kuei. You, who was originally the sales champion of an automobile store, returned to your hometown after a love affair, when there was a disaster in your hometown, and you took in a lot of children, only to be falsely accused of child abduction by the parents who came to look for the children and by journalists afterward, and thus arrested and sent to prison. It is said that the scourge of 1,000 years, that reporter earned a large sum of money by falsely accusing the report, and is still at large, and Li Kuei, even if he wants to appeal, there is no actual evidence, and he can only live in a lingering state. It really couldn't have been easier to falsely accuse someone 20 years ago. This matter had always been a thorn in Li Kuei's heart, and his eyes were densely covered in red blood as he looked at Lucian. What the hell are you trying to say? It doesn't mean anything. Lucian spread his hands and bluntly pointed out the theme. As long as you follow me to mix, I can let you go out earlier. Maybe you don't believe it, but at least now, the meat manages to fill you up. Really? Wang Arrow was immediately moved. There was nothing more important to him than eating meat. As for Li Kuei, he had already grabbed a large chicken leg in the pot without hesitation and gobbled it up, turning around in a flash and eating it with his mouth full of oil. Anyway, for him, things couldn't get any worse at the moment. Big deal. Seeing this, Wang Arrow immediately became anxious. You asshole, leave some for me. Shameless guy. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. With that he also picked up 2 chicken thighs and feasted on them. These 2 people were originally the talents that Lu Shaoqian had found for Lucian. Wang Arrow is silly and stupid, the best person to act as a fighter, and has a simple and honest character. This kind of person is undoubtedly the favorite of every boss, because it can be pulled out at critical times to cover things belonging to the death squad. Li Kuei, on the other hand, possesses a strong talent for sales and can make a good living in any industry, which has a very special role for Lu Xun. As for Hong Quan, noticing Lu Xun's gaze towards himself, Hong Quan calmly ate his lunch as he spoke. Although I don't know exactly what kind of background you have, I won't be like these two cuties. It's so easy to fool me, and I'll be out in 1 year at the most. No matter how much you compel and promise me favors, it's useless. Give it up. You are the one who is stupid. Wang Eru dissatisfiedly voiced his objection. Lu Xun didn't bother with him, but nodded acknowledgingly and said, "You are indeed the shrewdest of the three of you. There is still 1 year to get out of prison. There is absolutely no need to take other risks to leave. And with your skills, the probability is that you will be able to make a good living after you get out of prison. So you don't need to depend on others at all." Hong Quan sneered, "Since you know, keep your mouth shut, disturbing my meal." But Lu Xun revealed a meaningful smile at this moment. "So what if I use a little trickery to get the warden to increase your sentence? You don't want to somehow carry a couple years on your back when you're so close to getting out of here, do you?" Hong Quan was confused, and the chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground without holding them properly. A million straw horses raced through his mind. "No, are you a human being?" Chapter 85 International Criminals Escape. Cobra Venom. 1 month had passed since Lu Xun was imprisoned in the East Sea prison. From being unfamiliar in the beginning to being known by everyone, even those criminals who were extremely hostile would become incredibly kind when they saw Lu Xun. In order to prevent the long hours of work and jail time from causing psychological problems for the inmates, the prison arranges a release every Monday through Friday in the morning and afternoon, which is mandatory to attend unless it is a special circumstance. The first release of the morning is from 9 to 9:30 a.m. As the release time approached, the various corridors of the workroom were crowded with people, and fierce faces, usually rare on the streets, were common here. At the very back of the prison there is an area that resembles a school playground and where the convicts are let out. On the 20-meter-high wall all around, every 10 meters there would be a prison guard in charge of guarding, with his eyes fixed on the criminals letting off steam, and as soon as he found any movement, he would be the first to fire a warning shot. Right at this moment, the originally noisy venue quieted down in just an instant. All the criminals looked in one direction at the same time. It was a scene that the prison guards in charge of the guards had seen before, only to see the entrance of the barbed wire fence. For figures wearing prison uniforms slowly walked, with Lu Xun as the leader, and behind them were Wang Eru, Li Kuwei, and Hong Quan. Obviously only 4 people, but the might was even more appalling than these thousands of criminals. Lu Xun familiar walked to the corner and sat down, his eyes through the barbed wire fence, looking at the distant raging river in a daze. His heart will always unconsciously recall a familiar face. When he first came to prison, he didn't feel anything, but since coming to the prison for a week, her figure had begun to linger in his heart, and Lu Xun felt as if he understood a little bit how she had felt when he had returned to Wangho village. Regarding Lu Xun's dazed state, the 3 of them, Wang Eru, were already accustomed to it and casually found a clean place to sit down. "Big brother is getting horny again. Little Hong, why don't you find Big brother a woman first after you get out of jail? He will definitely be happy. Find your sister. My name is Hong Quan. Don't call me Little Hong. I know Xiao Hong. By the way, Shali, what do you think of yesterday's braised pork? I feel that it is far worse than what my mother made, so I have to ask them to improve it later." "Oh, I see you're looking for extra punishment." Because he was the first to show his loyalty to Lu Xun, while Li Kuei and Hong Quan were ranked after Wang Eru. This guy considered himself the second in the team, and he was bullish the whole day, and Li Kuei and the 2 of them were already not surprised. No sound could be heard other than the chatter of the 3 of them. Each of the prisoners around them kept their mouths closed and stifled their voices. Not that they do not want to speak, but simply do not dare to speak, for fear of provoking the sight is watching the river daze Lu Xun. Ghosts know whether he is in a good mood. If the mood is good, all is well. If the mood is not good, then, just a week ago, that day Lu Xun do not know because of what. The mood is particularly bad, and at that time there happened to be 2 people quarrel. See to dry up. The result, Lu Xun went up to the 2 people to beat half dead, and finally was the car emergency pulled to the hospital. But that's nothing. The point is that those prison guards next to him, one by one, acted as if they didn't see it. Usually they spit a spit to be scolded, but saw Lu Xun beat people. These guys are really stand by and watch even if they are killed. The probability is also deserved. After all, every prison has a death quota, and places like the East Sea prison, where felons are held, have an especially large quota, and for that reason, since that day, no one has dared to make any noise during the release. It seems that keeping quiet when letting off steam has become the default rule here. The capital of China, the city of God. Although more than 70% of the country's population has never been to the city, they are familiar with it, especially the most famous National Gate, which attracts tens of thousands of travelers every year. Though not the most developed city, God's capital is the largest city in the country in terms of international resources. Many of the headquarters of listed groups are located here, and the headquarters of Lu's group is here. A magnificent building in the center of the city, the top floor soaring into the clouds. A glance as if the world is subjugated at the foot of the body of the building surface of the huge Lu word, especially conspicuous, representing the entire building belongs to Lu's. The building is located in the center of the city. The top floor of the building is located in the center of the city. In addition to the domestic industry, Lu's also has international banks in foreign countries, as well as more than 300 hospitals and drug research laboratories. Even in the entire international, no one dares to belittle the behemoth. Several security guards stand at the entrance to the building. At this time, a white Porsche came from the distance, a license plate number beginning with the word Jiang. Soon the white Porsche pulled up to the empty space in front of the building. The car door opened and Lu Xiaoqian stepped out. She looked up at the towering building and then took a step toward the entrance. Just when the Lu family in Jiang province was still immersed in the joy of defending their family once more, unbeknownst to me, a new round of layouts has quietly begun. The storm created by this layout will pull them down from the clouds of everyone's admiration to the abyss of darkness. Pieces of pure white snowflakes fluttering in the air, giving the land a snow-white coat, miles of white snowland, which is the unique style of winter. The entire East China Sea prison was also colored white, as if it was in peace and tranquility. This peace was soon shattered when a prison car rushed towards the prison gates at great speed, leaving 2 deep-rutted tracks in the snow and blowing the snow all around. The car didn't have the slightest intention of slowing down even as it approached the prison. The prison guard guarding the door saw this and sensing that something was wrong he hastily raised his gun. He was just about to fire a warning shot when he saw a policeman, a middle-aged man, scurry out of the passenger side of the prison van, only to look panicked and almost shout at the top of his lungs, "Open the door! Someone's been bitten by a poisonous snake." The 2 prison guards guarding the doorway sniffed and looked at each other before decisively pressing the red button on the remote control next to them. Boom! With a loud bang, the 1,000-pound prison doors slowly opened. Learning that someone under his hand was injured, Jiang Pinglong, who was just about to attend the online meeting, rushed to the prison doctor's room at the first opportunity, his face ugly. "What's going on? What's the situation?" The young prison guard at the door rushed to talk about what had happened. Today there was an international felon to be escorted here, but the police car encountered a falling rock on the way here. The police officer driving the car died on the spot, and the international felon took the opportunity to seize the gun and fled to the mountains. The remaining carload of police went up the mountain to chase after requesting backup, and the backup came, and the prison guards who were familiar with the mountain roads quickly found the international criminal, only to be bitten by a cobra that burrowed out of nowhere in the process of apprehension. The snake, which was kept to guard against the escape of prisoners, has bitten one of its own. There was no choice but for the 2 policemen to return with the injured warder first, while the rest continued the chase. Jiang Pinglong had just finished understanding the situation when the prison doctor came out of the prison guard room, and he shook his head. "Warden, the poison is already almost approaching the heart chakra, and I can't do anything about it." The prison had prepared a number of snake venom serums in order to prevent the snakes from injuring their own people, but the journey to transport the people from the mountains back to the prison took a lot of time, and in the meantime the venom had already spread all over the body, making it difficult for even the serums to work. The prison doctor sighed when he finished speaking, but if he had come a few minutes earlier, he was sure he could have detoxified the poison. Jiang Pinglong's face is extremely ugly. Since he took office this 20 years, the prison guards have never lost. Did not expect to see the end of the year, actually made this mess. Suddenly he thought of something and hurriedly turned his head toward one of the prison guards to give orders. "Quickly, go bring me that Lucian kid. Be fast. I'm on my way." The prison guard knew the seriousness of the matter, and took out the fastest speed in his life to run wildly, and in the twinkling of an eye his figure disappeared into the corridor. Chapter 86, The Day the Dragon Rises. East Sea Prison. Corridor outside the prison doctor's room. Lucian came over without saying much. Understanding the basic situation, he walked straight into the prison doctor's room. He looked at the prison guard lying on the hospital bed. His face was pale and his body was slightly trembling, and he immediately judged the severity of the situation. Lucian's faint voice echoed in the corridor. "Get an assistant to come in and help me, and idle hands to wait outside." Although the prison doctor didn't know why the warden wanted a prisoner to come over, out of trust for the warden, he hurriedly followed him in and closed the door smoothly. A few of the guards next to him looked at each other, and one of them muttered in a low voice, "Damn, in all my years as a prison guard, this is the first time I've been ordered around by a criminal." At those words, Jiang Pinglong glanced at him. "Don't you guys usually always ask me to get an awesome doctor over here? What? This will find you and you're upset? Doctors are not a scarce talent. It's awesome doctors that are scarce. However, in an environment like prison, No one is willing to come over even if they take half a month on and half a month off and offer a higher salary. After all, facing prisoners every day, it is easy to have problems mentally after a long time. It's not like this hasn't happened before. A few of the prison guards' eyes lit up at that. They had known that Lucian is not ordinary, but did not know that his medical skills are very powerful. If they had known this, they would have sent cigarettes to play a good relationship. After all, who does not have a little body problems, even if not, but also to help their families to consult the consultation. The crowd in the hallway was caught up in the wait. It wasn't until most of an hour later that the door to the prison doctor's office opened again. Seeing Lucian, who walked out, Zhang Pinglong was the first to inquire. "What's the situation?" Lucian wrapped his arm around his somewhat sore arm before he absently returned. "Temporarily sealed off the snake's venom, and as long as your serum is okay, the person can definitely be saved. Cobras are not king cobras, and the amount of venom sprayed at a time is so small that many folk doctors can treat them. It's just that they don't save them in the first place, causing the venom to spread throughout the body and the situation to become so critical. If it wasn't for the lack of equipment and medicine on hand, Lucian could have managed on his own. Okay, I'll trouble you this time." With that said, Zhang Pinglong was ready to go into the prison doctor's room to take a look, but Lucian stopped him at that moment, and in his puzzled gaze, he reached out and spread his hand out, making a gesture of asking for it. "What are you doing? The consultation fee? You don't want me to work for nothing, do you? I'm not asking for much, just promise me 2 simple little requests. You've been living in my place for nothing for so long, and you're still asking me for a consultation fee? I'm a criminal, and it's only right for criminals to eat prison white food. You have a problem with that?" Zhang Pinglong wanted to retort a couple of sentences, but realizing that it seemed as if there was indeed no problem with what was said, he could only swallow the words on his lips in a depressed manner and let out a cold snort. "Say, what do you want? My brother Hongquan still has 5 months left in his sentence. He hasn't committed any crimes during his time in prison, and he's actively undergoing rehabilitation, so it's reasonable to let him out on parole, isn't it?" Hearing this condition, Zhang Pinglong's face was thoughtful, and soon nodded his head. Could be. Prisoners with good behavior could have been paroled from prison, even if Lucian did not mention it. With Hongquan's performance in prison in the past 2 years, he could have been paroled in at most 2 months. It was just a matter of advancing the time a little bit. Compare that with the life of a prison guard, and that little thing is not worth mentioning. Zhang Pinglong was just thinking that Lucian was very sensible and didn't make too much of a request when he saw Lucian stretching out his second finger and smiling in a harmless manner. "Second request. Wasn't I sentenced to 5 years? Give me a 1-year reduction in my sentence, plus 1 year early parole." Zhang Pinglong immediately withdrew his favorable impression of Lucian and ordered towards the prison guards behind him with an expressionless face. "Go get that gun hanging on my wall. I'm going to shoot this kid myself." Lucian didn't want to make this request if he could. Naiha Lu Xiaoqian, that woman is really incompetent. He has come in for so long, and there is still no news of remission. He can only take action himself. Seeing that the one surnamed Zhang did not agree, Lucian gave a condition that he could not refuse. "I know this is a bit much for me to ask. In exchange, I'll cover all the things about physical problems in the Eastern Sea prison for the past 2 years, and criminals are fine. I have to say, the offer is really generous." "Yes," Zhang Pinglong agreed with little hesitation. "Can give the people under the hand a comprehensive examination is one aspect. The most important thing is, Lucian medical skills so powerful. In case the province has any difficult to solve the disease, want to find this kid, can have to pass him this pass to do. This temptation is not small. To be able to sit in the position of warden, Zhang Pinglong's brain is not normally flexible. If he can, he really wants to add to Lucian's sentence. Let him stay in the East China Sea prison for life. But this can only think about it. With his eyesight, he can see that Lucian must not be a pool animal. Leaving is also sooner or later. Make a favor before it's too late." When he soared to great heights in the future and rose to fame in the outside world, this favor could be imagined how precious it would be. Zhang Pinglong suddenly grew a little expectant. Everyone outside says that this kid is gifted, but unfortunately he does things impulsively and is a piece of crippled jade. It is true to say so, but those people have forgotten that the mutilated Yunyanzhua Wang. It's kind of exciting to think that someone like that came out of the prison he was guarding. Hongquan was released from prison early under Lucian's arrangement. On this day, the exit of the East Sea prison. After taking one last look at the prison, Hongquan turned around with a bag and got into the prison van next to him. In cell 265 of the prison, Li Kuei looked at Lu Xin, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Aren't you afraid that guy will go out and flip out? He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's righteous and will return favors." Hearing this, Lucian was clear about his concerns and returned in a calm tone. "Everyone in the world is bound together by interests large and small, and ambitious people often don't live for the sake of living a better life, And there comes a day when power gets tiresome, and such people want to do nothing more than to make life a little more exciting. Calm days are good but boring. Not everyone can accept this boring, isn't it? He, Hong Quan, wanted to get what he wanted and had to choose to follow me. Lucian opened his eyes to look at the ceiling, which had lost its skin due to its long age. With a deep gaze, Lu Xiaoqian has her bureau for the Lu family. Lucian will not put the hope of revenge on others. And Hong Quan, that is, his first move, obviously the most inconspicuous, but the most important piece of chess. Day after day, the seasons change. The world hasn't changed much as winter turns to spring and everything comes back to life. For the rapid development of the province of Jiang, land sinking is just a drop in the ocean, splashing a little ripple after the bottom again. Obviously, like yesterday, the sapling in the forest has grown into a strong tree. This is the power of time. 3 years was long enough for Lu Shun. The heat of summer is just about over and it's fall again. On this day, prison convicts celebrated in unison by chanting, and Lucian also stepped out of the door to leave the East China Sea prison.